The North's White Wolf. Chapter 1. 21N, It is time to make the North great again. So I came up with this story when I noticed not a lot of GOT stories where the North comes out on top before GOT starts, and any I do find usually involve magic or learning how to make Valyrian steel with little effort. I want to try a more realistic approach to making the North strong, without involving magic or anything too drastic. That's right, this is a kingdom building story. As you know, this story will center around Nathan Stark, son of Brandon Stark and Rhaena Velaryon, giving Nathan white hair and blue eyes. Nathan Stark will work to make the North strong for his father, grandfather, and aunt who died because the Targaryens saw the North as nothing to rival them. I don't plan to make the North up to the point they can take all of Westeros, but I do plan for the North to finally thrive, as they are the realm with the most untapped resources than any kingdom. Also, I am not law-friendly when it comes to GOT and books, so I will be changing a few things here and there, so please don't burn me to the Lord of Light, and try to enjoy the story. Well, let's get the show on the road. Third person P.O.V. Ned Stark's face was grim as he looked at King's Landing. The city was still burning after the ruthless sacking by the Lannisters. People were dying in the streets, houses were turned to ashes, and the smell of shit was still in the air. But the worst part was what Ned saw in the Red Keep. The Mad King, Aerys Targaryen, was killed by his own Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, stabbed in the back while the Golden Lion sat on the Iron Throne with a cocky grin as Ned, Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn, and a dozen other soldiers stormed the throne room. If that wasn't bad enough, Prince Rhaegar's children, Aegon Targaryen, and Rhaenys Targaryen, were killed by the Lannister men along with Elia Martell, who was said to be raped by the Mountain before being killed, and their bodies were brought to Ned's best friend Robert as a show of fealty by House Lannister. Ned was still disgusted by the smile on Robert's face when he saw the bodies, calling the children dragon spawn. Ned knew Robert hated Prince Rhaegar for kidnapping Ned's sister Lyanna, but Ned had never thought Robert's hate ran so deep. Robert still looked ready to kill all the Targaryen loyalists in the Crown Lands but was stopped by both Ned and Jon Arryn. Jon said Robert needed to show mercy, as the Targaryen loyalists were only showing loyalty to the crown. However misguided it may be, Robert needed to show mercy if he wanted to be king. Robert agreed, but there was also a bigger reason Ned didn't want to fight the Targaryen loyalists. The Targaryen loyalists had Ned's nephew, Nathan Stark, son of Brandon Stark. 5 years ago before the war, Brandon had visited both Ned and Robert in the Vale and had told them of his time in King's Landing. There he met Rhaena Velaryon, a beautiful young woman from House Velaryon, during a tourney where he crowned her Queen of Beauty. Brandon then proceeded to tell Ned and Robert of the secret wedding they had with only a few witnesses, and that Rhaena was already pregnant with Brandon's child. Ned gave a sad smile as he shook his head. Brandon was always a wild man, doing what his heart wanted. He had too much wolf's blood, Ned's father would say, but a man born to lead. When Ned's father, Rickard Stark, found out about the wedding, he nearly beat Brandon black and blue, as Brandon was promised to Catelyn Tully of the Riverlands, to help bring more food to the North for the coming winter. Ned had heard that Rickard was close to disowning Brandon or sending him to the wall, but held off as he worked to fix Brandon's mistake, much to Ned's relief. Rickard had chosen to keep Brandon's child and wedding secret for now until he could come up with a plan for the North. When little Nate was born, Ned had never seen Brandon happier. Whenever Brandon visited Ned, he talked with pride about his son, and how he'd be a strong warrior when he was grown and a better heir, as Brandon wanted to make Nathan his heir, or planned to. But no plan would ever come to pass, as both Rickard and Brandon died at the hands of the Mad King, Rickard, who was burned alive by wildfire, and Brandon, who was choked to death trying to save his father. The two had come to King's Landing demanding Lyanna Stark, Ned's younger sister, who was kidnapped by Rhaegar Targaryen, to be given back, only for the Mad King to kill the two in a fit of madness, sparking a war in Westeros. Ned had called the North to fight the Mad King, along with the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Stormlands. They fought the war long and hard, brokering deals when needed, such as Ned marrying Catelyn Tully for the Riverlands' support in the war. Ned had feared that little Nathan would be killed by the Mad King, or used as a hostage. However, from what the captured nobles of House Velaryon had told Ned and Robert, they kept Nathan Stark secret for fear that they would kill the baby the same as his father, as the baby was heir to the North and Winterfell. That brought Ned's heart at ease that Brandon's son and heir still lived, though for how long Ned didn't know. When Robert's army along with the Lannisters had captured King's Landing, a raven from the remaining Targaryen loyalist was sent. They would swear fealty to Robert and return Nathan Stark to Ned Stark, in exchange for a pardon. Robert was angered at the Targaryen loyalists for using Brandon's son as a bargaining chip, but agreed to the demands as Robert couldn't simply execute the Crown Land nobles in the first place. So Robert had drafted a letter that would pardon the Crown Land nobles in exchange for Nathan Stark and bending the knee to King Robert. Now Ned was off to Duskendel, where Nathan Stark was being kept. "If they hurt a hair on the boy's head, you have my permission to cut them all down," Robert said as Ned readied his horses and handed Ned the letter. "It won't come to that, Robert," John said with a small sigh as he looked at Ned. "They agreed to bend the knee. The letter is just confirmation and for you to get your nephew back. Once I have Nathan, I'll make my way to Lyanna," Ned said as his eyes turned fierce. They had found out that Lyanna was being kept in the Tower of Joy by the remaining Kingsguard in Doran. Once he ensured his nephew's safety, Ned would go save his sister. "I see Duskendel," one of Ned's men said as he looked in the distance. "And it looks like we have a welcome party." Ned narrowed his eyes and saw soldiers in the distance along with several well-dressed men. "Be on guard," Ned said as he kicked his horse, picking up speed. Once they were close enough, Ned slowly came to a stop before demounting his horse. He then slowly walked forward before looking at the various Crown Land nobles. "Who speaks for you?" Ned called out, his hand resting on ice. One noble stepped forward. He was the same age as Ned, with long white hair, violet eyes, and sun-kissed skin. He wore sea-green armor with a white gold seahorse brooch. "Valerian," Ned thought as he looked at the man. "I am Montford Valerian, and I speak for the Crown Land nobles," the young man said in a firm tone. "We swear fealty to King Robert Baratheon, in exchange for a pardon. And you shall all receive a pardon and show fealty to King Robert on a later date, but only in exchange for Nathan Stark," Ned said as he narrowed his eyes at the man. "Where is my nephew?" Montford was silent for a moment before he looked back and gave a nod to the soldiers. The soldiers parted to reveal a peasant woman holding a small child in her arms. The young woman looked scared as she started to walk forward until she stood next to Mandord. She then placed the child down and Ned finally laid eyes on his nephew. The first thing Ned noticed was the hair, which was snow white, unlike Brandon's black hair. The second thing Ned noticed was the young boy's eyes, which were a deep blue, like Brandon's. When Ned finally looked at the boy's face, Ned felt his breath taken away. He looked exactly like Brandon, same eyes, same nose, and same chin. The only thing that was slightly different was the boy's cheeks, which were more defined. The young boy hid behind the woman's leg, giving Ned a nervous look. Ned gently stepped forward before going down to the boy's level, giving him a gentle smile. "Hello Nathan," Ned said in a gentle tone, making the boy peek out from behind the young woman. "My name is Ned Stark, I'm your uncle." "Uncle?" Nate said in a small tone as he peeked out from behind the woman. "Did you know Papa?" Ned felt his heart clench at the boy's words and the quiet wolf to hold himself back from shedding a tear. "I did know your father, he was my older brother. That makes us family," Ned said in a gentle tone as Ned glanced around, noticing the lack of the boy's mother. "Where is your mother?" "Mama went to sleep and never woke up again," the boy said sadly. "I miss Mama." Ned felt stunned. Rena was dead. Ned looked to Montford, who gave a small sigh. After Rena found out about Brandon's passing, she became distraught. She barely ate and could barely look at the boy without crying. "She passed a few moons ago," Montford said in a somber tone about the passing of someone from his house. Ned shook his head with a sad look in his eyes. "More death, that's all this war brought," Ned thought before putting on a smile for the boy before him. "Will you come with me to the north, Nathan? Do you know what the north is?" That made little Nate nod his head with a smile on his face. "Mama told me the north is my home, my papa's home," Nate said with a childish smile, making Ned give a small laugh. "And it's my home as well, it's where you have more family waiting for you," Ned said as he held his hand out to the boy. "Will you come to the north with me?" Nathan looked at the hand with a tilt of his head before he took it, making Ned gently close his hand around the small one. As Ned was about to gently pull the boy with him, Nathan grabbed the peasant girl's hand. "Let's go, Pepper," Nathan said while looking up at the girl with a smile. The poor peasant girl looked shocked before giving Nathan a gentle smile as she knelt. "I'm sorry little Nate, I can't come with you. This is where we part ways." Nathan blinked before his lips started to wobble as tears formed in the corner of his eyes. "You can't come." Pepper looked at the little boy with her heart breaking as she struggled to speak. "I plan to take Nathan back to King's Landing," Ned said as he looked at the young woman. "I also plan to travel to Dawn before coming back. I need someone to watch the boy before I return to the north. If you come, I promise you will be well compensated for taking care of the heir to the north." The young woman looked at Ned with shock and slight fear as she glanced at Montfort, who gave the girl a slight nod. Pepper then turned to Nate with a small smile as she grabbed his hand. "I can come with you, Nate, but only for so long," Pepper said gently as she smiled, making Nathan smile. Ned gave a small laugh as he stood up. He then turned to Montfort and his face instantly became grim again. Ned reached into his satchel and pulled out the royal letter, which Montfort took. "I thank you for taking care of my nephew," Ned said in an honest tone as he saw not a single cut on the boy's body. "And for not turning him over to the Mad King." Lord Montfort's face became softer as he looked at Nathan. "While we supported the Targaryens, we did not support the Mad King. We had hoped for a different king on the Iron Throne," Montfort said in an honest tone. Ned gave a simple nod to the man as he gently pulled Nathan, while Nathan pulled Pepper. "So, that's the boy," Robert said as he looked down at Nathan, and Nathan looked up at Robert with wide eyes. "He looks like Brandon, though the hair," Robert grumbled before shaking his head and smiling at Nathan. "You're big," Nathan said while pointing up at Robert, getting a hearty laugh out of the new king. "That I am, and I expect you to become as big as me one day," Robert said with a wide smile as he looked at Ned, his face turning serious. "Now that you have your nephew back, you ride for Lyanna," Ned said as his face turned grim. Ned then glanced at Nathan, who was playing with the peasant girl Pepper. "Please watch over my nephew Robert, he is heir to the north. No one will even look at the boy funny, you have my word," Robert said with a serious face. "I couldn't do anything for Brandon, but I can do this at least," he said before giving a frustrated sigh. "I should be going with you for Lyanna, not stuck here in this shithole of a city. You are needed here, you are king now," Ned said as he glared to the side to see certain soldiers walking about. "You need to hold King's Landing before others try to worm their way into power." Robert gave a frustrated sigh as he glared at the Lannister men. Already Tywin Lannister was trying to push a marriage between his daughter Cersei Lannister and Robert, as Robert needed a powerful backer in the south if he wanted to keep the Iron Throne. Robert denied Tywin and said he would only marry Lyanna. They were good for something at least, as they were already helping in the reconstruction of King's Landing. Excuse my lords." Robert and Ned turned to the peasant girl Pepper, who was looking at the two nervously. "I was hoping to get some books for little Nate, he likes it when I read to him and he's already trying to learn." "Ha, looks like he has his grandfather's smarts," Robert said with a laugh, making Ned smile. "I'll get you plenty of books, girl, that fucking Maester has to have a few." Ned gave a small nod to Robert before making his way over to Nathan, who was playing with a wooden horse. "Nathan," Ned said, grabbing the boy's attention. "I need to go away for a while to pick up your aunt, so I need you to stay here and be good. Pepper, John, and Robert will look after you." "Okay, Uncle Ned," Nathan said as he hugged Ned, who smiled and hugged back. "Be back soon. Let us go find some books for you to read," little Nate, Pepper said as she escorted Nathan out of the room with a few storm guards following for protection. "So, happy about your nephew being heir to the north?" Robert said with a small chuckle. "It is his right by blood, I am only doing my duty," Ned said in a serious tone, making Robert laugh louder. "And it has nothing to do with the fact you don't want to be Lord of the North," Robert snorted, making Ned cough into his hand. "If the boy is anything like his father, the North is in good hands." "True, but the North has suffered a lot in the war," Ned said while rubbing his face. "It will take time to rebuild, not to mention the headache I'll get from Hoster Tully. He wanted his blood to rule the North." "Oh, piss on him," Robert scoffed as he glared forward. "That bastard held you at the Twins and forced you to marry his daughter. His ambition is coming to bite him in the ass. If he says anything about Brandon's son, you tell me and I'll bash his fucking skull in with my hammer," Robert said as he waved his fist. Ned gave a smile to his old friend. "Thank you, Robert, but I can handle Hoster Tully by myself, Ned said with a small chuckle. As for the North itself, I owe them a lot, Robert said in a serious tone, something that was rare for the man. Let's be serious, Ned, without the North I would have no chance to gain the Iron Throne and crush the Mad King. It was Northern blood that gained me the Iron Throne, Robert said as he turned to Ned with his hand raised. As King of the Seven Realms, I grant the North 5 million gold dragons for its support in the war. Use it to rebuild Moat Cailin, cause gods know I'm going to need close friends in this viper pit. Ned's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Robert with a stunned expression. Robert, I can't take it, It's nothing compared to what was lost in the war, and it'll get the Northern Lords off your ass, Robert said with a wave of his hands. Just take the gold and use it to make things easier for your nephew once he becomes Lord Stark. That made Ned pause. While the Quiet Wolf would have turned down the coin for himself as he saw it as too much, he knew the North would need it in the coming future, especially with Hoster Tully no longer having his blood rule the North. Rebuilding the Moat Cailin would secure the North once more, and with what money left over they could invest in food or even ships. Giving a small sigh, Ned nodded his head, making Robert laugh. Good, now go, Robert said as his voice turned more somber. Go and bring Lyanna back, so I can make her Queen of Westeros. Ned gave a nod as he left. He needed to find his sister. 1 month later. With that, the reconstruction of the city is going very well, Jon said with a tired smile on his face as he put a paper down. Good, now if only this place didn't smell like shit, Robert said as he leaned back in his chair. How's the boy doing? Robert asked with some interest, the first of the day. Quite well, all things considered, Jon said with a tired smile. The peasant girl has taken good care of the lad. They spend a great deal of the day in the royal library reading books. Poor lady can't answer most of the questions the boy asks. He's always so curious. Isn't that why we sent the lad to have lessons with Grand Maester Pycelle? To give the old fuck something to do other than kiss Lannister's ass, Robert said with a snort. Jon sighed as he shook his head. We did, and from what the Grand Maester has said, young Nathan is very intelligent for his age, already able to read most words in the books, Jon said in a pleased tone, happy to see a bright noble would inherit the North. Perhaps I can show the lad how to use a sword when there is some time today, Robert said with a small chuckle. The last thing we need is a maester ruling the North. The Northern Lords would eat the boy alive. Jon snorted at that. While he favored intelligence over swordplay, Jon knew lords would not respect a weak lord. When Nathan wasn't reading books or learning under Pycelle, he was playing with swords with some of the guards entertaining the young boy. Even Robert took to teaching the lad how to wield a sword. There was even an incident a few days ago where young Nate tried to wield Robert's warhammer. Robert laughed in good-natured at the young boy's attempt to wield the heavy weapon, which the boy could only drag around, before telling the boy it would be a few years before he could lift such a thing. Jon couldn't help but sigh in relief at Robert's treatment of Nathan. The Vale Lord had feared that with Nathan's Valyria features, Robert might hate the boy for looking similar to the Targaryens, if only slightly. Fortunately, Robert had taken a shine to the boy, seeing him as Brandon's son and Ned's nephew, and nothing related to the Targaryens. Suddenly the door to the room burst open, and a guard entered. Your Grace, Ned Stark has returned. Robert was up in an instant and nearly ran out of the room with Jon close behind. They ran through the Red Keep until they reached the throne room, and instantly saw Ned with much less of his men with him. Ned, where is she, where is Lyanna? Robert said as he looked around, fear creeping into his voice when he didn't see his love. Ned's head fell before it shook. I'm sorry, Robert, she is gone, Ned said in a somber tone. Robert looked stricken while Jon lowered his head in sympathy, knowing how much Robert and Ned loved Lyanna. Damn them, damn those dragons to hell. Robert growled as his fist shook with rage. I wished I made that fucking dragon prince suffer before I killed him. While Robert vented his anger, Jon noticed the bundle in Ned's arms, a baby. Who is that child, Ned? Jon asked as he stepped closer to look at the baby, seeing the baby that had black hair and blue eyes. This is Jon Snow, he's my bastard, Ned said in a somber tone, while Jon Arryn and Robert felt their jaws drop. His mother died, so I've decided to raise him along with my true-born children. Despite learning of Lyanna's death, Robert couldn't help but laugh. The Honorable Ned Stark bore a bastard. This is a new age, Robert said with amusement as he shook his head, making Ned cough. Cat is going to kill you, Robert said with an amused smile, making Ned gulp. I will deal with Caitlin once I return north, Ned said with a sigh as he looked around. Where is Nathan? At this time, probably in the training yard. He likes playing with the wooden swords, John said as he glanced out the window. Take me to him. We must leave for the north with haste to settle in, Ned said as Robert led them out of the throne room. Be sure to take the gold I promised you before you leave, Robert said as he smiled at Ned. Rebuild Moat Cailin, so you can visit me in King's Landing before I go insane, Robert said with a loud laugh, while Ned nearly chuckled. That made John sigh as he rubbed his face. When he found out about the amount of coin Robert promised the North, he nearly fainted. 5 million gold was nothing to scoff at, as the money could have been used to rebuild King's Landing from the Lannister sacking, yet Robert insisted, as both Ned and the North had bled for Robert to gain the Iron Throne, and it was only right that they are rewarded. While John couldn't fault that, as the North had done the most in the war, he wished Robert hadn't given so much gold away. At least before the Mad King died he left the treasury full. Asterisk swish asterisk swish asterisk swish asterisk. Very good, lad, keep moving your feet. When Ned came onto the training ground he saw Barristan the Bold training Nathan with a wooden sword. The young Stark was hitting a training dummy while moving his feet around, the young lad panting hard while sweating up a storm. Control your breathing, panting so hard will only tire yourself out more, Barristan said as he stood next to Nathan. Nathan controlled his breathing as best he could before attacking the dummy. Your nephew has been busy, John said with a smile. While gone he has read many books, took lessons under Grand Maester Pycelle, and even trained in the training yard with various instructors, so Barristan has taken the boy under his wing and taught him a bit of swordplay when Robert was busy. Ned felt pride that his nephew wasn't ideal in his stay in King's Landing, and relief that nothing happened to him while he was gone. Suddenly Nathan turned his head as his eyes lit up at the sight of Ned. Uncle Ned! Nathan yelled as he threw the sword and rushed over to the young man. Ned laughed as Nathan ran into his waist and carefully hugged his nephew back. Nate pulled back with a wide smile before tilting his head as he pointed to Jon Snow in his arms. What's that? Giving a small smile, Ned knelt and showed Jon Snow to Nathan, getting wide eyes from the young boy. This is my son, Jon Snow. He's technically your cousin, Ned said as Nathan smiled at the baby. He's so small, Nathan said as he smiled at the baby, who tried to reach for Nathan's face. Hey, little one. Ned couldn't help but smile at the scene he saw between cousins. Ned was one of the few in Westeros who knew that Jon Snow was not his son, but his nephew instead, the son of his sister Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar, heir to the Iron Throne. Ned still remembered the cold smile Robert had when Tywin Lannister brought him the bodies of Rhaegar's children. Ned didn't know if Robert would do the same to Jon Snow, but the Lannisters would, and Jon didn't want to put Lyanna's son in danger. So Ned would carry Lyanna's son as his bastard, taking the shame so he could live. Nathan, Ned said in a serious tone, grabbing his nephew's attention. It's time we returned to the north, our home. Nathan smiled at that, making Ned smile as well. Can we bring Pepper with us? Now Ned's smile turned sad, as he shook his head. We can't, Pepper's family is here. But one day you can visit her again when you are older. That made Nathan frown as he looked around. Will I see King Robert and Grandpa Bold again? Robert gave a loud laugh as he walked up and knelt to Nathan. You can see me whenever you are in the south, Nathan Stark. King's Landing will be your home, Robert said as he ruffled Nathan's hair, making Nathan smile. Barristan smiled at Nathan and gave a small bow. While I would have loved to take you as my squire, your place is the north, young Lord Stark. While Nathan frowned, he did not cry as he nodded his head. I'll be a good lord, the greatest lord of the north. Nathan said with a big smile, making all the adults laugh. With that said, Ned started to gather his men, the 5 million gold dragons as Robert promised, and everything Nathan had, such as a collection of books from the royal library. Ned and Robert said their goodbyes, promising to see each other again when they rebuilt what was destroyed in the war. Ned also handed a letter to Jon, telling him to send a raven to his brother Benjen to start reconstruction on Moat Cailin, to which Jon easily agreed. Once everything was loaded, Ned hopped on his horse with Nathan and rode off, heading for the north. 1 month later. Ned smiled as he saw Riverrun in the distance, the seat to house Tully where his lady wife was staying, and possibly his child. Ned was informed of Caitlyn's pregnancy in the middle of the war, and Ned couldn't be happier, as Ned now had something more to fight for. Glancing at Nathan on his horse and Little John riding with one of his men, Ned now felt some dread. Caitlyn and Lord Tully wanted Ned's child to rule the North, not Brandon's child. However, Ned would not abandon Brandon's child to satisfy Lord Tully. Ned might not be the best when it came to politics, but he knew Hoster Tully put Ned in a tight spot when he held him and his army at the Twins. Pushing forward, Ned entered the castle and saw his wife and good father welcoming Ned with smiles. In Caitlyn's arms was a small bundle, making Ned smile. Jumping off his horse, Ned made his way to his wife and the two shared a kiss, though Ned was a little stiff. "Welcome home, Ned," Caitlyn said in a lovely voice as she showed Ned the small bundle. "Say hello to your son, Robb Stark." Ned was blown away as he saw his son. He was small but had a tuft of red hair on his head and looked at Ned with bright blue eyes. "Baby," Nathan suddenly said while pointing to the bundle in Kat's arms, a wide smile on his face. Both Kat and Hoster looked at Nathan with confusion, Hoster giving Nathan an annoyed look. "Who is this Stark?" Hoster asked Ned with a raised brow. Ned took a deep breath and faced his good father without any hesitation. "This is Nathan Stark, son of Brandon Stark and Rena Valerian," Ned said as one of his men stepped forward. William showed off the bundle in his arms. "And this is Jon Snow, my bastard." Both Caitlyn and Hoster were beyond shocked by this information before they both became enraged. "A bastard, you sired a bastard," Caitlyn said hatefully as she tried to control her anger for Robb, as Ned bowed his head. "And what's this talk of Nathan Stark?" Hoster said while glaring at the white-haired boy, who was still looking at Robb in Caitlyn's arms. "Brandon was never married, so this child must be a bastard as well." Ned shook his head and started to explain everything, about Brandon's secret marriage of passion to Rena Valerian, and how they sired a child together before Brandon was killed some years ago. "You knew," Hoster said while glaring hatefully at Ned, yet Ned glared back. "You knew your brother had a son and did not tell me." "I was thinking of the war and getting my sister and nephew back as soon as possible while they were in Targaryen hands, not debating with you as you held us at the Twins." Ned growled at Lord Tully, yet the Lord did not back down. "If I mentioned my nephew, you would have held us at the Twins until you got something out of this war. I needed to save what family I had left, not please your ambition," Ned said before his face grew distraught. "Even then, I could not save Lyanna." That made Caitlyn's face soften as she noticed Ned did not come back with her sister, who he went to war for. Instead, Caitlyn saw a box in the far back of Ned's men, most likely the box that held his sister. As much as Caitlyn wanted to rave at Ned for having a bastard, she held her tongue for now. Her husband had lost much in the war, a brother, a father, and now a sister. She would hold her anger for her husband until later, as a good lady should. Hoster glared at Ned Stark for a long moment. "Then perhaps you should take up the Stark lordship," Hoster said in an even tone, making Ned's eyes widen. "You have fought in the war, bleed for House Stark, you deserve to be Lord of the North." "No," Ned said in a cold tone as he glared at Hoster. "I will not betray my brother and steal my nephew's birthright. I will be acting Lord until Nathan Stark comes of age, where he will become Lord Paramount of the North," Ned said before he sighed. "Once the time comes, I will become Lord of Moat Cailin." Now both Caitlyn and Hoster became confused at Ned. "But Moat Cailin is in disrepair and abandoned." But I was rewarded with 5 million gold for the North's contribution to the war," Ned said, getting shocked looks from the Tullys. "I will rebuild Moat Cailin, and with whatever gold is left over we will use it for the North." Caitlyn gave a small sigh of relief. While she did want to be Lady of Winterfell, she understood that Ned would not steal his nephew's birthright for himself. Ned was not that kind of man. With Ned becoming Lord of Moat Cailin one day, her son would inherit the castle that guarded the North from the south. Her family would be more than secure, even if there was a bastard near. Hoster still grumbled and glared at Ned and Nathan, who were still looking at baby Robb. He wanted his blood in the Stark line. He already married his other daughter to Jon Arryn, Lord Paramount of the Vale. If Nathan Stark hadn't been born or died at King's Landing, his daughter would have been Lady of Winterfell and his grandchildren would be Lord Paramount instead. As Hoster looked into Ned's eyes, he knew the quiet wolf wouldn't budge. The North held high honor for their family, not unlike House Tully's words. Hoster felt his shoulders slump slightly. His grandchildren may never inherit the North, but Moat Cailin would still strengthen House Tully. And should anything happen to Nathan Stark, his children would inherit the North anyway. We can't stay long, Ned said as he looked at the two with a sad look. I wish to lay my sister in Winterfell as soon as possible. Catelyn sighed as she straightened up. Yes, my husband, please come in and take a rest. We will talk later, Catelyn said with narrowed eyes, making Ned sigh. Come along, Nathan, Ned said as he grabbed his nephew's hand. Let us rest before we make our way to the north. After 2 days of resting and restocking supplies, Ned made his way towards the north with Catelyn and his son Robb at his side. Ned had reserved an earful from his lady wife on Jon. His wife practically demanded Ned abandon the baby at the nearest village and not look back. When Nathan heard they would leave Jon behind, he started crying, to which Ned had to comfort Nathan and tell him they would not abandon Jon, and that Cat was just angry. After that, Ned set Catelyn straight and told the woman he would not abandon his son to fend for himself, that it was his responsibility. That made Catelyn stop talking about abandoning Jon, but Ned still caught his wife glaring at the baby. They stopped briefly at the twins, not wanting to deal with Lord Walder Free for long, and were hosted for a day. Ned did not like Walder Free. The man was vile and slimy like a snake, old and well past his prime, yet continued to marry woman after woman to create a large number of sons and daughters to use as pawns. The man had large ambitions, but his tactics were horrid. He put people into hard situations until they gave him what he wanted, such as marrying his children off to nobles and merchants for any gain, or those people selling their children to his family. During the war, Walder Frey chose no side as the man wanted to choose the winning side without putting himself in danger, and as Lord Frey finally made a choice, he sent men to a battle that was already over. Thus everyone looked down on the man for his inaction, some even calling him late Lord Frey. When Ned and his family ate together, Walder Frey was not subtle in his insults of the North and the Starks for being weak after fighting the war, which made Ned grip his hand to hold his rage. The highlight of the night, however, was when Nathan pointed at Walder Frey and asked if the man was dead, as he looked like a skeleton. Ned hid a laugh while Catelyn looked shocked but cracked a smile. Ned's men were not so kind as they laughed without restraint, making Walder Frey glare at Nathan and ask if that is how the northern nobles act. Yet even if Walder Frey was upset, the man still tried to set a betrothed contract between one of his daughters and Nathan, saying some southern blood would strengthen House Stark. Ned instantly turned Walder Frey down before leaving with haste, not wanting to deal with the petty lord and his ambition. After leaving the twins, Ned and his family and men traveled until they reached the Moat Cailin, where Ned saw stone masters already working on reconstruction. It would be years before Moat Cailin was up to its former glory, but there was progress. There Ned met his younger brother Benjen and introduced Nathan, his son Robb, and Jon. When Ned told Benjen about Lyanna's death, his brother was devastated, but Benjen shocked Ned by telling him he was one of the witnesses to Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar's wedding, as Benjen happened to be close by. Ned had told his brother about Jon's origins, shocking his younger brother greatly. Making him my bastard will keep him safe from any who may recognize him as Rhaegar's child, Ned said while looking down at Lyanna's son in his arms. When will you tell him of his origins? Benjen asked while giving a small smile to his nephew. When he becomes a man of his own, no sooner, or he may be in danger of revealing his secret, Ned said with a sigh, not looking forward to that conversation. Benjen sighed and looked at his other nephew hitting a nearby tree with a wooden sword, making him smile. He has Brandon's spunk. That made Ned give a small smile and laugh. He has Brandon's spirit in him. Can hardly sit still and says what's on his mind. Ned said before remembering what Nate said to Walder Frey during their bread visit, making Ned laugh and Benjen raise a brow at him. He does not hold back. Listen to what he said when he saw Lord Frey. When Ned told Benjen about his stay in the twins and Nathan called Walder Frey a walking corpse, Benjen couldn't hold his laughter back. He's Brandon's son all right. Benjen said with a wide smile, while Ned chuckled. I am glad, very glad. Benjen said before he gave a small snort. To be honest, brother, I am relieved Brandon had a son. You are a good man, brother, and you will make a good lord, but I don't think you can lead the North like Brandon would have. I can't, Ned agreed, getting a surprised look from Benjen. I know my limits, Benjen. I can lead men into battle and keep the peace. But leading the North? Brandon was born to do that. Ned said with a weary sigh as he smiled at Nathan. and I think Nathan is also born to lead the North. Both Stark men smiled at their nephew, who continued to play, feeling the future was a little more secure now. That's Winterfell, Nathan said with a look of awe on the young boy's face. My nephew, Ned said with a look of pride on his face. And one day when you are big and strong you will inherit the North and Winterfell, Ned said before he gained a serious look on his face. But it will not be easy. You will need to be strong-willed, and a good leader if you truly want to rule the North, Ned said before he kicked his horse, picking up speed. But for now, we return home. The Starks rode up to Winterfell and the gates opened before Ned could even call out. Once inside, Ned was greeted by Winterfell's Master of Arms, Sir Roderick Castle, and Mayor Stillowin with baby Jon in his arms. My lord, welcome home, Sir Roderick said while he and Lewin bowed to Ned. Ned quickly raised his hand with a small smile. I am only Lord Regard of the North, Ned said, getting a confused look from the two as Ned put a hand on Nathan's shoulder. This is Nathan Stark, son of Brandon Stark. That made the two men and others near look at the boy in shock and awe. Ned then went on to explain Nathan's origins, bringing some amusement and understanding to those who listen. Now I understand why Lord Regard was so agitated with Brandon all those years ago, Mayor Stillowin said with an amused smile. Hello Nathan Stark, I am Mayor Stillowin, and I will be teaching you. Does Winterfell have books? Nathan asked while pouncing on his feet, making Ned give a small laugh. The boy likes books, Ned said, gaining a look of amusement from Mayor Stillowin. Then perhaps he will learn better than his father. By the old gods, he was near impossible to teach. Mayor Stillowin sighed but put on a smile. I trust you saw the progress of Moat Cailin. I did. Benjen is overseeing the construction, Ned said as his men started to unload their belongings. Generous of the king to give such a large amount of coin to the North, Sir Roderick said before a sad look crossed his face as he saw the casket being brought in. But it won't make up for what we lost. Ned gave a solemn nod as his sister's body was carried into Winterfell. Cat walked up to Ned and gave him a comforting smile, something Ned appreciated. The quiet wolf looked down at his nephew Nathan, who continued to look around with wonder, a big smile on his face. I'll raise your son right, Brandon, and your son as well, Lyanna, Ned said with determination as he looked at little Jon. I'll raise them both, and give them good lives. For the good of House Stark, Ned thought with determination. Chapter 2. Third person P.O.V. That's it, boys, don't let up, Sir Roderick called out as two boys fought. The first boy was a simple squire, learning under one of the few knights of Winterfell. He was tall and had short brown hair and brown eyes, wielding a dull long sword. The second boy was Nathan Stark, future Lord of Winterfell. He was 4.5 feet tall, with short but loose white hair and deep blue eyes like his father. Some of the men joked he was the prettiest boy in all the North. Nathan set them straight after giving them a bloody nose after a quick spar. The boy was only 10 yet fought with the ferocity of a hungry wolf, making the older squire go on the defensive as he tried to find an opening. Suddenly the squire took a step back before raising his practice sword high and striking down, aiming for Nathan's armored head. The young Stark did not block the attack, but sidestepped it instead, making the squire hit the ground. Nathan wasted no time kicking the squire in the side hard, knocking him down before pointing the dull plaid at the squire's neck, making him stiffen. And you are dead, Sir Roderick said, making the squire slump in defeat. Remember boys, most fights won't be clean duels like the South thinks. They are bloody and painful, and your opponent will do everything possible to put you on the ground. So you should do just as much to survive, Sir Roderick said, getting nods from the other young boys and men. Now get back to work. Nathan sighed as he sheathed his sword and offered his hand to the squire, who took it and got up. Impressive as always, my lord, the squire said with a sigh, while Nathan patted his shoulder. I've had years of practice and I am quite talented. I'm sure in a few years you'll easily catch up to me, Nathan said as he took off his helmet, and the squire nodded. Go train with the others, and we'll have a spar on another day. The squire nodded as he walked away to join the others in training. Hard at work as always. Nathan turned to see his uncle Ned Stark walk next to him, smiling at Nathan. I think the boys are still amazed by your skill, Ned said with an amused look as he looked to the side, and Nathan followed his eyes. Not far away Nathan saw Robb Stark and Jon Snow, both boys hiding poorly behind a wall as they looked at Nathan in awe. When Nathan smiled at them both, the boys gasped before running away. "I thought they had lessons," Nathan said with an amused look. "They convinced Lewin to let them out early to see you train. They keep asking me to teach them how to use swords," Ned said while shaking his head, but still had a smile on his face. Ned now had 4 children, Rob and John, both boys of the tender age of 6, and Sansa and Arya, 2 girls, with Sansa being 4 and Arya just turning 3. Kat was also pregnant with Ned's 4th child, and it would be a few months before the child was born. Ned felt his life come back together with each of his children being born, and was very happy that Nathan considered his cousins to be more of his siblings, as the older boy loved all of them and nearly spoiled them all from time to time. Yet Nathan was a guiding hand when needed, such as when Rob and John tried to skip their lessons from time to time, and Nathan put his foot down and told them the importance of Lewin's lessons. The boys would listen for the most part, as they both looked up to Nathan like an older brother. "Well, I started training with a sword when I was 4, Nathan said with a grin while puffing his chest out. "You swung a wooden sword around like a mad boy until you got tired. You only started taking your sword training seriously when you were 6, Ned said with a pointed look, making Nathan cough. Ned couldn't help but smile down at Nathan. 6 years Ned has raised the boy, and the quiet wolf couldn't be happier. Nathan was turning into the ideal heir for House Stark, intelligent but wise enough to know he didn't know everything, and skilled with a blade to put anyone his age to shame. The boy was also full of life like his father, always having a smile on his face that lifted others. Not to mention the boy had a big heart, always wanting to help others the best way possible, but not simply giving handouts, as he knew that would only be short-term help. Over the 6 years Ned raised Nathan, things were quiet in the north for the most part, as the northern lords were happy with the reconstruction of Moat Cailin, feeling the north was more secure from the south than ever before. There were a few incidents in the past that Ned did wish to avoid, such as Nathan having to witness the execution of a man who had killed his wife and child in a blind rage, or when Ned and Nate visited some nearby villages that were attacked by bandits, and what they found was not very pleasant. Yet despite the hardships, Nathan continued to smile, work hard, and strive to be a strong lord when he came of age. "Well, I better get back to training," Nathan said, stretching his arms. "I have a long session with Maester Lewin, something I can't miss," Nathan said before turning to Ned with a serious look. "Also, can you visit me and Maester Lewin later today? We have something important to discuss." That made Ned gain a serious look as well. Over the past few weeks, Nathan has been meeting with Maester Lewin and having long discussions with the old man. Ned didn't know why his nephew was meeting Lewin every day beyond lessons, but he trusted his nephew and gave him his privacy. Now it seems his nephew would finally tell Ned what all the secrecy was all about. Nathan sat quietly in Maester Lewin's study with several books on the round table they sat at. The two were in silence as they combed through the many books they had available, writing down whatever they could find. Lewin looked at the heir to House Stark and couldn't help but give a small smile. The boy, despite being so young, had the heart of a wolf, as he liked to think. He was kind and caring to his family and people, practically adoring all of his family members and finding ways to help the people, such as training a few peasants to guard villages from thugs and bandits. Yet against those who threatened his people, Nathan was hard and almost ruthless, only showing mercy to those who surrendered and were willing to face the consequences. That was why there was a large pile of books in Lewin's study, as Nathan was trying to find ways to help the North as a whole. Suddenly the door to Lewin's study opened and Ned Stark walked in. The quiet wolf gave the pile of books a raised brow as Lewin stood up and gave a quick bow. "Lord Stark," Lewin said out of complete respect, to which Ned nodded back. Nathan put his book down and smiled at Ned. "Glad you could make it, Uncle. We have something we like to discuss with you." "I am always willing to listen, nephew," Ned said as he sat at the table with Nathan and Maester Lewin. In the past, Nathan had brought Ned on a few discussions on how to better the North as a whole. Most were just ideas and discussions, such as finding specific food that could grow in the cold, or finding mines, as the North had a lot of untapped resources. Ned considered a lot of what Nathan said, but couldn't follow through with the plan, as it was very risky, even with the gold left over from the reconstruction of Moat Cailin. If any of the plans or ideas fail, they lose gold that could have been used for stocking food for winter. "We've come up with a plan to help bring food in during the coming winter, and strengthen the North," Nathan said as Ned gave the boy his full attention. With the reconstruction of Moat Cailin, we still have under 4 million gold dragons left over, and we feel that money should be invested. Ned folded his hands at his nephew's words and gained a thoughtful look. Thanks to the North's frugal lifestyle, Ned had Moat Cailin reconstructed to its former glory while saving most of the gold by avoiding anything that was deemed unnecessary. The Northern Lords were more than willing to help in the reconstruction of Moat Cailin, as most lords already sending men to defend the North. Most of the lords have already sent men to guard Moat Cailin under Benjen along with other skilled men. I am willing to hear out your plans, Ned said, giving Nathan his full attention. However, I make no promises. The gold could be used to feed the North for years if we save it right, remember that. I understand, Uncle, I just want to find a way for the North to become more independent, Nathan said, understanding the situation, but wanting to strive for more. We rely too heavily on the South giving us food during winter, and because of that they extort the North for most of our gold, leaving us the poorest kingdom of the 7, and that hunts any growth in times of need. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build something thanks to King Robert being so generous with the North. However, coming next winter it is very likely the South, such as the Reach and even the Riverlands, will ask for massive amounts of coin to be given for mere food because they know we have the gold to pay for it but we don't have food. We should find ways to become more independent now before the next winter. Ned looked very thoughtful at his nephew's words, as what the young Stark said was true. The Reach and other kingdoms did extort the North in times of need, greedily taking every gold, silver, and copper before giving scraps of food while looking down at them. It was one of the reasons the Northern Lords hated the South and wanted nothing to do with them. Even Ned himself somewhat resented what the South had done in the past, but he knew being angry would do nothing except cloud his judgment. However, Nathan was different, something Ned had seen very early on in the boy's life. Whenever Nathan was upset or angry, such as losing a spar or failing to answer a question during Maester Lewin's lessons, the boy would use his anger and frustration to push himself even harder until he became better. When Nathan learned how badly the South mistreated the North over food, the boy was very upset as he loved the North. "Do not worry, Lord Stark," Maester Lewin said with a smile and a look of pride on his face. "Young Nathan and I have had long discussions on what he plans to do, and I must say I fully support them and feel they are worth the risk." Hearing Maester Lewin support Nathan put Ned at ease. The man was brilliant and loyal to House Stark, someone Ned trusted with his life and house. If Maester Lewin supported Nathan's ideas, Ned would consider them. "All right, what do you plan to do?" Ned asked as he nodded to his nephew. Nathan glanced at Maester Lewin and the older man gave a nod. "With the gold we have, I feel we should create a northern fleet." Ned would admit, he was floored by such an idea. The North hasn't had a northern fleet since Brandon the Burner, who burned the fleet of ships the North owned after his father died at sea. From that point on the North never had a worthy fleet. The closest thing to a northern fleet would be the ships owned by House Marndale, and most were fishing and trading vessels. With a northern fleet, we can repurpose the ships to fish during winter, and if we dry the fishes out they will last for about a year at most, Nathan explained as he slid a paper over to Ned, to which the man quickly read it and found what Nathan said was true. Not to mention the ships can help protect the western coast from Ironborn raids, something that has always been a problem for the North. Ned was silent for a while, but he could see himself quickly agreeing with his nephew. A northern fleet would strengthen the North as a whole, and during winter fish would be aplenty as long as ships and people who knew how to use them were available. Still, Ned had his reservations. To build a northern fleet would be costly, very costly. "Do you plan for House Stark to pay for the entire fleet?" Ned asked with some worry, as such a fleet on both the west and east coast may take up all the gold Robert had given the North. While a fleet might be worth it, it was still a massive risk that may not show a profit for years. Much to Ned's relief, both Nathan and Maester Lewin shook their heads. No, as paying for the whole fleet in lands the Starks don't own would cause problems in the long run. "Instead, we came up with a plan," Nathan said as he grabbed another paper and slid it over to Ned. "House Forrester is a poor house but has large access to ironwood, which you know is the strongest wood in Westeros. Ships built from ironwood will last for years easily and can battle Ironborn ships. We plan to buy a very large amount of wood in bulk from House Forrester and have House Forrester transport the wood and provide carpenters. As for where the port will take place in the east and west, in the east Lord Marndale has the most experience handling ships, so we would have him handle the east coast. We'll cut a deal with Lord Marndale, we'll pay for the wood and help him expand his port to handle the number of ships. In exchange he provides gold to help with rope and other things needed for good ships, and experienced shipbuilders and sailors to go to the west coast to help. And where will the west port take place? Ned asked as he pulled about a map and looked it over. There was no large port in the west to handle such a fleet, so they would need to build it from scratch. The only place I can think of for a decent port in the west is Sea Dragon Point, Nathan said as he pointed to the spot, making Ned's eyes widen. The land is poor and swampy with a large number of hills, making it hard to farm, and no obvious resources like mines. However, Sea Dragon Point is rich in fish and other sea game, such as fish, crabs, clams, otters, and seals. Not to mention its natural structure will make it easier to build a port with the number of coves it has. House Glover controls that area. If we offer to help build a port and ships in Sea Dragon Point, House Glover will offer iron from their iron mines to help with the metal needed for the ships, along with some of the profits that can go into trading as compensation. Nathan said as he gained a smile. With House Stark buying the ironwood from House Forrester and paying other expenses such as laborious, House Marndale providing rope, shipbuilders, and experienced sailors, and House Glover providing blacksmiths and iron needed to build the ships, House Stark would only have to provide about 800,000 gold at most to gain a northern fleet. That number made Ned wince. 800,000 gold was nothing to scoff at. However, with two other great noble houses helping in the construction of a northern fleet on both the east and west, that price was very reasonable overall. 800,000 gold now for a northern fleet to provide food and protection, it was almost too good to pass up. Ned suddenly noticed Mayor Stillowin had not said a word through the entire conversation, as the old man smiled at Ned. Nothing to add, Mayor Stillowin? Ned asked as the old man gave a small laugh. Young Nathan has been hard at work to convince you of this plan, which I fully support. Mayor Stillowin said with a nod. Fish and other sea game are always useful and aplenty, especially in winter. Not to mention fish last for long periods when frozen or dried, making it ideal meat for when winter comes. Nathan's plan for having the other great house provide resources of their own to lower the cost for House Stark is also sound. If not, I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of a northern fleet on the west and east coast would cost over 2 million gold. Now Ned felt his balls shrivel at such a large number of gold needed without help from other great houses. Still, Ned said as he shook off the shock from such a large number. Your plan is sound, Nathan, and it may just work if everything goes right, but House Marndale, Glover, and Forrester would have to agree before we could do anything. Of course, Nathan said with a nod. Until the other lords agree, this is just a thought-out plan, which is why we need to convince them this is a worthy investment for the good of the North. Not to mention how beneficial it will be to their houses as a whole. Nathan said as he smiled at his uncle. I'm pretty sure I have you convinced this is a worthy idea, so let me try to convince the other lords this is a worthy plan. Very well, Ned said as he nodded his head, making Nathan's smile widen. I will summon Lord Marndale, Glover, and Forrester, and you will explain your plan to them. I will give you my full support and let the others know I am behind you, but it is up to you to convince them this is a worthy idea. I can do it, Uncle Nathan said with a smile. Lord Forrester will jump at the chance with the gold we'll provide him for the ironwood, as he only gains from this deal even if it doesn't pan out. Lord Marndale is a businessman and will see this as a long-term investment, something that will give his house more power and a better source of food in the coming winter. Lord Glover might be hesitant as he and his house have no experience in ships or ports. I will need to convince him that this is a worthy investment that will strengthen his house for years to come, and protect his land from Ironborn raids. Nathan said with a thoughtful look. What have you been teaching the Boilerwin? Ned said with shock, surprising a young boy with such strong business sense. Over the last few months, Nathan has asked me to teach him finances and numbers, taking a great deal of our learning time most days, Lewin said with a tired sigh, yet he still had a smile on his face. Trade is what makes a kingdom flourish, Nathan said as he gave a small sigh. The North doesn't have much to trade with the South and Essos, yet we continue to take from the South when we need food. For the North to become stronger, we need to become more independent. The first step for the North to become more independent is we need a steady supply of food. Nathan reasoned and Ned nodded along, agreeing with Nathan's reasoning. Game is all about chance, such as the chance to run into enough animals to feed a family, making it unreliable in the long run. Fishing is much more reliable as it can be done all year round. Yet it's impossible to only live off fish alone, as a proper diet is needed to grow. Even the Ironborn don't solely live off of fish. Nathan said as he grabbed a book and flipped it open. Maester Lewin and I have been combing through books and trying to find any food that may be able to grow in the cold of the north. We have already started to grow some food in the coldest areas in Starklands and the results are promising. And have you found anything? Ned asked, finding this much more enjoyable as farming was always stopped when winter started, giving a lot of men nothing to do but wait and hope they stocked up enough food to last through winter. If Nathan and Maester Lewin found any food that could grow in winter, it would be a major boon for the north. A good amount, Nathan said with a sigh but smiled. We have found that radishes, a grain called rye, potatoes, carrots, beets, certain berries, apples, and cabbages should be able to grow in the cold from what researchers say, Nathan said before shaking his head. However, the real problem is the snow. If a blizzard hits the farm it buries the food, and shoveling risks damaging the plants as a whole. Nathan said as he shook his head. If we could somehow gain better access to glass houses, we could grow food inside them, protecting the plants from the snow but allowing light to come in. Ned sighed while nodding his head. The fable glass houses were something any northern lord dreamed of having, as they would protect small farms from the harsh winter and still allow them to be grown with sunlight. The only problem was that Essos was the only place that knew how to make glass, and the glass makers of Essos guarded the secret closely as they made mountains of gold off the glass trade. It was known that sand was needed to make glass, however, the technique used was another matter entirely. To make a glass house would take a large amount of gold, and maintaining it would take just as much as glass can easily break in winter. No noble saw any long-term benefit to gaining a glass house, and a South Lord just saw a glass house as a novelty. House Stark was one of the few houses in the north to own glass houses, as they used them to grow certain foods and blue roses. One problem at a time, Nathan Maester Lewin said, making Nathan sigh and nod. First we focus on the Northern Fleet, then we try something else when we have time and resources. The Maester said as Ned nodded in agreement. I will write to the three lords and invite them to Winterfell to discuss the possible construction of the Northern Fleet, Ned said as he grabbed a blank paper and quill and started to write. Understand there is no guarantee this plan may work if the other lords don't agree. I will convince them, Nathan said with confidence, making Ned smile. Ned felt great pride in his nephew. If he was Lord of Winterfell he would only hold on to the gold and save as much as he could to buy food for the coming winter. However, Nathan changed Ned's mind. Ned remembered the lessons from his father, how before winter the North would save up every gold, silver, and copper, to buy food from the South to live past winter. The Southern lords would drive up prices on their excess food without mercy, leaving many houses poor until winter ended. This would stall any kind of development for most of the North, and anyone willing to take a risk and fail met with a swift end. That's how a good number of young noble houses met their end in the North and even the South. Yet Nathan was willing to take a chance with a well-thought-out plan, something Ned himself wouldn't dare to do. It's just as I thought, the North is in good hands. In the weeks to follow Ned sent out the letters and Nathan and Ned reserved quick responses from all three lords, saying they come to Winterfell. The first to arrive was Lord Gregor Forrester, with his son Roderick Forrester. Gregor Forrester was an older man in well-crafted armor with aging grey hair, yet well cut. Roderick Forrester was a young man filled with much more life than his father, with thick brown hair and hair starting to grow on his face. Both Gregor and Roderick Forrester were welcomed into Winterfell by Nathan Stark and Ned Stark. Nathan found Lord Gregor to be quite pleasant and eager to do business with the Starks. Roderick was more reserved and looked at Nathan with a critical eye, yet the young man did not seem unpleasant. The next to arrive was Galbart Glover. He was a large and aged man, with a head of greying hair and a white beard. He was a battle-hardened man yet gave quick respect to Ned Stark and Nathan Stark, understanding he had business to deal with. To Nathan, he was the hardest to read. The last to arrive was Lord Waymon Marndale. When Nathan first laid eyes on the man he couldn't help but feel his jaw go slightly slack. Lord Wayman was called the Fat Lord, and for good reason, as the man was massive with a large belly, fingers the size of sausages, and multiple chins. He had golden blonde hair turning white and deep blue eyes, and he wore the most expensive robes Nathan had ever seen on a northern lord. Lord Marndale was so fat he didn't come into Winterfell on a horse, but a litter, which was a fancy wagon being pulled by a couple of horses. Lord Marndale was a pleasant man, joyful, and never ashamed of his weight despite how others looked at him. However, what Nathan saw behind Lord Marndale's eyes was intelligent. After all, you don't become the most prosperous northern lord without knowing a few tricks. When all the lords arrived, they gathered in the meeting room of Winterfell with Ned, Nathan, and Mayor Stillowin. Lord Marndale, Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, I thank you all for coming to Winterfell on such short notice, Ned said in a respectful tone as all lords bowed to him. It was no trouble, Lord Stark, though I will admit your letter was a bit vague, Lord Gregor said with slight confusion. Yes, something about an opportunity to strengthen our houses and the North as a whole. Lord Glover said with a slight huff. I'm willing to hear this out, though I have my reservations. Well, in truth this is not something I came up with, but my nephew, Nathan Stark, requested I call you all here, Ned said while looking to Nathan, who kept his composure. All the lords looked at Nathan with surprise and even some hesitation as they took in the boy's age, yet it was Lord Marndale seemed to be the only one to look amused. I assume whatever the young Stark Lord has to say, you fully support? Lord Marndale asked, grabbing the attention of the other lords. Ned nodded with a serious look on his face. I do, Lord Marndale. Despite my nephew's age, he came up with something I believe you will want to hear, as it has a strong market. I can understand your hesitation given his age, but all I ask is you hear him out. The lords were quiet for a moment as they looked at Nathan Stark, and the young boy managed to keep his calm face despite the intense looks the lords were giving him. After a few moments, the lords nodded, making Nathan give a small sigh. Thank you all, I understand your reservation, but I promise you all will agree with me once I finish explaining, Nathan said before taking a deep breath and looking to all the lords. As you know, after the war between House Baratheon and the Targaryens, Robert Baratheon rewarded the North with a large amount of gold for our contribution to the war. With the gold we rebuilt Moat Cailin to secure the North by land. However, we still have a good amount of gold left over after the reconstruction. With the amount of gold we have, I convinced my uncle we should take a chance before the coming winter. Nathan said as he saw all the lords now looking intrigued and giving Nathan his full attention. I believe if we all work together, we will be able to rebuild the Northern Fleet. That got shocked looks from all the lords. Both Lord Gregor and Roderick were floored by the statement. Lord Glover kept his compositor but blinked and shook his head as if to make sure he heard right. Lord Marndale had a face of pure shock, yet it quickly turned to pure joy. Lord Nathan, Lord Gregor said as he looked at the young boy with hesitation. How would we gain a Northern Fleet? Even with the gold, it may be impossible. If it was only House Stark that is pushing this, it would be, Nathan said with a nod as he looked at all the lords. However, if our noble houses band together, we would be able to create a Northern Fleet. With a Northern Fleet, we can protect the west coast from Ironborn raids, not to mention during winter we can repurpose the ships to catch fish before drying them out, allowing them to last for up to a year at most. And how would the other houses help in the creation of the Northern Fleet? Lord Glover said, giving Nathan a serious look. House Stark will pay for labor and will buy ironwood from House Forrester in large bulk to create the ships and ports, as long as House Forrester transports the wood to the desired areas, as ironwood is the strongest wood in Westeros. House Forrester will also lend experienced carpenters to cut the wood and men willing to work. Nathan said, getting a shocked but eager look from Lord Gregor, while Roderick felt his jaw drop. As for House Glover, we feel the best place to station the West Fleet is Sea Dragon Point, as it's far enough away from the Ironborn we can build without too much harassment. The amount of natural sea game in the area is plenty, and the natural coves make it ideal ships to dock without too much hassle. We ask that House Glover offer a large amount of iron for building the ships and port, and blacksmiths to create nails, hooks, and other things that are needed. Nathan said, and Lord Glover kept a neutral face on the matter for now. As for House Marndale, it is the only house in the north with many ships. I would ask Lord Marndale if he could lend several shipbuilders and experienced sailors to the west to teach the locals. Once the port at Sea Dragon Point is finished with several ships, We will work on expanding the Mandaeli fleet to the east to protect the coast from slavers and increase the number of fish we receive during winter. The lords all looked at Nathan as the young Stark looked back. The lords were quiet for a moment before Lord Mandaeli started to laugh. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The fat lord laughed with joy, making Nathan crack a smile. Know that House Mandaeli fully supports the idea behind rebuilding a northern fleet. We will provide experienced shipbuilders and sailors to whip the locals into shape. House Forrester agrees to the exchange of ironwood for gold. We will transport the wood and lend our carpenters and men. Lord Gregor agreed as his house would gain a good amount of gold straight from House Stark. Lord Glover was quiet for a long moment, making Nathan feel nervous. After a few moments, Lord Glover smiled and nodded his head. House Glover will provide iron for the ships and skilled blacksmiths. Nathan let out a breath while Ned looked at his nephew with pride. We will spend a few days working out the finer details and form a contract. If we all work together we will gain a northern fleet before winter. Nathan said with pride, making the other lords smile eagerly. After going over a few more things the lords left to rest for the long talk tomorrow. Once they left Nathan slumped in his chair with a sigh. Thank the old gods, Nathan said with a breath. They agreed. I wouldn't know what to do if they turned me down. Ned smiled as he patted Nathan on the back, a look of pride on the man's face. But they didn't because you came up with a solid plan that they could see the benefit in. But now we run into the problem of making sure everyone gets a fair share, Nathan said, making Ned raise a brow. Sea Dragon Point is in House Glover's land, so they'll want to appoint someone loyal from their house to run the land. Lord Mandaeli is investing his people but won't get anything until the port in Sea Dragon Point is finished, so he may ask for some compensation before Sea Dragon Point is finished. House Forrester isn't getting much out of this deal other than gold. They may ask for some long-term compensation as House Glover and Mandaeli are gaining a fleet of ships. One step at a time, Nathan, Ned said as he placed a hand on Nathan's shoulder, making the young boy smile. And remember, Maester Lewin and I will be at your side to help in any way. Thank you, Uncle, Nathan said as he smiled at Ned. You know, after this plan goes into motion we won't have much to do other than keeping the peace. Perhaps we can keep ourselves occupied. Ned sighed before raising a brow at his nephew. What do you have in mind? Ned said in a knowing tone. The Starks own a lot of land from Winterfell to Moat Cailin. Most of the land may have untapped resources such as mines we haven't discovered yet, Nathan said as he pulled out a map from a pile of papers and showed it to Ned. I think we should hire a few experts to survey the land and see if there are any untapped resources our ancestors may have missed, or even see if our old mines still hold anything. I once read that a noble house that was having hard times became so despite they started digging in a dried up mine just for scraps, but after digging just 3 feet deeper they found a gold vein, saving their house from starvation. Let us double-check any old mines our ancestors abandoned to ensure they are truly dried up. Ned rubbed his chin as he gave his nephew a hesitant look. In the past many Stark lords have done similar things and have found small pockets of rare metals and sometimes gems in their land, however, it was always small pockets and nothing that lasted for more than a few years. However, the Stark lords did not usually hire surveyors as they usually requested large sums of gold for compensation and most never found anything. It then became common for House Stark to pick a spot, start mining, and hope for the best. And we shouldn't call an expert from Westeros. Nathan suddenly added, making Ned raise a brow. Not from Westeros, why not? Because I don't trust the Citadel, Nathan said, surprising Ned quite a bit. Maester Lewin told me politics plays more in the Citadel than actual learning, and the maesters that we hire to survey our land may lie, as most maesters are from South noble houses and they wouldn't want to see a northern house grow strong out of spite, especially House Stark, Nathan said while shaking his head. I think we should hire a few experts from Essos, perhaps the Iron Bank. They follow their contracts like the law, and the worst they will try to do to House Stark is gain a portion of the mine in exchange for setting it up, or try to open a contract to buy the resources from us. It'll be a bit more expensive, but we'll get what we pay for without any political baggage, and we will have a connection to the Iron Bank, which is always useful. Ned was quiet for a long moment before he nodded his head slowly. While he wasn't as paranoid as his nephew, a part of him could see a southern maester doing as his nephew said. It was why most maesters in the north were from the north, as they understood the northern ways and were above petty politics like the south loved to play. Ned also knew the Iron Bank was reliable if you had the coin, though he didn't trust a foreign power too much. Then again, what harm could a couple of land surveyors do in the north? Very well, we will go with your other plan, Ned said, making Nathan grin. We'll talk to Lord Mondaly as he's the only northern lord who trades with the Essos, Ned said with a smile before he stood up. Now get some sleep, we have a long day tomorrow. The quiet wolf said as Nathan stood up and they left the room. The next few days were hectic between Nathan Stark, Mayor Stillowin, Ned Stark, and the lords of three noble houses. As Nathan predicted, all three houses wanted a little more out of the plan than just a northern fleet. Lord Glover made it clear that someone from his home would be Lord of Sea Dragon Point as the cove was in their land. However, it was a surprise to everyone when Lord Galbart Glover wanted his ward, a bastard named Laence Snow from House Hornwood, son of Harley's Hornwood, to be legitimized and become the Lord of Sea Dragon Point. Lord Galbart had raised the boy for a good while and had only good things to say about the lad, such as how smart and courageous he was and that he was a born leader. He also sweetened the deal by saying House Hornwood would support the construction of expanding the port for Lord Mondaly instead of waiting for Sea Dragon Port to be finished. The other lords were somewhat reluctant but agreed that once Laence Snow came of age he would be Lord of Sea Dragon Point, creating a new noble house. Ned said he would send a letter to King Robert to get Laence legitimized. However, the lords quickly realized that the other noble houses would make a fuss with a bastard gaining such wealth, even if he was legitimized. To quell the other noble houses from making things hard, it was best if Laence was betrothed to a noble girl to ease their ire, as they would just see it as a political move. Lord Glover then brought up the fact that Lord Gregor Forrester had a daughter the same age as Laence, Myra Forrester, catching the lord off guard. Both Gregor and Roderick Forrester were reluctant to marry Myra Forrester off to a bastard, even if she became Lady of Sea Dragon Port, the eventual Westfleet of the North. Lord Glover eased their worries and made them a promise that if the port failed, Myra would not have to marry Laence. Lord Glover also promised that the boy was good and if he ever hurt Myra in any way, Lord Glover would beat the boy black and blue. That eased Lord Forrester quite a bit, but he also added that Myra and he would meet the boy and should they not find him satisfactory they would not be married, to which Lord Glover agreed. From that point on things were relatively smooth for the most part, but Nathan had discovered how skilled Lord Mondaly was. The fat lord was much smarter than he let on, using the newfound support of House Hornwood to accelerate expanding his ports and even try to have House Stark invest more coin into Sea Dragon Point to keep it stable and running faster so they could focus on House Mondaly's port. Nathan, however, wasn't ideal in the talks either. He made sure House Stark would own a good number of ships in Sea Dragon Port and even a few ships in White Harbor, as House Stark was paying for everything. Come winter, House Stark would be getting a steady supply of fish to eat and even sell. And should House Stark find any useful mines on their land, they hand the ships to transport the goods. However, Nathan ran into a bit of a problem with the number of men Lord Mondaly was willing to offer. I feel with the sudden loss of my shipbuilders and sailors I will face a backlash in trade for White Harbor, as I regularly trade with the South and Essos. Lord Mondaly said with a smile on his face. As such, I ask for a reduction in taxes for the next 3 years to cover the loss of my shipbuilders and sailors. That made both Nathan and Ned wince. White Harbor was the only city in the north, and Lord Mondaly was the richest lord in the north. As such, Lord Mondaly gave the highest taxes to the north every year, and a reduction of taxes would be a big blow to the north. Well, we're in a bind, Nathan said as he rubbed his face. The young Stark was currently sitting with his uncle and Master Lewin, trying to think of a counter to Lord Mondaly's request. We can't simply deny Lord Mondaly's request as he holds the most important piece to create a northern fleet. Mayor Stillowin said with a small sigh. And while Lord Mondaly is loyal to House Stark, we cannot demand him to hand over his people without facing much backlash from him and the other noble houses. Lord Mondaly's worries are not unfounded, he takes a big risk for something he may only get years later, Ned said with some reason. He wants compensation, something to hold him over until Sea Dragon Port is finished. We can offer him something else instead of tax reduction, Nathan said with a thoughtful look on his face. What if we offer him me? That made Ned and Mayor Stillowin whip their heads to the young Stark. You? Nathan nodded with a serious look on his face. For Lord Mondaly's investment to allow the men to build ships and a port for Sea Dragon Point, Lord Mondaly will foster me for up to 2 years. I would learn a lot under Lord Marndale as he is very intelligent, and his 2 sons are grown men, and experienced knights I can learn from as well. We also offer a single year in tax reduction, which won't be that big of a blow to the north, and Lord Marndale can use that gold to start early on expanding his port. Ned pressed his lips together hard. Everything Nathan said was true, as Lord Marndale was a very skilled businessman and a just lord. Lord Marndale would gain political power by fostering the future Lord of the North, and as House Marndale is one of the most loyal houses to House Stark, Ned was certain Lord Marndale would be honoured to foster Nathan, even if it was only 2 years. The single year of tax reduction would allow House Marndale to expand their port, and once Sea Dragon Point was finished he would then increase the number of ships in the east. However, a part of Ned didn't want to see Nathan go. He promised himself that he would look over the boy for Brandon, and he couldn't do that if he was across the north. I can't be a mother hen, Ned thought with a small sigh. As much as he wanted to protect Nathan for the rest of his life, he had to do right by the boy, right by House Stark, even if it meant letting him go. Very well, if you feel it is best, Ned said while Nathan nodded. Your cousins will miss you, Ned said with a small smile. Nathan's smile grows a touch sad. And I will miss them. I can't imagine Arya taking it well. Ned gave a small laugh at the mention of his youngest daughter. As soon as the girl could walk, she followed Nathan nearly everywhere and would always ask the young boy to carry her. Nathan himself would spoil the girl and play with her whenever they were together, helping her avoid her lessons with the scepter and teaching her how to shoot a bow. That made Nathan sigh before nodding her head. I'll try to soften my leaving by sending her gifts and writing to her. Make sure you read them to her so she knows I'm thinking of her, and the others too, Nathan said, making Ned nod with a smile. Also, Uncle, I wish to talk to you about John. John? Ned questioned with a look of confusion. Nathan sighed as a worried look crossed his face. With me leaving for 2 years, Aunt Caitlin may turn her eye on the boy, Nathan said while looking away. That made Ned wince before slumping. Ned had hoped Caitlin would come to tolerate John over the years, but every time she saw the boy she made her feelings for him known. Ned tried to step up, but he was in the wrong for having a bastard in the first place, yet that would end in an argument that would bring too much attention to John. Already Caitlin has asked several times who John's mother was, something Ned always avoided answering. Fortunately for Ned, Nathan stepped up where he failed. He protected John from Caitlin's ire, made sure the boy had his room that was always warm, had 3 meals every day, had lessons with Mayor Stillowin, and made sure none of the guards or servants harassed him. Even when Caitlin tried to separate Robb and Sansa from John, Nathan would step in and tell them that John was their brother no matter what gods say otherwise. It also didn't help that the scepter Caitlin brought to Winterfell always supported Caitlin's hatred for John, to which Nathan always claimed that the old gods hold no hatred for those born out of wedlock and that it was politics that made bastards hated. It was thanks to Septa Mordane's attitude to John that made Nathan only believe in the old gods, and made sure a September was not built in Winterfell, as most northern lords all follow the old gods, and having a September in Winterfell was a bad political move. Nathan had no hatred for the faith of the Seven and encouraged Caitlin to pray in her room as much as she wanted, but she would not change hundreds of years of tradition for her own needs. Nathan did love Caitlin and she cared for the boy, however, when it came to John or the faith they always butted heads like a couple of angry wolves. What would you have me do? Ned said while shaking his head. I'll bring John with me if Lord Marndale agrees, Nathan said with a smile. We can train together. John seems to love swords more than learning from books. Most boys do, Ned said with amusement while looking thoughtful. I will talk to John and ask him what he wants. If he wants to go with you or stay here in Winterfell, but it's also up to Lord Marndale if he'll take John as well. That will be enough, Nathan said with a nod. But if at any point things between John and Caitlin become too much, send the boy to me, Nathan said before a smile crossed his face. You know I see him as a little brother. That made Ned's heart ease as he smiled at Nathan. He was truly happy House Stark would have a strong lord in the future. Thank you for coming, Lord Marndale, Nathan said as the fat lord sat on a chair at the end of the table. Both Ned and Nathan heard the chair creak from his weight. Always a pleasure, my lords, Lord Marndale said with a smile. I assume this is about my request for a tax reduction? Lord Marndale asked with a knowing smile. Yes, Ned said as he gained a serious look. As you know, White Harbor and House Marndale give the most taxes to the north than any other noble house. Reducing your taxes for 3 years would be bad for the North and would gain the ire of the other noble houses who are less fortunate. Ned said, and Lord Marndale continued to smile, as if he knew Ned had a counter-offer. However, seeing as House Marndale is making an investment that may take years to see results for the North, House Stark has something else to offer. Ned looked to Nathan as the boy gave him a nod. In exchange for House Marndale's help in creating the Northern Fleet, Nathan Stark will foster under House Marndale for up to 2 years, as that is how long it should take for Sea Dragon Port to be finished, and reduce taxes for House Marndale by 1 year, Ned said, getting a look of surprise out of Lord Marndale. Lord Marndale looked thoughtful, staying silent for several moments, which made both Ned and Nathan nervous. Finally, Lord Marndale smiled before letting out a booming laugh. I can't say no to fostering the future Lord of the North. Lord Marndale said with a laugh of glee, making both Nathan and Ned sigh in relief. I'll foster the boy. However, I request Nathan be gifted 5,000 gold to be given to him during his fostering. Lord Marndale said, making Ned look at the man in shock. If I plan to teach the boy, he'll need money if he wants to learn, as trade is my specialty. Ned was quiet for a moment before he nodded. Nathan was a responsible boy and knew not to waste money on useless things. At worst he'll buy a few presents for his siblings, at best Lord Marndale will teach Nathan to the point the boy will double the money. Very well, however, I would also ask you to foster my bastard son Jon Snow as well. Ned requested. Lord Marndale was caught off guard but quickly nodded. I can agree to that. I've seen the boy in the yard playing with your other son Rob, he seems like a good lad. That made Ned sigh in relief. While most northern lords didn't treat bastards like they did in the south, there was still an underlying weariness with bastards and noble ladies wanting their children to have the best. However, it seemed Lord Marndale would also foster Jon without much trouble. Very well, once you return to White Harbor, Nathan Stark and Jon Snow will come with you, Ned said as he reached over and shook Lord Marndale's hand. I look forward to it, Ned Stark. Lord Marndale said with a wide smile. From that point on, the plans for creating the Northern Fleet went smoothly and all lords were happy with what they got. After about a week of talks and discussions, a plan was set and messages were flown by ravens to get everything in motion. Lord Glover quickly left to get the blacksmiths and men ready to move to Sea Dragon Point along with Lord Forrester and his son. Lord Marndale stayed a bit long for Nathan and Jon to take them to White Harbor. When Ned came to Jon about his chance to foster with Nathan, the boy was upset, thinking Ned was trying to get rid of him like Caitlin always wanted. Luckily, after a quick hug from Nathan and Ned, they soothed the boy's worries and he agreed to come with Nathan. After a few days of getting everything in order, Nathan and Jon were ready to go. There was just one problem. Don't go. Nathan gave a weak laugh as both Arya and Sansa hugged Nathan's legs, keeping the boy from moving. After Nathan explained his fostering to his cousins, they were all very upset. Sansa and Arya cried and tried to make Nathan stay, to which the boy tried to explain as best he could, but only got more crying. Robb had managed not to cry, though he did look at Jon with slight jealousy for going with Nathan. However, that was quickly replaced with great sadness that Jon was also leaving, making Sansa and Arya cry harder. Girls, Nathan said gently as he knelt to the two girls. They sniffled with red eyes while Nathan patted their heads. I need to go with Lord Marndale to learn how to rule the North. It is my duty as future Lord of Winterfell and the North. Don't go, you a great lord. Arya cried as she hugged Nathan, burying her face into his chest. Please don't go. Sansa also cried as she hugged Nathan with Arya. Nathan smiled as he hugged the two girls back before pushing them back gently. Sansa, Arya, this is part of my duty as an heir, Nathan said once again as he kissed both girls on top of the head. But I promise to write every few weeks, and send presents whenever I can. Promise? Sansa asked while sniffling. Pinky promise, Nathan said with a smile as he held up his pinky, as the two girls quickly latched onto the little finger, giving the boy they saw as a big brother a smile. Looking up, Nathan saw Robb, who tried to keep his face hard, yet Nathan could see the boy was upset. Walking over to Robb, Nathan gave the boy a quick hug, to which Robb quickly returned. I am going to miss you, little brother, Nathan said, making Robb hug harder. Nathan then gently pushed back and looked Robb in the eyes. I need you to be strong, Robb, with me gone you're the man of Winterfell, Nathan said in a playful tone, yet it made Robb smile as he nodded his head. Watch over Sansa and Arya, make sure they are good while I'm away. And you keep up your lessons with Maester Luwin. If you're to guard the north one day, you need to be smart. Nathan said while pocking Rob's head, making the red-haired boy nod with determination. Nathan then stood up and looked at a pregnant Catelyn and couldn't help but smile. Despite how much they fight about Jon, the faith of the Seven, and other topics, Nathan still loves the woman for giving him a family. Catelyn also smiled at Nathan as the boy walked up and gave her a gentle hug. She too cared for the boy even if her son would not inherit Winterfell, and he defended Jon from her ire. Catelyn was the closest thing to a mother the boy had. I want you to write as soon as you can when the baby is born, Nathan said while gently rubbing Catelyn's pregnant belly, making the woman laugh. I promise to tell you as soon as I can, Catelyn said while placing a gentle hand on Nathan's head. Ned and I were talking, and we decided if the baby was a boy we would name him Bran, after your father Brandon. If it's a girl we'll name her Rhaena. That got a shocked look out of Nathan before he smiled at Catelyn with a loving look. That sounds fantastic, Nathan said as he reached up and kissed Cat on the cheek, making the woman smile. I'll write to you soon, Aunt Catelyn. Stepping back, Nathan made his way over to the litter that was packing his stuff away. Jon was already in the back as he said his goodbyes to Robb, Sansa, and Arya. Ready to go? Ned asked as he stood next to the carriage while Ned got a nod from Nathan. Good, I talked to Lord Marndale and he's agreed to find some good land surveyors from the Iron Bank to send to Winterfell and Moat Cailin. Hopefully, we find a few good mines in our lands. Whatever you find, send them to me. I want to know what we're working with. Nathan said with a grin on his face. If we find something good, I may be able to make a deal with the Iron Bank. They always pay decent for everything. Ned smiled at his nephew as he hugged him, once the boy quickly returned. Stay safe, Nathan. I will miss you, Ned said in an honest tone, making Nathan smile. I will miss you as well, Uncle, Nathan said as they pulled away. I'll look after Jon and make sure to learn a lot under Lord Marndale. With that said, Nathan slowly boarded the litter and sat next to Jon with Lord Marndale across from them. Both boys looked at their family members as the cart started to move. Nathan looked at little Jon and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, making the boy look up at Nathan. Ready for a little adventure, Jon? Nathan said with a smile, making Jon smile and Lord Marndale laugh. You are going to love White Harbor, Nathan Stark. It is the pride of the North, one of the few cities in Westeros. Lord Marndale said with pride. I am sure I will have a lot to learn from you, Lord Marndale, Nathan said as he looked back at Winterfell, watching it become smaller and smaller in the distance. I need to, for winter is coming. Chapter 3. Third person P.O.V. That's White Harbor. Jon said with a look of awe on his face from the litter. After a few weeks of traveling across the north, Nathan, Jon, and Lord Marndale had finally made it to the one city in the north. It's amazing, Nathan said as they entered the city on the back of the cart. The white-haired Stark had vague memories of King's Landing when he was younger, but they were not many as he spent most of his time in the Red Keep than the actual city. White Harbor was the only city in the north and one of the few cities in Westeros. White Harbor was the North's lifeline for sea trade and trade with Essos. The city was simple but big, with merchants, people, and shops all around. Off into the distance, Nathan saw Newcastle, the home of House Marndale. It was simple but well built, just like most castles in the north. Nathan scoffed as he remembered reading about castles from the south. The old castles were built like the ones from the north, strong and built to last the ages. However, a lot of new castles were built to look pretty, but wouldn't last in a Segway. It's cold, Jon said as he shivered from the cold breeze that hit him, making Nathan take off his cloak and wrap it around the young boy, making Jon smile. It's the sea, it makes White Harbor cold most days. Lord Marndale said with a smile as he took in a deep breath. But you get to smell the sea every day. Perhaps I'll teach you, boys, to fish during our free days. It is quite relaxing and may save you if you are ever hungry and near the sea. The Lord said as Nathan and Jon nodded. After a while, the cart stopped at Newcastle, and Nathan quickly hopped out before lending a hand to Jon. Open the gate, Lord Marndale has returned. A guard yelled after seeing Lord Marndale pull himself out of the carriage, which shook as he stepped off. As the three entered the castle, Nathan couldn't help but take in Newcastle's beauty. It was built to take a siege but also had much beauty and wealth, clearly showing how rich House Marndale was. As Nathan and John followed Lord Marndale with an escort of guards and a few knights, they soon entered the dining hall, where Nathan saw people waiting for them, 5 in total. "Father, you have returned," a bald man with a bushy walrus mustache who was nearly as big as Lord Marndale. "And I bring the heir to the north, and Ned Stark's bastard son," Lord Marndale said with pride as he looked to Nathan and John. "Let me introduce my family, my first son, Willis Marndale, and my second son Wendell." "It is an honor, Lord Stark," the first man who spoke said while giving a respectful bow. "I, my Lord Wendell, who was also bald, and also had a large walrus mustache, spoke next to his brother, his voice much loud. "My good daughter, Leona Woolfield," Lord Marndale said while gesturing to a plump, pink woman with blonde hair and a round face. "Greetings, Lord Nathan Stark," Leona said in a tone befitting a noble lady. "And finally my 2 granddaughters, Winifred and Wyla Marndale," Lord Marndale said with pride and love as he pointed to the 2 little girls in the room. Winifred was a young girl who looked to be the same age as Nathan, with brown hair bound in a short braid, pale skin, and blue eyes. "Greetings," Winifred said with a slight bow while smiling at Nathan and John. "Hello," Wyla said while waving next to Winifred, making Nathan smile as he waved back. Wyla seemed to be just a few years younger than Nathan, possibly 8 or 9. She had blonde hair in 2 pigtail braids, pinkish skin like her mother, and blue eyes like her father. "I thank you for allowing me and my cousin to be fostered here with House Marndale," Nathan said with perfect nobility, while John gave a hasty bow. After pleasantries were given, Lord Marndale turned to Nathan and John. "I will have a servant escort you 2 to your rooms to settle in. Once you settle in we may eat together." "Thank you, Lord Marndale," Nathan said with a respectful bow, and John quickly followed suit. A moment later a servant came and escorted both Nathan and John to their rooms. As per Nathan's request, John was given a room right next to Nathan, so he could watch over the boy in case anyone in the castle would try to treat him poorly. Not that Nathan thought Marndale or his family would do anything to John. From what Nathan had heard, Lord Marndale was a just lord, fair to his people, and hard only when the need arises. Nathan just didn't trust the servants or guards, as Nathan had witnessed servants and guards at Winterfell looking down at John or even trying to mistreat him, thinking they could get away with it thanks to Catelyn's ire for the boy. Nathan always put those who mistreated his cousin in their place and gave them shit jobs for months at a time, such as cleaning the chambers every other day or polishing every sword in Winterfell. Nathan always protected his family. "Go settle in," Nathan said while looking down at John, making John look up. "Then we'll eat with Lord Marndale and his family, get to know them better." Will they not hate me?" John asked in a small tone while looking down. Nathan went down to one knee, picked John's chin up, and looked the boy in the eyes. "Lord Marndale is a northern lord, John, and I promise you northern lords treat bastards differently," Nathan said while smiling at John. "As long as you are always respectful of Lord Marndale and his family, they will treat you right," he said before patting John on the shoulder. "Now go see your new room." That seemed to make John smile as he rushed into his room. Nathan stood up and made his way to his room, looking forward to getting to know Lord Marndale's family. The next day, Nathan found himself walking next to Lord Marndale with a small escort of guards in White Harbour. Last night's dinner Nathan got to know more of Lord Marndale's family. Lord Marndale's sons, Willis and Wendell, were both knights, the few in the north, which wasn't shocking as knights were a part of the south and faith, yet House Marndale originated from the south before coming to the north hundreds of years ago. Willis was the calm and serious one while Wendell was loud and had taken to knighthood like a fish to water. Leona was a proper northern lady, graceful when needed but knew when to be hard, as she pulled both Willis and Wendell by their ears when they got a bit too drunk and nearly started a fight, much to the amusement of everyone. Winifred was growing up to be a proper noble lady, as her mother was already teaching her. She was already learning from her mother about how to be a northern lady. Her father was also teaching her how to use a bow and horseback as most northern ladies learned. Nathan found Wyla to be the most interesting. She was a year younger than him, but always spoke her mind in a way that wasn't childish, but simply her way. Such as how she said both Nathan and John had pretty hair, making Nathan laugh while John blushed. Or how Wyla found Nathan kind for loving John despite being a bastard, and how she could see he would be a great lord of the north. In the end, Nathan thought Lord Marndale had a lovely family and was looking forward to getting to know them more. Welcome to the market, Lord Stark. Lord Mondaly said with pride as he gestured to the open area. Nathan couldn't help but look in awe at the market. It was large with dozens of people selling everything from foods to wines, furs, tools, and anything else that was imaginable. There were also people of all shapes and sizes. Most were from the north, but others looked to be from the south and Essos. The market keeps trade flowing into the north. With trade flowing, coin flows. Lord Mondaly explains while Nathan pays close attention. Remember, Lord Nathan, gold, silver, and copper are only pretty metals. They don't feed you, they don't protect you from the cold, and they don't bring power. Gold is simply a means to an end, something to use to grow. It's how you use it that gives gold so much power. The Fat Lord said while looking down at Nathan. The reason I agreed to your plan to build a northern fleet in the west is because I knew that the gold you had would be better used to grow something, rather than hoard the gold until next winter. Lord Mondaly said with a smile. It is a risk to build a fleet, but one that the North should be willing to take. Nathan couldn't help but smile, glad that he and Lord Mondaly had the same mindset. For the next few hours, Nathan watched Lord Mondaly talk with several captains and merchants about various topics such as trade, ships, and news from both Essos and the south. All of which Lord Mondaly handled with ease, shocking Nathan a bit. Nathan knew Lord Mondaly was smart, but to see it firsthand, Nathan wouldn't be surprised if Lord Mondaly could become master of coin for the king easily. Well, if it isn't Tycho Nestris, Lord Mondaly said with a wide smile to a well-dressed man who looked to be from Essos from his clothes. Lord Stark, let me introduce you to Tycho Nestris, a member of the Iron Bank. Tycho, this is Nathan Stark, heir to Winterfell and the North. Greetings, Lord Stark, Tycho said with a bow, smiling at Nathan. Hello, Lord Nestris, Nathan greeted back. Tycho gave a small laugh as he shook his head. I am not a lord, Lord Stark. I am a simple banker that works for the Iron Bank. Please, call me Tycho. Nathan paused before nodding, remembering Master Lewin telling Nathan that in Essos there was no nobility except for a few cities. In Essos, those who were the richest gained power, and their riches would be passed down to their children. This meant that given enough luck, will, and intelligence, even a bastard could rise to power. This also meant that those who were foolish could lose all their fortune and power. The closest thing to nobility in the free cities was the Sea Lords, powerful and rich merchants with great wealth and connections. There was a government in various cities in Essos of well-educated men and women, but the true power was held by those with coins and connections. So, what brings you to White Harbour, Tycho? Lord Mondaly asked while folding his fat arms. I'm unaware of any importing with the Iron Bank this month. Tycho waved his hand at Lord Mondaly. Oh, my arrival here has nothing to do with the Iron Bank, but rather one higher member, Tycho said while clearing his throat. A manager has just recently remarried, and his wife loves northern furs, particularly carpets made of northern furs. He sent me here to secure the furs and make sure everything is to her liking. The man said, but Nathan could tell from the small sigh that he didn't want to be here over such a petty thing. Perhaps I can make this trip more fruitful, Lord Mondaly said, making Tycho look at the Fat Lord with interest, greed gleaming in the man's eyes. Lord Stark, why don't you explain to Tycho about your idea for Stark lands? Catching on to what Lord Mondaly was saying, Nathan stepped forward, and Tycho gave Nathan his full attention. House Stark has come into a great deal of gold during the last war in West Eos. We plan to use the coin to search for any untapped resources in Stark lands, maybe even remining old mines to see if my ancestors gave up too fast. Nathan explained, and Tycho gained a look of interest. House Stark would like to request the Iron Bank for professional land surveyors to search for any useful resources. Tycho's smile grew wide, showing off his slightly yellow teeth as he nodded at Nathan. The Iron Bank would be more than happy to assist in your request. Just know that such a request may be expensive. If you can promise quality people, then money won't be an issue, Nathan said with a confident tone, making Tycho's smile widen even more. And the faster this is taken care of, the more likely we will sell any precious materials to the Iron Bank first, Nathan said as he grew a grin. And if you take care of this in a timely manner, I would love to continue working with you, Tycho Nestris, Nathan said, making Tycho's eyes widen before they gleamed. Of course, the North is given a great opportunity and time is of the essence before winter arrives. The Essos man said as he started to rub his hands together. We will just need a contract with the Stark and Marndale seal to take back to the Iron Bank, and I will be on my way. We can write up a contract back at the castle, Lord Marndale said with a small laugh, his cheeks jiggling. I will alert the guards of your presence and allow you to enter once you finish your business. Lord Marndale said before he and Nathan started walking away. Pleasure doing business with you. With that, the two started to make their way back to Newcastle, Lord Marndale having a large smile on his face. Tell me, Lord Nathan, why did say you wanted to work with Tycho again? Lord Marndale asked with a knowing look. Tycho came to the north to simply pick up animal furs for a manager of the Iron Bank, which tells me Tycho isn't someone very important at the bank, allowing others to push him around. Nathan started to explain, Lord Marndale paying close attention. From what I read, the only way to gain power in the Iron Bank is to gain the Iron Bank gold, and trade. The more gold brought in, the higher the rise in the Iron Bank, and the same with trade, if not more so, since trade creates opportunities. Thanks to us, Tycho may rise to a position where he no longer has to do anything for anyone else but himself and the Iron Bank. But why help him? Lord Marndale asked while putting his arms behind his back. We could have just sent a contract back with Tycho. Why go out of your way to help the man rise to power? Because he wants that power badly, Nathan said while giving Lord Marndale a smug grin. In his eyes, he sees helping us as helping himself. If he wants to rise in the Iron Bank, he needs to give us results that satisfy us. So, he's going to try his hardest to make sure we have smiles on our faces. Never underestimate the drive of a man who wants power. And if Tycho succeeds and continues to work with the North, the higher he will rise in the Iron Bank. Lord Marndale throws his head back with a laugh, making Nathan jump. I must say, Lord Stark, I am beyond impressed. How did you come up with such thinking? Nathan thought for a moment before he shrugged. Well, I'll admit I don't know the finer details when it comes to trading or laws. But when I think of people, I can get a sense of what they will do. Knowing people is more important than the details of trading. Lord Marndale started to explain. You need to know who you can trust, who is untrustworthy, who will do what you want, and who will do only what they want for themselves. It's not that different from a ruling. Anticipating others is needed to rule, as you need to make judgment calls based on how others react. Nathan remembered something similar that Maester Lewin said. To think like your enemy is the best course when coming up with a counterattack. That kind of thinking was also very useful for businesses. But the little details are also important. I will now show you how to write a contract. Lord Marndale said as he started walking faster towards Newcastle, with Nathan behind. 4 months later. Nathan panted softly as he smacked his dull iron sword into a dummy. For the past few months, Nathan has trained with swords under Lord Marndale's sons and learned under Lord Marndale himself. His swordsmanship improved under the two knights and his business skills improved under Lord Marndale. After talking with Tycho Nestris, Nathan, Lord Marndale, and Tycho were able to write up a contract to gain several land surveyors and assistants in the north for up to a year. House Stark would pay half now, and half when the year was up. It took nearly 2 months for Tycho to come back with the approval of the Iron Bank along with nearly 100 workers to survey the land. When Nathan saw the number of gold needed to hire several land surveyors for a year, he nearly went green, which means his uncle probably felt his balls turn into little raisins. Still, Nathan was beyond confident that they would find many resources in Stark territory alone. It will take a few years, but Nathan was confident they would make the gold back. Nathan himself wasn't ideal. With his gold, he secured some farmland and people in Marndale territory to start experimenting with growing different foods in cold weather. As Marndale's land was close to the sea, most days were too cold to grow food, so they were perfect conditions to test out his plans. Nathan was also informed that Lewin was also conducting his experiments in lands close to the wall, as it was always cold the farther north one went. The results they got were enough for Nathan to feel confident that the foods they found would continue to grow in the coming winter. Nathan also visited the market every other day to see if anything was interesting. Most were trinkets that wouldn't be much help to the north, but they made good gifts for Nathan to send to his family back in Winterfell. Speaking of his family, Nathan had been informed that Catelyn had just given birth to a baby boy, who they named Bran Stark, in honor of Nathan's father. Nathan wanted nothing more than to go back to Winterfell and see his new cousin, but couldn't as he was being fostered and learning. Still, Nathan made sure to send letters and gifts to his cousins, letting them all know he was still thinking of them. 198, 199, 200. Nathan yelled as he smacked the dummy with all his strength, panting hard as his muscles ached. "Not bad, Lord Stark," Sir Willis said while nodding his head. "Most of the lads I've taught couldn't even swing after 50, and most couldn't even count that high," he said with a snort. "Most knights will simply go on and on about the faith and what it means to be a knight, rather than training with swords." Nathan nodded his head in agreement. Most knights were nothing but glorified mercenaries with too much pride. They barely followed half of the promises they made when becoming knights, as a good number of knights would kill, steal, and rape just like normal bandits until they were caught. Yet most knights walked around with an air of arrogance as they expected everyone to respect them simply because they held the title. It was even common for lords in the south to buy their sons knighthood even if they couldn't be proper knights. A perfect example of a man not being a true knight is the mount in which rides. The monstrous man was notorious for killing Prince Rhaegar's children along with his cutthroats before raping Elia Martell and killing her himself. There were also tales of his riding and pillaging of villages with his band of cutthroats, committing the same horrors on peasants. Yet the man was still called a knight despite all the horrors he had committed. Nathan wasn't blind, he knew there were a good number of knights who held to their honor. The biggest example is Sir Barristan Selmy, who is regarded as the current greatest knight in Westeros, not because he was the best swordsman, but because of how he held to the principles of being a knight. Nathan himself had no desire to be a knight. He would one day become the protector of the North, and knights were a southern thing. Nathan still snorted as he remembered Septa Mordane's lessons to Sansa and Arya, how the women would paint knights to be the embodiment of honor and virtue and that a knight can do no wrong. How a lady's weapon was courtesy and elegance, and they had no business in politics or waving swords. The woman's high and mighty attitude made Nathan want to strangle her or let the women of Bear Island show her how they handle things. Things were different in the North, yet that women wanted them to treat the North like the South. Not to mention the women was filling Sansa and Arya's heads with fairy tales, as if the world was some fantasy land, when the world was a hard and cruel place, and it was best the girls understood that now so that they could survive. "I need a walk," Nathan said as he sheathed his sword. The thought of knights and the South made Nathan annoyed. "Going to the market again?" Willis asked while folding his arms. "You spend just as much time there as my father," he said with some amusement. "We get trade from Essos and they bring things we've never seen before," Nathan said as he looked at the large man. "Did you know that some fighters in Essos used curved swords, swords that are curved like the moon? It's very interesting." "But how would you block with a curved sword, or sheathed it?" Willis asked with a confused look before he shrugged. "Well, just be sure to take your escort, can't have the Lord of the North getting into fights with peasants, again. He hit that girl and I regret nothing," Nathan said as he walked away. As Nathan walked through the yard he saw Jon training with a wooden sword with some of the other young boys. Ever since coming to White Harbor Nathan noticed a weight off the boys' shoulders. He no longer had to endure the looks from the guards or servants that constantly reminded him that he was Ned Stark's bastard, he no longer had to endure Catelyn's ire or hateful glares. Here in White Harbor, he was just another boy like everyone else, and Jon loved that. Seeing the young boy happier made Nathan happier. Turning his head Nathan made his way back to his room to change for his walk through the market. "It's very nice today," Nathan said while looking up at the sunny sky. On most days the sky above White Harbor is grey and cloudy, but today the sun was out for everyone to enjoy. "Perhaps it's a sign, something good may happen today," one of Nathan's guards said while keeping his eyes peeled. "Hopefully," Nathan said as he saw the market was already busy. Nathan liked the market quite a lot, as it allowed a glimpse into other places in the world, such as Essos, Yeti, the Summer Isles, Iben, and other places that Nathan hadn't even heard of. "Ah, Lord Stark, Lord Stark!" a voice called out, grabbing Nathan's attention. Waving over by some stack of boxes was a young dark-skinned man wearing thick pelts and two swords on his hips. He had long hair in braids with various jewelry. Around the man were various guards and workers, all moving crates around. "Noran Narios, back so soon?" I see, Nathan said with a smile as he and his guards walked over to the man. The wind was good, and the trade in Bravos went very smoothly, Noran said with a wide smile as he gestured to the many crates. I have brought many things you might be interested in, along with your gold, as promised. The man said with a sharp smile. Several months ago, Nathan met Noran Narios when the man was down on his luck. Noran was the third son of a merchant from Essos, as such when the father passed, he gave most of his wealth and resources to his two oldest sons, leaving Noran with only an old ship and a handful of gold. To make a living, Noran became a merchant who took high-risk jobs, such as sailing through slaver and pirate waters for the fastest routes, even fighting off a few pirate attacks along the way. When Nathan met Noran, the man's ship had sustained some damage with the sails and mast being damaged, grounding the ship by the time they reached White Harbor due to a slaver attack. Nathan found the man drinking at the market, moaning about how he would have to sell his ship just for him and his crew to go back to Bravos and start anew. That is until Nathan intervened. The young Stark talked to Noran greatly that day, getting a feel of the slightly tipsy man. Noran was a good merchant, hated slavers more than anything since he was raised in Bravos, and from what Nathan heard from his crew, the man was far with them and good with a sword. Deciding to take a chance, Nathan offered to lend Noran the gold needed to repair his ship. In exchange, Noran would bring back many exotic items Nathan might find interesting, something that may help the North become stronger for Nathan to buy, along with paying Nathan back. The Bravos man quickly jumped at the chance and managed to have his ship repaired along with gaining a large selection of furs and iron to sell in Bravos. Nathan, along with his guards, found themselves on Noran's ship, the Silver Sea Horse. Noran quickly handed Nathan a hefty bag of gold with a smile on his face. As we agreed, Lord Stark, Noran said as Nathan nodded. Though from what I brought, I might be getting it back very soon, Noran said with a challenging smile, making Nathan chuckle. Well, show me what you have, Nathan said as Noran snapped his fingers as the men started bringing out various crates. First, let me present some silk from Yeti, Noran with a wide smile as he pulled out a roll of soft fabric, getting wide eyes from Nathan and the guard. Though I was only able to gain a small amount, it should be enough for up to 3 dresses. Nathan ran his hand over the silk and marveled at how soft and smooth it was. Silk was rare and expensive even in West Eos, and only the richest houses could afford silk. Silk dresses were sometimes passed down from mother to daughter as if the dress was an heirloom. For you helping me out of such a difficult spot, I am willing to sell the silk for half its price. Say 50 gold. Noran said while looking Nathan in the eyes. Nathan paused before nodding and pulling out the old, making Noran smile. A fair price for such an item, my aunt and cousin will love it, Nathan said as he handed the gold over while the guard took the silk. Excellent, the man said with a smile. Come, I have much to show you. Noran then went on to show Nathan various items such as tools, food, and other such items, and quite a few things interested Nathan. Not only that, Noran went into great detail on each item, grabbing Nathan's attention with each item. Seeds? Nathan questioned as he looked at a bag of what looked like white seeds. Rice, Noran corrected with a smile. A type of grain grown in Yeti. What makes this grain interesting is the fact it grows in bogs from what I've heard. They also last a very, very long time. Noran said with a shrug. On its own, rice doesn't taste very good, bland even, but you can mix it with anything, and all you need is boiling water to cook it, Noran said as he pulled out some papers. The trader I talked with was from Yeti and went into great detail on how to grow rice in bogs and marshes, took great pride in talking my ear off, as his grandfather owned a rice farm. The man said with a slightly annoyed look. That piqued Nathan's interest greatly. From what Nathan remembered, House Reed's land mostly consisted of bogs and marshes, making it very difficult to grow food. Taking the papers, Nathan looked them over and was amazed at the level of detail in the papers, giving step-by-step instructions along with explaining the whys and hows. What amazed Nathan the most was the fact that once the rice was dried and kept in a cool and dry environment, it could last for years and still be good to eat. This will be the next step in getting a steady supply of food for the North, Nathan thought before he nodded to Noran, who smiled as he set a price and quickly paid the man. House Reed will be indebted to House Stark for finding a food that grows on their land, not to mention with how long the food lasts they can store the food all year around and never have to worry about rice being spoiled. Nathan was greatly pleased with the rice alone and thought Noran had nothing else to show Nathan, But the young Stark found himself eating his own words. What the hell kind of animal did that come from? One of Nathan's guards questioned, and Nathan found himself agreeing. Noran presented a very large pelt. The fur was a dark brown with long silky hair that could put some women to shame. This, my friends, came from a yak, a cow-like animal with thick skin and thick fur, Noran said with a wide smile. They are an animal found in Eben, a collection of large islands on the mainland of Essos in the Shivering Sea. I have never been there, but from what I've heard, their land is not too different from the north, though they are unpleasant to outsiders. That made Nathan think hard. If what Noran said was true, then Eben had access to cattle that could withstand the harshness of winter. It was too common for horses and cows to die from the cold during winter. However, if the north had yaks, they would have access to milk and meat all year round, and not have to worry about the yaks dying from the cold. Is it possible for you to somehow bring these yaks to the north? Nathan asked, getting a surprised look from Noran. House Stark will pay you greatly for such a service, Nathan said in a serious tone. Noran was quiet for a long moment, pressing his lips together before shaking his head. I am sorry, Lord Stark, but I cannot. The man said with a sigh. I do not have the resources, connections, or even experience to do such a thing. If I were to try, I would not be shocked if the yaks were to die at sea, along with my men. Your best option would be to go to the Iron Bank. It will be costly, but they will be able to bring a great many yaks to the north. Nathan nodded in understanding, expecting as much. While Noran was a good merchant, he only had one ship and few connections. Nathan's best bet to gain yaks was to go to the Iron Bank again, and it would be pricey. Perhaps once the Northern fleet was built, the North could use their ships for the expedition, but some of the Iron Bank's men guide and order Northern men, cutting the price. It may be years before Uncle Ned allows such a project, Nathan said as he bought the yak fur, making Noran smile greatly. We can't be stretched too thin anyway. It's always good to have the coin to fall back on in times of crises. As Nathan's guards took the pelt, Noran brought his last item, a small collection of wooden barrels. Now this, Lord Stark, is something I think you will be greatly interested in, Noran said with a wide smile. This here is a drink known as brandy, made in Essos. A liquor that is very different from wine and beer. Noran opened one of the small barrels and poured a cup for Nathan. The young Stark looked at the cup, seeing a brown liquid with a strong smell. Nathan was no stranger to drinking, as he had tasted wine, beers, ales, and meads from time to time. Mostly with the other boys he trained with after training. I warn you, Lord Stark, brandy is a much stronger drink than wine or even beer, Noran warned as Nathan took a small sip. The young Stark was hit with a powerful but sweet taste, forcing the young Stark to swallow the brown liquid before coughing hard. This got worried looks from the guards before they heard Nathan laugh. Fuck me, that's strong as a kick from a horse, Nathan said before he looked to his guards. You have a drink as well, tell me what you think. The guards hesitated but did as Nathan asked, Noran passing a cup of brandy to each guard. Most of the guards winced and coughed at the taste, but that didn't stop them from drinking the cups dry. I can feel a warm feeling in my chest, one of the guards said. Well, I can feel this already getting me drunk, another guard said as he shook his head. 2 more cups of this and I'll fall flat on my ass. That is not surprising, Noran said with a small laugh. Brandy is much stronger than wine, as you can get drunk on brandy with only a few cups. How is it made? Nathan asked with great interest as he looked at his cup. From what I gather, a device known as a distiller is used, Noran explained with a thoughtful look. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact process, but I know a few more steps are involved when compared to wine. Using a distiller, you can make brandy and even rum. Rum? Nathan questioned. A drink made for sailors in some ports. It's very strong and gets you very drunk easily, Noran said before he sighed. Unfortunately, to make rum you need sugar cane, and for brandy, pears are needed. That made Nathan wince. Sugar cane was not cheap, as it was only grown in warm places like Essos or Dawn. The same could be said with pears. The North had no access to such ingredients. It wouldn't be worth it to make brandy or rum if we would need to spend massive amounts of coin just to make it, Nathan thought with a sigh before an idea hit him. Wait a second, the North might not have pears or sugar cane, but we can grow other things. Such as grain, potatoes, beets, What kind of liquor could they make? Nathan thought before looking at Noran. Noran, if I were to put in a request for a few distillers, would you be able to acquire me some? Noran looked surprised before looking thoughtful as he nodded his head slowly. It wouldn't be impossible, I know a few taverns in Bravos that have distillers. Buying one wouldn't be too hard for the right prince. Then I am putting in a request, Nathan said as he dropped gold into Noran's hand, making the man's eyes widen at the amount. I want you to get me a distiller, 3, if possible, more than 3. I want to know how it's made, how it functions, and how to make both rum and brandy, all in detailed documents, Nathan said with a sharp smile. Do this and I can promise more gold in the future for you, not to mention trade, Nathan said with a knowing look. Noran returned the smile with a bow. Lord Stark, I am more than happy to serve. With that, Nathan made his way to Newcastle with everything he brought, his guards close behind. My, you sure had an interesting day, Lord Mandaeli said as he sat down on his chair, Nathan hearing it creak as the Fat Lord did so. Nathan was sitting across from the Fat Lord inside Lord Mandaeli's study as Nathan told the Lord of his day. I've heard of brandy, tried it myself a few times, Lord Mandaeli said as he rubbed his chin. Thought the same thing of making my own brandy, but when I found out pears were needed, I gave up on the idea, as the North can't grow pears. Lord Mandaeli said before a grin crossed his face. But to use the distillers to make a new liquor with food grown only in the North, very bold. I have very little to lose and all to gain, Nathan said with a shrug as he leaned back in his chair. If I can somehow make a new liquor with a distiller using ingredients grown in the North, we stand to start a whole new market in Westeros that will rival the Reach swine trade. That's worth the risk, and if I fail I just waste some gold and time. Reasonable thinking, sometimes you need to weigh the pros and cons to make the best choice, Lord Mandaeli said with a nod, agreeing with Nathan. And these other things you brought are very interesting. I have never heard of yaks until now, or rice that grows in bogs. Well, for the yaks we got proof, and if necessary, we can ask the Iron Bank about the animal, Nathan said while folding his arms. The North stands to gain a lot if we somehow manage to migrate the animals to our land. A cow that can withstand the cold of winter is perfect for the North. Not to mention how soft and beautiful their pelts are, I could see them being used to make very warm clothes, and even the South would find the animal interesting. But such a crossing will not be easy or cheap, and several things can go wrong on such a long trip. Lord Mandaeli said with a warning tone. True, but it's a risk worth taking to make the North stronger in the coming years, Nathan said with a look of worry. Winter can be cruel and unforgiving, the biggest challenge being food. If we can change that, we stand to become stronger than any of the other realms in Westeros. Lord Mandaeli smiled at Nathan's enthusiasm. The boy loved the North like his father and grandfather, the kind of love where he would fight tooth and nail for the North and its people when war came, like his father Brandon Stark, and thought up plans to make the North livable for its people, like Rickard Stark. The boy will bring great change to the North, and I can't wait to see it, Lord Mandaeli thought with amusement as he folded his hands. Well, you currently have one food you seem interested in. This, rice you call it. From what Noran told me and from what I've read, it's almost too perfect, Nathan said as he handed Lord Mandaeli the papers Noran gave him as the Lord started to read them over. Kept in a cool and dry environment, rice can last up to years, and if not, rice can still last up to 6 months at the very least, Nathan said with a wide smile on his face. House Reed currently has the most land with bogs and marshes. If they manage to grow rice on their land, they will feed all their people and some of the North. You plan to invite Lord Howland Reed here to explain your plan. Along with Lord Reed's Maester and whoever else can read, Nathan said while looking over the papers. I plan to ask your Maester to help me make some copies of these papers. The last thing we need is for these papers to get wet and wait for someone with knowledge of Yeti rice to show up in White Harbor. Nathan said with a sigh as he looked the papers over. It would take him a few days to just write one copy, and weeks to write several by himself. Then I will send a raven to Lord Reed. It should take him and his group 2 weeks to reach White Harbor. Then I better get to work, Nathan said with a sigh as he took the papers and made his way out. I will have the servants bring your dinner to your room. Lord Mandaeli said with an amused smile, while Nathan sighed once again. 2 weeks later. Lord Reed, thank you for meeting us, Nathan greeted Lord Reed with a bow. Lord Stark, Lord Mandaly. Lord Reed greeted back with a bow, along with those following the man. It has been some time since I last saw you. Lord Howland Reed was an older man, a few years older than his uncle Ned. He had short brown hair that was turning grey along with a scruffy beard to go along with it. Nathan vaguely remembered the man from when he was returning north from King's Landing. Nathan also remembers that Lord Howland Reed was the only other survivor of the skirmish of the Tower of Joy and a good friend to his uncle Ned. Lord Reed had brought along an assortment of guards along with a maester and even a few farm hands, the few in House Reed territory. From what Nathan heard, House Reed normally didn't have a maester, as the Citadel didn't see House Reed worth anything to send one. However, after the war and House Reed gaining quite a bit of gold and glory, the Citadel thought House Reed was finally worthy of a maester. However, they only sent one that barely had 2 chains, showing that the Citadel didn't take House Reed seriously even now. Still, a maester was better than no maester. "Please, have a seat, we have much to talk about," Nathan said as they all sat down at a large round table. "Indeed," Lord Reed said as a serious look crossed his face. "Your letter mentioned something about finding food that could grow in bogs. I have never heard of such food in Westeros and would have assumed a lord was mocking House Reed, had it been anyone else other than House Stark and Mandaly." Lord Reed said in a serious tone. "This is no jest, Lord Reed, I have too much respect for you and your house to do such a thing," Nathan said as he looked to a servant with a nod, and the servant placed a bag of rice on the table, making Lord Reed raise a brow. "You're right in the sense that there is no food in Westeros that can grow in bogs, but this is a food not found in Westeros," Nathan said, grabbing everyone's attention as he pointed to the bag. "This is called rice, a grain that is grown in Yeti. I acquired many seeds from a merchant I am acquainted with." "I have never heard of this rice," Lord Reed's maester said with an interested look. "As I said, this is a grain specifically grown in Yeti. Only Essos merchants may have heard of such grain, and the south has no use for such a grain as it requires bogs to grow," Nathan said with a knowing look. "Something House Reed has aplenty," Lord Reed said with wide eyes as he leaned forward. "What more can you tell us of this rice?" "Everything you need to know is written in these documents," Nathan said as a servant gave a stack of papers to both Lord Reed and his maester. The next few minutes were filled with Lord Reed and the maester reading the papers extensively, asking Nathan various questions. "This is beyond amazing," Lord Reed said with a shaky smile as he gently placed his papers down. "A grain that can grow in bog water and last for months or even years, it's almost like a gift from the old gods." "Indeed," the maester said with wide eyes as he continued to look over the papers. "If House Reed can somehow start a rice farm, it would be a major boon for both House Reed and the North. Which is why I am giving this to you," Nathan said, getting a shocked look from Lord Reed and his people. "You followed my uncle to the Tower of Joy and from what he says, you saved his life. This is a gift to House Reed for your loyalty to House Stark. This will also help the North as a whole, as House Reed may one day supply enough rice for all the North. However, I will ask something in return for finding such a useful grain," Nathan said as a serious look crossed his face. "I ask that House Reed provide 5% of rice yield every 3 months to Winterfell, nothing more, nothing less." Lord Reed ran a hand over his face as he felt strong emotions running through him. House Reed has always struggled with food, resorting to hunting and fishing to feed its people, but mostly buying grain from the south. This has made House Reed struggle despite its long history as one of the poorest noble houses in Westeros. If House Reed could find a way to grow rice, they stand to not only feed themselves but also the North. That thought alone was thought to be impossible, until today. Lord Reed stood up and bowed to Nathan Stark once again, this time a bit deeper. "I, Lord Howland Reed, thank House Stark for the generous gift you have given us. I will oversee the rice farms as soon as we return to our lands," Lord Reed said as he lifted his head. "I also agree to the terms of 5% of yield be given to House Stark at Winterfell every 3 months. House Stark thanks you, Lord Reed, for your loyalty to both House Stark and the North," Nathan said as he looked to the maester. "Now, if you have any questions please ask, I have gone over the documents extensively." Time passed as Nathan discussed the rice with Lord Reed and his maesters, such as where to best grow it, how long it would take, and other such questions. The head farm hand paid close attention as the man could not read, so it was up to Lord Reed and the maester to instruct the people on what to do. Nathan was also able to establish a contract for House Reed, giving House Stark 5% of their rice yield every 3 months. Lord Mondaly would also say his price to buy rice from House Reed. Once the sun started to set, the meeting came to an end, with Nathan shaking hands with Lord Reed and his maester. Once they left, Nathan flopped onto the chair with a sigh. "Do all meetings like this take so long?" Nathan asked while rubbing his face. "No, most take even longer," Lord Mondaly said with amusement as he looked at Nathan. "Do you believe House Reed will be able to grow this rice?" Lord Reed is a competent man, and his maester knows agriculture. "They'll find a way to grow food before the next winter," Nathan said as he looked at Lord Mondaly. "Have you heard any news from Sea Dragon Point?" "I have, and things are going very smoothly so far," Lord Mondaly said with a wide smile. "Several ships are already built, and a port is already under construction. By the end of the year, Sea Dragon Port should be completed, and young Lance Snow is taking his duties very seriously as the future Lord of Sea Dragon Point. Some lords and nobles are complaining about a bastard gaining power and becoming noble, but none are acting on their complaints, as some are already trying to establish trade agreements along with a steady supply of fish," Lord Mondaly said with a smile. "Also, House Hornwood has already started to send ironwood here as Lord Glover has already promised, and I have already begun expanding the White Harbour ports." Lord Mondaly leaned back in his chair with a wide smile on his face. "I am glad I am alive to see the North change for the better." "Same," Nathan said as he got up from his chair while stretching his arms. "Now I need to go to the training yard. I spent the last couple of weeks working on making those copies, so now I need to hit something," Nathan said with a wide smile, getting a laugh out of Lord Mondaly. "You deserve it, young Stark, go have fun," Lord Mondaly said with a wave of his hand. 3 months later. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* on a ledge next to Nathan, kicking her feet as she watched him practice. Winifred is still better, but she's been training longer. Nathan gave a small laugh as he put his bow down. Well, I'm better with a sword than a bow, Nathan said as he made his way over to the target and pulled out the arrows, all of which were not close to the center. You know, I've seen more women who are better with bows than most men. Why do you think that is? Wyler asked while tilting her head. I know Mama is better with a bow than Papa, though she doesn't mention it. Nathan looked thoughtful before shrugging. Maybe women are better because of their fingers. I remember Aunt Kat and Sansa making clothes with needles and thread, that takes some skill. Or maybe it's because women practice more with a bow than men, that's why they are better. Wyler hummed as she nodded her head, smiling at Nathan, once Nathan returned. Over the past months, Wyler has been following Nathan around the same way Robb, Jon, and Arya did back in Winterfell. However, Wyler added her twist with the fact she asked a lot of interesting questions that always had Nathan thinking. Nathan always found Wyler entertaining and never mind when the little blonde girl followed him. Nathan and Wyler turned to see Sir Willis walk over to them with Jon next to him, a smile on the man's face. Papa, Wyler said with a smile as she rushed over to the knight, who quickly picked up the young girl and gave her a gentle hug. Hello, my little sea flower, I hope you weren't bothering Lord Nathan. Sir Willis asked with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Sir Willis, I enjoy Wyler's company, Nathan said, making Wyler smile. Is there something you need? Yes, my father has requested your presence, along with young Jon, Sir Willis said with a cut nod. Please follow me. Nathan nodded as he put his bow to the side and followed Sir Willis with Jon and Wyler. They followed the knight, entering the castle until they made their way to the front entrance. Father! Jon shouted with joy as he saw Ned Stark standing next to Lord Marndale. Jon didn't hesitate to rush over and hug Ned, and Ned didn't hesitate to hug back. When Ned saw Nathan and Jon, his face grew with joy as he saw how much the boys had grown in the last few months. Ned also saw how much happier Jon was in White Harbor when compared to Winterfell, showing how much Catelyn's ire affected the boy. When Ned looked at Nathan, the boy's looks still took his breath away, as he continued to look more and more like his father with each passing moon. Nathan smiled as he walked up to Ned and gave him a hug, which Ned quickly returned. It's good to see you, Uncle Ned, Nathan said while looking up at his uncle. You as well, my nephew, Ned said as he looked down at Nathan with a wide smile, pride shining on his face. "Nathan, your plan worked," Ned said, making the young Stark look at his uncle with confusion. "The head surveyors have found mines in Starkland, several mines." That made Nathan look at his uncle in shock before throwing his hands in the air. "Yes." Nathan cheered loudly, getting amused looks from everyone in the room, even John and Wyler cheered with him. "What did we find, uncle?" "That is what I wish to discuss with you," Ned said as he glanced back. "They have brought back some samples along with the head surveyor to tell us what he found. I will escort you to one of the meeting rooms to talk with your nephew, Lord Stark," Lord Marndale said in a polite tone as he smiled at Ned. "Perhaps once you're done talking, we can discuss possible contracts." "Possibly," Ned said as he looked at Nathan. "Let us go," the man said before smiling at John. "We will talk once we're done," he said, getting a nod from the young boy. Lord Marndale escorted Nathan, Ned, and the head surveyor along with a few others carrying various chests to a private room where they all sat down. Lord Marndale bid Nathan and Ned farewell before leaving. "Lord Nathan Stark, I don't know if you remember me, but I am Irio Volel. We met briefly when I and my people landed in White Harbor several months ago," the elderly man said with a small bow. Nathan did meet the man briefly for a day before he and his people set out to do the job they were paid to do. Nathan had provided Irio with a detailed map of the north and where old Stark mines were located. Nathan had also provided Irio 100 men to work on whatever Irio and his people asked, and 50 guards to protect them from any bandits they may cross. It was expensive to hire too many northern men along with surveyors from Bravos, but Nathan felt it was better to be safe than sorry. "I remember you, Irio, and it's good to see you've adapted to the north," Nathan said while looking at the man in thick clothes. "Tell me, what have you found while surveying Starkland?" Irio brought up a stack of papers and started to look them over. "The first thing we did was look over old Stark mines to see if there were any untapped resources left, as you requested," Irio said as he handed Ned and Nathan some papers. "We marked over the ones that may have some untapped resources left. However, we found 2 mines that still have very large veins that are worth investing in for the most profit at the moment," the elderly man said with a smile growing on his face. "The first is an old silver mine close to Winterfell. After digging just a few feet deeper we found a large vein of silver in the mine that seems to run very deep." That blew both Nathan and Ned away. While silver wasn't as valuable as gold, it still held more value than most mines. And for the mine to have been so close was almost funny. "To think there was such a thing so close to home," Ned said while rubbing his face, still shocked at what the man told him. "If my father had known." Ned trailed off as he shook his head. "You said you found 2 old mines with large veins." Irio nodded as he took out another set of papers and handed it to Nathan and Ned. "Yes, we also found a second old mine with a deep vein, however, the context of the mine was very surprising." The man looked to one of the other surveyors with a nod and the man placed a chest in front of Nathan and Ned. When the man opened the chest the two were surprised at what they saw. It was a black, crystal-like rock that shined in the dim lighting of the room. Its edges were razor-sharp and Nathan found himself hesitant to simply grab it. "This is obsidian, though I believe people in Westeros refer to it as dragonglass," Irio explained. Nathan tilted his head at the obsidian. He had heard of dragonglass in passing but knew nothing about the mineral. "What can you tell us about obsidian, Irio? Does it hold any value?" Nathan asked the elderly man. To Nathan's disappointment, Irio shook his head. "I am afraid not, Lord Nathan. Obsidian is a glass-like rock with very little value and function. It breaks easily like glass and is hard to shape when melted," Irio explained before growing a small smile. "However, obsidian does have some uses, such as making excellent daggers, blades, knives, and arrowheads, and obsidian makes for beautiful jewelry when cut and polished properly. I have even heard of some jewelers making obsidian mirrors in Essos." That grabbed Nathan's attention. While obsidian blades sounded useful, Nathan saw more value in making obsidian jewelry and mirrors. Obsidian jewelry would be cheaper and noble women and men would love to show off such a piece of unique jewelry that was uncommon in Westeros, as Nathan had never heard of someone wearing obsidian jewelry. The real kicker was the obsidian mirrors. Mirrors were rare in Westeros as they were very expensive to own and very easy to break, So few merchants transported them across the sea as the waves would easily break such a delicate thing. Nathan wouldn't be surprised if only the queen herself had mirrors. While obsidian didn't have value on its own, Nathan saw potential in the black glass, making it into something valuable. Here is a list of old Stark mines that may yield more or if excavated once again, Irio said before a serious look crossed his face. However, I stress that I and my people are not completely sure this list of mines may yield any fruit. Both Ned and Nathan nodded in understanding. The old Stark mines may yield some ore, but it was a gamble House Stark didn't need to take. Yet the information may prove useful in the future. Now Irio said as he looked at Nathan and Ned with a smile. I would like to inform you that my people and I have found 3 promising mining sites. 2 of which are very promising and 1 that is interesting. 2 of these mines reside near Moat Cailin, while the 3rd is close to Winterfell. The older man said, making the Starks lean forward. After some digging, we found a large iron vein not too far from Moat Cailin in the hills. It's relatively close to the moat, walking distance. That iron could have been useful a few years ago, Ned grumbled as he looked over the papers to see where the iron was. Still, better late than never. Iron was always a useful resource in Westeros, as iron was used for tools, nails, weapons, armor, and many other useful items. It always paid to have an iron mine. A steady supply of iron and skilled blacksmiths can make a noble very rich with the right connections. The second mine near Moat Cailin is something I think you'll like, Irio said as he nodded to one of his men, who placed a chest on the table. Feast your eyes, Irio said with a very wide smile as the man opened the chest. Both Nathan and Ned felt their jaws dropped at the sight before them. Inside the small chest was a collection of blue rocks. Sapphires, Nathan said in awe as a wide smile grew on his face. You found a sapphire mine? Yes, Irio said as Ned managed to close his jaw, yet still looked beyond shocked. The mine is further away from Moat Cailin, but still in riding distance, Irio said as he passed a paper over to Ned and Nathan. I was also told by the Iron Bank that if such rare jewels were found in Stark lands, the Iron Bank would be more than happy to do business with the House Stark, such as purchasing the gems or even providing expert jewelers to cut the gems. Nathan understood why the Iron Bank wanted access to the sapphire mine. Rare gems were more valuable than gold and gained more value when they were properly cut, polished, and made into jewelry. A pretty necklace with 1 big gem could cost 2 handfuls of gold. We may be interested in gaining some experienced jewelers to teach a few northern blacksmiths how to cut gems, and we'll pay for such services. Maybe in the form of said gems. Nathan said with a smile. Irio returned. I'm sure the Iron Bank will be more than happy to work with House Stark on such a business, Irio said with a wide smile as he pulled out another paper. Now, on to the final mine location. This one is very interesting. The older man said while looking at the final man with a chest in his hands. The man placed the chest on the table and quickly opened it, and what Nathan and Ned saw made them pause and tilt their heads. Inside the chest was a large rock that looked like a mix of white and pink. This is known as quartz. It is a gem not too different from obsidian, with its glass-like qualities. My people and I found a large quartz vein in Winterfell lands. Irio explained. Is there any value in quartz? Nathan asked while looking at the pink rock. Unfortunately, no, Irio said, making Ned and Nathan sigh. In Essos, quartz is mostly used as jewelry as most ladies love the pink color and believe it to bring good fortune, as they see it as exotic. Some healers claim quartz can heal a person, but that is nothing but lies and tall tales. Nathan sighed at Irio's explanation on quartz. The pink rock seemed to have less use than obsidian, with quartz only having value as cheap jewelry. While quartz jewelry might not gain any gold, it could probably bring in some silver and copper. Whatever can help the North. Irio hummed while rubbing his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. If you want, I can share an interesting rumor you might be interested in. The man said, making Nathan and Ned nod their heads. A few years ago, I and my people were contracted to find a quartz mine in Essos and paid many coins to do so. Really, by who? Ned asked with a confused look, wondering why anyone would spend coins on a mine that would have little value. The glassmakers of Myr, Irio said with a big smile as he saw the wide eyes on the 2 Starks. And it just so happens that Myr had produced a fine selection of glass houses and other such items a few months later. The glass makers of MYR were the best in the world. Their technique for crafting glass is a closely guarded secret, as once you became a glass maker of MYR, you were a glass maker for life, or risk a painful death. Nathan had even heard tales of the Mirishi or Mirish lens tube. A bronze tube that could allow one to see far away as if they were close, something any ship captain or general would love to have. Are you saying that quartz is used to make glass? Ned asked with shock as he saw the once worthless rock in a new light. High quality glass, but I believe so, as I remember that MYR never made much quartz jewelry, Irio said with a small frown on his face. I normally don't work for any of the slaver cities, but the gold they were offering was too good to pass up, he said before a grin crossed his face. However, if this information can help the North and undermine MYR, I am more than happy to share. Nathan rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look. Is it possible for the Iron Bank to send us a glass maker? Glass making was mostly done in Essos in the Free Cities. Because of how useful glass is, glass making is a closely guarded secret in Essos and rarely done in West Eos. Glassmaker guilds often send assassins on glassmakers that try to run with their secrets. Irio rubbed his chin with his brows furrowed. It's possible, but unlikely given how closely guarded the glassmaker guilds are. Then again, the Iron Bank may be able to find an independent glassmaker. As rare as they are. Then we will send a letter to the Iron Bank and request some glassmakers go to the North, Nathan said, making Ned pause before nodding. If we can use this quartz to make glass houses in the North, along with windows for castles and other useful items, the North will grow even stronger, Nathan said with a wide grin. We will also need to find some jewelers who know how to cut gems for the sapphire, obsidian, and quartz mines. Ned gave a small sigh as he rubbed his face. Requiring so many people and making them leave their homes for the cold North would cost a good amount of money. Yet Ned was willing to listen to his nephew. I can already see the results of my nephew's efforts to help the North become stronger, Ned thought with pride as he looked to his nephew, who continued to talk with Irio. Sea Dragon Port is going smoothly and already fish and other sea game is being brought in. Mayor Stillowin is progressing with his research into food that can grow in the North. I have even received a letter from Lord Reed, expressing his gratitude for Nathan finding the rice that can grow in bogs and swamps. Ned thought as he looked the papers in front of him over. Now House Stark has access to mines, we can slowly gain any gold lost back. With a smile, Ned continued the meeting with his nephew, happy that Brandon's son was living up to House Stark. 2 months later. This is the place, Sir Willis said as he looked around the shop. Nathan looked around the weapons and armor shop and saw everything was well made. After the meeting with Ned and Irio, Nathan's uncle returned to Winterfell a week later while Irio returned to continue surveying Stark land, as he was still contracted to do so for a year. Ned told Nathan that he would start mining on the silver and obsidian mines as they were already mostly finished and all they needed was to be remined. He also planned to start mining on the sapphire mine, the most valuable mine on Stark land at the moment. As for the other possible mines on the list they were given, Ned explained that he planned to save those mines until they regained most of their losses, which Nathan understood. Since Ned left for Winterfell, Nathan threw himself into his training, feeling a need to hit something after a few weeks of nothing but writing papers. Sir Willis oversaw Nathan's training, and during Nathan's 12th name day, Sir Willis offered to buy Nathan weapons and armor as a gift for his hard work. We'll find you the perfect weapon and armor, Lord Stark, Sir Willis said with a smile as he looked around. Sir Aiden is the best blacksmith in White Harbor if not the whole North. Nathan heard a little about Sir Aiden from Sir Willis. The man was once a knight born in White Harbor and fought in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. At the end of the war, Sir Aiden was injured and couldn't be a knight anymore, so he became a blacksmith. I'll be right there. A voice called from within the shop and a man soon came into view. The man was quite aged, possibly in his early 50s. He had a head of grey hair along with a large grey beard, brown eyes, and wrinkled skin. He wore blacksmithing clothes that showed off his large arms. Sir Willis, it has been some time. The old man said with a wide smile as he stepped around the table. Instantly Nathan noticed a limp in the man and glanced down to see a wooden leg on his right leg. Nathan then quickly looked up, to not be impolite. It has been Sir Aiden, Sir Willis said before gesturing to Nathan. Let me introduce you to Nathan Stark, heir to Winterfell and the North. Sir Aiden looked at Nathan with wide eyes before quickly bowing to the young Stark. Lord Stark, it is an honor to have you in my shop, Sir Aidan said in a humble voice before straightening up and looking back. Boy, come out here and pay your respects to Lord Stark and Sir Willis. There was some movement in the back and a moment later a boy came out. The boy looked to be older than Nathan by a few years, with brown eyes like Sir Aidan and thick brown hair. Lord Stark, Sir Willis, let me introduce my grandson and apprentice, Tobin. Sir Aidan said with a smile and a look of pride. Greetings Lord Stark, Sir Willis, it is an honor to meet you, Tobin said with a smile and bowed. Sir Aidan nodded as he looked at Sir Willis. So, what can I help you with, Sir Willis? Sir Willis looked at Nathan and patted him on the back. Lord Nathan's name day has come, and I plan to get him some armor and weapons as a gift for all his training. Sir Aidan nodded as he thumped his chest. Well, you came to the right place, as I am the best blacksmith in all of White Harbor. And why is that? Nathan asked while rubbing his chin. What makes you the best? Looking at some of the weapons on the walls, Nathan can tell that Sir Aidan has skills from how excellent the weapons look, but he is curious about why Sir Willis called Sir Aidan the best. Why the quality, of course. Sir Aidan said with a look of pride. I have spent most of my life honing my knowledge and skills in the art of blacksmithing, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I am one of the best blacksmiths in all of Westeros. My swords are sharper, my armor is harder, and I am one of the few blacksmiths in Westeros who knows how to reforge Valyrian steel. During the war against the Targaryens, I supplied over 500 swords and 100 sets of armor alone. It's true, my father purchased every weapon and armor Sir Aidan had and commissioned more. Sir Willis said while rubbing his chin. By the end of the war, most of the weapons and armor were still holding together. Nathan couldn't help but look at Sir Aidan in shock and a bit of awe. Supplying that many weapons and armor at such high quality was nothing short of amazing. But if you are so good, why stay here? Nathan asked while looking at the aged man. With your skills, you could have gone to King's Landing, Essos, Old Town, or Lannis Point to make a fortune. Why stay in White Harbor? Because the North is my home. Sir Aidan said with no hesitation as he folded his arms, making Nathan's eyes widen. I was born in the North, I have killed for the North, and I want nothing less but to die in the North. Tobin suddenly snorted. Also, the South doesn't appreciate the true beauty of a well-crafted sword or armor. They're only interested in something pretty rather than something strong. Like those summer knights from the Reach. All of them have very pretty armor, but all it takes is one good arrow to punch a hole right in the chest. Sir Aidan slapped Tobin on the head, making the boy wince. Remember who you are speaking to, boy. The old blacksmith said before bowing. I am sorry, my grandson sometimes gets too passionate. Sir Willis gave a hearty laugh. It is all right, it's good to see some passion in the young. Sir Willis said before looking at Nathan. Now then, is there anything you would like for Sir Aidan to craft for you? Nathan gained a thoughtful look on his face. I prefer lighter armor, enough to stop arrows at the very least, or most blades. Chainmail and leather, maybe some steel plating in the chest, Tobin muttered as Sir Aidan nodded. You are still growing, so the armor will only last for a few years, maybe even one. The young blacksmith warned. I understand, so try to not spend too much time on it, Nathan said with a nod. In a year or two Nathan would be taller and stronger and would need to get new armor anyway, so the bare minimum was needed. He was already a few inches taller since he left Winterfell. Understood, and for the weapon, what would you prefer? Sir Aidan asked. Nathan paused at that and started to think. Over the years Nathan has trained with a variety of weapons to see what he was best at. He's trained with swords, shields, bows, maces, axes, halberds, spears, longswords, and other weapons used in war. The reason is if Nathan ever found himself in a tough spot he wanted to come back home alive, and the best way to do that is to learn as much as he could. While Nathan was competent with some weapons, he found maces, spears, and halberds to be the ones he was least proficient with. The weapon he trained with the most was longswords, as House Stark's Valyrian sword, Ice, was the only Valyrian greatsword in Westeros that would be impossible to wield if it was not made from Valyrian steel, making it much lighter than normal steel. However, even with how light it was still too long and heavy even if it is made of Valyrian steel for the average person to wield. A sword and shield are the safest, but it doesn't fit me. Nathan thought as he shook his head. While shields were useful for blocking arrows and multiple opponents, Nathan always felt the shield was holding him back. It was better to simply cut down an opponent as fast as possible rather than hide behind a shield. Remembering ice and how heavy it was made Nathan pause. He wanted to wield the weapon one day as his father did, and his grandfather, but to wield it he would need all the training he could get. A longsword, Nathan said with a satisfied smile. Are you sure, my lord? Tobin said with some hesitation. Longswords are quite heavy and even some skiers have trouble wielding them. I would recommend a sword and shield as it's most common with people your age using until they become stronger. It would be far easier on you. I am choosing a longsword because it's hard, Nathan said with a confident grin. As you know, House Stark owns ice and it is a great sword, and as it's made of Valyrian steel, it's much lighter. The reason I want to use a normal longsword is to train my body, so by the time I wield ice I will be able to master it. Sir Aidan and Sir Willis threw their heads back and laughed as they both gave Nathan wide smiles. A good answer, my lord. My grandson and I shall start working on your weapons and armor as soon as possible. Sir Aidan said with a sharp nod. I look forward to seeing your work, Nathan said with a nod to the two blacksmiths. It may take a few weeks to create such high-quality armor and weapons. Until then, please look around my shop for anything useful. Sir Aidan offered, getting a nod from the two nobles. Looking around the weapons shop, Nathan saw an assortment of swords, axes, hammers, and armor ranging from cheap work to high quality. Wait a second, Nathan muttered as he saw something that caught his eye. This is a dragon glass dagger. On a table was a familiar black, glass-like rock dagger with a wooden hilt. The dagger was jagged but looked sharp enough to cut flesh easily. You know about dragon glass? Nathan turned to see Tobin standing behind the young Stark. Nathan gave the older boy a nod. House Stark has recently found a dragon glass, or obsidian, mine on our lands. We plan to mine the obsidian for daggers, jewelry, and even mirrors. That made Tobin's eyes widen in shock. Incredible, I thought dragon glass could only be found in Dragonstone. Nathan shrugged at that as he looked at the elegant dagger. Did your grandfather make this? I did, actually, Tobin said, getting a surprised look from Nathan. A few months ago, a trader gave my grandfather a large crate of dragon glass as payment for helping fix his wagon. At first, we didn't know what to do with it, until my grandfather brought in an old friend to teach him and me how to work dragon glass. Tobin said before he sighed. It wasn't easy learning. Dragon glass can't be hammered and melted as dragon glass works like clay or dough, but it's easy to chip, and even if you break dragon glass you can melt it down and start over. In some ways, dragon glass can be easier to work with than most metals. That made Nathan look at the dagger with a thoughtful look. Then would you say anyone who isn't a blacksmith can work dragon glass into a dagger or jewel? Tobin blinked at Nathan before looking thoughtful. Well, not just anyone. It would have to be someone competent to listen to directions, and it would take a lot of training. But I could see someone learning how to work dragon glass faster than learning how to be a blacksmith or a jeweler. Dragon glass is very easy to cut and any mistakes won't cost anything. Nathan started to think of a plan for what to do when the obsidian mine was open. A group of miners is needed to settle by the mine, but Nathan would also appoint a selection of jewelers to teach the miners and locals how to cut and work the dragon glass into whatever was needed. I would like to buy this dagger, Nathan said as he grabbed the dagger and ran his finger along the edge, marveling at how easily it cut him. Tobin nodded and told the price, and Nathan quickly handed the boy his coins. After looking over everything else, Nathan and Sir Willis left while bidding Sir Aidan and Tobin farewell. As Nathan made his way back to Newcastle, he started to think about the future and couldn't help but smile. The North was changing fast and for the better, and soon the North would be stronger than ever before. I'll make you proud, father, grandfather, never again will anyone underestimate the North and look down on us. Nathan thought with determination as his eyes turned fierce. That is my promise. Chapter 4. Third person P.O.V. That's it, John, keep swinging. Nathan yelled as he watched his cousin swing his wooden sword at Nathan, who kept dodging. Your enemy will do whatever they can to kill you, so don't be afraid to get dirty, Nathan said as he kicked John to the ground, to which the young boy quickly got up and held his sword. Nathan was currently sparring with his cousin John in the training yard of Marndale Castle. Nathan was amazed by John's talent with his sword despite his age, sometimes even catching Nathan off guard and forcing the older boy to take John seriously. The only thing John lacked was experience, strength, and the will to be ruthless when necessary. It's been 3 months since Nathan's 12th name day, and the young Stark has kept himself busy. Nathan continued to learn under Lord Marndaly about politics and business while training with his longsword under Sir Willis. During Nathan's training under Sir Willis, the knight took Nathan and several guards to a village in House Marndaly's lands that had requested help from local bandits. So Nathan, Sir Willis, and 12 guards rode to the village as soon as they could. Along the way, the group was ambushed by said bandits. The bandits had numbers, but Nathan and his group were better equipped and better trained. It was during the fight that Nathan made his first kill, cutting the neck of a bandit as he tried to kill the young Stark. By the end, most bandits were cut down with Nathan killing 3. Those who survived quickly surrendered with only a few guards losing their lives. As always, the bandits were allowed to take the black or hang, and the remaining bandits took the black swiftly. The young Stark was shaken up from his first kill as most young boys are, but after talking to Sir Willis and drinking at a tavern for a few days, Nathan could push past the incident. Lord Stark, a guard called out, stopping John and Nathan's spar. "A man is here to see you, Anoran Narios. He claims to have business with you." Nathan grew a big grin as he nodded to the guard. "He does, please take me to him," Nathan said, getting a nod from the guard before the young Stark looked at John. "Sorry John, it looks like we'll have to cut this short." John looked down with hesitation before looking up at Nathan. Can I come with you?" John asked, making Nathan blink in surprise. "I always see you working. I'm curious about what you're working on." Nathan smiled and put a hand on John's shoulder. "You may follow, but there are some rules," Nathan said, getting a smile on John's face as the boy nodded. "You must follow my directions and not talk out of turn. You may ask questions but nothing inappropriate. The man we are about to meet is a business friend of mine, so please show him respect. Is that clear?" Nathan asked and John nodded with a serious look on his face. "Then follow me." Following the guard inside the castle to the front entrance, Nathan saw Noran Narios with his people and several large crates on the side. Noran looked the same except for the growing beard on his face. "Lord Stark, it is good to see you again," Noran said as he walked up to Nathan and shook his hand. "You have grown since the last time I saw you." And you've grown a beard," Nathan pointed out with a small smile. "I thought it would help keep my face warm while in the north," Noran said as he scratched his cheek. The Essos man then noticed John, who stood close to Nathan. "And who is this?" "My cousin, Jon Snow. He was curious about my day-to-day activities and is observing," Nathan said, getting a nod from the young bastard. "Well, I will be sure to make things interesting," Noran said while smiling at John before looking at Nathan. "Shall we go inside?" Nathan nodded before turning around and entering the castle with John and Noran right behind. Noran's people quickly brought one of the crates inside the castle with the help of some guards while leaving the others outside. Nathan escorted the group to one of the larger meeting rooms in the Marndaly castle before sitting at a large table with John at his side and across from Noran. "So, how was the trip back to Essos?" Nathan asked as a servant poured 2 cups of wine for the two. Noran sighed as he sipped at the wine. "Not the best, unfortunately. About halfway to Essos, my ship was attacked by slavers. We drove them off but they managed to damage my ship, forcing me to stay in Essos longer than planned," Noran said before a smile crossed his face. "Fortunately, that gave me more time to accomplish your request." Noran nodded to one of his people as they stepped forward, handing Nathan a large stack of papers. The white-haired Stark took the papers and quickly looked them over. "Everything you need to know about a distiller and how to make rum and brandy are in these papers," Noran said with confidence as he folded his arms. "I was also able to purchase 5 distillers from several taverns that were in desperate need of coin." Nathan looked over the papers and nodded his head slowly. The papers went into great detail on how to set up a distiller and the process of making brandy and rum. Nathan even found some surprising details he had never known before, such as how yeast was needed to make brandy, or that brandy can be aged like wine for a better taste. "Very impressive, Noran. As always you have proven yourself reliable, Nathan said, making Noran give a humble bow. So, how much are you charging for the documents and the 5 distillers? 300 gold for everything, Noran said without hesitation, making John's jaw drop while Nathan kept his expression neutral. I spent a lot of time gaining those documents along with the 5 distillers and transporting them. I would say 300 is more than fair. 200, Nathan threw back while placing the documents down and smiling at Noran. You said it yourself that you gained the distillers from failing taverns, meaning you got them for a cheap. 275, even if I got them cheap, it still took a good amount of time and effort to bring them here to the north. The time I could have spent on other trade. Nathan paused with a thoughtful look on his face before looking Noran in the eyes. I'll pay 250 if you and your people can set up the distiller and show me how it's done. Nathan throws back while looking at the documents. While the documents were in great detail, Nathan didn't want to take any chances of him or someone else messing up and breaking a distiller from a simple misreading. Noran was an experienced man and his people were competent, so Nathan trusted them to set everything up at the very least. Noran paused before slowly nodding. Make it 260 and you have a deal. Nathan nodded and quickly shook Noran's hand with a smile. Just give me a few days to purchase a warehouse to set everything up and some able bodies. You may tell your people to leave the creates here in Newcastle. The white hair Stark said as he handed a bag of gold to Noran, who took it with a smile. Pleasure doing business with you, Lord Stark, Noran said before getting up with a bow and leaving with his people. Nathan sighed as he leaned back in his chair, sipping his wine. He then looked at John with a smile as the boy looked at Nathan with wide eyes. Do you always spend so much coin? John asked in an innocent tone, making Nathan laugh. Sometimes spending large amounts of the coin is needed to take a chance, Nathan said as he pointed to John. Remember John, gold, silver, and copper are only pretty metals, it's what you do with them that gives them value, Nathan said with a smile as he remembered Lord Mondalis' words. I am spending so much coin in the hopes of building something that can gain me more coin later, and with more coin, I can invest in other projects for a better future for the North, Nathan said as he sighed. It's a gamble, John, but no one ever made something big without taking a chance, Nathan said as he rubbed John's head, making the young boy laugh. Come on, we still have much work to do, Nathan said as he stood up and John quickly followed. For the next few days, Nathan bought everything necessary to start his project. He bought a large warehouse for a few gold coins from a merchant, he hired 30 men who could listen to instructions, some could even read, and finally, Nathan brought in several crates of various foods such as rye, potatoes, radishes, and beets. They all came from Nathan's farm outside of White Harbor and were all growing strong despite the summer snow. Mayor Stillowin has told me our farms in Winterfell have already started growing cabbages, carrots, and spinach, Nathan thought before a wide grin crossed his face. Mayor Stillowin even took my request and managed to make a gooseberry farm that's already thriving. Wild gooseberries were common in the north, and while some nobles have tried to grow gooseberries in the past, most had little success with only small numbers. Fortunately, Mayor Stillowin had the time and resources and used some of Nathan's ideas to grow gooseberries, such as growing the berries in an open field away from any forest and using straight sticks to help grow the plants in a certain way. Nathan was informed by Mayor Stillowin that he only had one farm for each food, but they were all showing promising results. Gooseberries have the most value as they can be used for foods such as jams and pies. I have even heard of some women using gooseberries as perfumes. It may even be possible to start making gooseberries wine, something the Reach can't even make as gooseberries grow mostly in the north. When Nathan was informed of the progress with the barriers, he ordered Mayor Stillowin to start up 3 more gooseberry farms and to put in a request for winemaking equipment, to which the Mayorster quickly agreed. Wine in Winterfell, and hard alcohol in White Harbor, Nathan said as he watched Noran's men set up the distiller while he watched everything closely. Let's see if I can ruffle the Reach's feathers. Nathan thought with a savage grin as Noran started to explain the process of making hard alcohol for rum and brandy. I thank you for everything, Noran, Nathan said as he shook the man's hand. I will inform you of any results I can manage. And remember, Lord Stark, my ship is always open to transport such products to Essos and Westeros, Noran said in a sly tone as he bowed. Until we meet again, Lord Stark. With the Essos merchant gone, Nathan turned to his distillers, 3 set up. He was keeping one in storage for the time being in case anything happened to the 3 setup and planning to take one distiller back to Winterfell with him to continue experimenting. They were strange looking, metal barrels with metal tubes connected to a smaller barrel with a fire put under the larger barrel. From what Nathan had read, they were mostly made of copper to heat up much easier. "All right men, get ready to work," Nathan said as he looked at his workers. "You, take 10 men and grab several barrels of water from the streams outside White Harbor. Use the cart and horses." The man gave a firm nod and did as he was told. "You, go buy some firewood and charcoal in the market, take 5 with you," Nathan said before throwing a sack of silver coins to the man, who looked at it with wide eyes. "And don't even think of nipping any silver, I already know how much wood that pouch can buy, and if you do I will know." "Why yes my lord," the man said with a small stutter as he bowed and quickly left with 5 others. Nathan looked to the remaining men with a thoughtful look. "The rest of you, open the crates holding the rye and get them ready. We have a lot of work to do," Nathan said as he clapped his hands. The process of making brandy was not that different from making wine. Most steps of making brandy were very similar to wine, with the only difference being the distiller, which the pear wine was processed through several times before the brandy was made. Nathan knew he had no pears to make wine with, let alone brandy, but he did have plenty of rye. When the workers started working on the rye, Nathan quickly noticed they had started the process of making beer, much to Nathan's shock. Beer was a northern drink, more popular than ale or mead, or any other drink among the small folk and even some nobles. While Nathan preferred wine himself, he didn't mind a good beer now and again. Having an idea, Nathan asked all his men if any of them knew how to make beer, and to Nathan's surprise quite a few raised their hands. Nathan then ordered men to start making beer out of the rye, and Nathan found them easily doing so. Once the men had mixed the rye with the yeast and started fermenting it, they informed Nathan the process would take about 10 days for the beer to be drinkable. So Nathan sent most of the workers home and kept a few to guard the warehouse and watch the beer to make sure nothing bad happened. With the rest of his day cleared, Nathan made his way through White Harbor with his guards at his side. "Ah, Lord Stark, good day," Tobin said while giving Nathan a bow as Nathan entered the blacksmith shop. "You as well, Tobin," Nathan said while nodding to the older boy. During the commission of his armor and longsword, Nathan met Tobin frequently and continued to see the older boy. Tobin was a bit odd but had a strong passion for being a blacksmith, but what grabbed Nathan's attention was Tobin's ideas. The older boy was striving to create stronger steel and was convinced adding certain metals and oils would accomplish such a thing. When Nathan got to know Tobin, the boy eagerly showed the Stark a book filled with notes on what he thought would improve the strength and sharpness of steel, and what would be useless. Tobin had a lot of notes that were useless for improving steel. "Not going to use gold to improve steel again?" Nathan asked with an amused look as he watched Tobin hammer away at a dagger. "No, grandfather is still mad at me for doing such a thing," Tobin said with a wince as he put the sword back in the fire. "I thought gold could make steel stronger, so I had to try. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time." "You shaved down a gold coin to dust and sprinkled it like sugar on a steel dagger," Nathan said with a deadpan look as he folded his arms, making Tobin blush red. "Luckily I was able to sell the dagger to a rich knight that was visiting for 5 gold," Tobin said as he took the blade out of the fire and quenched it in oil. "Grandfather nearly tanned my hide," he said before going back to hammering the blade. Despite himself, Nathan grinned at Tobin. The young blacksmith had a dream to become the greatest blacksmith in all of Westeros, to create swords and armor that could rival Valyrian steel. Tobin was ambitious, if a little headstrong with his dream. If there was one, Nathan knew that Tobin was a prodigy as a blacksmith, better than some of the other blacksmiths in White Harbor and Winterfell. "How," Nathan muttered as he sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" "Whale oil," Tobin said as he dipped the hot blade in a bucket of oil before going back to hammering. "A whale washed up on shore not too far from here near a village. They cut and dried the meat and sold the fat in the market. Grandfather bought a large amount as it has a lot of uses." "Really?" Nathan asked with a raised brow. As far as the young Stark was concerned, whale fat, along with most animal fat, was next to useless. Fat was mostly used for cooking, making candles, lamp oil, or making whale oil for blacksmiths. Most hunters and butchers throw the fat away or sell it cheap. Whale oil is good for quenching steel to get the most out of a blade, though it takes longer to make a blade using whale oil, There is still a good improvement, Tobin said as he smiled at Nathan. Animal fat can also be used to clean greasy and dirty tools. I've even heard of hunters using animal fat to clean the blood off their tools. That made Nathan blink while rubbing his chin in thought. If animal fat can clean blood and grease off of tools, can it clean other things? Nathan thought before looking to Tobin. Food for thought later. Nathan continued to watch Tobin work at the anvil, sweat pouring down the young boy's body as he focused completely on the blade. Have you given any thought to my offer? Nathan suddenly said, making Tobin hesitate in his next strike. Have you told your family? After Nathan had received his armor and longsword and saw Tobin's work, he offered the boy to return with him to Winterfell and become one of Winterfell's blacksmiths. There, Nathan would fund his experiments to create stronger steel or other ideas. Nathan made the offer a few weeks ago and was still waiting for an answer. Tobin was quiet for a moment before he went pounding at the dagger. I told my grandfather and my father. They said they were proud of me and that I should take your offer. But, Nathan said as he saw Tobin's hesitation. But I am hesitant to leave White Harbor, my family, and my grandfather. Tobin sighed as he put the blade in the whale oil with a solemn look. I have younger siblings and I help my grandfather around the forge. To leave him for my needs seems wrong. Nathan could understand such thinking. It was never easy leaving family, and Nathan saw that Tobin loved and admired his grandfather greatly. However, Nathan could also see Tobin was thinking too narrowly. Tobin, it's not like you are leaving for the Reach or King's Landing. Winterfell is a 2-week ride on a strong horse, 3 weeks by caravan. Nathan started to explain. You can visit your family whenever you want with a strong horse, and it's not like I will keep you in Winterfell forever. You may leave whenever you want. You are a free man, are you not? The young Stark said with a smirk. As for your grandfather, can you tell me he will have trouble finding a blacksmith who wants to be his apprentice in White Harbor? Tobin stared at Nathan for several long moments before he blushed and looked away. Suddenly, leaving doesn't seem like a big deal, Tobin muttered before he grabbed the dagger and looked at it for a long moment before sighing. Damn, another failure. You can make many failures back in Winterfell, Nathan said as he walked forward and placed a hand on the older boy's shoulder, making Tobin smile. I will take to my family and have everything arranged by the time you leave, Tobin said as he bowed to Nathan. I thank you for this great opportunity, Lord Stark. Nathan smiled and nodded to Tobin. And I look forward to seeing what you create, Tobin. 1 month later. So, this is what you've been working on, Lord Marndale said with interest as Nathan placed the bottle in front of him. Over the past few weeks, Nathan has been experimenting with distillers and rye beer and created something interesting. Putting the rye beer into the distiller created a golden brown liquid with a strong but pleasant smell. When Nathan had sampled the liquid, the young Stark was blown away by the strong flavor and the burning feeling as it went down his throat to the point Nathan was coughing up hard. The brown alcohol was much stronger than brandy from Essos and not nearly as sweet. However, much to Nathan's shock, after only 1 sip Nathan felt a warm feeling in his chest, and despite the lack of sweetness, the golden brown liquid had an earthy flavor to it and a faint sweetness. After discovering the liquid, Nathan poured all his time and resources into it, using most of his own rye and yeast stock to try different combinations, methods, and time. Once Nathan found a good combination that was easy to swallow, he had various merchants and guards taste the drink. Most men spat the drink out on the first sip and said it tasted awful until Nathan insisted. They continued drinking until they could give him their opinion. After a few sips, most men said they got used to the taste, and the northern men soon grew to love the taste, almost begging Nathan to sell them a few barrels. Feeling confident in his creation, Nathan presented his finding to Lord Marndale and his 2 sons, Willis and Wendell. Nathan said as he took the glass bottle and poured the liquid into 4 cups. It took some experimenting, finding the right combination of rye, water, yeast, and time, but the results were more than worth it, Nathan said as he put the bottle down. Please have a taste, but I warn you, the flavor is very strong the first few sips. The 3 Marndales all grabbed their cups and looked down at the golden brown liquid with raised brows. The first to drink was Wendell, who threw his head back and drank half the cup in one go. Nathan saw the man's eyes widen before he slammed the cup down and started coughing hard. By the old gods! That is strong. Wendell coughed as his eyes watered. It felt like I was drinking wildfire, and it tasted nothing like brandy. Lord Mondale and Willis looked at their cups before taking small sips, wincing at the strong tastes as they placed their cups down. Its flavor is very strong, almost too strong, Willis said with a frown. Finish the cup first and tell me what you think, Nathan said as he sipped his cup, grinning at the men before him. It's an acquired taste, but trust me when I say you'll ask for more after a cup or two. The Mondales looked hesitant but pushed themselves forward. They continued to sample and drink the golden brown liquid, and before Nathan knew it the glass bottle he brought was almost empty. You know, it does grow on you, Sir Willis said with a wide smile on his face as he took a gulp of the drink and gave a long sigh. It's like when I first tried beer, tasted like piss, but it was good at getting you drunk. Beer might as well be water when compared to this. It takes me a whole barrel of beer to get me good and drunk, but with only a few cups I can feel the room spinning. Wendell shouted while laughing. It feels like a fire is in my chest, and I can feel myself warming up just by sitting on my ass and drinking. Lord Mondale stared at the cup in his hands for a long moment, as a smile grew on his face while taking another sip. I must say, Nathan, this is very impressive. While this drink is nothing like brandy, I can see it being a favorite among men of Westeros who don't care for sweet drinks. Lord Mondale said as he took a sip. What do you call this drink? Nathan smiled as he put a hand to his chin. Well, as Sir Wendell said, this drink causes a warm feeling in your chest, as if a fire is lit. And while this drink isn't as sweet as brandy or wine, it is still sweet to an extent. So, I've taken to call it Sweet Fire. Sweet Fire, Sir Willis said with a thoughtful look as he took a sip with a sigh. It burns going down and continues to burn in your chest with a sweet fire. I like it. Oh, I'm going to tell the merchants to use that, Nathan said with a grin, making Sir Willis and Wendell laugh. Lord Mondale smiled before his face turned slightly serious. Clearing his throat, he grabbed everyone's attention. Willis, Wendell, I wish to speak with Lord Stark. Lord Mondale said in a serious tone while looking Nathan in the eyes. We have some business to discuss. He finished with a grin, one matching Nathan's. Seeing what their father had planned, the two brothers stood up from their seats. Any chance we can take the bottle? Wendell asked, only to get a flat look from his father. Never mind, the knight muttered as they exited the room. Once the brothers left, Nathan looked to Lord Mondale, who was looking at Nathan with pride. I must say, Lord Stark, you have outdone yourself. Lord Mondale said as he grabbed the glass bottle and gave it a long look. Sweet Fire has the potential to shake the wine trade in the Reach, and other houses in Westeros. I see my Sweet Fire being popular in the North, Riverlands, the Vale, Crownlands, and the Stormlands, Nathan said as he swirled the Sweet Fire in his cup, smiling at it. The occasional nobles from other lands and even Essos will grow to like Sweet Fire, but I can see it being most popular in the 5 lands I've mentioned, Nathan said before pointing to the glass bottle in Lord Mondale's hands. Also, like wine, I believe Sweet Fire will age better in oak barrels, such as how brandy is aged. How long should Sweet Fire be aged for? Lord Mondale asked while paying close attention to the young Stark. I'd say, 6 months for it to truly be good, Nathan said as he tapped his finger on the table. However, the longer Sweet Fire ages the better the taste, thus raising the quality and raising the price. So I would say 2 to 3 years for better quality, and 5 years for the best quality. So, will you start selling Sweet Fire now, or 6 months from now? Lord Mondale asked before raising a brow at Nathan's snort. Oh gods no, that would be foolish, Nathan said while waving his hand. To try to sell Sweet Fire as soon as it's made will cause many nobles to spit it out and dump the drink in the woods. Not to mention, if Sweet Fire does become popular, other nobles will try and copy me, like how many nobles sell their wine. Nathan took a sip of the Sweet Fire, loving the burning taste more and more with every sip. No, the best way to grab a hold of Sweet Fire is through quantity and connections. Quantity and connections. Lord Mondale as he hung on Nathan's words. The reason the Reach has such a strong hold on the wine market is that they have both the quantity and the connections. The Reach makes the most wine in all of Westeros and they have connections with merchants to sell in other lands. With so much being made in the Reach, a winery in the Crownlands won't even make half of what a winery in the Reach makes in a year. Nathan said as he folded his arms. I plan to stock up on as much sweet fire as I can for the next year, possibly making hundreds of barrels. Once I have enough, I'll gift some to the lords of the North, Riverlands, and even King Robert to spread awareness. Then I'll flood the market with as much sweet fire as I can. It will take months or even years before the secret to how to make sweet fire is known, but by then I will control the market with quantity and connections. Nathan said as a thoughtful look crossed his face. Also, to prevent any confusion on where the sweet fire has come from, I believe each barrel of sweet fire should hold the Stark sigil, as to prevent any merchants or nobles from selling their sweet fire and saying it was made by use. No noble or merchant is foolish enough to forge another noble house's coat of arms, much less House Stark. Lord Marndale looked at Nathan with a stunned expression before he gave a bellowing laugh, making Nathan jump in his seat. Amazing, truly amazing, Lord Stark, Lord Marndale said with admiration in his eyes. Never have I met someone with as good business sense as me, let alone at your age. Lord Marndale gulped the sweet fire before looking Nathan in the eyes. Though do you think you can continue to make sweet fire once you return to Winterfell? Lord Marndale said with a challenging smile on his face. I doubt Winterfell, or the Starks, have the connections to sell your sweet fire across the lands. But you do? Nathan asked with a knowing smile on his face. House Marndale has the ships, merchants, and connections to sell sweet fire all across Westeros and even in Essos, and with the rye farms I've invested in, you could simply expand on them to increase their yield for more sweet fire, Nathan said as he leaned against the table and looked at Lord Marndale with a smile. So what will it take for me to use those connections? Allow House Marndale to take over the sweet fire business, Lord Marndale said with no hesitation, making Nathan blink in shock. I have experience running such businesses, and you've already set up rye farms close to White Harbor that can thrive even in the cold, but I also have connections in the Riverlands to buy rye should the farms ever run low, and thanks to my good daughter, I have access to a forest full of wood for oak barrels. I doubt you want me to simply give you my business for free. I have too much respect for House Stark and you, Lord Nathan, to ask such a foolish question. Lord Marndale said as he folded his fat hands and leaned against the table. I ask that you allow House Marndale to control the business here in White Harbor, and the farms. In exchange I will give House Stark the monthly profits every 6 months and pay you, Nathan Stark, a large amount of gold now. Nathan paused and looked down in thought. While Nathan was confident in himself, he knew that Lord Marndale was better at running a business, and had more connections than Nathan had along with a small army of merchants. Lord Marndale could probably make more in a year than Nathan could in 3. Nathan could also use the gold for personal usage and projects instead of relying on House Stark's coffers. How much would House Stark gain monthly? 30% every month, and 70% to House Marndale. Lord Marndale said with no hesitation. House Marndale will manage the business and pay for everything from our pocket, that means workers, supplies, rye, merchants, and everything else. In exchange for House Marndale gaining 70% of your business, I will pay 50,000 gold, and give 3 barrels of sweet fire to House Stark monthly. It's a good deal, Nathan thought with a pondering look. While Lord Marndale will make some profit with the 70%, he has the skill and connection to do so with better successes than me, while House Stark will be gaining most of the benefits. With the gold, I can work on other ideas without having to ask my uncle, as I'm starting to run low on gold. Lord Marndale also has more ships, merchants, and skills to make more gold than I could at the moment. I agree to these terms, Lord Marndale, Nathan said with a nod, getting a smile out of Lord Marndale. And should I see other business ventures, I will look to you for guidance, Nathan said as he stuck his hand out to Lord Marndale. We can draw up a contract later. I look forward to working with you, Lord Stark. Lord Marndale said with a smile as he shook his hand back. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Lord Marndale said as he looked at the almost empty glass bottle. The fat lord was currently sitting in his study with his 2 sons. The young lord sure makes interesting things, Wendell said as he gave a small laugh, starting to feel the effects of sweet fire in his body. This is beyond interesting, Wendell, Lord Marndale said in a rare, serious tone, making his second son wince. This creation has the potential to rival wine. It's a strong drink that gets you drunk fast, perfect for battle-hardened nobles and soldiers. I could even see this drink being popular in Dorne and Essos, Their nights can be cold and this sweet fire can put a warm feeling in anyone's chest. Lord Marndaeli said as he leaned back in his chair. First it was the recreation of the Northern Fleet, then the mines in Stark lands, then finding foods that can grow in the north. Now it's a drink that will bloody the reach when we start making these. That Stark boy is brilliant, he's changing the north, and for the better. Willis hummed as he folded his arms. You know, father, I wonder where Lord Nathan gets all these ideas. He's smart, but I know for a fact he isn't on a Maestus level. That's because he is wise, my sons. Lord Marndaeli said, grabbing his son's attention. What makes a good leader isn't how strong, how rich, or how intelligent they are, but in making the right choices. Using their knowledge and asking the right questions for the best results. That is what makes a good leader. Young Nathan may not have fought in battle yet, but he already shows more promise than most lords. Lord Marndaeli said, getting a nod from Willis and a pause from Wendell. Willis, be honest, how would you feel if I offered a betrothal between Nathan and one of your daughters? I would be honored, Willis said with no hesitation. House Marndaeli has always been loyal to House Stark. For the past year I have seen Nathan grow. He is a kind and hard-working boy who will become a great man. Willis said before blinking and looking at his father. Is that why you had Nathan fostered here? You planned for a betrothed from the beginning. Most of the lords in the north are planning to set their daughters up with Nathan Stark, even Robb Stark. I just got the head start. Lord Marndaeli said with a snort. Though I doubt Ned Stark will agree to any betrothals. He will allow his nephew to choose, and Ned will only advise, but ultimately it will be Nathan Stark's choice on who he weds. Lord Marndaeli said as a smile grew on his face. Even if Nathan chooses to wed another, House Marndaeli will form a close bond with House Stark thanks to the fostering and business. I wonder where the boy gets all his talent from. Wendell said with a thoughtful look. Brandon Stark was an amazing fighter and a good leader, but I doubt Brandon Stark could do what his son is doing. Not even Rickard Stark had such talent. Wendell said as his brother nodded in agreement. You two forget about the boy's mother, Rena Valerian, Lord Marndaeli said as he grabbed his son's attention. House Valerian has always been rich thanks to their ships and business sense, once they were rich enough to rival House Lannister alone. Rena Valerian was a rising star in House Valerian, as she commanded over 20 ships to her name and had started to build a fortune for House Valerian as a trader. If she had lived, I wouldn't be surprised if she became the richest lady in Westeros. Lord Marndaeli said as an amused look crossed his face. Who would have thought a union between the Starks and Valerian would change the north for the better, Willis said with a snort as he downed the rest of the sweet fire. I must go, I promised Wyler I would read to her tonight. And I need to write up a contract for the sweet fire business. Lord Marndaeli said as he brought up a piece of paper and started writing. Now, be on your way so I may work in peace, and yes, Wendell, you may take the bottle. Lord Marndaeli's second son happily took the bottle, much to the Lord's amusement. With his sons gone, Lord Marndaeli got to work on his papers. 2 months later. For the next few weeks, Nathan continues to experiment with the distillers with his sweet fire business and see what else he could create, only this time Lord Marndaeli and his maester were also by Nathan's side, learning everything they could to make sweet fire. Lord Marndaeli had written up the contract for House Marndaeli to take over Nathan's sweet fire business. The profits of the sweet fire business would be split up with 30% going to House Stark while 70% would go to Lord Marndaeli, and Lord Marndaeli would be in charge of maintaining and funding the sweet fire business with their profits, but House Stark would continue to receive 30% of the monthly profits every 6 months. In exchange for Nathan giving most of the sweet fire business to Lord Marndaeli, Nathan gained 50,000 gold and would be given 10 barrels of sweet fire every month for free. After that, Nathan continued to experiment with the distillers to see what else he could create while he kept updated with his uncle on the mining projects. Ned had informed Nathan that the silver mines would be producing silver in just a few months since most of the mine was still held together by the Stark's ancestors. Ned also informed Nathan that he was also working on the obsidian mine but was only putting in half the effort until the jewel arrived at Winterfell. Thus, the obsidian mines only had half the number of the silver mines. The sapphire mine near Moat Cailin was also going smoothly, though it would take much more time before it was operational. Speaking of the jewel makers from Essos, Tichonestris, and Iriovolel were able to acquire several jewelers and even a few glassmakers to come to the north just a few weeks ago. Most of the jewelers were sent to Moat Cailin as the sapphire mine there, while a few were sent to Winterfell for the obsidian mine, along with the glassmakers for the quartz mine. However, before the jewelers and glassmakers left, Nathan pulled the two best and instructed them to teach Tobin how to cut gems and make glass, as the boy had asked Nathan once he agreed to come to Winterfell with him. The men from Essos were a bit reluctant, but after showing them some gold they quickly agreed. So, Nathan had his uncle send obsidian and raw sapphire for Tobin to work on and hone his skills, which the young blacksmith was very grateful for. After the jewelers and glassmakers left for Winterfell and Moat Cailin, Lord Marndael informed Nathan of Lord Reed's request to come to White Harbour to speak with Nathan. The letter was somewhat vague, but Nathan agreed as he wanted to know the progress of the rice farms in House Reed lands. "Lord Reed, I welcome you to White Harbour," Lord Marndael said as he and Nathan greeted Lord Reed and his party. "Thank you for accepting my request," Lord Reed said before he turned to Nathan with a look of gratitude. "And it is good to see you again, Lord Stark." Nathan couldn't help but look at Lord Reed in shock. Months ago when Nathan saw the man, he was thin and had a grim look about him, as most nobles of House Reed. Now, Lord Reed seemed to be brimming with life and even seemed to gain some weight. "And you as well, Lord Reed," Nathan said as he shook Lord Reed's hand. "I admit I am shocked to see you like this, you seem almost brimming with life." Lord Reed gave a hearty laugh, which shocked Nathan again, as a few months ago would have been unimaginable Lord Reed laughing. "It is thanks to you, Lord Stark," Lord Reed said as he looked behind and gave a nod. Two guards came forward with a large barrel and placed it down in front of Nathan and Lord Marndael. The guards then opened the barrel to reveal it was filled to the brim with white seeds or rice. Looking at the large amount, Nathan looked to Lord Reed with a wide smile. "You've grown rice," Nathan stated this as a fact as he saw the barrel of dried rice. We have," Lord Reed said while brimming with pride. "I will tell you everything over dinner. I have brought a cook who has managed to make some dishes with the rice." "Fortune has smiled upon you, Lord Reed," Lord Marndael said with a booming laugh. He walked over and slapped Lord Reed's shoulder. "Come and let your cook prepare the meals, my people will listen to him." Some time later, Nathan, along with Lord Marndael's family, were sitting in the dining hall with Lord Reed's cook preparing a meal for everyone. "As Lord Stark told me, rice does not have much flavor on its own, but amazingly it goes well with nearly anything," Lord Reed said as his cook presented several bowls and a large pot. "Salt alone can give the rice a nice flavor, and adding simple meat from any animal can fill a belly easily. But we are not having that today, as my cook has prepared stew." True to Lord Reed's words, the cook prepared several bowls of stew filled with meat, vegetables, and rice all mixed. Nathan didn't hesitate to taste the food with a smile on his face. "This is amazing, Lord Reed," Nathan said, getting a look of pride on the cook's face. "Have you found anything that goes well with rice?" "Simple foods so far, my lord, but we are trying new things every day," Lord Reed said as he ate his food, and Lord Marndael's family quickly followed. "Speaking of new things, House Reed has recently found another food that can grow in bogs," Lord Reed said, making Nathan's head snap up. "You found another food that can grow in bogs?" Nathan asked with shock in his voice. One of the small folks brought it to my attention while I was visiting one of the rice farms," Lord Reed said while nodding his head. "They are known as cranberries, a red berry that grows in bogs not too different from rice, but cranberries grow atop the bog water. Once I found out about the berries, I had my maester do as much research as possible and started to harvest them before starting a cranberry farm. It will take some time, possibly a year, before we can figure out how to grow the cranberries in farms, but my maester is confident he can accomplish it." "Fortune smiles on House Reed," Lord Marndael said with an impressed look. "The once grim lands of House Reed may soon grow the most food in the north. It is thanks to Lord Stark, who I am eternally grateful for," Lord Reed said with gratitude as he bowed his head to Nathan. "House Reed can never repay House Stark for the fortune they have given us, but we can try. I am already sending rice to Winterfell as you have requested." "I and House Stark thank you for the gift," Nathan said as a thoughtful look crossed his face. "Lord Reed, may I ask you a question about the rice farms?" "Of course," Lord Reed said with no hesitation. "With the growing rice farms in your lands, how likely would it be for House Reed to supply rice to the whole of the north during winter?" Nathan asked in a serious tone. Instantly, all eyes at the table were on Nathan and Lord Reed. All looking at the two with interest from Lord Marndale down to Wyler. Lord Reed looked thoughtful before letting out a sigh. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening soon, my lord. May I ask why? Nathan asked with some disappointment but kept it hidden well. The Greywater Watch simply lacks the numbers. Our population is less than 20,000 and that is the most in recent years. Lord Reed said with a grim expression. While the rice farms have given new work and staved off the hunger, we still lack the numbers for such a task of feeding most of the North with rice and the coin. We would need much greater numbers if we are to supply the whole North with enough rice to last through winter. Nathan sighed at that and nodded his head. The Greywater Watch was a large but poor land and most small folk that could leave did as soon as they got the coin. Even if House Reed started to grow food and make coins, it would be years before their numbers started to grow. If House Reed has more numbers, they could make more rice farms, and produce more food that could feed the North. Nathan thought with a huff. How the hell do you increase a population? Dinner continued smoothly for the nobles as Lord Marndale talked with Lord Reed about purchasing rice and entering a trade agreement to sell rice to lords of the North, as House Reed had no access to traders. At the end of dinner, Nathan found himself walking with Lord Reed through the training yard. Lord Marndale keeps his men strong, Lord Reed said as he paid close attention to the guards' training. He has the resources to arm and armor his men and a large population, Nathan said as he smiled at Lord Reed. In a few years, you will be able to do the same. I find that hard to believe, Lord Reed said with a slight chuckle. House Reed has only ever had 2,000 men at once. Even if we start growing food, I can't see my house growing to such heights. Ah, you think too little, Nathan said with a smile. The rice you grow won't just keep your bellies full, but with what you sell to the other North lords will gain House Reed much coin. Even lords from the south will want rice with how long it lasts, especially in winter. When word spreads that House Reed is opening its arms to more people with farming work, you should see an increase in migration from both the north and even the south. Perhaps in the coming years, Lord Reed said with a smile. Nathan gained a thoughtful look on his face. You know, recently Moat Cailin has discovered an iron mine, Nathan said, grabbing Lord Reed's attention. Ever since Moat Cailin has started reconstruction, lords of the north have sent men to show their support. Already 3,000 soldiers occupy Moat Cailin, along with 5,000 small folk. To feed 8,000 people is not cheap. Perhaps you can enter a contract with my uncle. House Reed will supply Moat Cailin with rice. In exchange, Moat Cailin will provide both wood and iron to help with housing and other construction needed in the Greywater Watch, maybe increasing the number of soldiers. Lord Reed looked surprised before gaining a thoughtful look. That is something to think about. Nathan. A voice called out. Turning, Nathan saw John run up to Nathan with a big smile on his face. Sweat ran down the young boy's face. Hello John, Nathan said with a smile as he looked at his younger cousin. Lord Reed, meet Jon Snow, son of Nathan Stark. John, this is Lord Reed, an old friend of your father. He came back to the north with you and me when you were a baby. Hello Lord Reed, John said with a bow, making Nathan smile. Nathan looked to Lord Reed and paused when he saw the shocked look on Lord Reed's face. It wasn't a look of disgust or contempt like some nobles had when meeting bastards, but a look of shock. Lord Reed quickly hid his shock and smiled at John. My, you certainly look like your father, you have his eyes. John smiled at that before his face turned hesitant. Lord Reed, you said you came back to the north with me when I was a baby, right? John asked, getting a hesitant nod from Lord Reed. Then do you know who my mother is? Nathan sighed at that. For a long time, John had asked who his mother was, but for some reason, Ned always dodged the question. Never telling John or anyone who she was or how she looked. All Ned told John and everyone who asked was that she died giving birth to John and Ned took him in soon after. Even Nathan had asked and Ned revealed nothing. Why uncle avoids the question like the shivers I will never know. Nathan thought before looking to Lord Reed, and what he saw made him pause. Now that's interesting. Lord Reed looked stunned at John's question, as if not expecting it. Lord Reed then looked at John with some hesitation, worry, and fear. I am sorry Jon Snow, I do not know, Lord Reed said with a sad smile. By the time I joined your father, you were already there. Oh, John said with a down expression. Hey, chin up, Nathan said as he lifted John's chin and smiled at him. Remember, you have a father who loves you, along with brothers and sister, and me, Nathan said as he rubbed John's head, getting a giggle from the boy. Now I seem to remember you having lessons with the maester later. That got a pout out of John as he looked away. I was going to. John muttered, making Nathan snort. Go, or no sword training for a week, Nathan said in a warning tone, making John nod before he ran away. He seems like a good lad. Lord Reed said with an off tone as he watched John run away. He is, Nathan said before his eyes turned hard. So, Lord Reed, do you mind telling me why you lied to my cousin? That made Lord Reed go stiff as he looked to Nathan with wide eyes, while the young Stark only gave him hard eyes. What do you mean, my lord? Lord Reed asked, but it sounded too calm to Nathan. I know for a fact that you rode with my uncle to the Tower of Joy, and you rode with him on the way back, Nathan said while giving Lord Reed a raised brow. I doubt you could have been gone long enough for him to pick up a baby and not know who the mother was, or have an idea of who John's mother is, Nathan said as his eyes turned sharp. So, Lord Reed, who is John's mother? Lord Reed showed his worthiness of being a northern lord as his face didn't change from Nathan's question. The older lord kept his face neutral for the most part, telling Nathan nothing from the question. However, because Lord Reed kept his face neutral told Nathan a lot. He knows exactly who John's mother is. Nathan thought as he stared Lord Reed down, who stared back. The question is, why is Lord Reed keeping it a secret? There was only reason Lord Reed would not tell John or Nathan who John's mother was if he was ordered to. The only person who could order Lord Reed to lie to the heir of Winterfell and the North, is Nathan's uncle, Ned Stark. Who the fucking hell is John's mother that it would require Lord Reed to swear to secrecy? Nathan thought as confusion crept into his mind. Lord Stark, I am sorry, but I cannot reveal anything. Lord Reed said while giving Nathan a deep bow, grabbing some attention in the training yard. Nathan sighed as he rubbed his face. Raise your head, Lord Reed. I will not ask any further. Lord Reed raised his head and the two continued to walk together, the two silent. As they walked, Nathan thought to Little John, his mind feeling confused. Ned Stark is the most honorable man in all of Westeros, yet he's still human. To fall for a woman in the heat of war is understandable, and he would even take care of his son when the mother died. Nathan thought as he walked next to Lord Reed. Yet Uncle Ned never revealed John's mother. Is it the shame he feels, maybe to save the mother's honor? Ned already revealed he had a bastard while married to Catelyn and brought the bastard to raise on his own. Aunt Cat makes Uncle Ned live in shame every time John is brought up, and Ned endures with no hesitation. Nathan thought as he tried to fit the pieces together. Is it fear? That made the young Stark pause as he glanced at Lord Reed. Fear to hide John's mother from John and other nobles would make sense if it would put John and the Starks in danger, but who could scare Ned Stark enough to hide that fact, or has the power to rival House Stark? These questions floated around Nathan's head for a long while before he put them to rest. He has too little information and only two people know the truth. I will talk to Uncle Ned when the time is right. Nathan thought as he looked at John, who was talking with one of the older boys. It's cruel to keep John in the dark. I will convince Ned to tell him the truth one day. With that thought tucked away, Nathan continued walking with Lord Reed, discussing a better future for the North. 4 months later. Over the next few months, Nathan continued his fostering under Lord Marndaly, working on his various side projects and other business ventures. Nathan continued to experiment with the distillers and stock up on a good number of sweet fires. Lord Marndaly and Nathan agreed that they would wait 1 year before they started selling sweet fire, as they wanted to gain some gold before next winter, as the Maesters were already claiming winter was only a few years away. Lord Marndaly and Nathan agreed that before winter they would sell sweet fire to the nobles cheap so they get a taste of the hard alcohol and how it helped keep a person warm even in the cold. Once the nobles ran out of sweet fire they would want to buy more as soon as winter ended, bringing better awareness. So after Lord Marndaly bought a few more warehouses, Nathan started stocking up the sweet fire, filling them with more and more barrels every week. After a few months of making sweet fire, Nathan ran out of rye from the farms outside of White Harbor, forcing the young Stark to wait until he could grow more. However, even with the rye farms depleted, Nathan had made over 500 barrels of sweet fire in several warehouses. Feeling comfortable with the amount of sweet fire, Nathan started working with other foods to see what he could make with the distiller. Other than rye, white beets were the most grown on Nathan's farms. So, following the same process for brandy, Nathan had his workers smash the white beets into mush and mix it with water and yeast before it was fermented for a few days. Once the fermentation was finished, it was processed through the distiller. What came out was not a brown liquid like brandy or sweet fire, but a clear liquid like water with a very strong smell. Giving the clear alcohol a taste, Nathan found the taste clear and crisp, but with a faint sweetness. It has much less flavor than sweet fire, but from what Nathan saw from the guards and workers drinking it, they became drunk just as fast as with sweet fire. The only downside was it did not give a burning feeling in one chest as sweet fire did, but still got someone drunk fast. When Nathan presented his new creation to Lord Marndale and his sons, only Wendell found the drink enjoyable. "I fucking love this," the Marndale knight shouted as he downed his cup. "It is clear and hits strong, like a northern spirit." Hearing that made Nathan pause. "Strong like a northern spirit, why don't we call it that? Northern spirits, or spirits for short." Lord Marndale and Willis told Nathan while they favored sweet fire, they didn't mind spirits. Thus, Nathan started stocking up on spirits, and Lord Marndale bought another warehouse to hold the alcohol for the coming future. Ned kept Nathan informed of the situations across the north. Sea Dragon Port was finally completed along with dozens of ships, from warships to trading vessels to fishing ships. Now the coin left over from the construction of the port was being used to create a castle for the new soon-to-be Lord, Lance Snow. In a few years, Sea Dragon Port may become another city in Westeros, and the North will be the only realm to have two cities. Ned also informed Nathan that the silver mine was already producing silver, slowly increasing Starks' budget. Nathan was also informed that the obsidian mine was in operation and the jewelers brought in from Essos had already started to teach anyone willing to learn how to cut obsidian. It would be months before the North started to make obsidian jewelry, but everything had to start somewhere. Obsidian blades and arrowheads, however, were already being made and being sold to hunters and other sorts. Speaking of Winterfell, Nathan continued to send and receive letters to his cousins twice every month. Robb continued to train with his sword and learn under Maester Lewin, and from what the old man said, Robb had a knack for strategies from the talks they had. Arya continued to rebel against her mother, learning archery and horseback riding instead of sewing or elegance like in the south. Sansa, however, took everything her mother taught her like a fish to water. She constantly begged Nathan if he could gain more silk for dresses, much to Nathan's amusement. Nathan wasn't the only one giving gifts, as he too was receiving gifts, specifically a gift from Lord Marndale on his last birthday. It was a board game known as Sivas, and Nathan found it fascinating. It involved several pieces on a board for each player, and each piece had its unique ability and move set. The game required a deep understanding to play along with a mind for strategies. Lord Marndale explained how the game can be used to train lords how to think in times of war, such as who to attack and when to retreat. Currently, the young Stark was playing the game with Lord Marndale, as he was the only person in the castle who understood the game. "Lord Stark, your fostering is almost over," Lord Marndale said as he moved his dragon across the board to intercept Nathan's ship. "Time goes by quite swiftly," Nathan said as he moved his war elephant to attack his knight. "I learned a lot and did a lot in the 2 years thanks to House Marndale. We have also gained much from your fostering," Lord Marndale said as he looked out the window to see the port in the distance. "I'd say the expansion of the port and the fleet in the east will be completed in half a year. To which you will start selling sweet fire and northern spirits with a fleet of new ships and merchants all across Westeros and Essos," Nathan said as he moved his tower to block Lord Marndale's dragon. Lord Marndale paused as he moved his catapult to counter Nathan's tower. "It will take time for word of mouth to spread how good your alcohol is. Not if we get the right people to spread the word," Nathan said as he used his scorpion to shoot Marndale's dragon, taking it out of the game. "Just before we start selling sweet fire and spirits, I will send at least 2 barrels of each to various lords in the north and even the Riverlands, along with 10 barrels of each to King Robert. If King Robert shows favor for the drink, other lords will follow, such as Lords of the Vale, Stormlands, and Crownlands." The Westerlands may also follow suit as there are a lot of Lannisters in King's Landing at the moment. Lord Marndale nodded as he used his knight to take Nathan's scorpion. The reach will be hard, they are very proud of their wine trade and will resist anything that might weaken it. For Dawn it can go either way, it mostly depends on the nobles. Lord Marndale said as he watched Nathan move his dragon to take out Lord Marndale's knight. Tell me Lord Stark, what do you plan to do once you return to Winterfell? Any other big plans or ideas for the north? Lord Marndale said as he used his tower to block his dragon. I always have ideas and plans to help the north, Lord Marndale Nathan said as he moved his catapult to take Lord Marndale's tower, making the older man click his teeth. Do you know what I realize is one of the most important things to a good noble house needs that most people don't even realize? Nathan said, grabbing Lord Marndale's attention. It's the Maesters, Nathan said with a chuckle. Whenever I had a question or needed information, I almost always went to the Maester with any questions about anything. When I needed copies of documents, the Maester was one of the few people in the castle who could do so. Without a good Maester, who will answer questions a noble asks, who will take care of the ravens that send messages to other lords. Maesters are a vital part of a noble household. I can't remember the number of times my Maester saved me from making a bad decision. Lord Marndale agrees as he sends his rogue to take Nathan's catapult. Yet even though they are so important, most northern lords lack proper Maesters, as most Maesters are from the south and see no benefit in coming to the north, and the Citadel often sends Maesters barely worthy of the title to the north, Nathan said with a frown as he moved his war elephant to stop Marndale's soldiers. Most northern lords can't send their people to the Citadel since it's so expensive, not to mention politics play too big of a role in the Citadel, where those with money and connections have an easier time while those who are poor struggle for years on how to make a single chain. It's why so few northerners become true Maesters, because they are undermined by those in the south. Hopefully with the new trade in rice and fish, most lords will have some coin left over to invest in a Maester or send someone to the Citadel to become a Maester. Even a Maester not fully chained is more valuable than no Maester. Lord Marndale said as he sacrificed his rogue to take Nathan's war elephant with his soldiers. But what if the lords of the north didn't have to send their people to the Citadel to gain a Maester? What if they sent them somewhere else? Nathan said with a knowing smile. Lord Marndale blinked as his eyes slowly grew wide. You plan to make your own citadel? Lord Marndale asked with disbelief in his voice. Well, we would have to call it something else, but essentially yes, Nathan said as he leaned back in his chair, giving Lord Marndale his full attention. The north is different from the south. While the south has time and resources to squabble over petty arguments, the north has always focused on survival. The Citadel has too many politics that hold others back, too many strict rules, and they demand too much coin where not even a poor noble can get someone in, much less a merchant or peasant. You mean to make a place of learning that will take anyone in for free? Lord Marndale asked with a raised brow. Nathan snorted and waved his hand. Nothing like that, I was thinking more along the lines of investing in those with a talent for being a Maester, Nathan said as he folded his hands. If a person, say a peasant, had a talent for learning and reading, and showed great promise, wouldn't it be a waste just to send him, or her, away just because they are a woman or don't have the coin? Wouldn't it be wiser to invest in that person, and in a few years we gain a very skilled Maester whose knowledge may help many people? Take Tobin for instance. While being the grandson of an old knight, he is not a noble, yet his blacksmithing skills are beyond question. So I am investing in him to gain a talented person who may help me in the future. It'd be stupid to ignore Tobin simply because he isn't a noble. Nathan said as he snorted. Also, some of the Maester's vows are not appealing to most people, such as a Maester never taking a wife or having children. If a Maester had a child, wouldn't they push that child to become a Maester as well, bringing more knowledgeable people into the world? Even knights are allowed to fuck. Lord Marndale listened closely to Nathan's words and nodded his head slowly. So if you were to start making your own citadel, what would you need? Lord Marndale asked out of curiosity. A fuck ton of books, Nathan said with a deadpan stare, making Lord Marndale snort. The citadel holds thousands of books which they guard more closely than most nobles guard their gold. Most books you can get copies of for the right coin, but a good amount of books in the Citadel are only available to the top members, and getting a copy is a real bitch. You've done your research, Lord Marndaly said with amusement. Maester Lewin was more than happy to tell me all the ups and downs of being a Maester of the Citadel, and it's not hard to understand why not everyone would want to become one, despite Maesters being more important to Westeros than knights, Nathan said as he rubbed his chin. If the North is to have its own citadel, we would need most of the books the Citadel has. A few lost here and there won't make that much of a difference, however, that is still hundreds or even thousands of books. And there is no way the Citadel will give so many books to a potential rival. Lord Marndaly nodded their head. The Citadel has always been rivals with the Alchemists Guild, and it is known to everyone that each one is hostile to the other. Lord Marndaly said while looking thoughtful. How would you acquire said books for your own Citadel, Lord Stark? By stealing them, of course, Nathan said with a wide grin, making Lord Marndaly blink. I have a few ideas on how to get such a large number of books, but it will take time, maybe years, before we even have half of the number of books the Citadel has, Nathan said before giving a long sigh as he rubbed his face. Which I may have to put on hold for the time being. House Stark has already used a lot of gold in the past couple of years with the mines, reconstruction of Moat Cailin, and the construction of 2 ports. From the last letter his uncle sent him, most of the gold was used for all of Nathan's plans, with only 1.7 million gold being left over. Ned was adamant that they hold all plans until the future winter comes to pass and use what gold we have left for food. Winter is coming, Nathan thought the Stark words while looking out the window. With 2 ports on both sides of the north, fish and sea game will be brought in much larger numbers. Lord Marndaly has even upped sea salt production to handle the rising number of dried food. As for grain, Lord Reed is stocking up for the coming winter. Rice has truly become a boon for the north. Nathan thought as he rubbed his chin. Though it may not be enough to stop the north from purchasing grain from outside the north, it will allow for lords to purchase less. Perhaps during the next winter, the north will only buy grain from the riverlands at most. Remember, Lord Stark, you have done more than most noblemen can only dream of. Lord Marndaly said in a severe voice, grabbing Nathan's attention. The reconstruction of the Northern Fleet alone will put your name down in history. And the discovery of rice will forever be a boon to the North and House Reed, with sweet fire and spirits just making your name more well known. Lord Marndaly said with a wide smile. Perhaps it is time to enjoy your youth before you become the Lord of Winterfell. The last thing you need is for your white hair to become grey. Lord Marndaly said with a hearty laugh. Nathan paused before he sighed and nodded his head. Since Nathan came to White Harbor, he has mainly focused on his studies, learning under Lord Marndaly, learning combat from various knights, and pursuing his businesses and ideas. Nathan soon realized that he hadn't been enjoying his youth to the fullest. Even when he stopped doing business or working on his ideas, he was training in combat, working up a sweat even in the cold. White Harbor has many interesting shops and sights. I would like your last months in White Harbor to be interesting. Lord Marndaly said with a kind smile. Nathan returned the smile and moved his soldiers across the board. Perhaps you are right, Lord Marndaly, there are several places I wish to see and experience. I recommend the Bluegill Inn and experience their sauna. Lord Marndaly said as he moved his knight to stall the soldiers. It is very well crafted and has a service that is fit for any noble. Not long into his fostering, Lord Marndaly introduced the saunas to Nathan. They were rooms with a hearth in the center with hot coal or rocks. Water was then poured on the hearth to create steam that would heat the entire room. It was a simple idea but very effective, and Nathan had been to a sauna several times during his fostering. Even Lord Marndaly was looking to put a sauna in his castle, and Nathan was planning to put a few in Winterfell. Perhaps I will, Nathan said as he moved his soldiers and confronted the king. Check, Nathan said with a grin. Lord Marndaly hummed as he nodded his head. Impressive, Nathan, Lord Marndaly said as he moved his priest to stop Nathan's soldiers. Nathan blinked as he saw without his soldiers, Lord Marndaly's priest and knight had direct access to Nathan's king, and he couldn't escape. But you still have much to learn, Lord Marndaly said with a winning smile. Nathan clicked his teeth as he tipped his king over, ending the game. Good game, Lord Marndaly, Nathan said as he got up and stretched. It's still early, perhaps I will go to the Bluegill for some time in the sauna. Please make some memories in your store in White Harbor, Lord Stark. Lord Marndaly said with a chuckle as he started to collect the pieces of the game. I will be sure to do that, Nathan said as he exited the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. What should I do first? Chapter 5. Third person P.O.V. In the weeks that followed, Nathan put a pause on all his ideas and plans and started to enjoy himself, as Lord Marndale suggested. When he had written to his uncle Ned, even the quiet wolf agreed with Lord Marndale and told Nathan to enjoy his time in White Harbour and leave everything to Ned, as he was still acting lord and was more than ready to take all the responsibility. So Nathan put his effort into letting his hair down. He still trained and learned, but only a few hours a day before he went exploring White Harbour. The young Stark saw much of the White Harbour. He went to various taverns and drank his fill while meeting interesting people, saw interesting shops he never even heard of before, such as a pawn shop and book stories. He saw several plays performed by mummers, such as the reenactment of Robert taking King's Landing, or the mummers making fun of the Mad King, making him seem more like a child throwing a tantrum rather than a ruthless killer. Nathan had never laughed so hard seeing the man who killed his father as nothing more than a whining child who sucked his thumb and was distracted by every pretty fire that crossed his eyes. The young Stark was sure that his father was also laughing from beyond the grave. Nathan had ended up throwing flowers and coins to the mummers, who looked very happy with Nathan's praise. Currently, Nathan was walking with his guards escorting him. Lord Marndale always made Nathan walk with an escort of guards when going out, and Nathan understood as he was the heir to House Stark and the North, and many would try to use him for quick riches or to simply kill him to weaken House Stark and the North. I always find days like this beautiful, Nathan said with a smile as he looked around. The day was sunny, yet there was a light snow in the air. People were out as always, working, selling, and living life. I sometimes wish Winterfell was like this, Nathan said with a smile. Winterfell was larger than White Harbour, but White Harbour was a city and had a larger population with a massive trade and export. Not to mention, with the expansion of the harbour, Lord Marndale was already considering expanding the city after the next winter. Winterfell, with the combination of Wintertown, had a population of about 15,000, give or take, and Wintertown wasn't nearly as grand as White Harbour was. So, what should we do today? Nathan asked while looking at his guards. The mummers you usually visit will not be performing for the week, unfortunately, my lord, one of the guards said, making Nathan sigh. What about visiting the White Rose? One of the other guards suggested with a grin. They have some damn fine beer and their women are not bad to look at. I seem to remember one of the girls taking a particular interest in you, my lord. More like she was interested in my coin bag, Nathan said, remembering the girl the guard was talking about. We'll go if we can't find anything else to do, Nathan said, getting some smiles out of his guards. Perhaps we could go to the market and see if any merchants brought anything interesting, the head guard suggested. Then once we finish we can go to the White Rose to rest. Nathan nodded at the guard's words. That sounds good, and it's about time I send gifts to my family. Sansa has been begging me for some more silk for a new dress. Get her. Don't let her escape. Nathan and his guards whipped their heads to the side to see a group of men chasing a person, someone young. Without saying a word, Nathan followed the group of men. The guards were shocked by the sudden action of Nathan, but the young Stark didn't care as the whole thing looked wrong to the young noble. A group of shabby-dressed men chasing a young person through White Harbour was very suspicious. Nathan ran after the group that was chasing the person a distance away, as they didn't notice Nathan and his guards. Suddenly, the small figure turned a corner Nathan recognized. Dead end, Nathan thought as the group of men turned the corner. Running faster with his guards, Nathan held his hand up as he and his guards slowed down before coming to a stop. Glancing around the corner, Nathan saw a girl a few years older than him pounding at a locked door with her hands, but no one answered. She whipped around and looked at the group of men with pure terror. Nathan counted 10 men, all dressed in ragged leather armor and holding various weapons such as swords, maces, and blackjacks. Nathan glanced at his guards and counted 6, all dressed in well-crafted armor. That little bitch can run fast, one of the men said, out of breath. Not fast enough, the largest man said with a snort as he brought out a rope. Tie her up, but don't damage her. She's a pretty little thing and the boss said she will fetch for a high price. That was all Nathan needed to hear as he stepped forward with his guards. Enough, Nathan called out as he rested his hand on his longsword, grabbing everyone's attention. What is going on here? Nathan asked while his guards drew their swords. The men in ragged armor looked concerned at Nathan and the guards before the largest cursed under his breath. "We are just catching a thief, little lord," the large man said as he stepped forward. Nathan could instantly tell the man was hostile with the air around him, trying to intimidate Nathan. "We are just trying to find out where she took our goods." "Don't insult my intelligence with such a weak lie," Nathan said as he gripped his sword harder while glaring at the men before him. 10 grown men in rugged clothes chasing down a girl is strange enough. However, you weren't very quiet with your intentions with that rope and that girl just now," the Stark said with a fierce glare. Hearing Nathan, the men all drew their swords, making Nathan and his guards raise theirs. "You picked the wrong time to act like a hero, little noble," one of the men said with a sick grin on his face. "Maybe we can sell him too, he looks pretty enough," another one of the thugs said with a laugh. Nathan glared at the insult, but he could feel his guards seething with anger at the comment. "Protect Lord Stark and kill these bastards," Nathan's head guard shouted before they charged. Nathan then saw the difference between a well-trained and armored guard against a common thug. The thugs had numbers, but Nathan's guards were more skilled and better armored. Not to mention that thanks to the narrow alleyway, the thugs could not gang up on the well-armored guards. Thus, in a matter of minutes, Nathan's guards had cut down half their numbers, while the guards were barely injured. Seeing his men getting cut down so swiftly, the largest thugs started to become worried. Looking up, the largest thug saw Nathan still standing in the back with his swords in hand, and the large thug acted. With a roar, the large thugs rammed into 2 guards and threw them to the ground before charging at Nathan. "Lord Stark!" the head guard called and was about to act, but found himself defending himself from a slash. Nathan narrowed his eyes as the large man charged at him with his axe high in the air with murder in his eyes. Once the thugs were close enough, he brought his axe down, aiming for Nathan's head. That's when he acted. The young Stark knew he didn't have the strength to challenge the large man, but he had the skill, and the large thug was underestimating the young noble. Stepping to the side at the last moment, Nathan parried the axe with his sword, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stay on his feet from the intense blow. Nathan managed to keep on his feet and parry the blow, making the thug lose his balance and leave himself wide open. With his roar, Nathan used all his strength to slash down and cut into the large man, blood spewing out as he roared in pain. Nathan then kicked the man in the knee with all his strength, making him bend the wrong way and causing the man to scream in pain again as he tumbled to the ground on his stomach. Raising his sword into the air, Nathan stabbed the thug in the shoulder while pressing his foot into the man's back, making the man scream in pain a final time before he went limp. The scene of a young boy taking down their leaders caused all the thugs to hesitate and even look at Nathan with fear. "Throw down your weapons now and you will keep your lives, refuse, and lose your heads," Nathan shouted at the thugs while twisting the blade in the large thug's shoulder, making the thug give a bloody scream once again. Seeing the ruthless action of someone so young made all the thugs throw their weapons down and surrender. The guards swiftly took all their weapons and had all the remaining thugs on their knees with swords aimed at their necks. The large thug Nathan stabbed was also on his knees, though he looked in a lot of pain. Nathan looked to one of the guards. "You, go find some guards and have them bring these men to Newcastle," quietly Nathan said, and the guard nodded before rushing off. Giving a small sigh, Nathan sheathed his sword before looking down the alleyway at the person. The girl had been wearing a ragged black cloak and dirty clothes, so Nathan didn't get a good look at her until now. She had skin that wasn't quite pale or white but close, her eyes were thin and narrow, but they looked beautiful with how green they were. Her face was round and her skin was surprisingly flawless, except for dirt and grime on her face. Finally, her hair, which was in a dark brown bun on the top of her head but very mangled. Nathan quickly realized the girl was not from West Eos given her foreign features, and she didn't look like she was from Essos either. "Are you well?" Nathan asked while stepping forward, and the girl flinched badly, forcing Nathan to stop. "Don't worry, I am Nathan Stark, heir to Winterfell and the North, and I promise no harm will come to you." The girl seemed to recognize the Stark name as she looked at Nathan and her shoulders relaxed. Thank you," the girl said, her voice thick with a strange accent. "You saved me." Nathan nodded as he glanced back and saw guards come in and start to take the men away. Nathan then looked back to the girl as she shivered from the cold. "Will you come back with us to Newcastle?" Nathan asked, grabbing the girl's attention. I want to find out about what is going on, and I am sure Lord Mandaeli is curious. The girl seemed hesitant before her eyes turned fierce. I will go, she said with a bit of fire. Seeing the girl who looked ready to fight brought a grin to Nathan's face. By the way, I never got your name. The girl gave a small bow, yet Nathan could see elegance in it. My name is Yun Song, Lord Stark. After binding the thugs with a strong rope, they were dragged swiftly to Newcastle without too much trouble, where Nathan and Yun Song followed. Once they reached the castle, Lord Mandaeli was waiting for them along with his sons, all three Mandaeli men having hard looks on their faces. Yun Song seemed scared and grabbed Nathan's arm, while Nathan gave her a reassuring smile. As they got closer, Lord Mandaeli glared at the men with a look Nathan had never seen before, making the thugs shake with fear. Take them to the dungeon, Lord Mandaeli told the guards in a hard tone, and they did so without hesitation. He then looked at Nathan and Yun Song, his face still serious yet gentler. I want details, Lord Stark, Lord Mandaeli said as Nathan nodded. We shall talk in one of the open rooms with your head guard. Please bring your friend, he said, looking at Yun Song. And bring her some food, Nathan said to one of the servants, who nodded and rushed off. She seems quite famished. Yun gave a small nod as Lord Mandaeli escorted them into the castle with Willis and Wendell close behind, with Nathan's head guard behind the group. Soon the group was sitting at a large table, with Yun Song scarfing down the food a servant had brought her, clearly showing her hunger. Nathan, I need a proper explanation of what happened today, Lord Mandaeli said with worry. All I know is you were attacked by some thugs who tried to kill you. Well, it happened like this, Lord Mandaeli, Nathan said before he started to explain the events that led up to saving Yun Song from the group of thugs. They knew you were a lord, yet they still attacked you, Sir Wendell said with disbelief while shaking his head. That is beyond foolish. Most likely they thought they could get away with it if they killed Lord Nathan and any witnesses, Sir Willis said in a grim tone. Lord Mandaeli shook his head as he looked at Nathan. Lord Stark, I admire your willingness to help others, but you must be more cautious. If you had been injured, or the old gods forbid, killed, the North would have taken a serious loss, not to mention your family. Nathan nodded his head with a grim look on his face. I understood the risks, but I took a chance. The thugs had poor skill and cheap armor, while my guards and I had steel armor and better skill. I was confident they would win. Nathan said, making Nathan's head guard sit a little straighter with pride. However, I will make sure to not let such a thing happen again. Lord Mandaeli sighed while rubbing his face. Nathan had gotten into similar trouble in the past, stopping injustices and helping those in need when he could, yet this was the first time Nathan's actions had led to his life being put in danger. Let us move on, Lord Mandaeli said as he looked to Yun Song, who stiffened under Lord Mandaeli's gaze. May we hear your name, my lady? The girl was hesitant before she spoke. I am Yun Song, my lord. Yun Song, Lord Mandaeli said with a surprised look on his face. Do you hail from Yiti? Lord Mandaeli asked and Yun Song nodded. Nathan was shocked to hear this. Yiti was very far away from Westeros, and only the most experienced and skilled merchants sailed to the strange land, as the seas were beyond dangerous with pirates, raiders, slavers, and other such dangers. It was not uncommon for most nobles to never even heard of Yiti. Nathan himself had never even seen a person from Yiti, until now. Why yes, I hail from Yiti, my lord. My father was a trader and he taught me to speak the common tongue. Yun Song said, squirming a bit under Lord Mandaeli's gaze as she moved close to Nathan for protection. How did you come here? Sir Willis asked what everyone wanted to know. My brother, who abandoned me, Yun Song said in a depressed tone as she looked down. Not long ago my father died, and he left his trading business to me and my brother. My brother is dim, so my father wanted me to run everything once I was old enough. My brother did not like this, so after father died he took me here for a trading trip after trading in Essos, but he left me behind not long after with only the clothes on my back. Nathan felt sympathy for Yun Song. Being betrayed by an older brother not long after her father's death was painful, but to also be left in a foreign land with no way home was almost too much. I had some gold left before I was abandoned and was able to survive, before I was taken, Yun Song said with a shudder and a look of fear on her face, grabbing everyone's attention. Who took you, my lady? Lord Mandaeli asked in a gentle tone. Please tell us, we must know. Yun Song nodded as her eyes turned fierce. A week ago I went to the docks to look for a passage to Essos, and hopefully find a way back to Yiti one day. While in the harbor a group of men took me and had me gagged before taking me to the slum of the city. I was soon taken to a pleasure house, a brothel I believe you call it, where other girls were being kept. A sick look crossed Yun Song's face as she squeezed her hand. The man in charge wanted to turn me into a pleasure slave for his business or sell me to some slavers. I was taken to a cellar where other girls were being kept. They kept us there for days. I hear men arguing on how much gold to sell us for as if we were cattle. Nathan was seething in rage as he struggled to keep his composure. Slavery was a disgusting practice that was outlawed in Westeros for good reason. Some in Essos say nobles treat the small folk as slaves, yet in Westeros, the small folk had the freedom to do what they wanted, be it leave their home for another land or train to become a guard, knight, or a simple butcher. They had the freedom to choose, it was up to them if they had the drive and will to become something more. Some nobles did like to treat their small folk as slaves, such as the Lannisters or Ironborn, but the majority of Westeros did not hold the freedom of the small folk hostage. Yet some fucking brothel owner was breaking one of the most sacred laws in Westeros just to line his own pockets, committing a sin that both the old and new gods hated. Nathan was beyond livid. I managed to escape when one of the young thugs got careless. He left his back turned and one of the other women held him back after he just opened my cell. Yun Song said as her hands started to shake. I ran away before anyone could stop me, grabbing a black cloak on my way out before I started to run, hoping to find someone to help me. She then looked at Nathan with teary eyes and a grateful smile. Thank you for saving me, Lord Stark. Yun Song cried into her hands while Nathan put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Slavers in my city, Lord Marndale said with a calm rage that matched his son's. They must be working in small numbers, smuggling them out thanks to the expansion of the port. The Fat Lord muttered before looking to Yun Song, who seemed to calm down. Lady Song, can you remember where this brothel was located, or its name? Yun Song sniffed as she nodded her head. It was located in the slums, I remember, as I avoided that place since I was abandoned. She said while whipping her eyes. The name of the brothel? I believe it was called the Horny Mare. She said with a small blush, making Nathan snort. The owner, I never got his name, but he was a fat man with jewels around his neck and fingers, but wore dirty clothes. The Horny Mare, I think I know the place. Nathan's head guard said, grabbing everyone's attention. I remember a friend in the city guard talking about the place and he took me there one time. It's a shithole with women that are too old to still be whores, and cheap drinks that only taste like piss. The only good thing is that everything was dirt cheap, but even a wilderling wouldn't fuck those whores. When was the last time that you were there? Sir Willis asked. About 4 months ago, give or take a few weeks. The head guard said with a nod. The last time I was there it seemed like any shitty brothel, doomed to fail in a few months or barely survive. Which means this kidnapping and selling of slaves must be recent, Nathan said while folding his arms. The thugs we faced weren't skilled and had cheap armor and weapons. From what I've heard about slavers, they are usually well equipped and well trained in subduing people. These men could barely fight and were too obvious in their shays, telling me they are inexperienced. Then we will take care of this problem now before the men can escape. Lord Marndale said while looking at his sons. You two take 50 men to this Horny Mare and capture everyone who works at the place. The Fat Lord said, getting nods from his sons as he turned to Yun Song. Lady Song, can you remember where you were held exactly? It was a cellar with cages, that's where we were being held, Yun Song said while wrapping her arms around herself. The entrance is under a bearskin rug in the back. The Marndale brothers nodded as they stood up and made their way out. Nathan wanted nothing more than to follow the men and take down the slaver bastards, but Nathan knew he would only get in the way. With a sigh, he looked to Yun Song with a kind smile. We can prepare a bath for you, and more food, Nathan said as he looked at Yun's plate, which was practically licked clean. Yun blushed as she bowed her head. I thank you again for showing me favor, my lord. Nathan nodded as he looked at Lord Marndale. Once the men are captured I want to be there. Lord Marndale was quiet for a long moment before he nodded his head. He knew Nathan wanted to fight as most young lords do, but the boy was smarter than most and knew when to keep his desires to himself. Lord Marndale had great respect for Nathan Stark and knew how wise the boy was for his age, so he would allow the young Stark to be there for the interrogation. Nathan smiled at Lord Marndale's nod before he stood up with Yun. "I will escort you to a bath," Nathan said as he exited the room with Yun following close behind, even grabbing Nathan's hand as they walked. After a quick bath with the help of some of the female servants and some clean clothes, Nathan brought Yun Song to a private room where the girl could rest and eat without worry. However, it wasn't long before the two were greeted by Sir Willie's daughters, Winifred and Wyler. The two found out what happened from the servants and comforted the girl. Wyler even gave Yun Song a few of her toys and books, much to Yun's amusement. The four soon sat together and asked Yun Song about herself and Yi Ti. Nathan was shocked to learn that Yun Song was 3 years older than him, yet was nearly a head shorter. Yun explained that most people from her homeland were short on average, especially women, with the rare exception of a few. Yun expressed her shock when she learned how large men and women from Westeros grow on average before she calmed herself down. Yun Song started to talk about her father, who had inherited his fortune from his father before starting his own trading business, eventually owning 30 ships to his name. She talked about how her father took her and her brother to every business meeting as she watched her father meet men from all over the world. Yun tried to explain Yi Ti as best she could, but she kept talking in her native tongue as she couldn't find the right words. She said the buildings and castles were very different from any in Westeros and even Essos, yet politics in Yi Ti were similar to that in Westeros, with the leader of Yi Ti being known as the God Emperor, which was the equivalent of a king. There were also nobles and lords in Yi Ti, just like in Westeros, but the traditions and culture between the two were very different. Yun talked about the port city she was born and raised in, which was also called Yun. It was seen as good luck for a merchant to name their daughter after such a prosperous city, making Yun a very common name in Yi Ti. As Yun continued to talk, Nathan noticed the girl seemed to smile more and more as Winifred and Wyler listened to Yun with wonder. Suddenly the door to the room opened and Sir Willis walked in, grabbing everyone's attention. Nathan instantly stood up and gave Sir Willis his full attention. "How did everything go?" "Smoothly," Sir Willis grunted, making Nathan sigh in relief. "We outnumbered them by 30 people, we caught the owner of the brothel, along with several thugs and mercenaries, and we even caught some Essos slavers that tried to escape," Lord Marndale said with a sigh. "We tracked their ship, which was disguised as a trading vessel, and found a secret room on that ship that looked to hold slaves. Father ordered the ship to be burned, not wanting to own such a filthy vessel." Nathan nodded, agreeing with Lord Marndale's choice to burn the ship, as no respecting lord would willingly own a slaver vessel, even if to turn it into something else. It is over," Yun asked in a hesitant voice as she looked at Sir Willis with wide eyes. Sir Willis gave a firm nod. "Yes, we have captured the men and freed the victims. Now we find out how long this has been going on and who has helped in this scheme." Yun started to cry in relief while Winifred confronted the girl. "Papa is the best." Wyler cheered, making Sir Willis puff his chest up with pride. Nathan smiled before giving Sir Wiles a serious look. "Sir Willis, I would like to go with you as you interrogate these men." The Northern Knight was hesitant before nodding to Nathan, knowing the boy was mature and wise enough to come along, and it proved too much Sir Willis would simply escort the boy out. Nathan nodded back before looking at the 3 girls with a kind smile. "I will be back soon, so please wait for my return," he said before looking at Yun. "Yun, you are my guest while in Newcastle, so if you need anything, just ask a servant," Nathan said while glancing at one of the said servants, who gave a small bow. Yun's eyes widened before she bowed deeply to Nathan. "I cannot thank you enough, Lord Stark." Nathan gave a small smile before he looked to Sir Wiles with a hard look, and the two exited the room. Nathan soon found himself with Lord Marndale, his sons, and a few guards. The young Stark watched the guards drag several men to the castle dungeons. Most were simple thugs and mercenaries, and a few were clearly from Essos, and they struggled even as they were being dragged away. The one person who caught Nathan's attention was a fat man who looked like how Yun described, the brothel owner. The man was fat, to say the least, with a large gut stretched under his dirty clothes, and a balding head with grease and sweat caked his face as he sobbed through his rotting teeth. Nathan also noticed the gold and jewels wrapped around his fingers and neck as he clung to them greedily even as he cried and was dragged away. That is the man who conducted slavery in my city. Lord Mandaeally said with a look of disgust and disappointment. They have not been doing this long, and from what the victims have said he held them there for weeks, Wendell said with a look of disgust. Probably held them until his friends from Essos came to pick them up. He couldn't have thought his plan would last for long, Nathan said in a confused tone. He must have known he would have gotten caught eventually. You underestimate the stupid and arrogant Lord Stark, Lord Mandaeally said with a sigh. With enough arrogance, people will think they are the most brilliant in the land even if the plan is majorly flawed. Many, many noble houses have fallen due to noble arrogance, with many dying because of their actions. In history, you will read dozens of stories of leaders and nobles who led foolish campaigns that were doomed to fail, causing the deaths of hundreds, sometimes thousands due to their arrogance. Like the Mad King who killed my father and grandfather, Nathan said with a scowl on his face. Lord Mandaeally nodded with a hard look on his face. The Mad King was very arrogant. He believed he and his family were invincible, despite no longer having any dragons. He never thought that he would lose the war and die. He never thought that killing two Starks would cause a war because he was both arrogant and mad. Nathan couldn't help but think of other nobles who were just as arrogant, such as House Frey or House Lannister. With arrogance came a certain amount of cunning and drive that made a person do whatever it took to win, making those who were arrogant dangerous to themselves, their enemies, and others. What will you do with those caught? Nathan asked the Fat Lord as the last man was taken to the dungeon. The thugs and mercenaries will be given the option to take the black or hang, Lord Mandaeally said, making Nathan nod. The slavers will be beheaded, as they are from Essos and would most likely try to escape the first chance they got. What about the brothel owner? Nathan asked with a raised brow, doubting if such a man could survive the cold of the war. We will need to interrogate Fella, the brothel owner, and find out where he stashed his riches and who's been helping him, Sir Willis said while gripping his fist. It wouldn't surprise me if he has paid off a few dock workers to look the other way while bringing those slavers into town in the dead of night. So you might have to torture him, Nathan said with a frown. Torture was a tricky and messy business. It was seen as a last resort, only used when necessary, and frowned upon by most nobles of the north and south. House Bolton was the only noble house that took pride in torturing people, as their sigil was that of a man being flayed alive. The act of flaying was outlawed in Westeros and could be punishable by death if needed, but Nathan didn't doubt that the current lord of House Bolton, Roose Bolton, practiced flaying in secret. Lord Mandaeally and his sons grimaced at Nathan's words. Perhaps, as Fella is a stubborn man, struggling even as we dragged him here, Sir Willis said with a grim look. Fella is a coward, but a stubborn coward. He may only tell us the bare minimum out of spite, leaving most of his riches to be taken by someone other than us or let others escape justice. Nathan nodded with a frown. They already caught the most important men, but they had to at least try to catch everyone involved so something like this would not happen again. Suddenly, Nathan got an idea and grew a grin on his face. Lord Mandaeally, Nathan said, grabbing the Fat Lord's attention and his sons. If you are willing to entertain an idea I have, we may be able to make Fella sing like a bird without laying a finger on him. All three Mandaealists raised a brow, all wondering what the young lord had planned for the brothel owner. Fella of White Harbor glared at the door to his cell, cursing House Mandaeally, Stark, and the girl who ran away and caused all this. Fella's origins were humble. His father was a dockworker and his mother a tavern wench. They took care of him since he was a babe until his father died in a boating accident, and his mother of sickness, forcing Fella to defend himself. He had worked hard and stole some gold to open his brothel in the slums. For years he lived a comfortable life, but then just a few years ago he started to lose business. His whores started to grow old, and other brothels opened offering cleaner beds and younger whores with better access to beer and ale. Before long he was barely surviving and may have been forced to sell his business just to survive the coming winter. But some Essos men gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Catch some pretty northern men and women and sell them to them for a fat bag of gold. At first, Fella was hesitant as slavery was outlawed in all of Westeros, and men had died for less. Yet the prospect of gaining riches and even new, obedient whores for his brothel was too tempting to pass up, so Fella agreed. He was given a small chest full of gold to hire men to capture anyone who would go unnoticed, such as orphans, wenches, and people who wouldn't have been missed if they disappeared. So for the next few months, he hired several thugs to take anyone they could in the dead of night without anyone noticing. When he sold his first batch of slaves, Feller made more gold in one day than working a full year. Thus Feller found his calling, catching anyone who wouldn't be missed and making a small fortune. If it wasn't for that little bitch. Feller growled as he remembered the girl from UT. Feller felt like he struck gold when his men brought in the UT girl, as people from UT were very rare in West Eos. She was pretty and young, most likely still a virgin, and Feller knew he would make a good amount of gold with such an exotic beauty. So Feller tried to negotiate to get more gold, and his friends from Essos were agreeing, thus Feller was going to make a small fortune off the girl. But then she escaped, and before Feller's men could catch her she sought help from Lord Stark, which got Lord Marndalis' attention. Within less than a day, Feller of White Harbor lost everything as Lord Marndalis' men came and dragged him, his friends from Essos, and his men into the dungeons of Marndalis Castle. I will live, Feller thought with a glare. I've heard the Stark boy greatly favors sending men to the war. I will escape, come back here to reclaim my stashed gold, and go to Essos, perhaps Slavers Bay. Feller thought with a grin. I will have to give up some of my gold to satisfy them. Alright. Feller jumped hard at the sounds of a man screaming. The wails were then followed by the sound of men arguing, followed by more screaming. Hold the fucker down. I can't get a grip on his teeth. Please, please. I'll tell you whatever. Alright. Feller's eyes widened in horror at what he heard. One of the thugs he hired was being tortured for answers, and from the sound of things they weren't holding back. They know nothing. Feller thought while shaking in fear. They were only told the bare minimum on what to do, but I know everything. Feller started to turn pale as the bloody screams became louder, followed by the sounds of sobbing. He was the one who paid all the thugs to kidnap people, he had the contacts from Essos and paid off a few guards to look the other way. Once they were done with his men, he would be next. For the next hour, Feller was forced to listen to various screams, sobs, and begging of men as they were tortured without mercy. With each second that passed, felt more and more fear for his person. He was also forced to listen to the torturer's orders and his helpers on what to do next, such as breaking bones, pulling teeth and fingernails, or slowly cutting into someone's flesh. The breaking of bones was the worst, as Feller could hear when the bone was snapped from his cell, followed by the wails and cries of grown men who once killed for pure pleasure. They'll want to know everything, make sure that I won't hide any secrets, Feller thought as she shook with fear, flinching every time he heard a cry. They'll keep me here for days, making sure the only thing I say is the truth. I might not even get the chance to go to the war, they may kill me as an act of mercy. Suddenly, all the screams and yelling stopped, leaving Feller with only his thoughts, which he soon regrets. I don't want to die. 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 Suddenly, the door to Feller's cell opened, and in walked Lord Marndalis, his sons, and a huge man with dark robes and a black hood covering his face. Feller of White Harbor, I have some questions. I'll talk. Feller screamed, catching everyone off guard as the chained man began to sob. I'll tell you everything. Where I hid my riches, who I've paid off, all the crimes I've committed. Just please keep that monster away from me. Lord Marndalis looked at the sobbing man with a raised brow, before looking at his sons who could only shrug. Giving a small nod, Lord Marndalis looked back to Feller. All right, Feller, I want to know everything. Well, Lord Nathan, your plan worked brilliantly. Lord Marndalis laughed along with his sons as they all sat and drank together in Lord Marndalis' study. Thank you, but I think credit should go to the brilliant performance of Sir Ryler and his merry band of performers, Nathan said as he smiled at the group of 3 who were standing off to the side. Nathan's plan was simple, yet cunning. He hired one of the mummer performing groups he frequented to put on a little show in the dungeons of Marndalis Castle. The men would scream as if they were being tortured while the other would act as a cruel and sick torture. The 3 gave the performance of a lifetime given how scared Feller was by the time Lord Marndalis got to Feller's cell. We were more than happy to serve my Lord Ryler, and his group said with a nod. To use our talents for justice is an opportunity we could not refuse. I have never seen a man so scared without a single finger even touching him, Wendell said with a laugh. I was confused about why you asked for those chicken and pork bones from the kitchen, but then you started breaking them as if they were a person. I never would have thought of such a thing. Nathan nodded as he stood up and pulled out a bag of gold. For your services, gentlemen. Then men graciously took the gold with smiles as they bowed to Nathan. Thank you, Lord Stark. We are forever grateful. With that, the mummers were escorted out by the servants, leaving Nathan with the Mandaelis. So, did everything fella confessed true? Nathan asked as he sat back down. Sir Willis nodded with a sigh. The slimy fucker gave us everything. Where he stashed his riches, the guards and dock workers that looked the other way, and how long he's been doing this. Sir Willis said with a deep frown on his face. He managed to sell one shipment of Northerners before we caught him, about 10 people. Wendell growled as he took a big gulp of sweet fire. Maybe we should torture him anyway. I have half a mind to send him to the Boltons. We will send him and those he hired to the wall. The slavers from Essos will have their heads cut off, Lord Mandaeli said in a firm tone. I doubt fellow will survive very long in the cold. He looks to have never held a sword a day in his life. He said, getting a snort from everyone. Suddenly, Nathan was struck with a thought. Lord Mandaeli, how much did you find from fella's stashes? About 1,000 gold, why? Lord Mandaeli said with a raised brow. You have an idea of what to do with the gold? Nathan nodded at the fat lord. First is to give some compensation to the victims, as some might not be able to return to work right away. Yun Song also claimed that all her coin was stolen and she only has the clothes on her back, so I assume the same thing happened to the others, Nathan said, getting some nods from the Mandaeli men. I also think the coin taken should be invested into increasing the guards in the slums, so something like this is likely not to happen. Lord Mandaeli nodded. I completely agree, the slums may be where the poor live, but they are still my people. I will use the gold to increase the guard rotation in the slums and compensate the victims. 5 gold stags each should be more than enough. Nathan agreed to the amount considering that most of the small folk only make 1 gold stag every few months if they were lucky. So 5 gold was more than enough for the victims to get back on their feet. By the way, what do you plan to do with Yun Song, Lord Stark? Willis asked, grabbing the young Stark's attention. Nathan gave a small sigh as he looked at his cup of sweet fire. I plan to help her as best I can. If she's adamant about returning home, I'll put her in contact with Noran, who may be able to help her. However, I don't think it's likely she can return home anytime soon. Yi was a very long way from the north. To make a trip would require a large investment and dedication, and while Nathan did want to help Yun Song, he could not simply give the girl thousands of gold dragons to return her home. Her only hope was to go to Essos and hope she could hitch a ride with a merchant from Yi, but the chances of that were slim to none. Not to mention the journey would be dangerous and may result in losing her own life anyway. I will talk with her and tell her my opinion, but the choice is ultimately up to her, Nathan said with a firm look as he downed the rest of his sweet fire. Yun Song gave a small shiver as she felt a draft in her room, making the girl wrap a blanket around herself as she sat on her bed with a book in hand. Lord Stark had been kind in giving her a room and books for entertainment while they gave justice to the ones who kidnapped her. Yun felt great satisfaction seeing the man who wanted to turn her into a slave being dragged away in chains. From what the Lord's granddaughters told her, the men would be sent to a place known as the Wall, a massive wall hundreds of feet high in the coldest parts of Westeros, where they would be forced to fight against savages. A worthy punishment for such vile men. Knock knock. Yun Song, it's Nathan Stark. Nathan called from the other side of the door, making Yun jump. May I enter? Yes, please enter, Lord Stark. Yun couldn't help but squeak as the young lord entered her room. Yun still found it shocking that the lord before her, who was taller than her, was younger by 3 years. In Yi, a lord the same age as Nathan would be shorter than Yun herself by a good head. Northern men sure grow large. She thought with a small blush before shaking her head. What can I do for you, my lord? I wanted to inform you that the man who kidnapped you, fella, and his men will be sent to the wall in a few days, Nathan said while giving Yun a sympathetic smile. Thank you for giving me and the others justice, Yun said in a polite tone as she stood up and bowed to Nathan. Nathan however quickly waved his hand. There is no need for that, this should not have even happened in the first place, Nathan said with some frustration. A lord cannot control a person's free will. These men choose the path they walk, now they will pay the price. Yun said in a soft tone, making Nathan smile. Still, they are our people, and it's up to the lords to clean up this mess, Nathan said as he pulled out a small sack and placed it in Yun's small hands. This is compensation for what happened. Use it well, Nathan said as he handed Yun the sack of gold, making the older girl go wide-eyed. My lord, I cannot accept this. You told me your coin was stolen after you were taken. I am simply returning what is yours, and compensating you for what my people did. Nathan said while folding his arms and smiling at Yun. I won't take no for an answer. Seeing she couldn't turn the coin down, Yun once again bowed her head in gratitude. I am forever grateful, Lord Stark. She said before picking her head up. Nathan nodded before a serious look crossed his face. Yun Song, I need to ask you what you plan to do next. What I will do next? Yun asked with some confusion. Nathan sighed as he knew the next conversation was going to be a hard one. Are you still set on returning home? Nathan asked, getting a stunned look from Yun. Because. I will be honest, Yun Song, the chances of you returning home are slim, very slim. A hurt look crossed Yun's face as she looked away from Nathan, not meeting the young lord's eyes. The chances of finding a ship from Yiti here in the north are slim to none, Nathan said as his face turned hard and Yun began to shake. As much as the young lord wanted to tell Yun a sweet lie, she needed the cold truth. In Essos, you may find a merchant ship going to Yiti, or a caravan, but both options are dangerous. Essos was littered with slavers, bandits, the Dothraki, and other dangers that would take Yun's life, or make her nothing more than a plaything for someone else. Yun knew this as the ship that brought her here was attacked by many slavers and pirates. The only reason she was not taken was that they had superior archers and larger numbers to ward off such threats. However, Nathan continued as he took a breath. If you are adamant about returning, I can offer you safe passage to Bravos with a merchant friend of mine, but that is as far as he can take you. Yun Song was quiet for a long moment as she turned her back to Nathan. She then turned to the small window that overlooked White Harbor and gazed at the city. I know it is foolish to think I can return home. Yun Song said in a quiet voice. The journey here was dangerous, and that was with a small fleet of ships and 50 skilled archers who rained arrows down on any slaver ship. With any less would be dangerous. Yun said with a small shudder, remembering the horrible stories her father told her of Essos, and why he stressed being careful when visiting such a barbaric land. And even if I return, what will I have? Yun gave a small laugh that sounded hopeless. My brother is dim because even if my father gave me control of the business, my brother would have still owned it as it is his birthright. He could have sent me away, married me off, took control for himself, he could have even had me killed, but instead, he leaves me on the other side of the world. Yun laughed, yet Nathan could see tears in her eyes. Even if I return to Yiti, I will have nothing. I have no living family, no one will fight for a simple girl. Yun's head dropped as more tears ran down her face. What is the point of going back? Nathan looked at the girl with some pity as he walked forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. I am truly sorry you have gone through such an ordeal. I truly am, but you still live, Nathan said, grabbing Yun's attention. You are still alive, you still have your freedom. Perhaps you cannot return to Yiti now, but perhaps you can in the future. Nathan said as he gently whipped the tears from Yun's eyes, getting a small gasp. You said your father trained you on how to be a merchant and run a business. Yun sniffed and nodded her head. Why yes, my father wanted me and my brother to work together, with me controlling mostly everything. She said with a confused look on her face. Then use the skills your father taught you, Nathan said as he gave Yun a grin. Become a merchant in West Eos, build a fortune, gain ships and skilled men to work under you. Just because you can't return home now doesn't mean you can return one day. Yun looked at Nathan with wide eyes as she listened to his words. For the first time in weeks, Yun felt something lost, hope. Father always said patience was needed to be a good merchant, Yun thought as she whipped the tears from her eyes. This land may be strange, but trading is the same. Gold is what holds the most value. Yun then looked at Nathan and an idea struck her. Lord Stark, please allow me to work under you. Yun nearly shouted as she bowed to Nathan, making the young Stark look at the girl with shock. Work under me, why? Nathan asked with a baffled look. Why, you are the Lord of the North, practically a king of these lands. I would learn much from working under someone like you about these lands. I am also indebted to you for saving my life. Yun said as she picked her head up while looking confident. As I said, I was trained by my father on how to be a merchant, so I have much experience. I also speak several languages and have extensive knowledge of my home that may prove useful. That made Nathan pause and look down with a thoughtful look. Yi was a mystery to even the maesters of the citadel, with them only knowing big things, so to have someone with knowledge of Yi was a rare find. Nathan knew Maester Lewin would ask the poor girl a million questions and then some. He may even pay her for any information. The fact that she was a skilled merchant and could speak several languages was also impressive. Nathan himself could only speak the common tongue and a bit of High and Low Valyrian. Are you sure you want to come to Winterfell? You may be able to convince Lord Marndale to work for him. He's much more skilled with business than I am. Nathan said as he wanted Yun to have the best opinion. Then I will go with you, Yun said, making Nathan blink. If Lord Marndale is more skilled than me, then I won't be of much help. If I go with you, I will be of greater help and make a fortune much faster. The best course of action is to go to where the least competition is and where my skills can shine. Nathan threw his head back with a laugh as he smiled at Yun. Well, the North has the least competition when it comes to merchants. I accept your offer, Yun Song, and invite you to Winterfell. Nathan said as he stuck his hand out and gently took her hand before giving it a small kiss, making Yun's cheeks go red. Get some rest, Yun Song, we'll talk more tomorrow, Nathan said before he left Yun's room. 1 month later. In the weeks to follow, Nathan got to know Yun Song and quickly found the girl to be brilliant. Nathan wouldn't have been surprised if the girl rivaled most masters in the citadel in terms of intelligence, though because she was a woman she would never know. Yun Song had extensive knowledge of the Yi trade items that Nathan had never heard of. One example was something called fireworks, as Yun called it. She tried to explain it as best she could, but it was simply explosions that shot up into the sky before creating pretty colors. However, Yun stressed she had no knowledge of how to make fireworks, and that their only purpose was for entertainment, as even if a man was hit by them, they would only have minor burns. Another bit of useful information Yun told Nathan was about rice. Turns out rice could also be used to create a rice wine that Yun called Mijiu and Beiju, which was the biggest alcoholic drink in Yi. Mijiu was best to drink cool, and while being a wine its taste was very strong and got you drunk very fast when compared to normal wine. The process was very similar to how beer was made with grain, such as using yeast and fermentation. With this information, Nathan sent a raven to Lord Reed about his findings, to which the Lord once again sent his gratitude to Nathan and promised to experiment with any leftover rice to see what would happen. Nathan informed Lord Reed of having an extra distiller that he would be willing to part with, along with all information related to it, in exchange for more rice being sent to Winterfell, and for rice to be sold cheaper to Wintertown. Lord Reed easily agreed to Nathan's request and had several soldiers sent to White Harbor to pick up the distiller and all the documents about making a distiller and how to use it. Thanks to Yun's knowledge and experience with trade, the Yi girl soon became Nathan's assistant and even advisor, helping the young lord keep track of his works and giving her insight on how Nathan should proceed with certain plans and ideas. While Nathan had learned a lot under Lord Marndale, the young Stark could see that Yun Song was simply better than Nathan, so Nathan would listen to her advice. While Nathan conducted his business, he was treated to the tales of him taking down a slaver twice his size in single combat to save an accepted slave. Some of the tales were outlandish, saying Nathan took 6 by himself before bedding the girl he saved, or cutting a man in half with a single swing of his sword. Nathan was adamant about setting the tale right by saying that he and his guard took 10 men down and that Nathan had defeated the leader himself, the largest among the men. Nathan expected people to be disappointed with such a mundane tale, but they were more impressed with Nathan's honesty and humbleness, and his skill to defeat a man twice his age and height in single combat. Nathan Stark's days weren't simply spent in work during his last days in White Harbor, as he was treated to something special on his coming 13th name day. Lord Marndale told Nathan that he would host a tourney in honor of his name day, as it was the time he was becoming a man. The tourney would host several events such as archery, melee, and jousting, along with other events that surprised Nathan, such as axe throwing, which was an event where men would throw axes to see who had the most skill, the hammer throw, where men would throw an iron ball as far as they could to show their strength, and finally, the log climb, where men would try to climb a tall log as high as they could and the highest one would win. Tourneys were rare in the north as they required a great deal of coin, and they were mostly seen as a southern thing because of the faith. As such, it was rare for a northern lord to host a tourney unless it was for a truly special occasion. With the tourney set for Nathan's name day, ravens were sent to nobles to come to White Harbour for the event. Lord Marndale also informed everyone that there would be gold and prizes to be won for each event, attracting a lot of attention. In the weeks to follow, Nathan saw many from the north and even the south come to the White Harbour tourney, to the point Lord Marndale had to hire additional guards to keep the peace. Nathan was worried that Lord Marndale was spending too much on such an event for Nathan's name day. However, that quickly changed when Lord Marndale showed Nathan the numbers and how many coins Lord Marndale was making from the visiting nobles and warriors. White Harbour was already seeing a massive increase in coin and even trade, with so many nobles and warriors entering the city for the tourney. Taverns were making the most coins, hosting several nobles who spent large amounts on drinks and food. The brothels were also busy as many warriors needed a good woman to keep them company. The young Stark had a good laugh as he realized Lord Marndale was using his name day to attract a good number of nobles to increase the economy of the city. With that, Nathan no longer felt any guilt and decided to enjoy the tourney and meet the various lords and nobles of the north, such as members of House Carstark, Glover, Hornwood, Mormont, Umber, Riswell, and other such houses. There was some tension with so many nobles in one city, but they knew to keep the peace, or at least fight it out. Nathan could instantly see all the lords and nobles in the north were sizing him up, to see if he was worthy leader of House Stark and the north. Nathan could understand, as most lords in the north respected strength and skill more than anything, and would not follow a weak-willed lord. The lords and nobles were impressed with Nathan's feats so far with the reconstruction of the Northern Fleet and his find of mines in Stark lands. However, Nathan could also see jealousy in their eyes for the advancing wealth of House Stark, Marndale, and Glover. Gods, so many nobles today, Nathan sighed while dropping onto his bed. He had just spent the day greeting various lords and nobles of the north and even the south, such as some knights from House Frey. Yun gave a small laugh as she stood next to Nathan's bed. It is common for a lord such as yourself to greet your people. But there were so many of them, Nathan said before a blush crossed his face. And the girls. Several lords and nobles had brought their daughters who tried to woo Nathan. The young Stark could easily see the lords wanted their daughters to be betrothed to Nathan and become Lady of Winterfell and the North. The girls were also persistent, fluttering their eyes and giggling at every other thing Nathan said. They would gently run his hands over his chest and arms, playfully commenting on his muscles while showing off their tits. The young Stark found it maddening, but he didn't hate the attention. It wasn't just the northern houses that tried to have Nathan wed, but also the southern houses such as House Frey. One of the Frey nobles, a Sir Danwyll Frey, had made it very clear of Walder Frey's desire for Nathan to wed one of Walder's daughters, granddaughters, or great-granddaughters, practically anyone in House Frey. This gained the glare of various northern nobles that made several Frey knights uncomfortable. Nathan gave the older man an amused smile and asked Danwyll which daughter, and asked if she was a beauty and close to Nathan's age. Danwyll was caught off guard by the sudden question and said that it would be up to Nathan and Walder Frey to decide who he would marry if they agreed. You expect me to take a bride from House Frey and make her Lady of the North, yet you haven't even decided on which lady may interest me, Sir Danwyll, or have an idea? Nathan asked the man with a raised brow and an amused look on his face, making the Frey knight fidget. I will be honest and say that beauties among House Frey are rare, but I require more than just a beauty. I require someone who understands the harsh life of the north, who can talk equal to me and lead a castle when I am away, and much more. Nathan said as he narrowed his eyes at Danwyll, making the older men take a step back. Tell me, Sir Danwyll, are there any ladies in House Frey that fit my needs? When Sir Danwyll opened and closed his mouth, no words came out, making Nathan sigh. Perhaps before you make a marriage proposal, have an actual offer instead of blindly hoping for the best. Was all Nathan said before walking away, leaving an embarrassed Frey behind, much to the amusement of the northern lords. Ned Stark had talked to Nathan briefly on the subject of marriage during his last visit to White Harbour. Ned was adamant that he would allow Nathan to choose his bride, as long as it was someone of noble birth, as he felt Nathan was smart enough to make the choice himself. Ned also had a long talk with Nathan about sleeping with other women for pleasure and relief. Ned told Nathan to be responsible, to make sure he didn't dishonor a noble daughter, to make sure his lovers drink moon tea, and to avoid brothel women as they have been known to carry disease. As much as Ned Stark wanted Nathan to wait for marriage until he lay with a woman, he knew he couldn't hold the boy back, at least not for long. Brandon himself had laid with a girl not long after his 13th name day despite their father's words and often snuck off to various brothels close to Wintertown, and Nathan was a lot like Brandon. Ned could only hope Nathan would be responsible and not bear any bastards of his own. Nathan had never given much thought about sex, until now, with various noble girls showing off their tits and tight clothes and constantly running their hands on his arms and chest. One girl from House Dustin had even grabbed Nathan's cock through his clothes and blatantly told him she wanted him to mount her and fuck her in his room. It took all of Nathan's will to not simply follow through. Yun giggled behind her hand at Nathan's words. You are the heir to the north and are without a betrothed. You must have realized that the noble houses would push their daughters to be with the Stark who is the future lord to House Stark, who recreated the Northern Fleet, and found several mines on Stark lands. Yun listed off before giving Nathan an amused look. Lords have given their daughters hands for less, Lord Stark. Nathan couldn't help but wince at that, knowing what Yun said was true, as House Stark was quickly becoming one of the richest houses in the north. He would have to take a noble woman as his bride one day, most likely from the north, to make the other northern lords happy. If Nathan had to take a southern bride, he would face some backlash if she could not adapt to the northern lifestyle. However, if push came to shove, Nathan could handle a few unhappy lords easily if it was someone Nathan loved. I am not looking forward to that, Nathan said with a long sigh as he stared up. Nathan couldn't even think of marriage at the moment. The thought of marrying someone he barely knew made the young Stark frown. He had heard of many noble marriages failing simply because the couple were a bad match. While his parents' wedding was rushed, they did love each other from what Ned told Nathan. Nathan wanted that, however unlikely it might be, not a bride Nathan couldn't trust with his house, his home, or his life. I will get to know my future bride before marrying at the very least, Nathan said before shaking his head. Let's worry about my marriage another day in the far future. What is left on the list? Nathan asked while looking at Yun. Yun pulled up a creation she had made from a blacksmith called a clipboard, a simple wooden plank that was light and smoothed, allowing for a person to write while standing up. It even had a small holder for the ink at the very top. You have a feast to attend with Lord Mondalis' family with various lords of the north, Yun said as she lifted the paper. I have been informed you will be sitting next to Lord Mondalis' daughters at the head table. Little John will also be attending the feast but will sit with some of the warriors. Nathan sighed, glad he wouldn't be sitting next to and Lord's daughters and that John would be attending. Then tomorrow we begin the tourney. The first event will be the axe throw, followed by the log climb. The next day will involve the hammer throw, followed by the archery event, and finally the jousting competition to highlight the end of the day. The final event the next day will be the melee. Yun listed off as she looked over the papers. How will the melee be done? The melee was the biggest event in any tourney, and there were 3 ways to do a melee. The first is the mock battle, where 2 teams of men face off against one another in combat until one team loses, and teams keep fighting until only a few men can fight and face one another in single combat. The second way to do a melee was a free-for-all battle. This was done if a tourney could not be dragged out, where all the fighters would fight each other until only one man was last standing. This was the least popular melee as free-for-all battles usually ended very soon and ended with the most injured. The final way to do a melee was by a tournament standard. Similar to jousting, various fighters would be pitted against one another in single combat. This would continue until only 2 fighters were left, and the final one standing would be crowned the winner. Lord Mondalis informed me of a tournament-style melee. There are just enough fighters that it should only take a day or 2. Yun explained with a smile. Wish I could enter the tourney, Nathan muttered with a pout. Lord Mondalis had made it clear to Nathan that he could not enter the melee or jousting, as they were the most dangerous and life-threatening events. However, Nathan had no experience in the other skills, and he wasn't confident in his archery skill. The only event Nathan wanted to enter was the melee, as he was most skilled in single combat. While his father was well known for jousting, Nathan never saw much need for the skill, as the only use for jousting during war and battles was to unhorse other horse riders, and even then they weren't that useful in a long battle. Lord Mandaeli was clear that you could enter the archery, hammer throw, log claiming, and axe throw, Yun said with a smile. All events I have no experience with, Nathan said before a wide and mischievous grin crossed his face. Looks like I will have to go through with my plan. Yun's face suddenly became nervous as she bit her lip. I like to point out I am against such a plan. Don't worry, if anything I will take the blame, Nathan said with a laugh, making Yun sigh as he stood up. Now leave so I may get dressed, we will talk later. Yes, Lord Stark, Yun said with a small bow as she exited the room. Nathan let out a breath seeing Yun leave before rolling his eyes. I told her to call me Nathan when we are alone. Thank you for joining us tonight, Lord Umbra, Nathan said while shaking the large man's large hands as he greeted the lords that entered the dining hall. Lord Umbra was easily the largest person Nathan had ever seen, as were most men and women of House Umbra. Lord Greatyon Umbra was nearly 7 feet tall and nearly 4 feet wide. Lord Greatyon was considered to be the strongest man in the north and possibly Westeros thanks to his massive size and strength. He was also one of the few northern men who could wield a true steel greatsword with ease. Lord Mandaeli throws the best feasts, Lord Umbra said while laughing out loud. Oh, let me introduce my son, Smalljan. When Nathan laid eyes on Smalljan, there was anything but small when looking at the young man before him. Smalljan was a large young man, a few years older than Nathan. He wasn't as wide as his father, but he was tall and looked to be as tall as his father one day. The second thing Nathan noticed was the wild red hair on his head, in contrast to Greatyon's fading brown hair. Lord Stark, Smalljan said as he stuck his massive hand out. Nathan took the hand and instantly noticed Smalljan adding pressure to it. Giving a small grin, Nathan tightens his fist around Smalljan's hand. The two fought for strength for several seconds before Smalljan grinned and pulled his hand back. Impressive, Smalljan said with a respectful nod. Not many can handle my strength, especially someone younger. I've been training, Nathan said with a shrug as he shook his hand, trying to hide his pain. So, will you two be entering the tourney? The both of us will be, but for different events, Greatyon said as he slapped Smalljan's shoulder. I'll be entering the hammer throw while Smalljan will enter the melee, giving the younger generation a chance to shine. Lord Umbra said with a booming laugh. Will you be entering the tourney, Lord Stark? Nathan sighed at that. Unfortunately, no, as Lord Mandaeli feels I am still a bit too young to enter the melee and jousting, and I have very little skill in the other events. That made Lord Umbra sigh. That's a damn shame, I had hoped to see your skills after hearing you took down a man twice your height. Nathan let a smile cross his face at Lord Umbra's words. Don't worry, Lord Umbra, I don't doubt you'll see my skills soon. The young Stark said, getting a raised brow from the large lord. I must leave, Lord Mandaeli is calling me over. With that, Nathan left Lord Umbra and his son and walked over to Lord Mandaeli, who gave a booming laugh as he talked with a few nobles. When Lord Mandaeli saw Nathan, he bid the nobles well before making his way over to Nathan. Enjoying the feast, Lord Stark? Lord Mandaeli asked with a wide smile as he stood next to Nathan. Nathan smiled as he looked around the feast hall, watching as the nobles drank their fill of wine, beer, and ale, while bards played instruments and young ladies sang and danced. It is very lively, and I quite enjoy it, Nathan said as he looked to the side and laughed when he saw Jon. Jon seems to be enjoying the event as well. Off to the side, Jon was play fighting with a group of younger boys and seemed to be having fun. Even the older nobles were giving them amused looks. You will be hosting your events in the future, and with House Stark's new wealth, I can say with confidence they will be quite grand. Lord Mandaeli said with a wide smile, making Nathan smile. Suddenly, Lord Mandaeli saw his son Wendell give him a nod, making the fat lord's smile widen. Oh, it seems your present is here, Lord Stark. Nathan raised a brow and was about to question Lord Mandaeli before the young Stark was quickly cut off. Nathan. Nathan turned just in time to see 3 smaller figures run up to him and nearly tackle him to the floor. The young Stark was shocked before he looked down at the ones who tackled him, and who he saw made Nathan's eyes widen before a look of joy crossed his face. Robb. Sansa. Arya. Nathan said with a face of joy as he hugged his cousins, who all giggled with joy as they hugged back as they climbed from the floor. Looking down at his cousins, Nathan was delighted to see how much they had grown. Rob and Sansa still had dark red hair like their mother, yet Rob's hair was curly while Sansa's was straight. Arya had dark brown hair like her father's but was in a long ponytail. Jon! Arya cried out after seeing Jon, who was quickly pulled into the group hug. We missed you too. Nathan smiled as he pulled his family into a hug and squeezed them all, getting laughs out of all of them. Looking up, Nathan saw his uncle looking at them with a smile before the young Stark looked to Lord Marndale. I invited Lord Stark to the tourney along with his children, considering you have not seen them in a long time. Lord Marndale said with a smile, making Nathan nod with a grateful look. Nathan looked at his uncle as his cousins continued to hang off his body. Thank you for bringing them, Uncle, Nathan said in a grateful tone as he rubbed the top of Rob's head. He then laughed when Arya took his other hand and placed it on her head. It took a bit of convincing Catelyn to allow them to come. She had to stay behind to take care of baby Bran, Ned said with a sigh as Jon hugged his father, making Ned smile down at him. But it was well worth it. Lord Marndale stepped forward while shaking Ned's hand. Glad you can make it, Lord Stark. The feast is about to start. Lord Marndale said as he gestured to the main table. Please sit with my family. I thank you for your hospitality, Lord Marndale, Ned said in a respectful tone as he made his way over to the feasting table. With that, the feast came into full swing with servants bringing in a large amount of food. Nathan sat with his cousins and started to explain some of the things he's learned over his fostering. Nathan found great amusement in seeing his cousins become interested in very specific parts of his fostering. Sansa was stary-eyed at Nathan's talk about the silk and jewels he had purchased over his fostering and was not subtle in asking for such a gift for her next name day. Rob paid close attention when Nathan talked about what he learned from Lord Marndale about lordship, as Rob was learning such things from Maester Luwin and his father. Arya practically demanded Nathan talk about how he uncovered a slaver operation in White Harbor, but she looked slightly disappointed when Nathan did very little. Lord Marndale's granddaughter got along well with Sansa and Arya. Sansa and Winifred got along well given that they were both noble ladies trained by their mothers, yet Nathan could see a big difference between them, with Winifred being blunter and Sansa being more passionate. Arya and Wyler got along amazingly, both girls laughing and talking about what they liked, such as horse riding, archery, and other things. Wyler even told Arya her desire to dye her hair a different color from her blonde one, something she had only told Nathan. Arya looked interested, but Ned quickly stopped her as Catelyn would lose her head from such a thing, much to Arya's regret. Near the middle of the feast, Nathan was presented with gifts from his uncle and various lords for his name day, such as well-crafted weapons, cloaks, wine, and other items. His uncle had gifted Nathan a heavy silver necklace with silver from the Stark mines, the necklace having the Stark sigil on the front and House Velaryon on the back. Lord Marndale presented Nathan with an amazing gift of a fire, a well-crafted Mirish lens tube from MYR. Lord Marndale explained how he acquired the item as payment for a deal and thought that Nathan would need it at some point. Nathan thanked everyone for the gifts as he proudly wore his new necklace. Nathan, Rob suddenly asked, grabbing Nathan's attention. Do you plan to enter the tourney? That grabbed everyone's attention at the table, including Lord Marndale and Ned Stark. Nathan gave a small sigh as he placed his cup of wine on the table. Unfortunately, no, the young Stark said, getting pouts from Rob, Jon, and Arya. Lord Marndale has advised that I avoid entering the jousting and melee, as they are the most dangerous. I have little skill in the other events, so I see no point in entering. Suddenly Nathan grew a wide smile, something Ned noticed as it looked very similar to his brother's smile. Don't worry, I have seen a great number of interesting fighters that will enter the melee. I am sure it will be a sight to remember. Nathan said with a big smile as he drank his wine while Rob, Arya, and even Sansa looked excited about the upcoming tourney. Ned narrowed his eyes at Nathan as the young Stark continued to smile. A smile that reminded Ned all too much of his brother's smile when he got an idea. What are you planning, Nathan? Ned thought with a sigh before gulping his wine. The White Harbor tourney went into full swing over the next few days. The tourney grounds took place in a clearing outside White Harbor with several stalls selling foods, trinkets, and even blacksmiths selling weapons and armor. Nathan saw Tobin and his grandfather working in a makeshift blacksmith stall, and from the line of nobles and warriors, they were getting good business. When Nathan met Tobin's eyes, the young Stark gave the young blacksmith a wide grin, while Tobin looked very nervous and gave a shaky nod. Soon Nathan stood in the observation box with Lord Marndale's family along his Ned and his children, and even John. Nathan was allowed a breather from the various noble girls who constantly tried to catch his eye, much to Ned's amusement. "Your father loved the attention that any woman gave him," Ned said with a small laugh. "He also had a way with words and could make any woman swoon with just a look," the quiet wolf had said while shaking his head. Nathan had heard of his father's reputation with ladies, from noble to even common birth. Aunt Catelyn even admitted to having fallen for Brandon's charm when they first met, though she stressed that given Brandon's personality, she could easily see herself pulling her hair out after a few years, and was very happy with being married to Ned. "Look," Arya said as she pointed down. "The tourney is starting," she said with excitement. The first event was the axe-throwing competition. Lord Marndale explained that the event was mostly done in the north and some parts of the Vale. It was a competition to show strength and skill with an axe, as throwing an axe in a fight can be very deadly, but only when done right. Nathan watched as various northern men threw their axes at wooden targets in the shape of men. The main targets everyone was aiming for were the chest and head, while everything else was considered a miss. Many northern men throw their axes into the wooden targets, some managed to hit, while others missed. Some men even timed the throwing of the axe wrong, resulting in the back of the axe bouncing off the target. One man was unlucky enough to have his axe bounce back at him, nearly resulting in his head getting split like a melon. After a few hours of men throwing their axes, the winner was a nobleman from House Sewin. Given their family banners of an axe, Nathan wasn't entirely surprised. The man was rewarded a bag of gold and a pair of well-crafted axes. The next event was log climbing. A giant log standing at least 30 feet tall stood in the middle of the tourney grounds. It was quickly explained that the goal was to reach as high as possible, and the one to reach the highest would win. However, the first one to reach the very top would be crowned the winner. Any method to reach the top was allowed, be it with firsts, daggers, or even teeth, as long as you reached as high as you could before dropping down. Most men who entered the event used their hands to try to claw their way up, a few of the smart ones used daggers to stab the log to climb up, but most only got about 20 feet before falling into the piles of hay around the log to soften the fall. The winner came from a member of House Hornwood. A young lad who was able to climb at least 25 feet before falling, yet still had the biggest smile on his face as he was handed his reward of gold, a pair of dragon glass daggers, and an ironwood shield. With that, the tourney came to an end with the winners celebrating their victories. From what Nathan heard, the man from House Sewin threw a large party in a tavern with the men that followed him and ended up spending half of his winning on beer, wine, and food. As for the young lad from House Hornwood, he went to the most expensive brothel in White Harbor and nearly blew through all his winnings on various girls and fine wine, yet from the smile on his face Nathan only thought he somehow came out richer. The next day the tourney started with the hammer throw. The men were handed heavy balls of iron and were told to throw them as far as they could, and the farthest would be crowned the winner. The crowd seemed to love the event as it showed off men's strength as they all roared with every throw. The winner of the event was Great Jon Umbra himself, to no one's shock. The large man's hand nearly wrapped around the iron ball as he lifted it as if it were a pillow. The large Umbra then pulled his arm back before giving a mighty roar and launching the iron ball into the air. Everyone watched with amazement as the iron ball whooshed through the air before it slammed into the ground. The man had sent the iron ball a good 60 feet across the field, nearly double what anyone else threw during the entire event. Lord Umbra laughed as he accepted his prizes, well-crafted warhammer along with some gold and fine leather gloves. He even took the iron ball as a prize, saying he would throw it at some wildings and see what happens. His men partially roared as they lifted Lord Umbra into the air while shouting his name as they carried him out. The next event was the archery competition. While it did not get as many cheers as the other events, Nathan saw a good number of people making bets on who was going to win. Most people were betting on a man from House Karstark who was an experienced huntsman. A few thought a Frey archer might have a chance given the well-crafted bow he was wielding. The competition was simple. Groups of men would all fire at a target, and the closest one to the center would win the round, where the winners would move on to the next groups. This would go on until only one man was standing. Nathan watched as the first group of men moved into place while they prepared. However, someone else grabbed Nathan's attention. Is that boy also participating? Nathan said with a shocked look as he pointed down. Down in the arena was a young boy a few years older than John and Rob, but younger than Nathan. He had short, messy black hair, brown eyes, and pale skin. He wore dirty clothes and a thick black cloak over his shoulders. His face had dirt and soot, along with a scar on his right cheek. Nathan saw the bow in the boy's hands. It was small and looked to be worn down, but well crafted. The boy was inspecting his bowstring with a worried look, ignoring the murmurs and stares he was getting. "I heard about him," Lord Mandaly said as his eyes landed on the boy. The fat lord rubbed his chin with thought. "He is from White Harbor, an orphan. He was somehow able to pay the entrance fee for the tourney. Oftentimes tourneys had entrance fees, meaning if a person wanted to participate in the tourney they would need to pay a price depending on the event. Depending on where the tourney took place, the price to enter could range from 2 gold to 20 or even 200 for every event. This was to prevent every small folk and noble from entering even when they had no skill but wanted to try their luck. He was able to pay the 8 gold. Ned asked with a raised brow, wondering how an orphan was able to get so much coin. He offered up a gold pendant as his buy-in, Lord Mandaly said as everyone watched the boy check his bowstring. "We checked to see if it was stolen but found nothing." When the guards asked the boy, he explained that his father was given it as a reward for saving a merchant after falling into the sea. His father gave him the pendant just before he died of an injury he gained from the docks. "But isn't he too young?" Sansa asked with some worry while Arya looked at the boy with interest. The boy was warned, but he was adamant that he enter, Lord Mandaly said with a small chuckle. "I often see many young boys thinking they have the skill to match grown men until they are humbled. Noble boys maybe, as they can spar the coin, but an orphan." Nathan said as he looked at the boy with interest. "Either he is very foolish or very confident in his skill." "You think he'll win?" Lord Mandaly asked with a raised brow before shaking his head. "Even if he has some talent, he is only a boy. My money is on the Karstark. Huntsmen know how to line up their shots." "Care to put your gold on this, Lord Mandaly?" Nathan asked with a wide smile on his face. "Oh no." Ned groaned as he rubbed his face, recognizing the face Nathan was making. Lord Mandaly gave a loud laugh as he gave Nathan a challenging look. "I am no stranger to gambling, Lord Stark," the fat lord said as he pointed at one of the archers. 100 gold, says the Karstark huntsman beats the boy this round," he said, getting gasps from all the Starks except for Nathan, who continued to grin. "And I bet 100 that the boy will beat the huntsman," Nathan said with complete confidence, making John, Rob, Sansa, and Arya all gasp again at the large amount while Ned shook his head. Lord Mandaly and Nathan shook hands and watched as the archery competition started. The first group consisted of 5 people, including the Karstark man and the orphan boy. Nathan watched as all the archers pulled their bows back and fired. Gasps filled the air as all 5 arrows struck the target, but only 2 were close to the center. "Well, I'll be..." Lord Mandaly muttered with a surprised look as all the archers left except for the orphan boy and Karstark huntsman. "I guess the boy does have skill," the fat lord admitted, making Nathan grin. The boy grinned as he lined up his next shot and fired, hitting the center once again. The Karstark huntsman followed suit and hit the center himself, getting cheers from the men from House Karstark. The targets were then pulled farther away from their spot and the archers were ordered once again to fire. However, gasps were heard in the tourney as the 2 arrows struck their target. One arrow hit the center while the other had just hit outside the center. "Winner, Henry of White Harbor," the announcer called, getting a sigh from the Karstark man and a cheer from the boy. The crowd cheered, mostly those from White Harbor, as the orphan boy Henry gave a bow before scurrying off while the next group of archers stepped forward. "Damn," Lord Mandaly said with a hearty laugh, making his fat cheeks jiggle. "It seems you were right, Lord Nathan. I will have the coin delivered later today." "I appreciated it, Lord Mandaly," Nathan said with a wide smile as his eyes were still on Henry. "Still, I'm amazed someone so young could make such a shot with an old bow. Even if it is well crafted. He is talented," Ned said as he took a sip of water. "I have met many people who were born with amazing talent, be it in swordsmanship or trading. Your father was such a man with his swordsmanship, and that boy seems to have a talent for archery." Nathan rubbed his chin as his uncle's words rang in his head. He does have talent. The archery competition continued until there were only 2 archers left. The orphan boy Henry and surprisingly the free archer. Nathan watched as both archers prepared while many in the stands were placing their bets. The boy looked nervous as he continued to check his bow while the free archer sneered at the orphan. The 2 archers then lined up their shots and fired, both hitting the center of the target. Everyone in the tourney watched with amazement as both archers fired arrow after arrow at the targets as they were pulled further and further away until both targets reached the end of the tourney grounds. The free archer was showing clear frustration while the orphan boy looked to grow more and more nervous with every shot. The free archer gave a low growl before he pulled his next shot and fired, but he let go premature. The arrow had hit the target in the second ring, just outside the center. The free archer looked shocked before giving a frustrated growl and glaring at the orphan boy, who looked at the noble with some fear but steeled himself as he stepped forward. Henry pulled his bow back and lined up his shot, keeping his hand steady as a rock as he ignored all the eyes on him. Asterisk snap asterisk. Suddenly, without warning, Henry's bowstring snapped, getting a cry of shock from the young orphan. Henry looked at his bow with pure shock before a look of defeat crossed his face while his head slumped forward. Murmurs filled the tourney grounds while the free archer gained a look of victory. "Why is he stopping?" Wyler asked with a look of confusion on her face. "Can't someone just give him another bow?" Lord Marndaly sighed while Ned shook his head as Ned started to explain, but was cut off. "That is a great idea," Wyler Nathan said with a wide smile as he reached to the side and grabbed a bow on the side. Stepping forward to the edge of the booth. "Henry of White Harbor," Nathan called out, grabbing the orphan boys along with everyone else. "Catch." Throwing the bow, the boy was barely able to catch it. Once in his hands, the boy looked at the bow in shock while Nathan grinned and nodded at the boy, who gave a shaky bow before he moved into position. The free archer looked shocked by this before an angry look crossed his and all the members of House Free. Ned sighed while Lord Marndaly laughed. "Must you bring me such a headache, Nathan?" Ned asked, only to get a cheeky grin that looked similar to his brother's. This would be seen as a slight against House Free, though it would be a minor thing all things considered. With a new bow in hand, Henry seemed to gain an air of confidence as he tested the string. The boy then pulled out an arrow before slowly lining his shot, everyone in the grounds watching with bated breath. After a few seconds, the boy released the arrow. The arrow cut through the air and everyone held their breath as the arrow struck the target. "Yes!" The free archer cheered along with the other members of House Free. Henry's arrow had hit just next to the free archer's arrow on the outside. Still an impressive shot given the distance and for someone so young, but not the winning one. "Damn," Nathan said with a sigh as the boy dropped his head, a look of defeat on Henry's face as he stood there. "It was still impressive," Ned said with a solemn nod. "I've known experienced archers who would struggle to hit such a target." The free archer was presented with his prize, which was some gold, a well-crafted bow, and some fine arrows. The smug face on all the members of House Free made all the Northerners grumble as the archer accepted his prizes. "Father," Nathan Robb called out to the two, grabbing their attention. "Why is it so many people don't like the phrase?" Robb asked while tilting his head. That got a laugh from Lord Marndaly and Nathan while Ned coughed into his hand. "Well, you see, Robb, there are a lot of reasons why the nobles of the North and even the South don't like the phrase," Nathan while folding his hands. "The crowning achievement of House Free is their bridge at the Twins, which is a strategic location and the only bridge for merchants going into and out of the North can cross for safe passage, but they must pay a toll to cross. This has brought House Free much wealth, but that is all, and many noble houses see House Free as simple toll collectors out of jealousy and spite," Nathan said as he took a sip of wine. John furrowed his brows at Nathan's answer. "That can't be all," John said, not looking convinced. "The way they look at the free men, it doesn't look like simple jealousy." Nathan looked at John with a proud smile as he nodded his head. "You are right, there is more to the animosity toward House Free than that," Nathan said, making John's chest puff out a bit while Robb pouted. "For a long time the current Lord of House Free has managed to expand his wealth, influence, and arms to the point that House Free is seen as one of the strongest houses in the Riverlands, perhaps even rivaling House Tully," Nathan said, getting shocked looks from all the young Stark children. Normally this would gain the respect of lords across Westeros if it wasn't for the methods Lord Free used to gain his power. His methods? Robb asked as he and Jon paid close attention to Nathan's words. Lord Free is very, very old, about 80 years old, Nathan said, getting shocked looks from all the Stark children. In that time Walder Free has sired many, many children with different wives. Last I heard, Walder Free has at least 30 children to his name. Nathan said, getting a grim and disgusted look from both Ned and even Lord Marndale. Nathan left out the unknown number of bastard children Walder Free might have, as no one knew the number of those. Why does he make so many babies? Sansa asked with an almost scared look on her face, thinking Lord Free was some kind of monster. To expand his influence, Nathan said with a disgusted look himself as he watched the members of House Free continue to gloat. Whenever he can, Walder Free has any of his children marry someone of influence for the sole purpose of expanding his power and wealth, such as other nobles, or wealthy merchants. I've even heard Lord Free giving one of his daughters to a mercenary leader if the leader works under House Free. Arya looked confused at Nathan's words and gave a deep frown. But why, doesn't Lord Free care for his children? Arya asked in an innocent tone. Ned sighed as gave his daughter a sad but loving smile. Most nobles love their children greatly, but other nobles and lords often use their children to gain wealth, influence, and power, Ned said with a grim look on his face. He wishes he didn't have to explain politics to his children, at least not while they were young, but Ned knew the future was not set in stone and it was best to learn now rather than later. Sansa and Arya might not fully understand, but Robb was a smart boy, and Jon himself was proving competent in his studies. Arya frowned even more at her father's words. But that's wrong, she said in a confident tone, getting smiles from Ned, Nathan, and even Lord Marndale. It is wrong, young Stark, Lord Marndale said with a small laugh. Nobles will make connections and bonds through marriage to strengthen their houses, but it must be done right. Walder Free puts others in hard positions before forcing marriages onto them. While this does strengthen House Free, the bonds they have are weak, making House Free stand alone. Lord Marndale said before he scoffed. Walder Free's personality seemed to rub off his children and men, as they think they are one of the strongest houses in Westeros and deserve the most respect, despite accomplishing nothing. Nathan nodded along while sipping his wine. One such marriage was the union between Jenna Lannister and Aemon Free. Somehow Walder Free was able to corner the previous Lord of House Lannister into marrying his daughter to Walder's second son, tying House Free to House Lannister. This would be considered an impressive feat if not for the fact that Walder Free had used an underhand method to achieve the goal and that all of the Westerlands and House Lannister hated the marriage. So while House Free was tied to House Lannister barely acknowledged House Free as an ally, and if push came to shove the Lannisters would not hesitate to cut ties with the Freys. Nathan was pulled from his thoughts as he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. When he turned and saw what grabbed his attention, his eyes narrowed. "I'll be back," Nathan said in a low tone, grabbing everyone's attention as he stood up and quickly left. Ned raised a brow and looked to where Nathan was, and what he saw made his eyes widen. "Shit!" Ned shouted as he quickly chased after Nathan, getting confused looks from everyone else. "Ah!" Henry cried in pain as he was thrown into a wooden barrel behind some tents. Looking up, Herney saw several freemen looming over the young boy. Some had smug grins on their faces while others looked at Henry with anger. "So a little orphan boy thinks he can challenge a noble," the free archer said with an angry look on his face. "You need to learn to never step out of line, peasant." "Consider yourself lucky," a smug free knight said with a laugh as he kicked Henry in the chest, knocking the air out of the poor boy. "If you had somehow won, we would have gutted you for the slight. Instead, we're just going to beat." "Enough." Everyone jumped at the loud voice as the free men whipped around to see Nathan, giving all the older men a fierce glare. The free knight looked at Nathan with a raised brow before a smug grin crossed his face. "And who might you be, little boy?" "I am Nathan Stark," Nathan said, cutting the man off as he looked him straight in the eyes. "Son of Brandon Stark, heir to House Stark and the North." The white hair Stark said before scowling at the young knight. "And who the fuck are you?" In an instant, all the Freys became very nervous at the mention of Stark. The free knight stepped forward, looking at Nathan with some fear on his face. I am Sir Walder Free the Fifth, grandson of Lord Walder Free, son of..." Nathan ignored the rest of the Free Knight's words as if found them unimportant. Okay, Sir Free, Nathan said in a mocking tone as he stepped up to the knight, who took a step back. Why are you attacking this boy, Sir Knight? Sir Free gave a shaky smile. My lord, this peasant tricked his way into a tourney and cheated his way to the final. Do I look like a fucking idiot? Nathan cut the knight off, getting the sound of sputtering from the Free's mouth. The boy paid his way in, and how the fuck does one cheat in archery? You're just mad he nearly won, but I don't see any of the northern men beating a poor boy for winning against them. The northern men congratulated him. Nathan said before he jabbed his finger into the knight's armored chest, making him stumble into the other Frees. You are going to walk away, knight, and maybe remember those vows you took to become a sir. If I catch any Free causing trouble in White Harbor, there will be hell to pay, understand? Nathan asked, getting a shaky nod from all the Frees. Go. Without a word, all the Frees ran away without looking back. Fucking cowards, Nathan said as he checked on young Henry. Are you okay? Nathan asked while helping the boy up. Henry coughed and gave Nathan a look of awe. I am fine, my lord, they did not harm me. Reaching for the bow on his back, Henry presented the bow to Nathan. I thank you for the assistance, my lord. I am sorry I could not win. Henry said as his head dropped. Nathan smiled at the boy as he gently pushed the bow back into the boy's hand. Keep it, it will be put to better use in your hands, Nathan said, getting a shocked but grateful look from Nathan's face. Tell me, boy, why is it you tried your hand in the tourney? Nathan asked with a raised brow. With the gold necklace you used to enter, you could have lived a few years off the gold until you became a man. So why risk it all on a tourney? Henry looked hesitant as looked to the ground. I am an orphan, my lord, my mother died when I was a babe and my father at the docks. I was going to sell the necklace he left for me until I heard of the tourney. Henry said as he gained a small smile. Nana, the old lady who took care of me and others, told us stories of great knights and warriors, such as Sir Duncan the Tall, Lord Cregan Stark, Bran the Builder, heroes of Westeros. I wanted to be like them. He said before a glum look crossed his face. I am not good with a sword, my lord, but I am good with a bow. The boy said, looking very confident. Nana said I was blessed by the old gods with my talent for a bow. Nathan smiled at the younger boy's enthusiasm. The boy had talent with a bow, more so than most trained archers and huntsmen. He might have gotten farther than most in the archery event thanks to luck, but no one could deny he had talent. Suddenly, Nathan remembered his words with Lord Mandaily months ago, and the white-haired Stark grew a wide grin on his face. I am to agree with your Nana, young Henry, you have an amazing talent with a bow, Nathan said, getting a look of shock and joy on the boy's face. But you still have much to learn about being an archer and even a warrior. He said as a serious look crossed his face. Henry of White Harbor, I have an offer for you. Henry's eyes widened at Nathan's words. An offer, my lord? Henry asked, hope bubbling in his voice. You displayed amazing talent in the tourney, young Henry, more talent than most boys your age can even dream of, Nathan said as he looked Henry in the eyes, his face still serious. Yet talent can only take one so far. Training and experience separate the talented from true warriors. I am offering you to join me at Winterfell upon my return. There you will be trained and will become one of my men and hone your talent to serve the North. Do you accept, Henry of White Harbor? Henry looked blown away by the offer, stunned even as his mouth opened and closed like a fish. I thank you, my lord, Henry said, nearly shouting as a look of pure joy crossed his face. I promise you, my lord, I will train hard, and become an amazing warrior. Nathan smiled at the enthusiastic boy as Henry bowed to Nathan. The young Stark had a good feeling about Henry, as he was young and eager to become something more. There you are, Nathan turned to his uncle Ned, who seemed to be panting for breath. Ned looked around before sighing in relief. Thank the old gods, there are no bodies. I have already hidden them away, Nathan said with a shrug, making Ned give Nathan a flat look. Kidding, they ran away not long ago, Nathan said before gesturing to Henry, who looked at Ned with awe. Uncle, meet Henry of White Harbor. I've recruited him to join me in Winterfell upon my return. Upon seeing his talent, Nathan said, making Henry pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. Ned looked surprised before nodding slowly. Giving the boy's talent, I can understand, Ned said before looking at young Henry with a small smile. My nephew has an eye for seeing useful things and people. I trust you will become an amazing archer. Thank you, Lord Stark, Henry said with a deep bow as Nathan put a hand on the younger boy's shoulder. Come with me, I will have some guards to help you gather your things before coming into Newcastle, Nathan said before he raised a brow. Do you have any other family or close friends? No, my lord, Henry said as he shook his head. I have no aunts or uncles, and I am an only child. Nana is the one who took care of me along with some other children. Henry said as a smile crossed his face. She will be happy for me. Good, Nathan nodded as he walked away with Ned and Henry in tow. After returning to the tourney grounds, Nathan got 2 guards to escort Henry home to gather his belongings before returning to Newcastle. Nathan also gave the guards some gold to give to the old woman for taking care of the children as compensation. As the guards left, the final event of the day began, the jousting. Nathan saw 20 warriors stand on the tourney grounds with lances in their hands, shields on their arms, and strong horses next to them. One of the riders Nathan recognized was Sir Wendell himself, standing next to a brown stallion. Wendell had told Nathan that he would enter the jousting competition as it was one of his specialties, as Wendell bragged about being able to take any hit from a lance. As the jousting event started, the crowd loved every second of it. Even Ned found some excitement in watching the jousting. Several knights and warriors squared off one another and rammed into each other with their jousts. Men were knocked off their horses and some were even thrown off. Nathan took extra pleasure when Wendell unhorsed a free knight, practically sending the man flying. Rob, John, and Arya were loving every second of it, shouting and cheering with glee. They especially cheered for Wendell as they knew the man and the large knight always made a show of passing them with a big smile, making the children cheer. Sansa did find the event enjoyable, but she flinched every time a man was throwing off his horse. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, bumps, bruises, a broken arm or two, but nothing permanent. Nathan noticed that Sansa seemed to have stars in her eyes whenever one of the more gallant knights, making Nathan snort as he knew it was thanks to the septum that Sansa had such a look. As the sun was setting, the final bout took place in the tourney. Sir Wendell proved himself as he was able to knock down everyone he faced. The large knight had even taken a good number of blows, but thanks to his large size and sturdy armor he was able to take the blow and knock his opponent off his horse the next round. Nathan looked up to see the sun was setting, yet the tourney was still going on with the last round in play, everyone watching with bated breath. Sir Wendell was currently squaring off against a knight from House Ryswell. In the north, House Marndale and House Ryswell had the most horses than any lord. House Marndale had more horses, but House Ryswell had stronger horses. Back and forth Sir Wendell and the Ryswell knight traded blows. Sir Wendell used his armor and shield to take any attack, while the Ryswell knight used his faster horse to hit Wendell first. The end of the fight came when the Ryswell knight managed to get past Sir Wendell's shield and struck Wendell in the chest, unhorsing him. Wendell was upset about losing but accepted his loss and shook the Ryswell knight's hand. The prize for the jousting event was a hefty bag of gold, an ironwood lance, and a fine leather saddle. The Ryswell knight did a victory lap before he was given a crown of blue roses and asked to crown a queen of beauty. The Ryswell knight crowned a common girl, who blushed bright red as the crown of flowers was placed on her head. The members of House Ryswell roared and cheered with approval, making everyone else cheered. With that, the final event of the day came to an end, leaving only melee. Nathan along with the Stark family made their way back to Newcastle with Lord Marndale's family. Rob, John, and Arya gush about every event in the tourney, with Sansa trying to calm them down and act like proper nobles. Suddenly, Nathan was tapped on the shoulder and turned to see Yin, who leaned in close. "Everything is in place," Lord Stark, Yin said as she held back a sigh. Nathan, however, grows a massive grin. "Good, thank you, Yin Song," Nathan said as he walked forward, an almost giddiness in his steps. "Tomorrow is going to be spectacular." Nathan had a big smile on his face the next day as he sat in the observation box with his and Lord Marndale's family. Everyone in the tourney grounds was looking forward to the melee, including Rob, John, and Arya. "Who do you think is going to win?" Arya asked while bouncing in her seat, barely able to contain herself. Ned had a heart-filled laugh as he patted Arya on the head. "We should see the fighters first before we can guess," Ned said, and no sooner did said knights step forward. Side by side stood 16 different knights and warriors from various houses. Lord Mondaly had made this the most expensive event in the tourney as to get only the most serious of fighters. A whole 50 gold stages was needed to enter. Nathan noticed a few of the fighters such as Small John Umbra, a knight from House Carstark, and the Free Knight who tried to hurt young Henry. That young man earned a glare from Nathan. "Well, I'll be damned, it's Codelach Whitermain," Lord Mondaly said with a look of surprise. "I thought it was just someone using his name, but it's the man himself." Everyone in the observation box looked to where Lord Mondaly was looking. They saw an older man standing calmly on the tourney grounds, the oldest warrior standing on the tourney grounds. He was tall and had a head of white hair and a thick white beard to match. His armor was well crafted and wielded a steel longsword to match. "Who's Codelach Whitermain?" Rob asked as he looked at the older man. "A warrior from Bear Island," Ned said, also looking surprised. "He fought in the last war, leading men to weaken the Targaryen armies. He even fought in the War of the Nine Penny Kings as a young lad. He is considered one of the current greatest warriors Bear Island has and even the North," Ned explained as he rubbed his chin with an interested look. "Last I heard he became a sellsword, taking up contracts to deal with bandits and dangerous animals. Is he a good fighter?" Nathan asked while looking at the old man with critical eyes. "He is a seasoned warrior with skill, talent, and most of all experience behind him," Lord Mondaly said in a serious tone. "While he may lack a youthful body and vigor, he makes up for that with his years of experience," the Fat Lord said with respect in his voice. "Why is his hair white like Nathan's?" Arya asked while tilting her head. "Is it because he is old?" "Arya," Sansa said in a hushed tone, yet both Ned and Lord Mondaly laughed at Arya's blunt response. "There is a tale behind his white hair," Lord Mandelry said as he cleared his throat. "Years ago, Codelach claimed to have been attacked by a wolf on Bear Island, yet this was no ordinary wolf. It stood on its hind legs, had claw-like hands with claws as big as daggers, and fur as black as night. The wolf monster tried to kill Codelach and was close to succeeding if not for the intervention of a snow-white wolf that tackled the wolf monster into the sea, the waters taking them both. Codelach was found a day later, somehow surviving, but he was healed, yet his hair was turned white. The Maesters claim it had turned white from fear and pain, yet others claim he was blessed by the North to fight another day." All the Stark children and even Lord Mondaly's grandchildren looked at Codelach Whitermain in awe. Even Nathan was impressed by the tale. Suddenly, Jon noticed another interesting fighter standing on the tourney grounds. "Who's that one?" Jon asked while pointing down. "Is he from House Carstark?" Everyone looked down at another figure that stood on the tourney grounds, yet this one was very different. The warrior stood in the back away from everyone. He wore full armor tinted black with a silver lining, a longsword at his hip, and a black fur cloak thrown on his shoulders. Yet what was most noticeable was the helmet he wore, which looked like a wolf's head. He had a cheap ironwood shield in his hands with a crude drawing of a wolf that looked to be smiling or laughing. "Ah, Tony's always one of these every once in a while," Lord Mondaly said in a dismissive tone, yet still looked amused as everyone looked to the Fat Lord. "Every once in a blue moon, a Tony gets a masked warrior who claims to only reveal his identity if they are defeated. Sometimes they don't even reveal their identity to continue the legend," Lord Mondaly said with an amused laugh. "From what I was told, he calls himself the Laughing Wolf, and will only reveal his identity if he is defeated or if he wins." Ned looked a little unsettled by the name, yet kept his composure. He remembers how his sister disguised herself as the Laughing Tree during a tourney that changed her fate for the worse. Shaking his head, Ned focused on the tourney, and spending time with his family. Soon the 16 warriors stood side by side as Lord Mondaly gave a quick speech and explained the rules. Everyone would be fighting with dulled weapons, still sharp to cut, but not permanently injured, and killing was to be avoided and not pursued. After that, the first round started between knights from House Dustin and House Flint. Everyone cheered and shouted as the two knights fought, showing exceptional skills. Even Nathan cheered along with his cousins. Lord Mondaly threw around the idea of making another bet, clearly wanting to win back the gold he lost. The two threw some banter around before Nathan felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, Nathan was surprised to see a worried-looking Yun looking at him. "Yun, what's the problem?" Nathan asked after seeing Yun's look. The girl from Yeti leaned forward and whispered into Nathan's ear, and what Nathan heard made his eyes widen before they narrowed. "Can't you have someone take care of it?" Nathan asked, and Yun shook her head and continued to whisper, making Nathan's eyes widen again. "How much was lost?" Nathan asked in a shocked tone. Nathan and Yun now had everyone's attention, away from the fighting and looking at the two. "Something wrong, Lord Nathan?" Lord Mandaeli asked what everyone was thinking. Nathan looked at everyone with some hesitation, before he gave a sigh and spoke. "One of the warehouses holding Northern Spirits had a small fire. The workers were able to put it out, but a few horses got free and knocked a bunch of stuff around. Everything in the warehouse is a mess and everyone doesn't know what to do." "Don't you have a manager for the warehouse?" Lord Mandaeli said, a serious look crossing his face. Nathan had explained early on that hard alcohol was very flammable, nothing like wildfire but more like oil. Thus both Nathan and Lord Mandaeli took precautions to prevent massive fires from breaking out, yet accidents were bound to happen. "I do, but he's passed out drunk," Nathan said with a growl, getting a worried look from his cousin and even Ned. "The damn idiot got drunk after winning a big bet and seems to be in a coma." Nathan then looked at his family with a small frown. "I am sorry, but I need to take care of this." "No," Arya said as she grabbed Nathan's hand just as he stood up. "It's your Tony, you can't leave," she said, getting nods from everyone. "Can't you take care of this after the Tony?" Ned asked with a small frown. "Or send someone else to handle the problem?" "This is my business, uncle, one I made with my 2 hands." Nathan sighed as he rubbed the top of Arya's head. "I thought I left competent people in charge, but accidents happen. I will fix this and return as soon as I can." All of Nathan's cousins looked upset, making Nathan feel a little bad. "I promise, you will all enjoy the Tony even with me gone," he said while kissing the top of Arya's head, making the girl smile a bit. Ned had a grim look on his face but nodded. "Do what you have to do, Nathan." Nathan nodded before leaving in a huff, Yun close behind. Quickly leaving the Tony grounds, Nathan grew a large smile on his face as he glanced back at Yun, who still looked uncomfortable. "If being the heir to the North doesn't pan out, I can always be a traveling mama," Nathan said with a cheeky grin. Yun gave a tired sigh as she continued to follow Nathan. Over the few months of getting to know the young Lord of the North, Yun had a sense of Nathan's personality. Nathan took any problem head-on and tried to come up with the best solution possible. He was brilliant, able to think of ideas that would seem mad to most but would bear fruit that made many jealous. He had a strong sense of justice. Whenever he saw something wrong he would not hesitate to step it, be it saving a noble, small folk, or foreigner like her. He was the most loyal young man she had ever met, holding his family and friends close to his heart. Yun had somehow found herself as one of Nathan's friends despite everything, something she greatly enjoyed. Yun also had the pleasure of seeing Nathan's other habits. The young Stark had a love for murmurs and would spend a bit too much gold on their performances. He sometimes got too absorbed in his work and needed a rather strong hand to bring him out. And once he got an idea he would not stop until he accomplished it, such as now. Nathan and Yun entered one of the many tents on the Tony grounds together before anyone could see them. "Ah, if it isn't the Laughing Wolf," Nathan said with a wide smile as he saw the figure before them. "You made quite the impression on the Tony grounds, sir," said Laughing Wolf, sighing. "I just like to point out that I am against this, Lord Stark," the wolf said as he took off his helmet, revealing a familiar young blacksmith as he handed the helmet to the white-haired Stark. "Everything will work out, Tobin," Yun Nathan said with a big grin as he placed the helmet on his head. "We're just going to put on a little show." Chapter 6. Third person P.O.V. "Amazing as always, Tobin," Nathan said as he tightened the gauntlet around his arm. "It fits perfectly, but it's a little tight around my cock," Nathan said with a wince as he shifted his hips. "You said you wanted extra protection there," Tobin said as he strapped Nathan's armor from behind. Nathan currently stood in a modest tent in his black wolf armor while Tobin helped him strap everything on as Yun held onto his black fur cloak. "I am still against this, Lord Stark," Yun said with a small sigh as Tobin handed Nathan his helmet. "You worry too much, Yun," Nathan said as he grinned at the Yeti girl and strapped his helmet on, completely hiding his face. "The worst injury anyone has gained today was a broken arm and collar." Nothing that can't be fixed with some rest, and seeing as I am one of the best young swordsmen in Newcastle, I feel quite confident," Nathan said in a playfully cocky tone, his voice muffled by the helmet that left him unrecognizable. "Everything is going according to plan." Nathan's plan was simple but brilliant. When Nathan heard of the tourney that Lord Marndale would be hosting, he wanted to enter the melee and show the northern nobles his skill with a blade. Yet Lord Marndale had forbidden Nathan from entering for fear of him injuring himself. Even Ned had sent a letter agreeing with Lord Marndale and told Nathan not to enter the melee or jousting. Nathan could have forced Lord Marndale to allow him to enter, using his status to enter. Yet Nathan had too much respect for Lord Marndale and his uncle to do such a thing. So Nathan would not enter the tourney as he knew Lord Marndale and Ned feared for his safety. However, it wasn't long before Nathan was struck with an idea. If Lord Marndale and Ned feared for Nathan Stark's safety, then Nathan would not enter, but the Laughing Wolf would. Nathan had read about many tales of masked knights or mystery knights. These warriors hid their identities behind their helmets as they entered tourneys, only identifying themselves through lofty titles. Most masked knights were simply nobles or knights looking to create some entertainment in tourneys, or some fame once their identities were revealed. However, a good number of mystery knights were able to leave their marks in history. Some of these masked knights included the Knight of Tez, Sir Blackshield, the Gallows Knight, the Serpent in Scarlet, Silver Fool, and the Knight of the Laughing Tree. With a plan in motion, Nathan had Tobin forge a unique set of armor and a helmet that looked like a wolf. "And you worry too little," Yun said, narrowing her eyes. "I have heard many nobles and knights have gained injuries that have left them lame or killed. You are talented, Lord Stark, but you lack the experience that these men have." This is why he liked having Yun as his advisor, as she wasn't afraid to tell Nathan her mind. Nathan had often heard of nobles who surrounded themselves with yes-men who only agreed with everything they said, even if the plan was doomed to fail. Yun was one of the rare souls who would speak her mind, but not be too stubborn to change it if met with a strong argument, making her an ideal advisor and trader. "You can only say you've truly lived if you have done a few foolish things in your life," Nathan said in a confident tone as Yun sighed and handed the young Stark his cloak. "I know this is foolish, Yun, Tobin, but it's also going to be fun," Nathan said as he threw his cloak over his shoulder. "I promise I will be careful." Yun and Tobin gave a reluctant sigh as Tobin handed Nathan his longsword and ironwood shield, the crude drawing of the Laughing Wolf being easily visible. "So, how do I look?" Nathan asked with a cheeky grin as he stood before them. Yun gave a small smile as she nodded. "You are sure to leave a lasting impression," Yun said as Tobin nodded, proud of his work. "The armor isn't heavily plated, as it's padded by leather and chainmail underneath," Tobin explained as Nathan started to move around in his armor. "You won't be stabbed, but if someone is wielding an axe or greatsword, you'll feel the force," the young blacksmith warned. "Good," Nathan said as he swung his arms around. "So, who will the Laughing Wolf be facing?" Yun pulled out a paper from her pocket and looked over it. "After the match between the Dustin and Flint Knights, you will come up next and face a Sir Walder Free." Nathan's jaw dropped before he threw his head back while giving a booming laugh, making Tobin and Yun jump. "Oh, the old gods are smiling on me today," Nathan said with glee as he tightened his hand around his shield, getting a confused look from Tobin but an understanding nod from Yun. Suddenly the sound of a horn going off and a crowd cheering from the distance was heard, making Nathan grin. "It looks like it's time for the Laughing Wolf to shine," Nathan said with a playful growl as he looked at Tobin and Yun, who still looked at Nathan with worry. "Wish me luck," Nathan said before leaving the tent. On the tourney grounds, young Walder Free stood with confidence around him as the crowd cheered for him. As soon as he entered, he declared he would defeat whoever the Laughing Wolf was and reveal who was beneath the helmet, getting applause from the crowd. "It's most likely some peasant or low-born noble who thinks they can make a name for himself," Sir Walder thought with a sneer as he started to tap the ground with his armored foot. "I'll unmask this Laughing Wolf, and show the Starks and nobles of this frozen wasteland what the might of House Free can do." Sir Walder still hated the fact he had to run away from a boy who was barely a man. He would have challenged the boy if he was a normal noble and humbled him to his betters. However, Lord Free expressed wanting to betroth a member of House Free to House Stark and wanted all the Frees to be on their best behavior. Yet the Starks have the nerve to reject the phrase, Sir Walder thought while grinding his teeth, feeling insulted. The Freys are the strongest house in the Riverlands. We have ties to many noble houses, and with House Lannister, who has a Lannister that sits as queen beside the king. The Starks should be begging us for one of our women. The thought as he tightened his hand around his sword. I'll show these northern savages the might of a knight from House Free. Sir Walder continued to wait impatiently for his opponent, yet none had shown up. Where is my opponent? Sir Walder called out, grabbing everyone's attention. Did the Laughing Wolf run away in fear of facing a knight of House Free? Who the fuck ran away? The knight from the south was cut off as the Laughing Wolf came strutting in, an air of confidence in every step he took. Do you think I would run away, Free boy? The Laughing Wolf said as he walked to the center of the grounds, facing off against the Free. I was just polishing my armor and sword. Have to get it nice and clean before it's covered in your blood and piss. Sir Walder's face became angry at the Laughing Wolf's words. Is that all you can do, polish your sword but not use it? No, no, I have your mum polish my sword for me, the Laughing Wolf said with a laugh, getting laughs in the crowd as Sir Walder's jaw dropped before he turned red with anger. Now are we going to swing our swords and see who's better, or are you just going to keep talking about my sword? I know it's impressive and you've never seen a real sword before, especially one this big, but please focus on the fight. The crowd continues to laugh at the Laughing Wolf's banter, the Northern laughing the most, such as Lord Umbra pounding the seat next to him hard enough to break the wood. Up in the observation box, Lord Marndale was giving a booming laugh, while Ned had a shocked look on his face but couldn't stop the twitch of his lip. Rob and Jon were giggling hard. They had fought and trained in the training yards with men who were not above such banter. They knew what sword the Laughing Wolf was referring to. Sansa and Arya looked confused at the Laughing Wolf's words. They could tell there was a joke as everyone laughed, but they did not get it. Finally, Arya had enough. Why is everyone laughing every time the Laughing Wolf talks about his sword? Ned looked to have drunk sweet fire straight from the distiller at Arya's words. Rob and Jon also looked shocked but could only giggle at Arya's naivety. Ned was about to explain but was quickly cut off. He's talking about his penis, Wyler explained, getting shocked looks from everyone in the booth. Men always compare their swords to their penis, seeing it as a weapon. Sansa's face turned bright red and she looked ready to faint. Rob and Jon looked at Wyler with pure shock before they burst out laughing, nearly falling out of their chair. Winifred shook her head at her sister's blunt response but looked very amused. Lord Marndale throws his head back with a booming laugh, loving the response his granddaughter had. Ned looked to have sucked a lemon as he groaned and rubbed his face, not wanting to have a talk about that with his daughters. "Oh Tilda," Arya said, finally understanding the joke everyone was laughing at. "But that's stupid. Men can be stupid, that's why everyone laughs," Wyler said with a shrug while Lord Marndale laughed harder. In the crowd, Tobin and Yon sat together and watched the banter between young Lord Stark and the Free Knight, both having different reactions. Tobin was shocked by the words coming out of Lord Nathan's mouth. Whenever they had met, Nathan Stark always held himself with the dignity of a Northern lord, if a bit whimsical at times. Yet to hear the future Lord of House Stark talking in such a way was truly shocking. Yon, however, was less shocked and only a little surprised. She had seen Nathan hold himself to the standards of a Northern lord when meeting other nobles and conducting business. Yet Yon had also caught a glimpse of Nathan's more playful side, such as when he starts to sing in taverns and buys everyone beer and wine when he's good and drunk, or when he laughs without a care and the dirty plays performed by murmurs. Yon could understand that being so courteous can be stressful, so relief was needed from time to time. "I just hope Nathan doesn't offend a noble house too much," Yon thought with a sigh as she was already thinking of sending gifts to quell any anger Nathan's little act may cause. The politics in Westeros weren't too different from that of Yeti, only that the nobles in Westeros had more liberation when speaking, and depending on the insult it could last for a few years to generations. Though given how much hate House Free has, a minor appeasement may only be needed. Back on the tourney ground, Sir Walder Free was seething from the laughter in the tourney. He was supposed to show everyone his superior skills and have them stand in awe of a knight from House Free. Instead, they were laughing at this fool's words. Having enough, Sir Wendell drew his longsword, throwing his sheath to the ground. "Draw your sword so I may cut you down." Sir Wendell raged as he pointed the sword at the Laughing Wolf. The Laughing Wolf gave a loud laugh while throwing his head back. "Silly Fribboy, You couldn't cut an apple with such a dull blade, the Laughing Wolf said before drawing his sword and throwing his shield. But if it's a fight you want, I can give you one to remember. Seeing both fighters were ready, Lord Mandaeli quickly stuck his hand out. Begin. As soon as the words were spoken, Sir Wendell charged with a roar. The Laughing Wolf stood still as the Free charged at him. Once he got close, Sir Wendell slashed his sword to the side. Behind the Laughing Wolf's mask, Nathan's eyes narrowed as he quickly jumped back, the sword just barely grazing his stomach. This didn't stop the Free Knight as he continued to hack and slash with his sword, a furious look with every swing he took. He's not half bad, Nathan thought as he parried a strike from above with his sword. With the Free off balance, Nathan drove his shoulder into the Knight's chest, pushing him back before the Knight gave a quick slash, forcing Nathan to step back. He's older than me and a bit bigger. He's been trained, but not very well. Sir Walder tried to swing his sword up, but Nathan quickly blocked the strike. Nathan then jabbed his sword into the Walder's armored chest and got a cry of pain as the Knight stumbled back. When Nathan was about to jab his sword again, Sir Walder saw this and looked a step back, ready to block. Seeing this, Nathan took a big step forward and swiped his sword to the side, aiming for Walder's exposed face. Ah! Sir Walder screamed in pain as Nathan's dull sword managed to cut Walder's cheek, drawing blood. Sir Walder stumbled back and grabbed his face before looking at the blood on his hand with pure shock. First blood! Nathan shouted while throwing his arms out wide. This got cheers from the crowd and even roars from the northern men. The members of House Free were trying to cheer on their knight but were drowned out by the larger number cheering. Sir Walder looked at his hand with shock before an angry look crossed his face. You will pay for that, peasant, Sir Walder said as he tightened his grip around his sword and pointed it at the Laughing Wolf. You will not leave here on your own feet, you will be dragged out when I am done with you. Such an intimidating threat, Freboy, the Laughing Wolf said in an unimpressed tone as he playfully swung his sword with one hand. Let's see if you can back it up. With a furious roar, Sir Walder charged at the Laughing Wolf with his sword high in the air before bringing it down hard. The Laughing Wolf sidestepped the strike and jabbed his sword into Sir Walder's side, yet to the wolf's surprise Sir Walder took the blow and swung his sword up, forcing the wolf to block the attack and stumble back from the force. Yet Sir Walder charged with a roar of anger as he relentlessly attacked with no breaks. He's mad, Nathan thought as he brought his sword down only for Sir Walder to block the attack before ramming his shoulder into Nathan's chest. Nathan managed to keep himself from being pushed back as he spun his body, yet even then Sir Walder was on him in a second. He's mad, but I can use this, Nathan thought with a grin creeping onto his face. Such anger while fighting, the Laughing Wolf said in a mocking tone. Yet you don't have the skill to back such anger. As the Free lunged forward, Nathan sidestepped the strike but kept his foot stuck out. Sir Walder tripped forward and stumbled for a good moment, but managed to stay on his feet before spinning around and attacking once again. Nathan kept his eyes on Sir Walder's shoulders and feet for any tells, and what he saw made him grin. Sir Walder raised his sword high in the air before beginning it down with all his strength. Instead of dodging or sidestepping the obvious attack, the Laughing Wolf did something different. Bringing his sword up and grabbing the blade with his gauntlet, the Laughing Wolf took the blow easily. Walder looked shocked by the action and started to pull back, but the Laughing Wolf had already pounced. Twisting the blade, the Laughing Wolf slammed the hilt of his sword into Sir Walder's face, using all his strength to deliver the blow. As soon as the hilt hit, blood exploded from Sir Walder's nose, making him cry with pain as his vision turned white. The knight grabbed his face with one hand in hopes of stopping the bleeding. Sir Walder tried to retreat, yet the Laughing Wolf was not letting up. While Sir Walder stumbled back and tried to swing his sword, however, the Laughing Wolf roared as he smacked his sword into Sir Walder's with all his strength. Sir Walder's sword came flying out of his hand, leaving him defenseless. Before the Free Knight could move, the Laughing Wolf held the tip of his sword to the knight's neck, making Sir Walder freeze up. Yield, the Laughing Wolf asked with a playful tone. Or do you want me to end the fight with my fist in your balls? Sir Walder glared at the Laughing Wolf while holding his bloody nose, and if looks could kill, the Laughing Wolf would no longer be laughing. Yet without a sword, he could not fight. Dropping his shoulders and bowing his head, Sir Walder submitted in defeat and the crowd roared and cheered. The winner of this match is the Laughing Wolf of the North. The announcer called out as the Laughing Wolf sheathed his sword while Sir Walder stumbled away, leaving his word behind. The Laughing Wolf turned to Lord Mandaily and Ned Stark before giving a dramatic bow. "I hope the Lords of the North found the fight entertaining," the Laughing Wolf said before he walked out. In the observation box, Lord Mandaily looked very amused as the Laughing Wolf walked out of the tourney grounds. "The lad is good. The Free Knight might not be very talented, but he is an experienced knight and seemed to be older than the Laughing Wolf," Lord Mandaily said as he rubbed his fat chin. "What house do you think he's from? My gold is on House Flint of the Widow's Watch. They have some funny men there." Ned was quiet for a long moment before turning his eyes to the crowd, as they narrowed. "I think I have a pretty good idea." Ned with a small groan. Nathan stood off to the side while watching the rest of the melee continue, keeping a close eye on all his possible opponents. Most were knights and warriors from the north, and they showed much more skill than the Free Knight. Speaking of House Free, after their knight had lost the fight in such a fashion, all the members of House Free quickly left White Harbor as they had no reason to. "Damn," Nathan muttered with a wince as he watched Smalljan swing his dull great sword with enough force to send a man flying off his feet. There were two fighters Nathan was keeping his eye on. Smalljan Umber and Kodlak Whitemane from Bear Island. Smalljan Umber was a monstrous young man, a full head and a half taller than Nathan and packed full of muscles that could throw a man in armor easily. Smalljan was also very skilled and experienced, as House Umber was one of the few northern houses that dealt with wildling raids regularly. Also, given who Smalljan's father Gratian was, you had a young but deadly warrior. Kodlak Whitemane was a completely different fighter. While he was taller and slightly bigger than Smalljan, Kodlak was old as he already fought in 2 wars in his lifetime, well past his prime. However, Nathan quickly saw that Kodlak was not to be underestimated as he easily defeated his opponent, a knight from House Karstark. While Kodlak wasn't as fast or strong as Smalljan, he was still strong enough to push back a much younger man, but most of all he was very skilled and very experienced. Kodlak was always out of his opponent's sword range, parrying nearly every attack skillfully before countering with a devastating blow. By the end of his match, Kodlak was barely breathing hard while his opponent was beyond exhausted, making it easy for the old man to win. The melee continued without any issue, with men winning and losing their fights. Nathan observed every fighter and was amazed by their level of skill, making the young Stark want to spar with every single one to test his skills. Once the sun had reached its peak, the Laughing Wolf stepped onto the grounds, facing a knight from House Dustin. The Laughing Wolf bantered with the Dustin Knight, though he did not insult the knight or House Dustin. The Dustin Knight was still annoyed by the Laughing Wolf's words, yet managed to keep calm and fight hard, actually forcing the Laughing Wolf to go on the defensive. The fight ended when the Laughing Wolf managed to get a clean hit on the knight's armored head. This stunned the knight and made the older man stagger before Nathan punched him, ending the fight. With the second round coming to an end, the third round took off swiftly. Kodlak faced a knight from the Vale, from House Royce. The Vale Knight was completely armored and wore a thick steel helmet. He wielded a well-made ironwood shield with a short sword in his free hand. The Royce Knight proved his skills by using his shield and sword skills as he traded blows with Kodlak and kept the old sellsword on his toes. However, Nathan saw one of the biggest flaws when using a shield: it blocked your sight. While the Royce Knight was hiding behind his shield from Kodlak's attacks, trying to wait for an opening, Kodlak spun around the knight's body and managed to hit the knight in the back of the head with the guard of his sword, knocking him out with one blow. "That old man is too swift on his feet than he has any right to be," Nathan snorted as Kodlak gave a bow before walking off the tourney grounds. With Kodlak off the ground, Smalljan Umber came marching forward, House Umber and Gratian being the loudest. The crowd cheered for the large young man, as Smalljan was favored to win the melee as he was young, large, strong, and the son of Gratian Umber. "Come out here, Laughing Wolf of the North. Face the might of House Umber." Smalljan roared, making the crowd cheer. Nathan couldn't help but feel a grin cross his face as he tightened his helmet around his head before marching off. Smalljan crossed his arms while waiting for the Laughing Wolf. The whole tourney Smalljan had been observing the masked knight as he knew he would face the warrior. The Umber had no idea who the Laughing Wolf was, and he honestly didn't care. The Laughing Wolf was strong and would give Smalljan a good fight, but in the end, Smalljan was confident he could win. "The Laughing Wolf is barely a man, and not as strong as me," Smalljan thought before his eyes narrowed. "Yet he is skilled and crafty. I can't let him take me by surprise." Smoljan was brought out of his thoughts at boots stomping on the floor and turned to see the Laughing Wolf enter the grounds. The Laughing Wolf kept walking forward until he was only a few feet away from Smoljan. The Laughing Wolf tilted his head up and let out a loud whistle. "Damn, they sure grow you umbers big," the Laughing Wolf said while scratching the back of his head. "What's the secret, lots of milk? Or did your ancestors fuck the giants?" Smoljan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. "All day you have been making this melee entertaining, it's been quite fun watching you," the large man said before his eyes turned fierce. "But it's come to an end, funny wolf," Smoljan said as he drew his sword. "Ha ha 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 ha." The Laughing Wolf gave an obnoxious laugh as he also drew his sword and brought his shield up. "Sorry Smoljan Umber, but I have one more act to put on after beating you." Both warriors stood ready, waiting for Lord Mandaeali to start the duel. Smoljan felt his heart start to beat harder as he felt the excitement build inside him while Nathan tried to keep his heart steady. Lord Mandaeali looked to both fighters before swiftly bringing his hand down. "Begin." Smoljan tried to lunge forward but the Laughing Wolf acted first. Swinging his arm to the side, the Laughing Wolf sent his shield flying from his arm, straight at Smoljan. The large man was caught off guard and threw himself to the side to dodge, but the shield still hit his shoulder. This gave the Laughing Wolf an opening to lunge forward with his sword. Giving a roar, Smoljan swung his great sword up with one hand with enough force to nearly knock the Laughing Wolf's sword out of his hands. Smoljan stumbled but managed to stay on his feet as he brought his sword up, grinning at the Laughing Wolf. "You're a crafty little bastard," Smoljan said before he charged forward and started to swing his sword, forcing the Laughing Wolf to go on the defensive. But it won't be enough. Nathan gritted his teeth as he blocked every one of Smoljan's swings. Each strike was felt through Nathan's sword and into his hands. The young Stark knew he couldn't be on the defensive for long or he would swiftly lose. When Nathan saw Smoljan sweep his great sword to the side, instead of blocking, Nathan ducked under the sword, his body crouching low before he lunged forward. Smoljan's eyes widened at the lung, however, instead of jumping back, Smoljan jumped forward. "Can't swing your sword at this range, fuck." With Smoljan so close, the Laughing Wolf couldn't swing his sword as it was too long. However, Nathan had found other ways to attack with his sword besides using the blade. Flipping the sword down, Nathan lunged the hilt of the sword into Smoljan's chin, which kicked Smoljan's head back. Yet despite the ringing in his jaw and stars in his eyes, Smoljan grits his teeth, and with a roar swings his sword with all his strength. The Laughing Wolf's eyes widened as he barely brought up his sword just in time. Yet to the Laughing Wolf's shock, he soon found himself off his feet and thrown to the side. Rolling with the blow, the Laughing Wolf was soon back on his feet, yet he felt his left arm sting from the blow he barely blocked. Smoljan was rubbing his chin with an annoyed expression before spitting out a glob of blood onto the floor. "Crafty wolf," Smoljan said as he brought his sword up, a grin growing on his face. "Come at me. This won't end until one of us can't stand anymore." "Well, you can just walk away and let me win," the Laughing Wolf said with a laugh as he also brought his sword up. "Please, I know that look in your eyes. You want this fight just as bad as me." What Smoljan said was true. Nathan did want this fight. It was the first fight where Nathan could feel himself being pushed to his limits, with the danger of injury making his blood pump and his heart pound. "Are you two going to keep flirting or are you going to fucking fight?" Great Yon roared from the side, getting some laughter from the crowd. Smoljan and Nathan grinned before they charged at one another. The two started to trade blows, with Nathan relying on his speed to hit Smoljan, while Smoljan used his strength to make Nathan stagger with every blow. The Laughing Wolf jumped back as Smoljan brought his sword down, with the armored knight panting hard as he kept his distance. Smoljan however didn't relent and chased after the Laughing Wolf, swinging his sword as the wolf dodged every attack. "I can't keep this up," Nathan thought as he panted hard while leaning back to dodge the swinging sword. "My body is already feeling heavy, and it's not easy to breathe with this damn helmet on, but I can't beat him." Nathan had been able to hold his own against Smoljan, using his smaller size and speed to move faster and hit before Smoljan could react. However, while Nathan was able to bruise and bloody Smoljan, these injuries were not enough to stop the large young man. If anything, they only made Smoljan fight harder. "This man is built like a castle and as strong as a bear," Nathan thought as he grit his teeth as he blocked an extra strong attack, making the young Stark stagger back. Even if I hit him, I won't be able to do anything that can stop him. The Laughing Wolf closed in and tried to swing his sword up at Smoljan, but the large man grabbed the Laughing Wolf by the neck and threw him to the ground fairly easily. The large man lifted his foot and tried to stomp down, but luckily the Laughing Wolf rolled out of the way before jumping to his feet. Panting hard, Nathan took a deep breath, held, then let it out slowly. I need to end this fight in one go. Come at me, Smoljan Umber, and fucking kill me already. The Laughing Wolf yelled while laughing like a madman. Smoljan grinned and charged at the Laughing Wolf with a roar. Instead of dodging or raising his sword, the Laughing Wolf stood his ground. With a roar, Smoljan brought his sword down with all his strength, and that was when the Laughing Wolf acted. Gritting his teeth, Nathan parried the downward strike, redirecting the blow to slide off his blade and hit the ground. With the opening, Nathan roared as he brought his blade down and slammed it into Smoljan's head. Everyone gasped at the clean blow as Smoljan roared in pain as he stumbled back, yet remained on his feet as blood started to run down his head. If the blade had been sharp and not dulled, the Laughing Wolf would have split Smoljan's head open like a pumpkin. Yet the strike was a clean hit that would have fallen most men, yet Smoljan simply growled as he shakily raised his sword. The Laughing Wolf didn't waste any time and threw his sword to the ground before tackling Smoljan around his waist. Everyone watched with amazement as the Laughing Wolf roared before lifting the large Umber off the ground and then slamming him down with all his strength. With the large man on the ground, the Laughing Wolf quickly pulled out a dagger and held it to Smoljan's neck, making the young man freeze in place. Yield, Nathan ordered the large young man, the playful tone gone from his voice. Smoljan didn't move a muscle as he stared down the Laughing Wolf with a glare in his eyes, yet the Laughing Wolf glared right back. After a few intense moments, Smoljan slumped, and Nathan let out a breath. The victor, the Laughing Wolf. Lord Mandaeli called, making the crowd applaud and cheer. Nathan sighed as he stood up and stuck his hand out to Smoljan, to which the young man took the hand. I hate to admit it, but you were better, Smoljan said with a grunt as he stood up, and once again Nathan found himself looking up at the larger man. If we were using real swords, that strike would have killed me. If we were fighting for real, you'd grab me by the neck and use me as a weapon to fight off everyone else, the Laughing Wolf snorted as he started to walk away, getting a laugh from Smoljan. Tourneys are only good for training or putting on a show, they are useless when compared to real combat. Smoljan watched the masked knight disappear as the crowd continued to cheer. Something about the mysterious warrior struck Smoljan as strange. He was well trained, so he was possibly a noble or a knight's apprentice, but Smoljan could tell he lacked real fighting experience. He did not lack combat but in killing, as the only killing blow the Laughing Wolf did was the final one that struck his head, yet whoever trained him was not afraid to fight dirty. Hope you win, little wolf, Smoljan said with a chuckle as he left, planning to drink a barrel of beer to stop the slitting head pain from the blow he took. Then again, I hope Kodlak kicks you in the balls. Fuck. Nathan screamed in pain as he struggled not to move. More gently, Yun. Nathan found himself in a small tent as Yun applied a poultice to his bumps and bruises since Nathan's armor did prevent anything from breaking, but it still hurt. Yun was far from a healer, but she knew the basics of how to apply bandages to injuries. Off to the side was Tobin, looking over Nathan's armor to see for any dents or dings, which he found a lot. You've taken more injuries when facing visiting Essos fighters at the docks, Yun said with a small scoff as she applied the bandages around Nathan's bruised arm. What was that one? The dual wielder. He was running circles around you, left you bruised and bloody, and nearly took all of your gold, you bet. That made Nathan wince as he looked away. Essos fighters fight differently than most in Westeros. They don't wear heavy armor and use speed and skill rather than raw strength. Nathan said before he gave Yun a grin. If I hadn't fought them I wouldn't have learned how to favor speed and dodging rather than brute strength, Nathan said as he looked down at his bandage hand. Smoljan was good, one of the best warriors I've ever faced. He knew how to use his large size and strength to his advantage and had faced many wildlings and killed them. However, he's never fought a fighter like me, one who favors speed and skill over brute strength. Hearing the excitement in the young lord's voice made Yun smile as she continued to apply bandages. In Yi there was a warrior class of people who dedicated their lives to fighting known as Shi, be it with martial arts, swords, spears, bows, or any other weapon. Yun had heard tales from her father of how passionate said warriors could be, and from seeing the cold north Yun was seeing the passion in the young lord she served, along with the other northerners. It wasn't the same as Yun's home, but it did remind her of it. Okay, Tobin said as he whipped his brow of sweat and placed his hammer down. I've managed to fix it up a bit, so you should be okay to wear it again. Yun pulled her hands away from Nathan's body as the young Stark stood up. Swift as always, Tobin, Nathan said as he started to put his armor on, but did so slowly with Tobin's help. You need to be swifter, the mummers should be done soon, Tobin said as he glanced at the top of the tent to see the sun poking through. There was a break put in place for Nathan to rest and regain some energy before the final bout. Murmurs and bards were to play to entertain the crowd, but it would only be for a time. So? Tobin said as he bit his lower lip. How do you feel facing Kodlak Whitermane? Nathan started to place his armor on his body with a serious expression. Throughout the tourney, Nathan had been keeping an eye on Kodlak as he was one of the contenders most likely to win given his vast experience and skill. Unlike Smoljan, Kodlak uses skill to match his strength. While he's not in his prime, he still has years of experience from 2 wars and years as a sellsword. Nathan said in a serious tone as he put his boots on. Nathan had seen some of the attacks Kodlak had pulled off, and the young Stark knew just no one could have done it. Footwork and timing are needed to pull off such complicated moves. Just one wrong move could end up with a person losing their head. Kodlak went into every fight with a stoic expression or gave his younger opponents a grandfatherly smile. When they were giving him a good fight, he would grow an excited smile and even encourage his opponent to keep fighting before bringing a swift defeat. I'm going to win, Nathan said with a determined expression, getting a surprised look from Yun and Tobin as the Stark grabbed his helmet. I have trained with a sword for as long as I can remember. I have won many fights and lost a few. But I have always gone into every fight only thinking of victory. Whether it was against Lord Mandaelis' sons, an experienced knight, my uncle, or Smoljan, I have only thought of victory. Nathan said as he looked at the two with a wide grin before slipping his helmet on. So, to victory. The Laughing Wolf said with a laugh as he walked out. Tobin and Yun were looking at Nathan with awe as he walked away, both feeling the words said by the young man as they quickly exited the tent. The Laughing Wolf of the North marched onto the tourney ground, many of the people chanting his name while others chanted for Kodlak's victory. Speaking of Kodlak, Nathan had finally come face to face with the old man as he stood in the center of the tourney grounds and got a good look at him. Kodlak Whitermane was a tall man with broad shoulders and large hands. He wore silver armor while wielding a great sword. When the Laughing Wolf looked at the older man's face, he instantly noticed the wrinkles that showed his age, along with the grey-white hair and long beard to match. There was also the red war paint on the right side of his face that looked fresh. The Laughing Wolf stood across from Kodlak, the older man giving the wolf an amused smile. No banter for me, Kodlak said while rubbing his chin. The Laughing Wolf snorted at the old warrior. You're old and fought in 2 wars, anything I say you've probably heard at least a dozen times. The Laughing Wolf said as he drew his sword and threw his shield to the side. I rather fight you and win the tourney. Kodlak threw his head back and laughed, looking at the armored wolf with an amused smile. I like your spirit, wolf, the old warrior said as he drew his sword. Let's see if this old man can teach you a few things. Lord Mandaeli looked at the 2 warriors as everyone watched with anticipation. The Fat Lord then raised his hand before bringing it down swiftly. Begin. Without warning, the Laughing Wolf lunged forward while japing his sword for Kodlak's head. The veteran warrior showed his skill by parrying the strike at the last instant before swinging his sword down, locking the Laughing Wolf's sword at the hilt. Kodlak then raised his foot and kicked the wolf in the chest, sending the wolf stumbling back. Kodlak went on the offensive and started swinging his sword, making the wolf go on the defensive. The Laughing Wolf tried to fight back or escape, but Kodlak used the range of his sword to keep the wolf within his reach. I don't see an opening, Nathan thought with grit teeth as he blocked a powerful downward strike from above, making the young wolf grind his teeth as he felt the force in his bones. Anytime I strike, he counters. The Laughing Wolf swung his sword upward, but Kodlak sidestepped the swing and hit the wolf in the side with his sword, knocking the Laughing Wolf to the ground. Fortunately, the wolf rolled with the force and was on his feet in a second, pointing his sword at the large man before him. He has years of experience, He'll expect everything I throw at him, Nathan thought before realization hit him. So let's do something he won't expect. Dropping his guard, the laughing wolf ran low to the ground, and once close enough he swung his sword sideways, which Kodlak easily blocked. However, the wolf lunged forward and smashed his armored fist into Kodlak's jaw. The older man winced but kept his composure before throwing the wolf off with a swing of his sword. Both fighters were on their feet and pointed their swords at one another. Kodlak had a bit of blood coming out of the corner of his mouth, but it looked to be nothing serious. The laughing wolf then started playfully swinging his longsword as he slowly walked forward. Kodlak tilted his head at the display but just swung his sword. The wolf ducked under the swing and used his sword to hit Kodlak in the knee. This got a hiss of pain from the old man, yet he managed to stay on his feet and swing his sword down at the laughing wolf, who had already moved out of the way. This continued for several long moments, with the laughing wolf peppering Kodlak with swift hits. Kodlak gave as good as he took, since whenever he could he would swing his great sword with enough force to send the young wolf onto his back. The crowd was growing restless as they all demanded someone to win, yet both the laughing wolf and Kodlak ignored them. The laughing wolf went for a downward strike, but Kodlak blocked the attack before locking their blades. Kodlak then twisted his blade and spun it, and before Nathan could blink his sword slipped from his hand and was thrown far to the side. Fuck! The laughing wolf yelled before he lunged forward. Before Kodlak could swing his sword, the laughing wolf grabbed his sword with his left hand before punching the older man in the face. The laughing wolf grimaced as he saw the older man barely flinch from the punch even with his gauntlet on. With a roar, Kodlak throws the laughing wolf off before swinging his great sword with all his might, smacking it into the laughing wolf's side. Nathan grits his teeth as pain flares in his side as he is thrown to the ground. The young wolf tried to get up but was kicked in the side, making him scream in pain before a heavy boot stomped on his chest. "It's over, young wolf," Kodlak said as he pointed the blade to the laughing wolf's throat. Nathan froze as he looked up, staring into Kodlak's eyes. The old man had a calm but fierce look in his eyes, a look that told Nathan that if it was a real fight and if Nathan moved, Kodlak would take his head without hesitation. Slowly bringing his hands up, the laughing wolf gave a small chuckle. "I yield." With that, Kodlak took his foot off of the laughing wolf's chest. He helped the young wolf up. Once up, the laughing wolf grabbed Kodlak's hand and held it in the air. "The winner!" the laughing wolf of the north yelled. "Kodlak Whitemane of Bear Island." With that, the crowd roared and cheered, the people throwing flowers and coins into the tourney grounds. However, the celebration was quickly cut short. "Take off the mask!" someone in the crowd yelled. The laughing wolf whipped his head around with wide eyes as more and more people were demanding for the laughing wolf's helmet to come off. "Take it off! Sheath the helmet! Reveal yourself! Show us what kind of man you are!" Soon practically everyone in the crowd was chanting for the laughing wolf to take off his helmet. Nathan even saw Arya, John, and Rob chanting with excitement in his eyes. The laughing wolf looked to Kodlak, who only looked amused. The laughing wolf chuckled as his hands moved to his helmet. "Sorry to steal the show," the laughing wolf said as he slowly started to unclasp his helmet, bringing excitement to the crowd. Kodlak just chuckled as he sheathed his sword. "I've had plenty of glory in my youth, young wolf. I know when it's time to step aside," and yet the young ones step forward. "Well, this young one," the laughing wolf said as he took off his helmet, getting gasps from the crowd. "Appreciates it," Nathan said with a cheeky grin as Kodlak's eyes widened in shock. "On behalf of House Stark, I thank you for the duel, Kodlak Whitemane." Nathan glanced around and enjoyed the shocked looks of everyone in the crowd. He saw the look on Smalljohn's face, which looked to be shocked before amusement crossed his face. Greatjon simply laughed with an amused look as he drank a tankard of beer. Looking into the box, Nathan saw the looks on everyone's faces and found them all quite amusing. Arya, John, Rob, Sansa, and even Wyler and Winifred looked at Nathan with shock and awe before they all cheered his name, Arya, John, and Rob being the loudest. Lord Marndale was giving a booming laugh while looking at Nathan with glee, clearly amused by his laughing wolf act. Ned Stark had simply sighed while shaking his head, but Nathan could see amusement, pride, and even a bit of approval in his eyes. However, it was overshadowed by the disapproving frown he wore. Nathan only wished the phrase stayed to see the shocked look on their faces. Codelurk was shaken from his shock and let out a booming laugh. It was nothing, Lord Stark. I found the duel to be quite entertaining. Soon, Codelurk was presented with the prizes for winning the melee. Codelurk was gifted a hefty bag of gold, the largest out of all the events, a well-crafted great sword that looked to be brand new, and a new horse saddle made with the finest leather. With that, the White Harbor tourney came to an end, with the small folk returning to White Harbor with a good story and memories, while the nobles headed for Newcastle for one final celebration feast. I can't believe you were the Laughing Wolf, Arya had said for the 10th time, bouncing around Nathan along with Robb, Jon, and Sansa as they all hung off him. You swung your sword and took out that free knight like he was nothing. And you were able to lift Smalljon into the air, and he's about as big as our father, Robb said with excitement as Jon nodded along. Ever since returning to Newcastle, Nathan's cousins did not leave his side. All four were bouncing and hanging off his body while asking question after question. At first, Nathan found it amusing, but it didn't take long for the young Stark to find their boundless energy tiring, especially with Nathan's sore and bruised body. Ned Stark was no help, as he just looked at his children with amusement and satisfaction, finding his children suitable punishment for Nathan's little show. I had a feeling it was you, Ned said with a small snort, getting shocked looks from his children and a surprised look from Nathan. Your father did something similar in his youth, not to the extent you went, or as showy, but he did participate in several tourneys in his youth, Ned said with a fond smile as he placed a hand on Nathan's shoulder. When I saw the Laughing Wolf, I had a feeling it might be you. It seems to run in our family, Ned said with a faraway look before shaking his head before he narrowed his eyes at Nathan, who gave his uncle an uneasy grin. I am upset with you, but you came out unscathed, and the northern nobles are impressed with you, Ned said while he and Nathan glanced around. Many of the noble lords were drinking and laughing while talking about the duels of the tourney. The main topic of conversation between the northern nobles was the melee, specifically the duels that involved Nathan, or the Laughing Wolf. Everyone found Nathan's duels both highly amusing and impressive. Amusing because of the banter and his unusual fighting style, and impressive as he was able to make it to the final round of the tourney and hold his own against a skilled veteran who has fought in 2 wars. The northern nobles especially found Nathan's duel with Sir Walder Free to be the most amusing, given the beating Nathan gave the pompous knight. During the feast, Nathan met both Smalljon and Codelurk. Smalljon had bandages on his head that were slightly red, yet the large man still drank his fill as if nothing was wrong. So looks like we got that fight after all, Lord Stark, Smalljon said with a chuckle as he drank a tankard of ale. You were a slippery fucker, and you knew how to get on my nerves, Smalljon said while narrowing his eyes at Nathan. Smalljon's father, Greatjon, had told his son that he would up his training and that he got lazy in fighting by only relying on his strength. Nathan gave a cheeky grin as he grabbed his tankard and took a big gulp, much to Smalljon's pleasure. I wanted to put on a show that everyone would remember, Nathan said with a satisfied sigh at the good ale. As I said before, tourneys are just for training inexperienced warriors and putting on shows. The Reach might think a tourney can substitute real combat and war, but the North knows that's horse shit. Hear, hear. Smalljon laughed as they clanked their tankards and took a big gulp together. So, I take it you have real combat experience, beyond that slaver you took down. Nathan nodded as he started to feel his face become slightly flush from the alcohol. Lord Mandaelis' sons have taken me on a few outings to take care of bandits in his lands, Nathan said as his face turned slightly grim. Killed a few bandits, sent the rest to the Night Watch, Nathan said before his grin returned. I've also faced several fighters from Essos at the docks. The way I moved is what I've learned from them during our duels. That explains your slipperiness, Smalljon said with a laugh as he gave Nathan a sideways glance. He's still uncomfortable with killing, though from our fight he seems willing when push comes to shove. Smalljon thought before shrugging. Ah, he'll get used to it. Every northerner does, and hopefully, we'll have another spar in the future. After talking a bit longer, Nathan said his farewell before making his way over to Codelurk. Codelurk was invited to Newcastle by Lord Mandaelis, to which the sellsword accepted with gratitude, and much to a few surprises it turned out Codelurk could come to White Harbor with a few guests. There were 8 of them and all wore different sets of leather armor and used different weapons. Nathan even noticed 2 women among the group and a man who looked to be from Essos. When Nathan approached, all of Codelurk's companions stood up straight and turned to Nathan. Kodlak turned to Nathan and gave the prince a respectful bow along with his companions. "Lord Stark, greetings. You beat me and won the melee, for tonight you may just call me Nathan," Nathan said with a smile, getting shocked looks from the sellswords and a small chuckle from Kodlak. "Very well Nathan," Kodlak said with a small laugh as he smiled down at the young boy. "May I ask what brings you here?" "I just wanted to speak with you," Nathan said as he took a spit of his tanker. "I'll admit I never heard of you until today, but from what my uncle and Lord Marndaly have said you are highly respected in the north." "I just fought in a few wars and lived to tell my tale," Kodlak said with a faraway look. "When you live as long as I have, you see war as for what it truly is." "And that is?" Nathan asked as he noticed the shift in tone. "War is horrid," Kodlak said, giving Nathan a serious look for the first time. "War brings out the best in warriors, but it brings out the worst in everyone else." Nathan nodded his head with a grim look on his face. I couldn't agree more," the young Stark said as took a big gulp of his tanker. "War is shit." Unknown to a few, Nathan hated the idea of war, as it was a war that started after the death of his father and grandfather that saw the death of many, many people. Nathan knew the war was necessary as the Mad King wanted to kill House Stark and Baratheon, and the North wasn't going to simply roll over onto their bellies. However, the simple thought that the Mad King would start a war that killed thousands over his madness sickened Nathan. This was why Nathan promised himself he would never start a war, but he would end one. Kodlak noticed the look on Nathan's head and bowed his head slightly. "I knew your grandfather, even served under him in the War of the Nine Penny Kings," Kodlak said, getting a surprised look on of Nathan. "Even in a foreign land he led his men to victory and showed the spirit of House Stark. What happened to him? He did not deserve such a thing," Kodlak said before smiling at Nathan. "I am sure he is smiling down on you, Lord Stark, for helping build a northern fleet." Nathan smiled like that as Kodlak raised his tanker. "To Rickard Stark, the Lord of the North, who fought for the North, and who the North fought for him." Kodlak's companions raised their tankers along with Nathan, who all called out Rickard's name before downing their drinks. "So," Nathan said as he was poured another tanker by the servants. "Who are your friends? I didn't see them enter the tourney." Kodlak smiled as he looked at his companions with pride, something that made them all stand up straighter. "Young ones I've picked up along my travels, small folk, sellswords, and the like, wanting to change their lives," Kodlak said with pride as he looked at his companions. "I hope one day with them I hope to accomplish my dream with their help," the old warrior said while gulping his tanker. "Your dream?" Nathan asked with a surprised look on his face. "I wonder what kind of dream an old warrior like you has?" Nathan asked, wondering if Kodlak wished to be noble, to own his keep, or simply wanted riches. Kodlak laughed heartily while throwing his head back before looking at Nathan. "Oh, I don't wish for lordship of riches, Nathan Stark," Kodlak said as he recognized the look on Nathan's face, the same look he saw on a lot of nobles. "I wish to build a place. A place where warriors band together and gather to drink and feast to our heart's contents, to share stories and accomplishments of our fights and honor. I wish for this place to be grand and welcome all warriors who hold honor in the highest regard and must prove themselves to enter," Kodlak said with a strong passion that Nathan had not seen in the old man. Nathan looked thoughtful before smiling. "It's a grand dream, Kodlak Whitermane, one I hope to see in the future." With that, Kodlak and Nathan continued to talk to one another with respect. Nathan even asked Kodlak for some tips when it came to fighting. The feast continued into the late of night with many northern nobles ending up drunk and singing, including Nathan himself. Ned Stark was shocked beyond belief when he saw his nephew climb onto a table and start proclaiming himself the Laughing Wolf of the North while singing along with the other drunken nobles. Even in a drunken state, Nathan fended off Ned, who tried to pull him down as he jumped from table to table while singing and dancing. This got cheers and laughs from all the nobles even as Nathan kicked food and drinks off the tables as Ned chased after him. "I am Nathan Stark, White Wolf of the North," Nathan yelled at the top of his lungs as all the nobles chanted his name and cheered him on. "And on my father and mother's name, I will make the North stronger than ever before," the young wolf roared, making the other noble roar along with him. Yet despite Nathan's foolish antics, Ned couldn't help but smile in amusement. Happy that his nephew was happy at the very least. "I regret everything," Nathan groaned before he hurled it into a wooden bucket. I regret so much. Nathan's cheeks puffed up before he spilled his guts into the bucket. Yun sighed as she saw young Lord Stark in such a state. She gently rubbed his back while a servant handed him a cup of water, which Nathan used to wash out his mouth. It was currently the day after the feast and Nathan was living through the effects of drinking too much beer, ale, wine, and food. Nathan had been hungover before, but never to this extent given how pale his skin was and how sunken his eyes were. Yup, that's a bad hangover, Sir Willis said with an amused laugh as he folded his arms before Nathan. You're going to be feeling it for the day, maybe even the next few days. Please, give me a cure, Sir Willis. Nathan groaned as he clutched the bucket in his arms. I can't take this, I'll never drink again, I'll even stop making sweet fire. Nathan was cut off as he felt bile rise in his throat but managed to hold it back. Water and light food are the best cure, Sir Willis said while shaking his head. I've even heard that simply drinking more will make the pain go away until you recover. Water, just water for now. Nathan groaned as he took another cup of water and drank it swiftly. Giving a small sigh as a servant took his bucket, Nathan looked at Yun. How are my uncle and cousins? All are fine and well, Yun said with a polite smile. Your uncle had very little to drink and your cousins fell asleep well before your performance, Yun said while holding back a laugh. Nathan blushed red with a groan as he recalled his drunken antics last night. The only silver lining was the fact that many of the northern nobles joined Nathan in his antics once they were good and drunk, but that didn't stop Nathan from feeling embarrassed. You have quite the singing voice, Lord Stark, Sir Willis said with a laugh as the servants tried to hold in their laughter. Well, I'll leave you to heal and inform my father that you can stand and talk at the very least. The large knight said as he turned and left. Once Sir Willis was gone, Nathan sighed as he rubbed his face. Yun, please have servant bring me a light meal to help settle my stomach, and draw a bath, Nathan said before he stood up and a serious look crossed his pale face. Also, I wish to discuss my uncle and Lord Mandaly, please inform them both that I will be ready by noon. I will also need several documents from my study to be brought to me, along with a few other items. Noticing the shift in Lord Stark's tone, Yun gave a firm nod. I will inform them both, Lord Stark, Yun said as she made her way out while taking the servants with her. Nathan gave a tired sigh once he was alone in his room. Since his uncle had come, Nathan wanted to discuss some topics but couldn't find the time as he came just before the tourney started. Now with the tourney over, Nathan could finally talk business with his uncle and Lord Mandaly. Giving a small grunt, Nathan stood on his shaky legs and made his way over to his desk. I don't know how long uncle will be here, we have much to discuss, Nathan muttered as he started to collect his documents. You look like shit, Ned Stark deadpanned as he looked across from his nephew. Your words, they wound me, Uncle, Nathan said with his deadpan stare before he snorted. Ned shook his head yet still looked amused while Lord Mandaly gave a small laugh. The three found themselves in one of Lord Mandaly's meeting rooms, a large stack of papers by Nathan's side along with Yun standing behind him. First, Uncle, let me introduce you to Yun Song, Nathan said while gesturing to Yun, who took a bow. We met some months ago and she has proven to be an asset with her skills as the daughter of a merchant. Ned regarded the young girl besides his nephew with a critical eye. He was informed of Yun Song by both Nathan and Lord Mandaly, a girl from Yiti whom Nathan saved from slavery. Ned had been worried that Nathan had fallen for the girl's foreign beauty, or that the girl was trying to seduce the heir to House Stark. However, Lord Mandaly informed Ned that he kept a close eye on the two, and neither had made such advances and that the girl's skills were true. So Nathan, why have you called us here? Ned asked while giving his nephew his full attention. Looking over some documents, Nathan handed them to Ned, who looked them over. Months ago I purchased a device known as a distiller, a device used to make brandy and rum, an alcoholic drink known in Essos. Nathan started to explain as Ned read over the documents. I had hoped to use the distillers to create a new northern alcohol with things grown in the north. After some experimenting, I was able to create two new drinks, Sweet Fire, and Northern Spirits. Nathan said as Yun poured 2 cups of the drinks for Ned from 2 glass bottles. Ned gained a shocked look as he read over the documents and looked over the drinks while giving them both a small sip. He had heard of brandy and rum during his visits to Gulltown while fostering in the Vale, but never thought much of it since it was so expensive. Robert had gushed saying how much he loved the taste of brandy and how much he wished Westeros could make their own. His nephew couldn't make brandy, but he made something with what could be grown in the north. After I discovered Sweetfire, Lord Mandaly agreed to take control of the business since the farms I've made have yielded large amounts of rye, which is needed to make Sweetfire, Nathan said as he folded his hands. In exchange for taking over the Sweetfire business, House Stark will gain 30% of the profits that are made with Sweetfire, and Lord Mandaly has gifted me 50,000 gold as payment. That had made Ned's jaw drop. To be gifted so much gold could only mean Lord Mandaly saw great value in Nathan's creation, and would not let the opportunity pass. This is amazing, Nathan, Ned said while looking at Nathan with pride, but saw that Nathan wasn't finished. But why are you informing me of this? As I said, I have sold Sweetfire to Lord Mandaly, however, I plan for House Stark to keep the Northern Spirits, Nathan said as he pointed to one of the documents. Northern Spirits requires white beets to make, and from what Maester Lewin has informed me, out of all foods that grow on our land the most plentiful is white beets, Nathan said with a grin. The great thing about Northern Spirits, or spirits, is that they require very little to make yet can produce a lot. Something that would be a boon for House Stark in the long run. Ned nodded his head as he could understand what his nephew meant. Lewin had already had a winery commissioned near the Gooseberry Farms on Nathan's order, and in a few months House Stark would be the only noble house of the north to produce wine, which would gain them much coin. With spirits added, House Stark may become more rich than most houses in the south. However, Ned noticed Nathan's serious look hadn't dropped. Is there more? Nathan nodded as he sighed. Lord Mandaly and I have been running the numbers, and even if we greatly expand the rye farms and increase the number of distillers, we cannot make enough spirits and Sweetfire to supply all the north, much less Westeros and Essos, Nathan said while leaning back in his chair. The reason I created this drink was for the north to produce something we could sell to the south and gain back any coin we used to buy food and other things. However, 2 great noble houses aren't enough to create such a large amount. Not to mention that once Sweetfire and spirits become popular, many nobles in the south will try to copy my idea and sell their versions of Sweetfire and Northern Spirits. The young Stark said as his eyes narrowed. By that point, the North's hold on Sweetfire and spirits will become weak and we will lose our advantage. Ned couldn't help but grimace as he saw what Nathan said was true. The moment other nobles found out how to make Sweetfire and spirits, they would create their own, claiming it was both better and cheaper, the same way wine is made all over Westeros. After some time the value of Sweetfire and spirits will fall and the north won't make much coin. I can see the problem, Ned muttered as he gained a thoughtful look, trying to come up with a solution. How could the north keep their hold on Sweetfire and spirits? The same way the Reach has such a hold on wine, Lord Mandaly said with a wide grin. By making more than everyone else in Westeros. Ned looked confused, so Nathan explained. The Reach has a hold on the wine trade because they produce more wine than anywhere else in Westeros and even Essos. For the north to keep its hold on hard alcohol, we need to make more than anywhere else. Nathan said before a wide smile crossed his face. That's where our plan comes into play, uncle. What is this plan? Ned asked while giving Nathan his full attention. Upon my return to Winterfell, I need you to send ravens to all great house nobles in the north and invite them all to Winterfell for a grand meet, Nathan said, getting a shocked look from Ned. All of them? Ned said in shock. While the north was large, they had few great noble houses when compared to the south, yet to call all to Winterfell would still include at the very least 16 noble houses. This was what a grand meet was, to invite the strongest houses together to hold council. Yes, all of them, House Glover, Mormont, Bolton, Umber, Reed, every single great house noble lord must be invited, Nathan said with a serious look. The invitations should be sent as soon as you return to Winterfell to allow the lords time to prepare, along with House Stark. But why invite so many nobles? Ned asked with a raised brow. The only time so many nobles join together for a grand meet is in times of war. Trust me, uncle. This is all part of my plan, Nathan said with a confident smile as he started to explain why he required all the northern great house nobles for the grand meet. As Nathan started to explain his plan, Ned's eyes widened more and more until Ned looked floored, while Nathan had a satisfied look. That is brilliant, Nathan, Ned said with a shaky laugh as he processed Nathan's plan. If your plan works, the whole north will prosper like never before, we will even become the envy of those in the south. Well, I didn't come up with this plan all on my own, Nathan said as he looked at Yin. It was Yun who pointed out that even if Lord Mandalay and I stock up as much sweet fire and northern spirits as possible, we still wouldn't have enough to supply all of Westeros and Essos, at least not before someone else discovered how to also make hard alcohol. Yun seemed to blush before clearing her throat and stepping forward. Back in my homeland, there is something known as the silk trade, where powerful noble families own insects known as silkworms that produce silk. These families keep an iron hold on their silkworms because if everyone gained silkworms, the silk they produced would lose value. It is even common for said families to send assassins and small armies to prevent the spread of silkworms. Yun said with a serious look while Ned looked shocked by such a statement. To send an army over a worm sounded ridiculous. I realized that no matter how hard Lord Nathan may try to keep the making of sweet fire and northern spirits a secret, nobles in the south will find out as rye and white beets can be grown in the south, and creating a distiller is not too complex. This is why I proposed a different approach be taken with the sweet fire and northern spirits, given Lord Mandalay and Lord Stark will not be able to keep a hold on such a product for long. Ned was surprised that the Yeti girl had proposed such an idea for the north. Yun was it? Ned said the girl's name slowly, feeling it strange on his tongue. If I may ask, why are you going out of your way to help the north? Yun looked surprised by the question before glancing at Nathan, who gave a nod. With a small sigh Yun spoke up. As you know, I am a long way from home. As I am now, likely, I will never return home, at least not without risking my life. Yun said before taking a breath and smiling at Ned. However, I will not give up. I plan to continue living and return to Yeti one day, even if I must make a life here to do so. Yun then looked to Nathan and smiled at the Stark. Lord Nathan saved my life from a fate worse than death. I will repay his kindness however I can, she said with a determined look on her face as she gave a graceful bow. Ned was surprised by the determination of Yun Song, as most women in Westeros were rarely determined or showed such spirit. The quiet wolf gave Yun a small smile and nodded to the girl. Then I hope you continue to assist my nephew, Ned said, getting a surprised and grateful look on Yun's face. So Nathan, what do you want me to do? Ned asked his nephew, giving him his full attention. As soon as you return to Winterfell, I want you to invite all the great house noble lords. If they can't come, they must send someone to represent them, Nathan said as he took a sip of water and winced at the pounding in his head. I return to Winterfell in 2 months. That should give them and us enough time to prepare, Nathan said before he blinked and realized something. Uncle, Lance Snow is still not legitimized, correct? Ned blinked and nodded his head. Yes, Lance is still a Snow, however, I have written to Robert and he easily agreed to legitimize the young man. He wanted to come to the north to legitimize Lance, but Jon Arryn disagreed as Robert was needed in King's Landing, Ned said with an amused smile as he cleared his throat. Robert said he would send the documents by messenger whenever we need them. Then let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Nathan said as he gained a thoughtful look. While we gather all the great house nobles to Winterfell, we'll also use the opportunity to legitimize Lance in front of them. He will bring a bounty of fish and sea game to show the value of Sea Dragon Port for the north and help smooth his new role as a minor lord. Lance will have to prove himself in front of the other lords, and all will mostly see him as a pawn or upstart. However, they will also see his value as a possible ally and want to get close to the ships in the port. We'll also invite House Forrester as Lance is set to wed Lord Forrester's daughter. Ned hummed as he agreed with his nephew. Most northern lords respected action rather than simple words, even from House Stark. If Lance wanted to be respected by the other nobles of the north, he would have to prove himself with his actions. They might not like the fact a bastard was becoming a noble, but they would respect him. I will make the arrangements as soon as I return, Ned said with a small sigh before smiling at Nathan. Already making plans upon your return? Oh, I plan to enjoy the rest of my time in White Harbor, dear uncle, Nathan said with a smile. No serious work, just training with my sword, reading, visiting mama plays, and the like. However, the young Stark paused before he frowned. Well, there is one thing I plan to do before returning to Winterfell. And that is? Ned asked as he saw his nephew's face. I am thinking of making a trip to Skagos, Nathan said with a straight face and a small grin, while Ned looked shocked by the statement to the point he nearly fell out of his chair. Why, by the old gods, would you want to go there? Ned asked with a serious look on his grim face. Skagos was a large island in the mouth of the Bay of Seals. While the island is technically a part of the North, it was mostly independent to the point that House Stark rarely collected taxes from the island, mostly because the people rarely had any coin to give, mostly trading goods for more goods. Skagos also had a bloody history, and most of the northern lords saw them no better than wildlings or raiders, as the people of Skagos raided any ship they didn't trade with regularly. There is also the fact that the people of Skagos rebelled against House Stark to claim independence and warred with the North for years, killing thousands of men and even Lord Barthogan Stark before the rebellion was put down. The people of Skagos claim to have pledged to House Stark, but rarely do they answer the call of House Stark. There were also many rumors of the people of Skagos practicing human sacrifices to weirwood trees, mating with beasts to produce stronger warriors, and cannibalism. The rumors have never been confirmed, but it still made many sailors wary of going near such an island. There have been many rumors going around of the island of Skagos, such as the children of the forest living on the island, the people being descendants of giants, and so on, Nathan said with a wave of his hand. All false, but there is one rumor that has grabbed my attention, Nathan said with an amused look on his face. Skagos is the home to unicorns or something unicorn-like, Nathan said as he handed a document to his uncle. Lord Marndale and I have contacted a fishing village in House Carstark lands that regularly trade with Skagos, and the traders have mentioned seeing large, hairy horse-like animals with massive horns on their heads. Lord Marndale nodded while rubbing his chin. It was a bit of a hassle, but I've managed to contact the Lord of House Magna of the King's House, and he's agreed to sell a large number of unicorns to us in exchange for rice, and an assortment of tools and weapons. We don't know exactly what these animals are, Nathan said with a shrug. They may be simply goats that can only grow one horn, or some kind of hairy horse. However, the fact that they have survived so long on Skagos proves how resilient they are and will only thrive in the North. Nathan hadn't only been looking for foods that could go in the North, but also animals that could thrive. Most animals that could survive in winter were already in the North, such as sheep, goats, chickens, and cows could survive the long winters. Other animals such as horses and pigs could also survive if they had good handlers, but it was no shock as most were found dead. The only animals Nathan had found that seemed to thrive in the cold were the yaks of Iben, and hopefully, the addition of these unicorns would make another livestock thrive in the North. However, there was another animal Nathan planned to get a hold of that was found in Essos. They were known as turkeys, large birds that could fly unless their wings were clipped. Nathan had tasted a turkey during one of Lord Marndale's feasts and found it delicious. Given the fact that turkeys were larger than chickens and had more feathers, it stood to reason that they would survive in the North after some time and perhaps help. With the help of Norannarios and the Iron Bank, Nathan was able to purchase a large number of turkeys to be taken to Winterfell by the time he returned. I understand how useful they may be, but I don't want you going to Skagos, Ned said in a firm tone as Nathan opened his mouth, but Ned raised his hand. I could handle the tourney, but this is different. Even if Skagos has pledged to House Stark, they follow their laws, and I will not have you risk your life for a simple trip. Ned said while narrowing his eyes as Lord Marndale and even Yin nodded. Nathan wanted to protest, but the look in his uncle's eye told the young Stark the quiet wolf won't budge. Giving a small sigh, Nathan nodded his head. All right, I promise I will not go to Skagos, Nathan said while looking into his uncle's eyes. That was enough for Ned as he sighed in relief. When Nathan made a promise, he always kept it no matter what, so Ned had nothing to worry about. Seeing Nathan give a childish pout made Ned snort. Don't worry, nephew, you'll have your chance for adventure soon enough, Ned said as he glanced over the documents. Is there anything else I should be informed of? Nathan and Lord Marndale continued to talk with Ned about what Nathan planned, going over the details to share with Lewin once he returned to Winterfell. They continued to talk until the sun started to set and they exited the room. Ned and Nathan walked together as they made small talk. So, when do you return to Winterfell? Nathan asked his uncle with a small smile. A week from now. Your cousins wanted to see you for so long, Arya practically begged me to send her here to White Harbor every other day, Ned said with a small laugh, remembering how stubborn the girl could be. Then I will be sure to make the most of their time here, Nathan said as his smile widened. While I spend time with Arya, Robb, and Sansa, you should spend time with Jon. Ned nodded with his smile. With his return with his son, Jon was always by Ned's side, the young boy gushing about his time with Nathan in White Harbor. "Father, Nathan, there you are." Nathan turned just in time for Arya to practically tackle his side with John, Rob, and Sansa not too far behind. "We were looking all over for you," the young girl said with a pout that Nathan found adorable. "Sorry Arya, we were having a meeting," Nathan said as he picked the girl up and placed her on his shoulders, getting a happy laugh from the girl. "But that's over, so now I can spend the rest of the day with you and the others." With that, the Stark family marched forward as the children laughed while Ned and Nathan smiled. For the next 2 weeks, Nathan caught up with Rob, Sansa, and Arya, spending most of his time with his cousins doing various activities. Nathan spared with Rob to see how the boys' training was going. Nathan could tell right away while Rob was competent with a sword he didn't have Jon's talent. However, Rob proved to be smarter as the boy had shown a great understanding of tactics and strategies despite his age. Nathan had taken Sansa out to the market and showed the girl all the exotic items from across Westeros and Essos. The girl's eyes practically sparkled when she saw the pretty dresses and jewelry, and when she gave Nathan those puppy eyes, the young Stark couldn't help but buy her a few things, much to her pleasure. Sansa had also taken a liking to the mama shows Nathan had taken her to, practically absorbed in the love stories between princes and young ladies. Arya had shown to have the most fun, smiling with glee practically every second Nathan spent time with her. They went horseback riding and trained in archery, and Nathan even showed Arya a few tricks with a wooden sword. Jon had also spent a great amount of time with Ned, the two catching up without worrying about Cat Island breathing down their necks. Ned was happy to see his son filled with so much life, having known the boy to have a sullen face like himself. During Ned's stay Nathan and Lord Marndaly had started their plan to collect the unicorns from Skagos. Nathan had even commissioned Kodlak and his companions to accompany the ships in case pirates or the Skagos natives caused trouble, to which the old sellsword was more than happy to comply. So the ships were sent with Sir Wendell leading the ships. By the time the ships left, Ned found it was time for him and his children to return to Winterfell. "I will see you in about a month," Nathan said as he hugged Arya and Sansa, who looked a little glum but kept a smile on their faces. Rob was taking it better as he and Jon gave each other a brotherly hug. "Trust me, the time will simply fly by." Nathan then turned to his uncle who was tightening the saddle on his horse. Ned smiled at his nephew as he patted his shoulder. "I will see you soon Nathan, and when you return to Winterfell the Lords of the North should arrive soon after," Ned said before he gained a serious look on his face. "Are you sure you wish me to send the letters?" "We can simply send ravens and messengers. It will not take much for the Lords of the North to agree to your plan." "They will agree, but they will not respect me," Nathan said in a serious tone as he looked into his uncle's eyes. "If I send messages like this they may not take my plan seriously. I need to show a strong hand as the future Lord of the North for them to follow my plan. If I show weakness they may test the boundaries, which will make me show force." Ned was quiet for a moment before he nodded in agreement. The Lords of the North were loyal to House Stark but they would not easily follow a weak Lord of the North. Many Lords of House Stark had to prove themselves to the Lords of the North. Ned proved himself when he fought in the war between House Targaryen and Baratheon, and his father, Rickon Stark, proved himself by fighting in the War of the Nine Penny Kings. While it was known that Nathan was the one to push for the construction of a port in the west to defend against the Ironborn and bring wealth to House Stark with the construction of mines, he was still seen as a green boy. Though his actions in the tourney did help his reputation, much to Ned's amusement. "Very well, I will make sure everything is ready," Ned said with a smile as he hugged his nephew. With that Ned and his children left White Harbor with an escort of guards. Nathan smiled as he watched his family head back home as he returned to Newcastle, planning to enjoy his final days in White Harbor with Lord Marndaly and his family. 1 month later. For the next few weeks, Nathan spent his final days in White Harbor enjoying his time with the Marndaly family and the city. Such as training with Sir Willis, having long talks with Lord Marndaly, and going to a few mummer performances with Wills and Winifred. Nathan even got to know Leona better. Nathan had also gotten to know Henry of White Harbor. The young boy was barely 12 and was illiterate. He had very little in the way of skills, but when Nathan tested Henry's archery, he was amazed. Nathan had given Henry 30 arrows and asked the boy to hit a target as many times as he could as fast as he could. Henry had managed to hit the target 23 out of 30. Most grown men would barely hit 15 at the speed Henry was going, skilled archers would hit 25 on average. For Henry to hit so many at a young age was very impressive. "You have the talent to be an amazing archer," Henry Nathan said as he took the boy aside and talked to him, who listened intensely. "However, a true warrior needs more than just talent. He needs skill and experience, and to be mentally sound." Nathan then brought up 2 wooden swords and handed one to Henry. "Have you ever held a sword before?" "No, Lord Stark," Henry said in a nervous tone. "I could never get one. The bow I had before was given to me out of pity by a shop owner." Nathan nodded his head in understanding, as swords were not something an orphan could simply buy. "Well, you will be training with a sword," Nathan said as he held up the wooden sword. "Bows are good for killing from far away, but you can only kill so many before someone gets close. Let's see where you stand in skill. Come at me." Henry gained a nervous look as he clumsily held his sword up. My lord, what if I injure you?" "Henry, if you manage to gravely wound me with a wooden sword you have never held before, I will make you king of the North." Nathan deadpanned before giving a small smile. "Have some faith in your lord's skill." That seemed to calm Henry down as he held the wooden sword before charging at Nathan. For the entire spar, Nathan tested Herney's sword skill, and the boy had no skill with a blade at the moment. He had no fences, little strength, no technique, little when it came to talent. Yet the thing that Nathan noticed most was Henry's determination. The boy never stopped swinging his sword and trying to land a hit on Nathan, even when Nathan would hit him when Henry dropped his guard. After a few more swings Nathan lowered his wooden sword. "That's enough, Henry, I have an idea where you stand." The poor boy dropped his sword to the ground while panting for air, sweat dripping down his face. Henry gained a worried look and looked ready to speak, but Nathan raised his hand. "First, let me say your skills are not that uncommon for someone who has never trained," Nathan said in a serious tone as he looked down at Henry. "You lack training, and with time you will learn how to wield a sword," Nathan said with a smile as he folded his arms. "Tell me, Herney, what do you want?" That made the younger boy blink at the sudden question. "What I want, my lord?" "Yes, what is it you desire?" Nathan asked again as he rubbed his chin. "Everyone wants something, be it gold, status, power, or lordship. Everyone has a goal they wish to accomplish." "What do you accomplish, Henry of White Harbor?" The young archer looked confused and scared by the sudden question as he looked to the floor. I wish to be more," Herney said as stared at the floor. I don't want to be a simple sailor or a merchant or just an ordinary guard. I have no desire to be a lord of a castle, but I just don't want to be some orphan anymore," Henry said with a frustrated look on his face. Nathan was silent as he took in Henry's words and understood them. Many peasants wished for noble power or any power, to become like the heroes in stories who started from humble beginnings before becoming legends in history. "Well, I think I can help with making you more," Nathan said, making Henry look up with surprise. "I can have you trained, I can have you learn to read and write, but how far you go will be up to you," the young Stark said as a serious look crossed his face. "This won't be easy, Herney, you will face hardships and may fail. Do you still wish to come with me?" Without a word, Henry fell to one knee before Nathan. "You saved my life, Lord Stark, I owe you nothing but my best," Henry said, and Nathan was surprised by how serious he sounded. "Please teach me, Lord Stark." Nathan was quiet for a moment before he nodded his head. Henry was young and had both talent and a drive to be better. How far the young boy went was completely up to him, and Nathan was willing to invest. After that, Nathan purchased a set of leather armor and a fine bow for Henry. He then had the boy train with the guards and even John to help him build up some muscle. During the last week of his stay, Nathan had a feast with Lord Mondaly and his family. Even John was invited. There was a somber air at the table as most of the Mondalis knew this would be the last meal they had with Nathan for quite some time. "I don't want you to go," Wyler said bluntly as always, making Nathan give a small laugh as Winifred nodded. "You can be the Lord of the North here." "Winterfell is my home, Wyler, it's where I need to rule," Nathan said as he reached over and grabbed Wyler's hand, making the girl blush red. "But I will be doing a lot of business with House Mondaly, so I may visit White Harbor more often." "And you will always have a home here," Lord Mondaly said with a firm nod. "Should you ever find yourself in White Harbor, House Mondaly will always have its doors open for House Stark, and you, Nathan." Nathan smiled at Lord Marndale's family as they continued to dine together. Once they finished and the servants started to clean up, Nathan felt a small soft hand tug at his arm. Looking down, Nathan saw Wyler smiling up at him. Despite being only 2 years younger than him, Wyler had more confidence in herself than most grown women, though she was a head shorter than Nathan. "Before you leave, I need to tell you something," Wyler said as she gently pulled Nathan down. Nathan raised a brow before he lowered himself to Wyler's level. "What is it you wish to tell me?" Nathan cut himself off when he felt Wyler's lips on his own, making his eyes widen. Wyler pulled back with a cheeky smile. "I wanted to tell you, you are very handsome, Nathan," the young girl said before she skipped away while giggling. The white-haired Stark was left speechless before he let out a laugh. He truly was going to miss White Harbor. Chapter 7. Third person P.O.V. Not long after his last feast with House Marndale, Nathan left White Harbor for Winterfell with an escort of 100 guards along with Jon, Yin, Tobin, and Henry. Nathan had also brought along an assortment of small folk from cooks to murmurs, bards, and performers, as they were needed for the grand meet of Winterfell. Near the back of the large escort group was a large wagon carrying all of Nathan's valuables from gold to books, documents, his black wolf armor, sweet fire and spirits, 2 distillers, and several crates of seeds. This made the trip longer, but Nathan knew they would make it to Winterfell before the grand meet. The journey to Winterfell was uneventful, to say the least, but it was peaceful. After a few weeks of traveling, Nathan smiled as he saw both Winterfell and Wintertown from atop a hill. That's Winterfell?" Yin asked with a shocked look as she saw Nathan's home from the distance. "I have heard it was grand, but not to this extent." Nathan gave a small laugh. "A couple of 100 years ago Winterfell was even grander, but time has taken its toll," Nathan said as he took out his lens tube and looked through it to see Winterfell better. The young Stark's eyes landed on the broken tower. It was the tallest tower in Winterfell but was badly damaged when a thunderbolt struck the tower 100 years ago. Since then the tower has been left in disrepair as many Stark lords saw fixing the tower as pointless and a waste of gold. "But I plan to fix that," the young Stark said with a smirk as he put his lens tube away. "Let's get moving, we have a lot of work to do." The ride through Wintertown made Nathan feel nostalgic as he remembered the many times his uncle took him to handle problems in the large town or show him the sights. As they rode through the settlement, people started to whisper while pointing at Nathan with looks of awe and curiosity. Yin herself gained quite a few looks giving her foreign features, but she paid them no mind. "I can't believe how large Winterfell is," Tobin said in awe as he rode alongside Nathan. "This structure must have taken generations to build." Tobin wasn't interested in building castles or forts, but even he admired how grand Winterfell was and respected the ones who built it. "Well, Maesters believe it was built in pieces over several generations, about 8,000 years," Nathan said before a wide grin crossed his face as he looked at the structure as Yin and Tobin listened closely. However, legends claim that Brandon the Builder, with the aid of giants and the children of the forest, was able to build most if not all of Winterfell in his lifetime. How would Brandon the Builder even convince giants and the children to aid him in building a castle for him? Tobin couldn't help but ask with a small snort, not believing giants existed. "Well, this was around the time the wall was being built, so taking a few giants from there to build a castle isn't too shocking," Nathan said with a shrug as he straightened up. "Enough chatting, we're here," Nathan called as they rode up to Winterfell. As soon as Nathan and his group were closed, the gate to Winterfell rose and Nathan had finally returned home. "Nathan." A distance away Nathan saw Ned, Robb, Sansa, and Arya all standing in the yard with smiles on their faces. Nathan also noticed Catelyn standing next to Ned with a bundle in her arms. Not far behind the Stark family were Maester Lewyn and Roderick Castle. Nathan wasted no time jumping off his horse and walking up to his family and was quickly greeted by Robb, Sansa, and Arya, who all jumped on the young Stark as they all laughed. Ned gave a warm smile as he looked at his children. Glancing to the back, Ned saw Jon, who smiled at Ned but took a step back, knowing with Catelyn close by it was best to hold off their reunition. Once her children finally let go of Nathan, Catelyn stepped forward with a smile. "Welcome home, Nathan," Catelyn said as Nathan smiled and gave her a gentle hug. "I'd like you to meet Brandon Stark," she said as she showed the bundle in her arms. Nathan's smile grew loving as he finally met his new cousin, who was named after his father. He had thick auburn hair like his mother's and deep blue eyes. The baby, who was more than a year old, looked up at Nathan with wide eyes as he babbled and drooled. "Hey Bran," Nathan said in a soft tone as he held his finger to Bran's face. "I'm your older cousin, basically your older brother. It's good to finally meet you." Baby Bran giggled and laughed as he grabbed Nathan's finger, making all the Starks smile. Kissing Bran on the head, Nathan walked over to Maester Luwin and Roderick Castle. "Lord Stark, welcome back to Winterfell," Maester Luwin said as he and Roderick gave a polite bow. "It is good to see you again, Maester Luwin," Sir Roderick, Nathan said as he shook both their hands before looking at Sir Roderick. "Sir Roderick, there is someone I would like you to meet," Nathan said as he looked back and gestured for Henry to step forward, to which the boy nervously did. "This is Henry of White Harbor, and I have taken him into my service after an impressive display at the White Harbor tourney. I wish for you to train him with the other young guards." Sir Roderick nodded as he gave the boy a look over. Ned Stark had informed Sir Roderick of Henry and that Nathan would be bringing the boy to Winterfell. Roderick had his reservations as Henry was a simple orphan who had a talent for bows. However, Roderick was willing to give the boy a chance as both Ned and Nathan Stark saw something in the boy. "Are you willing to work hard for your lord and do everything I say, lad?" Sir Roderick asked with a serious look on his face. Henry looked nervous but managed to steel his eyes and stand straight. "Yes, sir," Henry said in a firm tone. Sir Roderick looked amused before giving a single nod. He will test the boy to see if he could back up his words. Nathan smiled at Henry before he looked to Maester Luwin. "Maester Luwin, I am sorry to say but our work won't be put on hold." Maester Luwin gained an amused look as he nodded to Nathan. "Ned Stark has already informed me of your plan and I have all the documents ready." "And my last-minute request?" Nathan asked while folding his arms. "All finished a week ago," Maester Luwin, making Nathan smile. "I thank you for everything," Nathan said as he saw the guards and servants start to gather his things. "Let me settle in, then we can have a long talk with my uncle." Nathan then made his way over to the group of small folk who looked around Winterfell with awe and even some hesitation. "Iva, Tuan," Nathan called out to two of the small folks, an older couple, who quickly stepped forward. "You and the other cooks will be escorted to the kitchens where you will meet the head cook and steward Veon Poole. We will talk later today." "Yes, Lord Stark," the older couple as they gave a deep bow. "The rest will be taken to the servants' quarters," Nathan said as he got nods from the mummers and bards. "Tobin," Nathan called out to the young blacksmith. "Follow me, I have something to show you." "Yin, Maester Luwin will show you where to take my books and documents." "Yes, Lord Stark," the Yeti girl said as several guards carrying chests followed the small girl with Maester Luwin leading them. After giving a quick goodbye to his cousins, Nathan and Tobin walked deeper into Winterfell. Soon they came to a stop at a small building next to the main blacksmith forge. This is mine," Tobin muttered in disbelief as he looked with awe. Nathan and Tobin currently stood together in a forge, a very well-crafted forge that looked to be brand new, with an anvil, tools, hearth, bellows, water tub, and other such items. "I sent a letter to Maester Luwin to have Mikken, Winterfell's master blacksmith, update the Winterfell forge, and build this place," Nathan said with a grin as Tobin still had his jaw dropped. "This all belongs to you, you are the master of this forge, Tobin, and you can experiment to your heart's content. It's also not too far from your chambers." I don't know what to say," Tobin said as he ran a hand through his brown hair, a look of glee quickly growing on his face. "Don't think this is just for free," Nathan said while narrowing his eyes, yet still had a playful smile on his face. "From time to time I will ask you to do certain jobs, and I expect masterful work, blacksmith Tobin." Tobin just smiled as he bowed to Nathan. "I promise not to disappoint, Lord Stark," Tobin said and wasted no time looking around. "Then I'll leave you to settle in," Nathan said before he walked away. Nathan felt nostalgic walking through Winterfell. Even after being gone for 2 years everything still looked the same, and Nathan felt right at home. Giving a small sigh, Nathan suddenly started to make his way to the meeting room. As Nathan entered the meeting room he was greeted by Yin, Maester Luwin, and his uncle Ned. "Lord Stark," Maester Luwin said with a small bow along with Yin. "Sorry, I'm late, had to get a few people in the right places," Nathan said as he sat down and poured himself a cup of water. "I noticed the assortment of cooks and mummers. Why were they brought with you?" Ned asked with a raised brow. Well, during the grand meet, I plan to show off all the new foods I've grown or can be grown in the north, and the kind of foods that can be made, Nathan said as he sipped his water. Gage is a good cook, but I doubt he can make enough food for a grand meet even with the servants' help, and with ingredients he's not familiar with. Gage had looked excited and relieved with so many experienced cooks helping him. The young Stark said as he grabbed one of the books. The mummers and bards are just for entertainment, to sing and dance, get the Lord's spirits up. Ned paused before nodding in agreement. Gage was a good cook who could make a meal out of nearly anything and a very kind man, but Ned had noticed when it came to the feast he would struggle to meet demands even with some help from the servants. A few good cooks to help Gage will take the load off the man. As for the mummers and bards, most normally came from Wintertown, but weren't the most skilled, so mummers from White Harbor would liven the grand meet. Maester Lewin, do you have the list of foods we've grown and possible foods that can grow in the north? Nathan asked as he opened the book and looked it over. The Maester quickly slid a stack of papers to Nathan's side. Right here, my lord, and I have also added a few more possibilities. Looking over the list, Nathan nodded his head as he grabbed a quill. I have also found a few more possibilities for possible foods to grow in the north, Nathan said as he wrote on the papers and handed them to Ned and Lewin. Ned and Lewin looked over the paper and both couldn't help but raise a brow. Cherry trees? Ned asked with some confusion as he saw several new crops added to the list. Broad beans, I recognize most of these foods, but can they grow in the north, especially in winter? Ned asked with uncertainty. Trust me, uncle, I did my research, Nathan said as Yun handed Nathan a stack of papers and the young Stark quickly looked over it. I've talked to several merchants and sailors who still do trade in the winter, and most of the foods I've added are the ones that they still trade with, even gaining fresh to sell to other lords. You can thank the Reach and Riverlands for that. They don't keep it a secret how much better they are at growing foods. Nathan said as he tapped on the table. Cherry trees can still bear fruit in winter, though they need good, fertile soil. Broad beans are fairly easy to grow and once dried can last for a good while. Nathan said as he grinned at his uncle. In my final months in White Harbor, I've purchased many seeds of each plant on the list, which we are going to need. Both Ned and Maester Lewin looked over Nathan's documents and started talking about the plan that Nathan had told his uncle in White Harbor, with Yun giving her input here and there. When is Leon Snow expected to arrive? Nathan asked as a servant brought everyone into the room for a meal. He will be the first to arrive with Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, along with an assortment of guards in about a week, Ned said as he grabbed a spoon and started eating his stew. I have already had the people of Wintertown ready to accommodate a large number of guards and servants that are likely to come, Ned said before he gave Nathan a small smirk. Had to take a good amount of your farms to feed the guards that are going to show up. Ah, that's what I made them for, and I have several crates of each seed on the list we have, Nathan said as he took a bite of his bread. Though maybe I should have brought more bards and mummers to keep the guards entertained. With so many guards from different holds, there is bound to be a lot of dick measuring. You could host a tourney of your own, Yun suggested as she sipped her soup. Or perhaps open a fighting grounds, to allow the guards to put on a show themselves for entertainment. Not the worst idea, Lewin said as he rubbed his chin, nibbling on a piece of dried meat. A melee-only tourney will allow the guards to vent and show off to their lords and comrades. Though since it's a little last minute, it is unlikely that the guards will bring many coins. A few silvers for a guard to show off, and if they win they get some silver as a prize, Nathan said with a shrug. The point of the melee is to entertain the guards and keep them from fighting in taverns or starting trouble. We can set up 10 fighting arenas for the guards to fight, maybe even a few could host wrestling, Nathan said with a grin. After his fight with Smalljan, Nathan saw how useful wrestling was in a fight. So he had Sir Willis teach him a few things when it came to wrestling, such as always keeping your balance and knowing when to push away or pull back. While Sir Willis was no expert, he was able to teach Nathan a few things. I can see House Mormont liking that, Ned said with an amused smile, knowing how famous House Mormont was with its wrestling. Seeing that both his uncle and Lewin liked the idea, Nathan looked to Yun. Yun, do you think you can organize the melee tourney grounds? Me? Yun said with a shocked look. While you are talented with organizing, you haven't used your skills in practice, Nathan said as he grinned at Yun, and both Ned and Lewin noticed a blush growing on the girl's face. I will give you 50 gold and you can organize the fighting grounds however you see fit. Thank you, Lord Stark, I promise not to disappoint you, Yin said while giving a small bow of her head. Nathan gave a single nod as he looked at the old Maester. Maester Lewin, how goes the winery near the gooseberry farm? Maester Lewin gave a small frown before he sighed. While we have everything and I have tried my hand at making wine, it does not go well, Lewin said as he bit on his lip. The wine I tried to have made came out too sour or just horrid. Well, the Reach always says making wine is like an art, Nathan said with a small snort, yet still had a grin on his face. I'm sure we can find a few experienced winemakers in the south who would be willing to run a winery for a great house lord, even if it is in the north. Lewin paused as he rubbed his chin. I have connections in Old Town, it wouldn't be difficult to gain an experienced winemaker who wants to be in charge. Maester Lewin said before he gave a small scoff. I have met some winemakers who treat wine as if it's a religion or a great long battle. I could see a few winemakers seeing making wine in the north a challenge. Well, if we can't make wine just yet we can still make other stuff like desserts, and jams. I even heard a rumor that some gooseberries go well with cheese, Nathan suggested as he shrugged his shoulders. The cooks will know what to do, that's what I brought them for. Ned gave a small sigh as he brought up a paper. So we have the feast for the lords, the legitimization of Lance Snow, hosting over 1,000 guards in Wintertown, a melee fighting pit to entertain the guards, and your plan for the foods you have found that can grow in the north. Well, the grand meet doesn't start until the last lord arrives, Nathan said as he sat up. I believe we've talked enough for today, let us rest and we can continue in the morning. With that, everyone stood up and left to rest for the long day tomorrow. It took a week for Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, and Lance to arrive in Winterfell with about 100 guards. Nathan had also noticed two of Lord Forrester's children in the group, Myra Forrester and Roderick Forrester. Myra was a modest beauty with light skin and dark brown hair like her brother. Lance Snow was a handsome young man with short black hair, light skin, a strong build, and brown eyes. Nathan stood next to Ned in the courtyard as Lord Glover, Lord Forrester and his children, and Lance Snow all came forward and bowed to Nathan. Greetings Lord Stark, Lord Glover said with a bow. Lord Stark, Lord Forrester said as he and his children bowed before Nathan. Lord Stark, Lance Snow said with a nervous look on his face, bowed a bit deeper to Nathan. Out of the corner of his eye, Nathan saw Myra giggle while Roderick rolled his eyes with a snort. Greetings Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, Lance, Nathan said as he greeted them all. I welcome you to Winterfell. How was your trip? Boring, Lord Glover snorted, making Lance stagger and Lord Forrester hold back a laugh. We took longer since we needed to haul all this fish and sea game. Hope this grand meet is worth it. Trust me, Lord Glover, it is, Nathan said as he looked at his uncle and nodded. We have some things to discuss, so while your men settle in, let us talk. Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, and Lance nodded as Lord Forrester looked at his children. Go settle in, we will talk when we have time. Both of Lord Forrester's children nodded as they walked away, but not before Myra smiled at Lance, who practically blushed red. The three were then escorted by Nathan and Ned into the meeting room with one of Lord Glover's servants following with a stack of papers. Once they arrived they all sat down with Nathan's servants pouring the water. First, I thank you all for coming with such haste, Nathan said as he folded his hands. You are the first to arrive before the other lords. Haven't been to a great meet since the Targaryen War, Lord Glover said as he quickly gulped down his water. It's necessary, Nathan said before he looked to Lance, who went stiff and stood up straight. Lance Snow, it's good to finally meet you. And you, Lord Stark, Lawrence said stiffly as he bowed to Nathan again. I thank you for allowing me an opportunity to prove myself, and I promise I will not disappoint. From what I was told, you have been doing a good job so far, Nathan said, making Lance raise his head with a confused look. Lord Glover has reported your progress and has told only good things, such as your growing skills with ships and how seriously you are taking your future role as Lord of Sea Dragon Port. Lance looked surprised as he whipped his head to Lord Glover, who gave a small snort. I'm hard on you, boy, but I recognize your hard work and how far you have come along, Lord Glover said as he looked away with a huff while Lance smiled and Lord Forrester gave a small chuckle. Nathan and Ned both gave a small chuckle as Nathan leaned forward. Well, before we all start hugging each other, Nathan said in a cheeky tone, making Lord Glover roll his eyes and Lance and Lord Forrester hold back a laugh. Let us talk about the progress of Sea Dragon Point. That made everyone look at Nathan seriously. First, how many boats are currently in the port? Lance scrambled for a second and grabbed a document from the stack of papers he brought. With the help of Lord Glover and Forrester we were able to quickly build a port into the cove thanks to the shipbuilders Lord Mondale sent, Lance explained as he handed the documents to Nathan. As we couldn't start building ships yet but needed a steady supply of food, I suggested we commission House Mormont build longships, fishing boats, and trader cogs. So I sent most of the shipbuilders we had to Bear Island to build the ships there with House Mormont's help. Nathan looked over the document and nodded his head. A good plan. While House Mormont doesn't have a great number of ships because of their small ports and constant fights with the Ironborn, they have great experience in building ships fast as the Ironborn keep burning their ships down, and longships don't take too long to build with skilled and strong men, Nathan said, getting a smile out of Lance. Thank you, my lord, Lance said as he pulled out another paper. Once the port was mostly finished we started building our ships, though House Mormont expressed wanting to help in exchange for gold and helping protect their home from future Ironborn raids, Lance said as he handed Nathan a document. In total, Sea Dragon Port has about 50 ships thanks to House Mormont's help. 20 of them being trader cogs and fishing boats, the other 30 being warships such as 20 longships, 6 war galley, and 4 heavy transport ships. We are continuing to make ships and even considered expanding the port. Nathan nodded his head slowly as he looked the paper over. To create about 50 ships in just 2 years was very impressive, especially since there was also a port, town, and now a castle. From what Nathan read in the documents, the port and ships were built first and most of the workers and small folk lived in temporary homes. It's only been about a few months that the workers were now building housing and a castle. House Mormont also helped greatly as they allowed the shipbuilders to build ships in their ports with their help in exchange for gold. If not for House Mormont, Sea Dragon Port would only have 15 warships. This is excellent progress, Nathan said with a smile, making Lance sigh in relief. While we will need more ships to patrol the western coast, the 30 warships can be useful for protecting the port, Nathan said before his face turned serious. Tell me, has the port been having trouble with the Ironborn? Both Lance and Lord Glover grow scowls on their faces, even Lord Forrester grows a face of hatred. No one in the north likes the Ironborn. There had been a few raids months back, but they suddenly stopped, Lord Glover said in a serious tone as he frowned deeply. Something in my gut is telling me the Ironborn aren't stopping their raids out of the kindness of their heart. The older man said in a sarcastic tone. Lord Riswell has informed me that quite a few Ironborn ships have been spotted on his shores cutting down a great number of trees before running away. I've sent a good amount of my men to constantly guard the port and have set up checkpoints to scout for trouble. The Ironborn stealing wood wasn't anything new for both the North and West Eos. Trees were rarer than gold on the Iron Islands, and since the Ironborn relied on ships so much but had no trees, they resorted to stealing lumber from West Eos, mostly the North. We believe the Ironborn may be preparing to attack Sea Dragon Point with a large fleet of ships. Lord Forrester stated with a deep frown. It makes sense, Nathan said with a sigh. If the North can build a fleet of ships, the Ironborn will struggle more in their raids if we can protect our coast. They raid the North the most because of our lack of fleet and avoid the Westerlands and Reach because of their strong fleet. If the North builds up a fleet, the Ironborn can't raid without risking too many good warriors and ships. The white-haired Stark said as a grim look crossed his face. The Ironborn may try to stop the Northern fleet before it gets off the ground. A grim air filled the room as everyone felt both anger and worry. A simple raid couldn't destroy Sea Dragon Port, there were too many ships and too many guards protecting them at all times. The only way for the Ironborn to stop the Northern fleet was with a full assault, one that can't be simply choked up to rogue Ironborn. If Sea Dragon Port was attacked or destroyed by the Ironborn, the Northern Lords would not simply take it lying down. They would demand blood, Nathan would demand blood, and this would lead to only one conclusion. War. The Ironborn shouldn't be foolish enough to attack the North, Ned said while shaking his head in frustration. To go to war with the North would be beyond foolish. They lack the warriors and resources for any long-term war. Not to mention both the Riverlands and King Robert himself would support us. "You are assuming that the Ironborn are rational," Uncle Nathan said in a grim voice as he poured himself some wine and took a big gulp. "The Ironborn are fanatics. Their whole culture makes a killing, raiding, and reaping out to be some form of honor, not to mention that every Ironborn warrior follows the old ways. Which just means they would rather steal and kill for what they want rather than work, farm, or pay with coin." Nathan knew at some point the Ironborn would become an annoying problem. With the growing wealth of the North, the Ironborn would try to take some of it for themselves, or at the very least try to undermine the North so the Ironborn could continue to raid and reap. So Nathan learned all he could about the Ironborn, their culture, their religion, how they fight, and even the last Lord Paramount's to get a sense of what the Ironborn might do. Nathan understood quickly why the Ironborn were considered the poorest realm in Westeros. Their very religion, which was the worship of the drowned god and the old ways, basically said to look down on anyone who wasn't Ironborn as if they were lesser beings and to hold the Ironborn up as if they were the most gallant knights in Westeros. The old ways said it was shameful to farm, work for gold, or even mine, and that the only way to live was to pay the iron price, which was to steal, kill, and rape to get what you want as if it was a great honor. They never invested in their lands, never invested in their people who were treated like slaves rather than small folk, and never tried to work with the rest of Westeros for something better. All the Ironborn did was raid and reap. It's honestly a miracle the Ironborn weren't wiped off the map, Nathan thought with a snort as he sipped his wine. They hate the Iron Throne and want to return to the old way, yet without the King's peace the Westerlands and even the Reach could have wiped them out without much resistance, as the Iron Islands can't raise many people. They claim to have driven back the Andals, but that was when the Ironborn were at their strongest ever and the Andals quickly gave up on them to focus on the rest of Westeros first. They have to be fools to start a war and expect to win the way they are now. Nathan found it tragically funny that the only reason the North, Westerlands and the Reach haven't whipped out the Iron Islands is because of the King's peace. Everyone in Westeros knew there was no rogue Ironborn, even the previous kings knew it was a shit lie. Yet the Ironborn still got away with it since they paid their taxes to the Iron Throne, and while many times the North, Westerlands, and the Reach wanted to war with the Iron Islands, it was always put to a stop by the king to keep the peace. This made everyone in Westeros hate the Ironborn, leaving the Ironborn, who had the smallest population in all of Westeros, the weakest realm in the Seven Kingdoms. Ned frown deepened at Nathan's words as he bit back a growl, seeing his nephew had a point. "I will write to Jon Arryn and King Robert, they should be able to quell anything before it happens." Nathan pressed his lips and looked hesitantly at his uncle before he opened his mouth. "Uncle, as much as I wish that is possible, I don't think they will be much help." Ned's head whipped to his nephew, a shocked look on his face. "What do you mean?" Nathan let out a breath before he spoke again. "The Ironborn are stubborn to a fault with their fanaticism. They are also not above lying and backstabbing to get their way. While we suspect they might be up to something, they will just say they are building ships to fish or protect their lands." Nathan said, and both he and Lord Glover gave a loud snort. The Baratheon dynasty is still new, and while King Robert does have most of the realm backing him, a good number still call him usurper. Lord Marndaly had a lot of connections in the south thanks to the number of merchants he had, and thus could gain solid information much faster than most lords in the north. When it came to news from the south, most of the time it was House Marndaly or House Reed who regularly updated House Stark on news from the south. Lord Marndaly had informed Nathan of the politics of the south, and while Robert ruled his grip was shaky. Dorne had become isolated, refusing the call of the king and only paying the bare taxes. The crown lands were a shell of their former self, as Robert made it clear of his dislike for the nobles who fought against him. The Reach were trying to get on Robert's good side, but Robert made it clear he didn't like them either. The Lannisters were doing everything they could to fill King's Landing and its court with their people. Robert spared little time ruling and instead held great feasts, lavish tourneys, or long hunting trips. Jon Arryn was the one ruling Westeros, doing everything in his power to keep the peace. "I think you underestimate King Robert and Jon Arryn's nephew," Ned said with a smile that held some confidence. "I will inform Robert and Jon Arryn of the possible threat, they should be able to do something." Nathan simply nodded to his uncle. If Robert and Jon Arryn were able to stop a possible war with the North, Nathan was fine with that, he hoped for it. "Of course, uncle, I agree that both King Robert and Jon Arryn should be informed of the possible threat, even if they only target the North," Nathan said, getting a smile out of Ned. However, I still think we should prepare if the worst happens. Such as a large rogue Ironborn group attacking Sea Dragon Port. To that, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. I currently have 300 of my best archers constantly on the lookout along with 500 soldiers, Lord Glover said in a firm tone. If we are expecting a big raid, I'll send more soldiers to Sea Dragon Port. See if House Mormont, Tallheart, and Roswell are willing to lend support, Nathan said as he turned to Lord Forrester. Lord Forrester, would you be willing to build watchtowers that could warn Sea Dragon Point of any imminent threat? Of course, Lord Stark. Lord Forrester agreed easily. I will talk with my maester to see if any good vantage points to spot ships. Taking a deep breath, Nathan forced a smile on his face. Let's move on to a much more cheerful tone, Nathan said as he looked at Lance. Tell me, Lance, how much sea game did you bring? That seems to get a smile out of Lance. True to the tales of Sea Dragon Point, the fish game is very plentiful. I have brought an assortment of dried and salted fish, crabs, oysters, clams, and lobsters. We never have to worry about meat and only have to import fruits, vegetables, and grain. Nathan nodded with a pleased look on his face. Excellent, now on to an important matter, Nathan said as he brought up a letter with the royal seal, making Lance go stiff. By King Robert's good grace, you, Lance Snow, have been legitimized and are given a title of minor nobility, Nathan said and saw as Lance started to shake. You are giving land in Sea Dragon Point, and can raise arms and small folk alike, and give out the land, Nathan said as he smiled at the man who was no longer a bastard. Congratulations, Lord Lance. Lance tried to hold back the tears but couldn't as he rubbed his eyes with his hand. Lord Glover patted the boy's shoulder, a proud look on his face while Lord Forrester smiled with affection. Both Nathan and Ned smiled as Nathan handed Lance the letter. So, have you thought of a house name? Lance sniffed and steeled his eyes. Yes, I have, my lord. I found inspiration in a gift I have for you. Reaching into a bag on his, Lance pulled out an elegant wooden box. This is simply a humble offering for all you have done for me and the North. Nathan accepted the box with a nod and opened it. What he saw inside made his eyes widen. It was a silver bracelet that was elegantly carved with a black pearl embedded in it. A good amount of oysters in Sea Dragon Point have been found to have pearls inside, my lord, Lance said with a wide smile. And among those pearls, the black ones are the rarest. Even after 2 years, only 2 have been found. Lance suddenly grew a blush. The first one I gave my betrothed, Myra, he said, getting amused smiles from everyone in the room. With the gifts and the fortune I have in finding them, I have decided on my house name. House Blackpeel. House Blackpeel, Nathan mouthed as a smile grew on his face. A good name for the Lord of Sea Dragon Point. My lord, there is something else I wish to talk to you about, Lance Blackpeel said as he cleared his throat. My betrothed and have talked and we feel that Sea Dragon Point is too much of a mouthful, and it's a name that doesn't fit in the North. You wish to change the name? Ned said with a raised brow. It's not the worst idea, Nathan said as he nodded his head. Even I was getting tired of saying Sea Dragon Point and Sea Dragon Port. So, you have anything in mind? Myra and I have gone over a few names. At first, I wanted to call the settlement Whiterun, but Myra said the same was too similar to White Harbor and turned it down. Lance said with a sheepish look while all the older men laughed. Get used to it, Lord Blackpeel, you'll be hearing it a lot, Ned said in a joking tone, which was rarely given his nature. Lance seemed to blush at that as he coughed into his hand. Yes, well, we talked a bit longer and we agreed on the name. Windhelm. Everyone said the same slowly and all nodded. Windhelm, I like it, Lord Glover said with a firm nod. It is a strong name and perfect for a port. Then it is decided, after the Grand Meet, Sea Dragon Point will be renamed to Windhelm, Nathan said as he turned to Lance with a fierce grin. Are you ready to present yourself in the Grand Meet, Lord Blackpeel? Lance shifted as his fears quickly grew. He had been informed that during the Grand Meet, he would be presented and legitimized in front of all the great house nobles. It was a show of strength, Lord Glover told him, that the new lord of a promising port was not weak. Lord Glover had warned Lance that many of the great house nobles would look down on him, seeing him as just lucky or an upstart for gaining such wealth despite being a bastard. However, Lord Glover had also informed Lance that if he held strong and did not waver, and if all went well, the lords of the north may not like Lance but they would respect him to an extent. The only upside is that Lance would not have to make a grand speech in front of the other nobles. "As I'll ever be, my lord," Lance said slowly but in a firm tone, making everyone smile. "Though I do question why the grand meet, my lord," Lord Glover said as he crossed his arms. "It seems excessive to call so many great house nobles just to legitimize one bastard." "Because there is more to the grand meet than simply legitimizing Lance," Nathan said with the widest smile yet, making all three lords raise a brow. "Tell me, my lords, have you heard of my investments in finding foods for the north?" "I would be shocked if any lord hadn't heard of your accomplishments," Lord Glover snorted with an amused smile. "Lord Reed constantly sings your praise for finding rice, a grain that grows in bogs." That was something that surprised Nathan during the White Harbor tourney. Many lords had praised Nathan greatly for finding grain that could grow in the bogs of House Reed's lands, as said lords were already putting large orders of rice to be sent to their holds from House Umber to House Bolton. All the lords of the north could see rice to be a major boon for the north, and they all sang Nathan's praise when it was found he was the one to discover rice. "Yes, while rice is a major boon for the north, it's not enough to feed all of the north," Nathan said as he folded his hands with a wide grin. "Which is why with the help of Mayor Stillowin, I have found several foods that should be able to grow in the north and thrive. Perhaps even grow during winter." Nathan enjoyed the shocked looks on all the lords' faces. While farming was done in the north, most crops easily died from the consent cold or yielded very little. So to claim to have found more food that could thrive in the north, even during winter, was shocking, to say the least. "The grand meet will allow me to gift the various lords these foods to grow on their lands, including you, Lord Glover, and you will enjoy the gift as well, Lord Forrester, for being Lord Glover's vessel." Nathan enjoyed the way Lord Forrester and Lord Glover's eyes shined as he quickly raised his hand. "However, to accept this gift, a price must be paid." That sobered both lords and they both gave Nathan a serious look. "And what price is that, Lord Stark?" Lord Glover asked in a steady voice. Lord Glover didn't fear that Lord Nathan Stark would ask for too much. He had gifted Lord Reed the wonder of rice, yet only asked for a yield be sent to Winterfell as payment, nothing more. If Lord Glover had to pay House Stark with a monthly yield, he would pay the price happily if he could feed his people. Nathan gave a calmer smile, which put both lords at ease. "I will explain everything during the grand meet, but I promise you, my lords, that the price to pay will be serious, but it will not cost any house a single copper." Lord Glover was silent for a moment before he nodded. With that, Nathan clapped his hands, which seemed to make Lance jump a bit. "I think we have covered mostly everything," Nathan said as he stood up. "Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, Lord Blackpeel, I thank you for coming to Winterfell, and please make yourselves at home." "We thank you, Lord Stark, for the hospitality," Lord Glover said as he, Lord Forrester, and Lord Blackpeel all bowed to Nathan. With that, the meeting came to an end and everyone went their separate ways. As Nathan walked across the courtyard, he saw Roderick Forrester sparring with a Winterfell guard while his sister Myra watched. Wanting a better look, Nathan made his way over and watched as Roderick fought. Roderick showed skill fit for a noble as he kept his cool and managed to disarm the guard without much trouble. "Impressive," Nathan said, grabbing everyone's attention. "My lord," both the guard and Roderick Forrester said as they bowed. "Forgive me, I wanted to test out my skills against someone older," Roderick said while keeping his head down. "And that is your right, I can imagine the waiting to be quite boring," Nathan said as he walked over to Myra. "It's good to finally meet you, Lady Myra," Nathan said as he gave a polite bow to the older girl. Myra Forrester was a northern beauty with long dark brown hair, light skin, and pale green eyes. She wore a modest dress that was built for warmth and was taller than Nathan, but only by a few inches. Myra gave a bright smile as he bowed. "And you as well, Lord Stark. If it would be all right, I would ask you and your brother to walk with me," Nathan said as he offered his arm to her. Both Forrester children looked surprised, but Myra nodded before taking Nathan's arm. The three began to walk through Winterfell together in silence as they admired Winterfell's beauty. "My lady, if it would be all right with you, I wish to be blunt and ask you and your brother a question," Nathan said, giving the two a kind smile. Both Roderick and Myra were caught off guard by the statement before they composed themselves. "Of course, you may ask us anything, Lord Stark," Lady Myra said with a small smile. Nathan nodded and he let out a small breath. First, I wish to ask you, Lady Myra, how is your relationship with Lance? Nathan asked, getting surprised looks from the two. Given Lance's origins as a bastard of House Hornwood, I can understand that he would not be an ideal choice for a noble girl. And considering it was my fault given I called your father and Lord Glover to Winterfell, I feel I must ask. When Myra was brought up to be betrothed to Lance, Nathan was hesitant to agree to such a thing. The young Stark knew it was a noble duty to marry for the sake of their house, however, this often led to unhappy marriages and homes that would affect even the children. Nathan also knew that many noble women would hate to marry a bastard as most bastards were not taught to be nobles. If Lady Myra truly hated her betrothed to Lance, Nathan would try and end it for her sake alone. Lady Myra was quiet for a moment as she looked up. At first, I was unhappy with the betrothed, Myra said in an honest tone. I knew I would have to marry, every noble daughter does, but when I heard I was to marry a bastard who would become a noble, I was upset. She said slowly. My mother had originally planned for me to be a lady-in-waiting for House Tyrell as we often sell them ironwood in exchange for food and gold. However, with the gold gained for helping build a port, and access to the port my house will have with my betrothed, the plan for me to go south was thrown out the window. I had wanted to see the south, so I was upset to have been married off. We all were, my Lord Roderick said as he crossed his arms. Though knowing that we could end the marriage at any time and that Lord Glover would ensure Lance treated Myra with respect did bring us some comfort. But I was willing to push forward and marry Lance for the sake of my family, Myra said before a gentle smile crossed her face. However, as I came to know Lance, I found him to be quite different from what I have heard of bastards. Myra then blushed, which made Roderick roll his eyes. At first he was very nervous and shy, but as we got to know each other he became very sweet and always listened to whatever I said. Myra's hand then went to the necklace around her neck that showed a flawless black pearl. He even gave me this pearl as a gift. The necklace was a simple silver chain with a black pearl hanging over her modest breasts. It also helps that she finds Lance to be quite handsome, Roderick said with a snort, making Myra look at him with shock as her cheeks went red. What did you say? He looked like a rugged warrior with a body sculpted by stone who would sweep you off your feet. Enough, Roderick. Myra nearly shouted with her face red. Lord Stark does not need to hear the feelings of a young lady, Myra said as Roderick gave a small laugh. Nathan found himself laughing as well. Happy that Myra had grown fond of Lance, and from what Nathan saw Lance was quite fond of Myra. Myra Forrester took a breath before she looked at Nathan. To answer your question, Lord Stark, I am very happy with Lance and I look forward to becoming his wife. That is all I wanted to hear, Nathan said as he smiled at the two, and the two smiled back. Let me show you around Winterfell, there is much to see here. With that, Nathan walked with Lord Forrester's children as they continued to talk to one another as they walked around Winterfell. Over the next month, Lords of the North continued to flock to Winterfell in droves. Nathan had even told his uncle to ask the mountain clans to send a representative and they had agreed without any issue. All the lords came with an assortment of guards ranging from 50 on horseback to 100 on march. Practically every lord also brought their sons and daughters, no doubt to try and show off to Nathan once again, hoping Nathan would take to their daughters or build friendships with their sons. His uncle had once again told Nathan that many lords had subtly pointed out that Nathan wasn't betrothed, and their daughters and nieces were the same. They even offered large dowry, trade, and other things to gain favor. Even Lord Umber had suggested his daughter be Nathan's betrothed. Ned, however, voiced that he would allow Nathan to choose his betrothed given how intelligent and mature Nathan was. Nathan never hated his uncle more for that. Practically every day Nathan found himself surrounded by the lords of the north and their daughters, all trying to gain his favor and not so subtly set up possible betrothed. Nathan found most of the northern girls beautiful and liked their forward nature, yet Nathan knew he had to hold back. If he let his urges control him and took one of the noble girl's maidenhood, Nathan would be honor bound to take the girl as his wife or risk a political fallout with a great house. So Nathan kept his pants on tight and made sure to be as curious as possible. That didn't stop the young lord from being playful with the girl, enjoying when they went red as he kissed their hands or told them how beautiful they were. It was not long before Lord Marndale arrived in Winterfell with his son Wendell, and Lord Marndale had brought what Nathan requested, the turkeys and unicorns. Nathan gave both animals a good look and found them both a bit strange. The turkeys were much larger than chickens with long necks and had white, black, and brown feathers. Nathan then gave the fabled unicorn a look over. They were much larger than a goat but smaller than a horse, yet their legs looked to have strong muscles. The unicorn's body was covered in long hair and it had a single horn growing from the top of its head. He took all this in as he walked up to the two. Lord Marndaly, Sir Wendell, Nathan said as he shook both their hands with smiles on their faces. I welcome you to Winterfell. How was the journey? Not as bad as I feared, Lord Marndaly said as he looked at the animals he brought. The turkeys were loud, but the cages kept them from causing any trouble. The unicorns, while slow, have stronger legs to pull our carts out of mud and ditches. Nathan nodded as he looked at Wendell. So, how was Skagos? Plan on going back anytime soon? Fuck no. Sir Wendell said in a firm tone, surprising Nathan as Wendell wasn't his usual jolly self. My ship was attacked 4 times just going to Skagos, and when I landed I could just feel that every single one of them wanted to skin me alive. Sir Wendell said with a shudder. I got in, took the big goats, paid the price, and got the fuck out. Well, the beard looks good on you, Nathan said with his eyes slightly wide. True to Nathan's words, Sir Wendell had a large beard, much larger the last time he saw him. Sir Wendell sighed and stroked said beard. Only good thing that came out of that damn trip, and the unicorns. Nathan nodded with a small chuckle as he looked at all the animals, but couldn't help but frown. Is this all of them? Lord Marndaly quickly shook his head. No, we have brought about 30 each and the rest are being kept at White Harbor. Just inform me where they will go and my merchants will bring them there. Nathan nodded as he smiled at the two Marndalys. Please, make yourselves at home in Winterfell. And Sir Wendell, I thank you for your service. After that, the turkeys and unicorns were taken to a clearing outside of Winterfell near Nathan's farms. As more lords and ladies with their sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and guards arrived, both Winterfell and Wintertown haven't been busier. A good number of lords chose to stay in Wintertown until the Grand Meet, not wanting to crowd Winterfell. There was also the fact that Yin had done a masterful job on the melee fighting grounds. The Yeti girl hired several workers to build simple pens with wooden fences. She then hired some guards from Winterfell to oversee each pen and make sure none of the guards killed each other, even if they were using blunt weapons. Everyone who wanted to enter just had to pay a few silvers, and if you won your bout you gained your silver back plus a little extra. The lords loved the fighting pens, most spent a good chunk of the day watching their guards fight and making bets with gold on how many wins their house would get. Yin had managed to make a tight profit for herself and Nathan told the girl to keep everything, much to her shock and pleasure. The final group to arrive were the representatives of the mountain clans, just after Lord Bolton. 50 of them arrived on horseback from various clans such as Burley, Flint of the Mountains, Harkley, Knott, Liddell, Norrie, and Val. Nathan was amazed that all the clans had come together, given that most of the time the mountain clans were fighting one another. While most of Westeros saw the mountain clans of the north like the mountain clans of the Vale, they couldn't be far different. For one thing, the mountain clans of the north were completely loyal to House Stark, as House Stark had saved the mountain clans from annihilation and starvation more times than they could count. As soon as the mountain clans arrived they greeted both Nathan and Ned with honor, Ned the most as they called him the Ned as a title of honor. Nathan didn't mind as he knew the mountain clans fought for the north alongside his uncle and the mountain clan valued strength above everything. They still gave Nathan respect, but it was clear that they held his uncle in higher regard. With the mountain clans finally arriving, the grand meet could finally begin. Nathan gave Cage and the other cooks the order to prepare the feast at the crack of dawn. By the time they finished everything the sun was already starting to set, and the great hall was filled to the brim with food from cooked turkeys, pies, large pots of stew, cooked vegetables, fish, lobsters, crab stew, and other such things. As soon as the lords and nobles entered the great hall Nathan enjoyed the looks of shock and awe at the amount of food. They all sat down but none dared eat until Nathan said otherwise. Lords and ladies of the north, I thank you all for coming to Winterfell, Nathan said as he stood at the high table with his family, grabbing everyone's attention. Over the past few years, the North has both suffered and endured, such as the war with the Targaryens and the loss of Rickard Stark, Brandon Stark, and many other nobles and warriors of the North, so let us all bow our heads in remembrance of those who have fought for the North. Everyone in the great hall lowered their heads in respect to those who had died in the last war, some more somber than the rest. After a few moments, everyone raised their heads. Nathan took a breath as he put on a serious look. However, as always the North endures and pushes forward. During the last war, my uncle acquired 5 million gold, which has been used to rebuild Moat Cailin and a new Western fleet to kick the teeth of the Ironborn should they try anything. That got some cheers and amused looks, but all agreed that everyone in the North didn't like the Ironborn. First, I like to give thanks to my uncle, Eddard Stark, Nathan said, getting a surprised look from Ned as Nathan hadn't told his uncle this part of his speech. When my grandfather and father fell, my uncle answered the call and fought to both avenge them and fight for the North. However, at the end of the war, my uncle was offered to become Lord of House Stark and it was his right. He fought for House Stark and the North, he had killed for the North, and he risked his life for the North. He had every right to become Lord of House Stark and opportunity, but didn't, because Eddard Stark is an honorable man. Nathan looked at his uncle with a kind smile while Ned looked stunned by Nathan's speech. While most nobles wouldn't hesitate to take lordship, especially to a powerful house such as House Stark, my uncle held on to his honor and gave me my birthright. To which I am forever thankful to him, Nathan said as he grabbed a cup of wine and raised his high in the air. To Ned Stark, the Honorable Wolf of House Stark. The Honorable Wolf. To Ned Stark. To the Ned. Every northern lord and noble didn't hesitate to sing Ned's praise. Ned was stunned by the attention and looked a little embarrassed. Cat Lyon smiled at her husband as she kissed his cheek while Robb, Arya, and Sansa all cheered for their father. Nathan saw Jon, who was sitting next to Lance, also cheer loudly with a look of pride on his face. Once the cheering died down, Nathan spoke again. Second, the construction of a new port and fleet requires a new lord, Nathan said as he held up a document. By King Robert's good grace, Lance Snow is given lordship of Sea Dragon Point and becomes a vassal of House Glover, creating House Blackpeel, Nathan said as he smiled at the no longer bastard. Lord Blackpeel has also decided to name the port in Sea Dragon Point to Windhelm, the seat of House Blackpeel. Lance stood up from his seat next to Myra and bowed to Nathan. I, Lance Blackpeel, swear fealty to House Stark and swear to serve the North until my dying breath, Lance said before he sat down and gave a sigh of relief as Myra smiled at Lance. The lords and nobles all clapped for the declaration. Nathan saw that most of the lords didn't care while a few were looking at Lord Glover with envy for gaining access to such a fleet. Lord Hornwood had a mixed look as he clapped for his son. While he was proud, he couldn't show much affection since he hadn't seen his son in years and was his bastard. The North continues to endure, but I believe it's time for the North to thrive, Nathan said, grabbing all the Northern lords' attention. For now, we feast and enjoy life, and tomorrow I wish to gift every lord of the North a gift. One gift I will give you all now. That caused a few mummers in the great hall as they chatted with one another, wondering what gifts they would be receiving. Nathan then clapped his hands loudly, and the main doors opened. Everyone in the grand hall watched as several servants brought in large trays holding large cups. The servants quickly gave everyone in the hall a cup and put the rest next to the barrels. During my stay in White Harbor, as many of you know, I discovered rice, which I have given to Lord Reed, Nathan said, getting Lord Reed to raise his cup high into the air. However, I not only discovered rice but also a few other things, such as creating 2 new northern drinks. The dark brown drink I call Sweet Fire and the clear drink is called Northern Spirits, or just Spirits. I warn all of the lords here, the drinks are quite strong. The lords all looked at the drink with interest and some with hesitation as they sniffed the drink and winced at the strong smell. However, the hesitation was broken by none other than Great Jon Umber. Fuck me. Lord Umber shouted as he hacked and coughed loudly, getting some shocked looks from the lords. And I thought us Umbers could handle our drink. Lord Umber then pointed to one of the servants. Girl, bring me more Sweet Fire, and put it in a big mug. I will conquer this fucking drink if it kills me. Seeing Lord Umber fearlessly drink the Sweet Fire made the other lords and nobles quickly follow. Most of the nobles winced at the strong taste or even gauge, but Nathan noticed a fair amount took to the drink, mostly the older lords. Soon the feast was brought into full swing, with everyone laughing, eating, and drinking to their heart's content. Once Nathan brought in the bards and mummers, the feast truly started. Everyone began to enjoy their time, laughing and dancing as they ate and drank together. Nathan smiled as he saw Leonce and Myra dance together. Everyone cheered for them as Leonce kissed Myra passionately, which made everyone cheer louder. Ned and Caitlin also danced together, though they were much more modest. They still looked at one another with affection and love. Sansa had a glowing smile as she spent time with the other noble girls. Robb was play fighting with Jon, and Arya with some of the younger noble children. Nathan caught up with Smalljan and introduced him to Rodrik, and the three got along well while drinking spirits together. Nathan grew a grin as he noticed a good amount of nobles had started a drinking contest, with both sweet fire and spirits. The one drinking the most was Lord Umber himself, while other nobles found themselves puking their guts out on the floor in the corner or unconscious. Not all the nobles stood in the feast for long, such as the older lords and Lord Bolton, who left quietly as soon as he could. When it had started to grow late, the feast started to come to a close. Most of the wine, sweet fire, and spirits have been drank while a good portion of the food had not been eaten. So Nathan ordered the servants to take as much food as they wanted for themselves and their families, not wanting to see the food go to waste. That was a long feast. Nathan yawned as he walked with his uncle through the dimly lit halls of Winterfell. "How are the children?" "Out like a light," Ned said with a smile as he walked beside Nathan. "And you don't look far behind." "It's been a long day, and tomorrow will be even longer," Nathan said as he let out a breath. "I will make a lot of lords very happy, but a good number may curse my name. Many nobles may be upset at worst, but they won't curse your name for what you are to give them," Ned said in a firm tone. "A boon is a boon no matter how big or small." "Well, that's..." Nathan trailed off as he gave a big yawn. "That's a problem for tomorrow. I need some sleep." "Good night, Nathan," Ned said as he watched his nephew enter his chambers before walking to his own where his wife was waiting for him. "My lords and ladies, thank you for meeting me," Nathan said with a firm tone as he looked over the lords and ladies of the north along with their sons and some daughters. Nathan sat at the high table with his uncle on his right and Mayor Stillowin on his left. Yin was standing behind Nathan with a neutral expression, yet Nathan could tell she was nervous. In front of them were large stacks of papers and books, along with some wine and a small wooden chest, all on the high table. Most of the lords and ladies and their children looked well rested and alert, while others looked haggard and hungover, such as Lord Umber and Lord Glover. Yet the lords kept their composure and held together despite how they looked. As most of you know, the North was rewarded a large amount of gold which has been used to rebuild Moat Cailin to its former glory and build a fleet in the west and eventually the east, Nathan said slowly, getting nods from various lords. "We were able to take a risk because of the gold we won in the Targaryen War, which we plan to use to invest in the North," Nathan said as he folded his hands at the high table. "Over the last few years, with the help of Mayor Stillowin, we have found several crops that may be able to grow in the North." This caused much chatter among the lords as they all looked at Nathan with skepticism. "These crops you discovered, how do you know they will grow in our lands?" Lady Dustin asked as many lords nodded at the question. "Because most of the crops grow in Stark lands not far from Winterfell, and were served at yesterday's feast," Nathan said, getting shocked looks from all the lords as they started murmuring among themselves. "The other crops that I have not grown, I have instead done extensive research with Mayor Stillowin, and found that they continue to grow even in winter in both the Reach and Riverlands." Nathan then clapped his hands and several servants brought in large trays showing various foods such as potatoes, onions, rye, beans, beets, apples, and similar foods, most of which were freshly picked from Nathan's farms. A few servants also brought in a smaller unicorn and turkey. "For every lord's service to the North during the last war, I shall gift you all with various foods I have discovered. As I have done with Lord Reed, I will also give detailed documents on each crop, detailing how best to grow and take care of the crops, and what they can be used for, all information I have acquired," Nathan said as he took in the lords' reactions. Most of the great house lords looked excited and delighted while a few had their reservations, feeling this was too good to be true. However, Nathan said in a firm tone, grabbing every lord's attention, "To receive this gift, you all must agree to one condition." This made the older lords narrow their eyes at Nathan while the other nobles became hesitant and worried. Without a word, Nathan brought up a long, elegant piece of paper with many words written on the paper. This is a contract that every lord must follow once signed to reserve your gift, Nathan stated as he stood up and held the contract for all to see. The contract states that no lord, both great and minor, will sell foods and products related to the food that House Stark has not gifted you beyond your borders, so keep your vessels in check. For example, House Reed can sell rice and anything related to rice. However, if they or their vessels were to start selling massive amounts of potatoes beyond House Reed's borders, they would violate the contract. However, if they were to gain permission from the great noble house that sells potatoes and anything related to potatoes, that is allowed once they agree. There is also the exception that in dire circumstances, such as a brutal winter, such restrictions will be lifted for a set time. Most of the nobles nodded slowly as they understood Nathan's words. My lord, what is the purpose of the contract? Lord Ryswell asked as many lords also muttered out questions. The purpose of the contract is unity, my lords, Nathan said, catching a few lords off guard. The North grows the least food in Westeros, second only to the Iron Islands. Most crops we grow die in flash colds or as soon as winter comes. With these foods, they will grow in the cold, and may even survive in the winter. Nathan said before he narrowed his eyes. However, the last thing the North needs is infighting. Infighting. Many lords muttered as they looked at one another. I am to gift many lords and nobles foods that can grow in the North, including foods that have more uses besides eating and hold more value, Nathan said as he placed the contract down. It is not uncommon for noble houses to copy and steal other houses' ideas if there is profit to be made. This contract is to prevent slights and fighting between the many houses in the North when we should be untied and growing with the fortune we were given. Nathan said before he took a breath. As I have stated in the contract, noble house and their vessels can only sell the gifts I have given them beyond their borders. However, it is possible to grow and sell other foods in your lands if possible. Nathan's plan was simple but effective. He would gift every great noble houses various foods to grow and cultivate on their lands with their vessels. The contract would prevent other lords from copying and growing crops they only see as profit. Such as every lord in the North trying to grow rye just to make sweet fire. While the North would dominate the hard alcohol trade, it would stagnate the North's development as a whole, not to mention that sweet fire prices would drop significantly to the point it would not be profitable to sell beyond the North for most lords. With the contract, noble lords would be forced to cooperate for survival and profit. While the nobles could sell other gifts in the lands of the great houses, most wouldn't even try as they see little profit if they couldn't sell beyond their borders. This would force many nobles to invest in their lands to turn Nathan's gift into a profit they could sell across the North or even in the South. With food not being such a big concern as before in the North, many lords would look to invest in other areas to become stronger. Such as Nathan's plans to invest in House Stark's lands. House Stark will also be signing the contract as well. The gifts I am to give to House Stark are white beets and gooseberries. Nathan said as he made a show of writing his name down on the paper in front of everyone. House Stark will only export those two crops and anything related to them, and will not export any of the other gifts I am to give the other lords of the North. While Nathan knew the other crops he had discovered held more value such as rye or oats, he gave his own house a humble gift to make a show of not showing favoritism to his own house. While it was Nathan's right to show favor to his own house for his discoveries, several houses in the North were already jealous of House Stark's growing wealth, with them owning most of the ships in Windhelm and the discovery of many mines in Stark lands. This would lessen most of the other noble houses' resentment for a time. Also, thanks to Nathan's discovery of sweet fire and northern spirits, his progress in winemaking, and the mines discovered on Stark lands, House Stark would be one of the richest noble house in the North. And what if a lord were to break the contract? Lord Bolton asked in an even tone. Nathan met Lord Roose Bolton's eyes and repressed a shiver. In Nathan's short life, he met many people and saw many faces, but when Nathan looked into Roose Bolton's eyes he saw pure coldness, as if Roose Bolton felt nothing. The white-haired Stark met Lord Bolton's eyes with a small glare. To break the contract is to break your word with House Stark, Nathan said in a grave tone, making all the nobles in the room flinch or look at Nathan seriously. If caught illegally selling other houses' gifts in large amounts beyond your lands, all items and profits will be confiscated and all participants will be punished severely. The nobles of the North now understood the severity of signing the contract. While it would gain their lands and house a gift from House Stark, To break the contract would be as if breaking their word with House Stark, which no lord was foolish enough to do. Must we all sign the contract? Lord Flint of the Fingers asked with some hesitation. He was one of the younger lords, a few years younger than Nathan's uncle. Lord Flint Fingers' question caused some chatter among the lords, making the younger lord sigh in relief for not asking a foolish question. Of course, you are allowed to refuse to sign the contract, Nathan said as he leaned forward. But in turn, you refuse the gift House Stark has offered you. While you will not be bound by the contract, you will not be protected by it either. That brought silence among the nobles as they understood Nathan's words. To refuse such a gift from House Stark would be a bad political move, and those who do sign the contract would be hesitant to deal with the noble houses that have not signed. Nathan saw the hesitation in many lords' eyes, making the young Stark grip his hand. He needed every powerful lord to sign the contract for his plan to work. If even a few refused to sign, it would cause an imbalance in the north, forcing Nathan and his uncle to work more on politics rather than the north. Nathan then glanced at his uncle, who looked back. Ned looked hesitant before he sighed and nodded his head. I would also like to say, should anyone sign the contract, they will not only reserve crops as a gift but 5,000 gold to invest in said gifts, Nathan said as he opened a wooden chest on his right to reveal it was filled with gold. That brought much shock to all the lords, and Nathan noticed they looked much eager to sign the contract now. Nathan had talked with his uncle about the plan, and Ned had pointed out that some lords might not agree as they didn't want to be bound by a contract. Even if it was made by House Stark, some noble house may try and wait to see if any other lord made something good that they could add to their lands. Or they simply don't want to be bound by a contract. So Nathan suggested offering some of the Targaryen gold they won in the last war to each lord, and the lords could use that gold to invest in their crops before winter. Ned was very hesitant in giving out so much gold, even to the lords of the north. However, thanks to Nathan discovering rice, rye, and the farms, and their connection to the riverlands, next winter may be the easiest the north has faced in hundreds of years. So with some reluctance, Ned agreed to the plan, and the two collected the gold for the lords. However, Ned made it very clear that Nathan would hold all plans until the next winter came and ended, to which Nathan promised to only use the gold he acquired from Lord Marndale. Now, who will be the first to sign? Nathan asked as he placed the contract down and a quill with ink. Instantly silence filled the room as many lords looked to one another. Nathan saw the hesitation in many lords' eyes, but also others who wanted to wait and see who would step off first. The silence didn't last long, however, as Lord Reed, Lord Marndale, Lord Glover, and surprisingly Lord Umber all stood up. I don't see why you are all hesitating like a bunch of whelps. House Stark has always done right by the north, and I see this as no different. Lord Umber snorted as he grabbed the quill and wrote his name on the contract, if a bit sloppy. If Lord Stark thinks this can help the north, I say we give it a fucking try. Better to try something than sit in winter freezing our balls off with our bellies empty. If it wasn't for Lord Stark, House Reed would not have rice to grow in our lands, Lord Reed said as he wrote his name down as well. House Reed owes House Stark its new fortune, and we plan to pay it back by helping the north. With these two strong statements, all the other lords stood up and walked to the high table to sign the contract, from Lord Bolton himself to the Mountain clans. Though the Mountain clan chiefs wrote in more symbols than words. Once the last lord signed, Nathan gave a smile of relief before he gave the paper to Maester. Thank you, my lords, you will all be given copies of the contract along with your gifts and gold, Nathan said, seeing some eager looks among the lords. Lord Stark, now that everyone has signed, who will be getting what? An eager Lord Ryswell, like many lords, also looked keen. Nathan nodded to the lords as he and Maester grabbed a few documents. As I have stated, I and Maester have found many crops that can handle the cold weather of the north and may survive during winter and perhaps continue to grow, Nathan said as he glanced at one of the documents. Some of the crops are too valuable for only one house to own, so multiple houses with the most fertile soil will be given priority over certain crops. That brought some grumbling, while others looked more enthusiastic as there were several houses with fertile lands. Out of all the crops he and Maester searched for, he found two he had high hopes for, which were rye, potatoes, and parsnips. Rye was a hardy grain that could even resist the cold of the sea with ease, and grain was always a must for the north. As for potatoes and parsnips, they were the easiest to grow out of all the crops that Nathan discovered, and Maya still realized that potatoes could grow even in poor soil with relative ease. Taking a deep breath, Nathan looked to Lord Reed. Lord Reed, Nathan said while looking to said Lord. I have included rice as one of the gifts included in the contract to prevent anyone from going rice in the north, not that many could, Nathan said with a sheepish shrug, getting a few chuckles from the nobles. However, you will not leave without a gift. After much searching, I have discovered a particular mint that grows in the riverlands and thrives near flooded areas. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lord Reed said with a bow as he gained a thoughtful look. Mint was more of a spice than food, used to season and add flavor to various foods and drinks. Some nobles and merchants even used mint to freshen their breath to be more appealing. Lord Reed smiled as he imagined many lords in the riverlands and south paying much gold for such seasoning, especially on hot summer days. Lord Flint of the Fingers, Nathan called out to the younger lord. Your lands are poor and rocky, making it hard to grow much food, Nathan pointed out while Lord Flint's fingers flinched, as what Nathan said was true and his lands struggled much to gain a meal. Fortunately, fish was always aplenty and Lord Reed was more than happy to sell rice in exchange for metals and equipment. Yet I believe your lands can grow both carrots and turnips, and with the documents, your maester should find the best spots to grow both crops. Lord Flint Fingers gave a humble bow. While he had hoped for something grander as his lands were one of the poorest in the north, he still felt gratitude to House Stark for the gift he reserved, plus the gold. Lady Flint of Widow's Watch, Nathan called out to the woman. You will be gifted both rye and spinach. Rye is a hardy grain that can handle the cold, the same can be said for spinach. Lady Flint of Widow's Watch smiled at such a gift. Her lands did grow various grains thanks to the fertile soil, yet would often die in flash colds or winter. If rye and spinach could handle the cold of the north and even winter, House Flint of Widow's Watch would become stronger. Lord Locke, while your lands are not fertile, I believe your land should have no difficulty growing both parsnips and potatoes, Nathan said, getting a nod from the toothless lord. Lord Marndale, you are to be gifted both rye and lettuce to your lands, as rye seems to grow in abundance in your lands, Nathan said while Lord Marndale gave a simple nod. While it was true that Lord Marndale's lands seemed good to grow rye, the real reason was sweet fire. Once lords found out that sweet fire was made from rye, many lords would try to create their own, and Lord Marndale needed rye to make sweet fire. As for lettuce, it was a simple gift to not show favoritism to House Marndale. Lord Woolfield, given the vast number of sheep in your land, I am gifting House Woolfield oats and persimmons. Raw oats are perfect animal feed and once cooked properly can feed people. Persimmons are a fruit from a tree that is found in the riverlands. Many merchants have claimed that even in the coldest winters persimmons trees survive and continue to grow, perfect given the fast open fields House Woolfields has. Nathan said as he gave the Lord a serious look. I must warn you, however, while oats can grow in the cold of the north, once winter comes most of your oats crops may die. That brought a thoughtful look to Lord Woolfield's aged face. His house's main income was selling wool and sheep meat to other lords, and feeding so many sheep was not easy. With oats to feed the sheep with, House Woolfield would be able to increase the number of sheep they own, increasing House Woolfield's wealth overall. Lord Woolfield knew next to nothing about persimmons but was willing to give the fruit a try if it could withstand the harshness of winter. Lord Hornwood, your lands are thick with forests and trees, making it difficult to grow many crops, Nathan said, getting a solemn nod from the usually jovial lord. However, both onions and rutabagas grow well in forest areas, as long as given enough sun. This brought a grateful nod from the north as he looked thoughtful. Lady Dustin, your lands consist of fields perfect for growing plum trees, and your lands are fertile enough to grow an abundance of beets, Nathan said, getting a solemn nod from the older woman. Ned bit back a frown as he saw Lady Barbary Dustin and the look she gave him. Her husband, William Dustin, rode with Ned to the Tower of Joy to save his sister, only to fall to the King's Guard. Ned knew Lady Dustin resented Ned for not bringing the bones of her husband back to the north and instead buried them in Dawn, yet with Ned and Lord Reed being the only survivors, Ned chose his sister over the men who followed him. Since then she has become somewhat of a bitter woman. The only joy in her life is her son and heir to House Dustin, Van Dustin, who was already looking much like his father. Lord Riswell, given the abundance of horses and fertile lands in your territory, I am gifting House Rissoil oats and rye, perfect for the number of horses owned by House Rissoil. I am also gifting you turkeys to raise on your lands, as turkeys thrive in forested areas. Nathan gave Lord Roderick Riswell a weary look, as the older man looked gleeful at the gifts he was given. Nathan could tell Lord Riswell was an ambitious man, as he gave both of his daughters to great house nobles, one of whom was Lord Roose Bolton himself, who had a son with Lord Riswell's daughter. While Nathan doubted Lord Riswell would side with Lord Bolton if he did something foolish, Nathan knew that if given enough, Lord Riswell may take Lord Bolton's side because of blood and ambition. Nathan cleared his throat as he pushed forward. Lord Selwyn, your lands are mostly bare yet somewhat fertile. With your open lands, I am gifting House Selwyn both cherry trees and cauliflower. Surprisingly, a certain type of cherry tree that grows in the Riverlands survives every winter with ease and continues to bear fruit, but it will not be an easy task to grow such a tree. Cauliflower is surprisingly filling, easy to grow, and grows best in moist areas. House Selwyn has always been loyal to House Stark for hundreds of years, and Nathan felt House Selwyn deserved a bit of a reward. Cherry trees were a bit of an investment given it would take years before they bear fruit, but once the cherry trees grow fruit they would not stop. Cauliflower was also very filling and would be easy to grow in Selwyn lands, holding them off for the years to come. Lord Tallheart, your lands consist mostly of forests and woods, making it difficult to grow many crops. I gift House Tallheart parsnips and squash, as they seem to grow well in forest areas. Nathan explained, getting a nod from Lord Tallheart. Lord Glover, your lands are abundant with both open fields and thick forests. As such I am gifting House Glover broad beans and radishes to grow in your fields and turkeys to thrive in your forests. Nathan said, getting a pleased look from Lord Glover while other lords grumbled a bit at Lord Glover gaining such a good gift. Lady Mormont, thank you for coming to represent your nephew while he is in the south on business, Nathan said to the older woman, who gave a simple nod. House Mormont is the smallest great house in all of the north, yet they are also one of the most loyal. For this, I am gifting House Mormont parsnips, kale, and broad beans to grow on Bear Island, all of which are filling and can grow in cold environments. Nathan said, getting a nod from Mage Mormont. House Mormont may have always been small but were always loyal to House Stark. As such Nathan decided to give House Mormont a little more given the harshness the island faces from regular raids from the Ironborn and sometimes even the wildlings along with winter. There was also the fact that House Mormont couldn't grow much given they had very little in the way of lands on Bear Island. Nathan then looked to Great Jon Umber. Lord Umber, you have vast lands of fields and forest, yet regularly deal with cold flashes that kill your crops easily, Nathan said while Lord Umber nodded with a grim look. The further north you were the colder it became, thus House Umber was always a cold land. Yet root crops seem best suited to handle cold weather. I am gifting House Umber potatoes, parsnips, and Brussels sprouts, all of which are hardy foods that can stand the cold of the north. That made Lord Umber and Smalljan laugh as they gave thanks to Nathan while downing a cup of northern spirits in Nathan's honor. Lord Carstark, your lands are a mix of forests and fields. As such I am gifting House Carstark apples and rye to grow on your lands, as House Carstark owns one of the most fertile lands in the north. I am also gifting House Carstark some turkeys to thrive in your forests. Lord Carstark looked very pleased at being one of the main houses to gain access to rye and turkeys. As for the apples, Lord Carstark would have to consult his maester on where to grow the apple trees. Lord Bolton, Nathan said, making sure to keep his face and voice neutral. Your lands are the least fertile in all of the north, consisting mostly of rocky hills. As such I am to gift House Bolton both carrots and unicorns. Carrots are surprisingly easy to grow in cold and rocky areas. As for the unicorns, they should be perfect for the rocky hills of your lands. Lord Bolton gave a simple nod and nothing else. Nathan felt that Lord Bolton knew the true meaning of the gift that he gave to House Bolton. It was simply a show, as Nathan knew that House Bolton could have easily gained unicorns on his own from Skagos, and carrots had little value to House Bolton. If Lord Bolton was smart he would invest in breeding the unicorn to sell as mules to pull carts and wagons in the north. And finally, the mountain clans of the north, Nathan said as all chiefs of the mountain clans stood up. The mountain clans have been loyal to House Stark since we were kings of the north and even after Torrhen Stark knelt. For such loyalty to House Stark, I shall gift each mountain clan several unicorns for you to breed, as the unicorns are perfect for your mountain lands. I am also gifting each clan one crop such as potatoes, turnips, beets, radishes, carrots, and cauliflower. However, for giving the mountain clans so much to grow, I am to give only 1,000 gold to each of the mountain clans. Do you accept this price?" All the mountain clans nodded in agreement, some even looking eager to have the unicorns, given that most mountain clans could only raise sheep and goats with a few horses. The unicorns looked much stronger than donkeys and looked to be able to survive in the cold of the north with relative ease. Most of the lords barely batted an eye at the mountain clans' gifts. While the mountain clans of the north were loyal to House Stark, they were seen as mostly savages by most of the northern lords, not on the same level as wildlings or skagos, but close enough. As such, most of the northern lords didn't see the mountain clans as a threat or anything worthwhile. Lord Glover and Lord Umber were the only ones who gave the mountain clans a thoughtful look, as they regularly traded with the mountain clans, exchanging ores for food and tools. As Nathan gave out the last gift, the young Stark gave out a long sigh as he took a sip of his sweet fire. "Now, there is one more thing we must talk about," Nathan said in a serious and given tone, grabbing all the nobles' attention. "A few weeks ago, I was informed by Lord Glover of increased sightings of Ironborn." All the lords and nobles gained hard looks on their faces. Lord Ryswell looked the most angered as the Ironborn regularly harassed his shores by burning his ships, stealing his trees, and killing his people. Despite the sightings, the Ironborn have practically ceased all raiding of the north. This can only mean they are preparing for something big, Nathan said as he looked at Mayor Stillowin. "Mayor Stillowin, how many ships would you say the Ironborn possess?" Given how much the Ironborn worship and rely on ships to survive, somewhere between 60 to 80 ships at the moment, most consisting of longships. However, with the amount of wood that has been stolen in the north, they may have over 100 ships or more, Mayor Stillowin said, getting chatter among the lords. However, while the Ironborn have a large fleet, they lack the numbers with their small population. At most, the Ironborn can raise between 20,000 to 21,000 at the very least. That brought some laughter and snorts among the nobles. To be able to only raise 21,000 at the very most was laughable. The North could raise 30,000 in war and another 20,000 if things became dire. The only real threat the Ironborn posed was their mastery of ships and sailing, with their hit-and-run tactics or ambushes. "My lord, what do you believe the Ironborn are planning to do?" Lord Sawin asked. "At the moment, we only have theories," Nathan said as he, Ned, and Mayor Stillowin looked at one another. "We believe the Ironborn may try to destroy Vindhelm to prevent the North from having a fleet, as if the North were to have a fleet to protect their borders, the Ironborn won't be able to raid as often." This brought some outrage from all the nobles. "If the Ironborn attack the North, then we will go to war," Lady Mormont growled, getting some cheers from everyone. "Exactly, my lords," War Nathan said in a serious tone as the cheering died down. "To try and destroy such a port and fleet, the Ironborn can't simply chalk it up to another rogue Ironborn raid. The North will retaliate, which can only lead to war." This brought mixed results among the northern nobles. Some looked excited to fight in another war or pay back the Ironborn, while others simply gave grim looks. However, Ned said as he grabbed the lord's attention, "I have already written to both King Robert and Jon Arryn and informed them both of the possible threat and that the North will not stand by as the Ironborn blatantly attacks our fleet." Ned didn't want to go to war, he had enough during the war with the Targaryens. However, Ned would protect the North and not let the Ironborn simply trample all over the hard work he and his nephew have accomplished over the years. Still, Ned hoped Robert and Jon Arryn were able to prevent such a thing from happening. This made the northern lords more sober, yet most still had hard eyes. If King Robert can prevent a war with the Ironborn, then so be it. Better for the North if we don't have to fight in a pointless war, Nathan said with a shrug, getting some nods from the older lords. "However, we will still prepare should the Ironborn try anything. I want House Glover, Ryswell, Mormont, and Tallheart to be ready for anything." "Lord Ryswell, Lady Mormont, how many warships do your houses own?" "Lord Tallheart, how many archers can you send to Vindhelm?" Lord Ryswell was the first to speak up. "Not many, my lord. At most House Ryswell can supply 15 warships, 14 longships, and 1 war galley." Lord Ryswell said with a frown as most of the ships his house owned were fishing ships and trade. Any warships House Ryswell tried to invest in were burned by the Ironborn. "House Mormont can supply 10 longships. We avoid fighting the Ironborn on the sea and instead draw them into our lands and fight them there." Lady Mormont explained. House Tallheart can muster 300 archers, but if given enough time we can train another 200, Lord Tallheart explained, getting a nod from Nathan. Start training. Archers will be invaluable in a fight against the Ironborn, as they rarely use archers, seeing them as weak. We might not be able to beat the Ironborn in a fight with our ships, but we can beat them without our arrows and swords. Nathan said, getting a firm nod from Lord Tallheart. My lord, I would like to add that Clan Val has 5 longships we acquired a few years ago during a failed Ironborn raid. The chef of Clan Val brought up. That caught Nathan by surprise before he nodded. With that, the North has about 60 warships in total in the west, Nathan said before looking to the lords. Lords Glover, Riswell, Tallheart, the Mountain Clans, and Lady Mormont. We will have a meeting tomorrow to talk about possible strategies and prevention measures. Nathan said, getting nods from the people he called out. The rest of you will talk with my uncle on preparations. Should the Ironborn start a war thinking the North is weak, we will not hold back. This brought a lot of cheers among the northern nobles as they all chanted Nathan's name. To Nathan Stark. The clever wolf. To the Nathan. The winter wolf. Ned looked at his nephew with pride, seeing his brother and father in the young boy. Yin looked at Nathan in awe as she saw the nobles of this land, who were all much older than the young Stark, all cheer his name and give him the respect of a king. And it was respect well earned. Yin had only heard of tales of such young kings gaining power and respect despite their age, yet she never thought she would see it with her own eyes, much less be part of the story. Yin felt determination course through her body. She would help the young man who saved her from slavery, her honor demanded it. Now then, Nathan said once the cheering died down. For the rest of the day, Maestlawin and I shall meet every lord and explain everything we know about your gifts. Tomorrow we shall continue to talk about how to prepare for a possible war with the Ironborn should the Iron Islands be foolish enough to provoke the North. With that, all the northern nobles slowly started to trickle out of the Great Hall. Once the doors closed, Nathan sighed in relief as he slumped in his chair. That was intense, Nathan said as he rubbed his face. Yet you handled it masterfully, Lord Stark, Maestlawin said with a smile, and Ned nodded with pride. It was very impressive, Lord Stark, Yin said as she handed Nathan a cup of water. Nathan took the cup and sipped it while sighing in relief. Now that is over, we prepare, Nathan said while narrowing his eyes. Ned's face also became serious while Maestlawin looked somber. Yin gained a nervous air around her as she struggled not to fidget. I will be going to Moat Cailin, and working with Benjen soon, Ned said with a grunt as he folded his arms. I will talk with the lords on the fastest routes to take to reach Moat Cailin should a war happen. If the Ironborn does try something, Robert will not simply stand aside, he will fight with the North, and Jonnarin will lend his support, bringing the Stormlands and the Vale into the potential war. The Riverlands will also support us, giving access to their ships at Seaguard. I will inform Lord Tully of the possible threat. Hearing of Lord Tully made Nathan frown. Lord Marndaly had taken Nathan aside a few months back and told the young Stark some shocking news from the south. It had turned out that Lord Tully had been making appeals in King's Landing to have Nathan removed as heir to House Stark and for Ned to become the true Lord of Winterfell and the North. Lord Tully argued that the North needed someone they trusted who had fought in a war and could lead the North, not a child who may never prove himself. It was all a lie, of course, as Lord Tully wanted Ned to be Lord of House Stark so Robb or Lord Tully's other grandchildren would one day become Lord Paramount of the North. Nathan wasn't too shocked by this, as Lord Tully was a very ambitious man who wanted to strengthen House Tully, and his plans were thrown off after Nathan was discovered as the true heir to Winterfell. However, what was truly shocking was that Jonnarin, the Hand of the King, had not shot Lord Tully's claim down to have Nathan removed but seemed to talk in great length with Lord Tully. To what extent, neither Nathan nor Lord Marndaly knew, yet they talked about the topic. Nathan was stunned, feeling betrayed that Jonnarin would consider having Nathan removed as heir to Winterfell just to please Lord Tully. Nathan also wondered why Jonnarin would consider giving in to Lord Tully's demands, as such a thing would anger many northern lords seeing it as the South meddling in their affairs. Lord Marndaly guessed that Jonnarin was worried about the North growing crops such as rice and rye and becoming self-sufficient. The North normally purchased most of their grain and food from the South such as the Reach and the Riverlands, yet if the North were to become self-sufficient, they would buy less food from the South as a whole. This would upset many southern lords who regularly sold excess grain to the north for gold or materials, and who regularly drove up the prices when winter came without mercy. If the north started to grow their food, many lords of the south would become upset as they wouldn't be able to drive up their prices for their excess grain. Lord Marndale theorized that John Arryn was considering making Ned the Lord Paramount of the North because while Ned was a good lord and could lead the North, Nathan was an innovator who took risks to make the North stronger and more self-sufficient, something Ned would never do as he is too cautious. Lord Marndale explained that while John Arryn was a good hand of the king who kept the peace, his methods were too passive, such as taking lords on their words without much trouble or rarely using force to rule. When Nathan learned all this, he felt greatly annoyed that the North was being dragged into southern politics that wanted the North weak to make the southern lords happier and fatter while the North suffered. Fortunately, John Arryn couldn't do anything as King Robert loved Ned Stark and the North, and would not order the North to stop their progress just to please a few lords from the Reach and Riverlands. There was also the fact that no king in Westeros history ever ordered a realm to stop growing food or hindered their progress. John Arryn was one of the reasons Nathan had little hope of the crown preventing a war with the Iron Islands, as it was likely John Arryn would be too passive in dealing with the Ironborn, who would see it as a weakness. The Ironborn were ruthless and would not hesitate to strike against a weakened enemy. Lord Tully tried to have me removed, now it's time he pulls his ass out and helps in the coming war against the Ironborn, Nathan thought crudely as he and everyone else stood up. The North will not be dragged into the Game of Thrones, never again. The young Stark thought with determination as exited the Great Hall. Now it's time to prepare. Location, King's Landing. All right John, why the fuck have you called us all here? Robert asked as a servant poured him a large cup of wine. John Arryn had called a meeting of the small council and insisted that Robert attend as it was of importance. Seeing that John was serious, Robert attended the small council meeting, the second meeting he ever attended since he became King of Westeros. Copper counting he called the meetings. The small council consisted of 7 members. The Hand of the King, John Arryn. Robert's most loyal supporter and who kept the peace in Westeros for the most part. Grand Maester Pycelle, one of the highest members of the Citadel, advised the king on most matters that required his vast knowledge. He was also a firm supporter of House Lannister, betraying the Mad King to allow Tywin Lannister's soldiers to sack King's Landing. Master of Coin, Lord Aldo Grafton. Lord Aldo was a somewhat competent man who had earned his position of Master of Coin during the Targaryen War. However, in recent years his health has been rapidly declining to the point the man would soon retire and return to Gulltown. Master of Law, Lord Keith Buckler was one of the oldest men on the small council. He had fought with Robert at the Battle of the Trident and managed to earn his spot as Maester of Laws. Lord Keith was good with keeping order in the city and ran a tight ship on the Gold Cloaks. However, given the man's advancing age, most only saw him lasting another 5 years before he retired. Master of Ships, Stannis Baratheon, younger brother to King Robert. Stannis was Lord of Dragonstone and one of the most ridged men in Westeros, with a face that never smiles and a sense of duty so strong he would rather break before he bends. Master of Whispers, Varys the Spider, who had served the Mad King before serving King Robert. The eunuch had the largest spy network in Westeros and perhaps even Essos, yet his past was shrouded in mystery. And finally the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan Selmy, a renowned knight who had served the Mad King before pledging to Robert at the end of the Targaryen War. All 7 of these members served to rule Westeros in the name of King Robert, or at least tried to. Well, I was hoping we can go over some documents. John started, only for Robert to groan like a child, making John sigh. But we have more pressing matters. John Arryn then pulled out a letter from a stack of papers. This letter came in by Raven a week ago from Ned Stark. Well, why didn't you say so? Robert said, perking up at the mention of Ned's name. I haven't heard anything of the North since Nathan Stark's name day. Varys had informed Robert of the interesting tale of Nathan Stark's name day with a tourney held in his honor and how Nathan entered under the name of the Laughing Wolf and fought in the melee. Robert found the whole tale highly amusing and wished he could have seen Nathan fight while hurling insults. So, anything interesting happening in the North? Robert asked while looking at Varys. Varys gave a soft smile as he looked at King Robert. The North is developing at a surprising rate. Moat Cailin continues to be repaired and already 5 towers stand strong. Lance Snow, now named Lance Blackpeel, has taken lordship of Sea Dragon Point, and the port has been renamed to Vindhelm. Vindhelm, I like it. Robert said as he rubbed his chin. Don't know about House Blackpeel, but who cares? Good for the North. Robert laughed as he drank his wine. There is more, your grace varies, grabbing Robert's attention. My little birds in the north have told me that Winterfell recently held a grand meet where Nathan Stark gifted all the great house nobles several crops that seem to grow well in the cold. Already many northerners are calling the young Stark Garth Greenhand come again or the clever wolf. Even Ned Stark has gained a new title of the Honorable Wolf for supporting his nephew and his plans. Ha! Robert laughed with a look of pure joy on their face. Good for old Ned, never liked it when people called him the Quiet Wolf. The Honorable Wolf sounds damn better. And it seems little Nathan gained his grandfather smarts. Robert smiled as he downed his cup of wine. While Robert looked pleased, Jon pressed his lips together. He had been informed of the North's growing wealth and crops by Varys several months ago, such as rice and rye. Already several southern lords who caught wind of the North's investment in crops have become increasingly worried, especially the noble houses that relied somewhat on the North purchasing their excess grain. If what Varys said was true, which it usually was, the North would soon become mostly self-sufficient by growing crops that could thrive in the cold of the North. While Jon was beyond impressed that young Nathan was the one to push for a port and find crops growing in his lands, the Falcon Lord felt worried as the North was changing too fast. Robert, perhaps we should caution Ned to hold off on further developments for a few years, Jon Arryn said with a sigh. Several lords have started to voice their concerns as House Reed has practically stopped purchasing grain from the Riverlands since his house had gained rice. If more lords of the North stop purchasing grain. What do you want me to do, Jon? Give a king's order to the North to stop growing food and only purchase food from the South? Robert asked sarcastically, yet still had a scowl on his face. The Reach and Riverlands have bled the North for every gold, silver, and copper for nothing but table scraps for hundreds of years, yet not once any king intervenes. If I can't order the Reach or Riverlands to lower the cost of their grain during winter, I will not order the North to stop growing their own crops to fill their bellies. Robert said in a firm tone as he slammed his wine cup down. Jon gave a tired sigh as he saw that Robert wouldn't budge. He knew he would be getting many complaints from Lord Tully and Lord Tyrell once the North started purchasing less and less grain as they continued to invest in crops to grow in their lands. Jon didn't want the North to not grow crops in their lands, but for the good of Westeros and to keep the peace, Jon saw it best that the North stop developing for the next few years until the Lord of the South adjusted. We will speak no more of this, Robert said in a firm tone before sighing. Now tell me about this letter Ned sent. Jon gave a firm nod as he handed the letter to Pycelle, who started to read it out loud. It appears the North has taken notice of some unusual Ironborn activity in the last few months, Pycelle muttered as he read the letter. The Ironborn have been spotted stealing massive amounts of lumber but ceasing all raiding. Both Ned Stark and Nathan Stark, along with several lords, believe the Ironborn may be preparing to launch an attack on Vindhelm to keep the North from gaining a fleet, as they normally raid the North the most. Ned Stark voices that if the Ironborn were to attack the port in which they have invested time, resources, and gold, the Northern Lords would demand blood. Pycelle said as he started to stutter. Many of the council members looked shocked, Jon Arryn most of all. Why would Ned declare war over a simple port? Jon Arryn thought as his brows furrowed. War should be the very last option, not the first. Even if the Northern Lords become upset, the North can always rebuild. Ha, so the Ironborn are looking to fight the North, Robert said with a savage grin as his blood started to pump. Jon, call the Storm Lords and get my hammer ready. Robert, wait, Jon said as he quickly raised his hands. We can't start calling our armies and marching on the Iron Islands when they haven't done anything. Jon said in a firm tone, one he rarely used against Robert. That will only provoke a war with the Iron Islands when we should be avoiding a war. Robert scowled as he leaned back in his chair. Then what do you suggest we do? We call Lord Greyjoy to King's Landing and talk with the man, perhaps brokering a peace pact between the Iron Islands and North. I have heard that Lord Greyjoy has a daughter, Asha Greyjoy. Perhaps we have Nathan Stark marry the girl to prevent a war, Jon Arryn suggested as he folded his hands. You want to reward a man who could be going to war and breaking the king's peace? Stannis asks while grinding his teeth. The Northern Lords will not like the fact that we forced a marriage with House Stark and the Ironborn, given how much the Ironborn raid the North. That would be as bad as forcing a Martell to marry a Lannister. If it can prevent a potential war, then sacrifices must be made, Jon said in a firm tone as he looked at Robert. Robert, your reign is still young and King's Landing is still being rebuilt. We must avoid a war if possible for the good of Westeros. Robert was silent for a long moment, everyone waiting for the king to make a decision. Call Lord Greyjoy to King's Landing, Robert said, making Jon Arryn sigh and Stannis grind his teeth. Pycelle, how long will it take for Greyjoy to reach King's Landing? If the seas are good, 2 to 3 months by boat. However, if the seas are bad, then it may take 4 to 5 months. Pycelle informed. It would be faster by land, but the Ironborn rarely do such a crossing, preferring the sea. Tell Lord Greyjoy he has 4 months, see if that famed Ironborn skill with ships amounts to something, Robert said before he sighed. As for a betrothed between Nathan Stark and Asha Greyjoy, we can't decide such a thing just yet. Stannis is right that the North will hate such a betrothed, and the Iron Islands won't like it either. Once Lord Greyjoy arrives, I will send a letter to Ned and ask him for his opinion. Write the letter, Jon, and send it to Lord Greyjoy. Then Robert's eyes narrowed. Yet if Lord Greyjoy ignores my call, or attacks the North, there will be hell to pay for the Iron Islands. Jon frowned before he gave a nod and started to write a letter. Jon Arryn felt the best way to prevent a war between the Ironborn and the North was with a marriage between the two strongest houses. While it may make many Northern Lords unhappy, it was better to be unhappy than be at war. I will try to convince Ned it is in the best interest of Westeros for Nathan Stark to marry Asha Greyjoy. Jon Arryn thought as he started to draft a letter. Now that the Iron Throne is involved, the Ironborn shouldn't be foolish enough to attack the North. With that, the meeting came to an end and Jon Arryn continued to work to keep the peace in Westeros. Location, Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister, Lord of House Lannister and Casterly Rock, sat in silence as he watched his family discuss politics, taxes, and other such information. Tywin held back a sigh as he saw his second son, Tyrion Lannister, a fool of a dwarf, drinking a large cup of wine as he drunkenly explained the progress of the sewage system of Lannisport. I am surrounded by fools, Tywin thought with disdain. Tywin could claim with complete confidence that he was the most powerful lord in the Seven Kingdoms thanks to his actions and the wealth of House Lannister. However, a significant portion of the members belonging to House Lannister were not very bright, as they simply saw gold as the only power House Lannister needed, when in fact gold was simply a means to an end, and that end was more power. Brother Tywin turned to his brother, Kevan Lannister, one of the few truly competent members of House Lannister. I have a message from King's Landing from Pycelle that I think you'll find interesting. Tywin gave a nod for his brother to continue. There was a small council meeting that discussed a letter sent by Ned Stark, and his concerns over the Ironborn. The Ironborn? A Lannister asked as Kevan grabbed everyone's attention. Why is the North concerned about them? The Ironborn have ceased all raiding of the North for almost a year, yet they continue to steal large amounts of lumber before running away, but nothing else. Kevan started to explain. Ned Stark, along with his nephew Nathan Stark and several lords of the North, think the Ironborn may be preparing to attack the growing western fleet of the North in the new settlement Windhelm. Ned Stark has claimed that should the Ironborn attack the settlement, rogue or not, the North will retaliate without hesitation. Kevan said as he handed the letter to Tywin. To prevent this, King Robert plans to call Balon Greyjoy to King's Landing. There was also talk of a potential marriage between Nathan Stark and Asha Greyjoy. That brought some chatter among the Lannisters as Tywin read the letter. Tywin usually didn't give much thought to the North, as like Dorne they mostly kept to themselves and rarely dealt with southern politics. However, he did keep his ear open for any news from the North for one reason. Nathan Stark. When Tywin first heard of the boy, he thought nothing of the secret child of Brandon Stark and Rhaena Valria. At most Tywin thought the boy would grow up like his father or uncle, a leader of the North but nothing more, struggling to survive in a frozen land. And while the North was rewarded an impressive 5 million dragons for helping Robert win the Iron Throne, Tywin still didn't think much of it. The gold was used to rebuild Moat Cailin, and any gold that was left over would have been saved to acquire food for winter, thus going to waste. Yet Tywin's opinion was changed about 2 years ago when it was revealed that the North was using the gold to invest in 2 fleets in the west and east. The old lion knew that Ned Stark wasn't the one to push for such a thing. The quiet wolf was too cautious, as for many years he simply hoarded the gold and only used it when repairing Moat Cailin. It was about a year later before Tywin discovered that it was Nathan Stark who came up with the plan to build a northern fleet in the west and east, with an impressive plan to cut the cost of building two fleets, surprising the old lion given how young Nathan Stark was at the time. Since then Tywin kept his ear open for any news from the north, and Nathan Stark continued to surprise Tywin. During his fostering with Lord Marndale, Nathan Stark pushed for the search of mines in Stark lands, but with expert land surveyors from the Iron Bank. This resulted in House Stark discovering several mines such as a silver mine, an iron mine, a sapphire mine, and several others. With such a discovery Nathan Stark then brought in several jewelers and glassmakers from Essos to teach his people and work for House Stark. Then there was Nathan Stark's discovery of rice, a grain that can grow in bogs. This had turned the Grey Watch, the most useless land in Westeros, into a fertile land. The most recent news Tywin's spies in White Harbor have informed him was that Nathan Stark had discovered several crops that could grow in the cold of the north with the help of his maester, which he had gifted all the great house lords of the north to grow on their lands. This would cause most if not all nobles in the north to pledge loyalty to Nathan Stark himself, solidifying his position as heir for the time being. If the north became self-sufficient and relied less on the south for food, there would be a major power shift in Westeros, particularly with the Riverlands and the Reach. Many lords from the Riverlands and the Reach sold their excess grain to the north regularly, often driving up the price once winter started, or if they wanted to drain the north's resources such as lumber, ores, animal pelts, or anything else just for food to survive winter. With the north becoming self-sufficient, they would no longer need to purchase grain so desperately or at all. Tywin had already heard of some lords from the Riverlands complaining to Lord Tully when House Reed stopped exchanging animal hides for grain and instead requested coin. Lord Tully had even started making appeals in King's Landing to have Nathan removed as heir to Winterfell and to have Ned Stark take up the role. This was all in the hopes that with Nathan Stark no longer heir, the North would soon go back to buying grain from the Riverlands and for Lord Tully's grandchildren to rule the North. It would never come to pass, as Robert Baratheon loved the North and House Stark too much to hinder their progress, and given that Ned Stark had no desire to become Lord of House Stark in the first place, Lord Tully's claims were futile. Thus the North would continue to grow without much hindrance from the south, and their growth would only truly affect the Reach, Riverlands, and possibly the Iron Islands, but leave the other realms of Westeros unaffected, such as the Westerlands that rarely sold food to the North. Yet now the growth of the North has attracted the attention of the Iron Islands, and war was on the horizon, making Tywin sigh. "Why does this concern us?" Stafford Lannister asked with a snort. "Two savage lands fighting over some ships, how does this concern House Lannister?" Tywin gave an annoyed sigh as he turned to Stafford, who froze under Tywin's stare. "If the North goes to war with the Iron Islands, King Robert will lend his support, as the Ironborn broke the King's peace and King Robert's love for House Stark. If King Robert goes to war, so will House Lannister, given the Queen is a Lannister, to which King Robert will use our ships," Tywin said as he leaned forward while Stafford cowered under Tywin's stare. "Do you understand now why this concerns House Lannister?" "Why, yes, my lord," Stafford said as he sank in his chair. Still, if most of Westeros will be involved if the Ironborn break the King's peace, why would they do it?" "Because they are fanatics," Tyrion said in a slightly slurred tone, making Tywin glare at his disappointment of a son. "The Ironborn are fanatics, meaning they don't follow logic, but belief. The Ironborn believe wholeheartedly they are the strongest in all of Westeros, if not the world. They think they can beat the Northern Fleet and get away with it with ease, given that the Baratheon era is still new," Tyrion said before taking a sip of his wine. "Is it foolish? Yes, but they believe they can do it, so they will." "What my son said is true," Tywin said reluctantly. "Balon Greyjoy is rumored to be a fanatic who gained the support of the other Ironborn nobles by overturning many of his own father's reforms in favor of keeping tradition to the old ways," Tywin said with an even tone. While the old lion didn't see the Iron Islands as a threat, he would have to be foolish not to take them into account if there is war, as the Iron Islands were the closest to the Westerlands. "Kevin, have our people in court keep us informed on any changes. If the Ironborn do start a war with the North, King Robert will drag the rest of Westeros in. By that point, I want the war over swiftly." Contrary to what most people thought, Tywin Lannister did not like war. He found it a waste of time, resources, and gold, as all three could be used for anything more productive. Yet if someone started a war with House Lannister would finish it. At once Brother Kivin said with a nod as he brought up another paper. I also have a report from the gold mines. Tywin's mind drifted to the potential war between the North and the Iron Islands. Particularly, he wondered how Nathan Stark would react. Already the Stark heir has proven different from previous Stark lords from what his spies have told him. While he was charismatic like his father, he was level-headed like his uncle and had a drive to improve the North like his grandfather. Tywin wondered how the Stark heir would handle a war. Would he sit back and let his uncle handle everything, charge in head first to prove himself to the other lords, or become overwhelmed and fall like many lords do when thinking the war was a place of honor and glory? What kind of lord are you, Nathan Stark? Location, Pike. Inside a stone-cold room stood several men clad in rugged leather armor, all mismatched with dirt, grime, and filth clung to the armor. Despite their poor armor, they were all nobles of the Iron Islands. All the men stood before a single throne, where Balon Greyjoy sat on the seasoned chair. A large throne that left many people unsettled when looking at the structure. Balon was an older man with his long hair already starting to turn grey. And while he wasn't as tall or strong as most of the men in the room, they could not deny his skill with a blade. My lords, Balon called out, his voice gravely. It seems the crown has caught wind of our plans. Lord Greyjoy said as he lifted a letter with the royal seal. This caused much chatter among the nobles, but it was quickly stopped when Balon raised his hand. The Iron Throne has called me to King's Landing to appear before the usurper to swear fealty and peace for Westeros in the next 4 moons. Lord Greyjoy gave the paper a look before scoffing and throwing it to the floor. This paper isn't fit to wipe a whore's ass, much less order the Ironborn. This brought laughter and cheers through the chamber from all the nobles while Balon smiled. Euron, how goes increasing the Iron Fleet? Balon asked his younger brother. Euron Greyjoy, the younger brother to Balon Greyjoy. Euron was a pale but handsome man with an eye patch over his left eye and blue lips. Despite the smile on Euron's face, everyone who saw it felt on edge. Euron, while cunning, was ruthless to anyone who crossed the man or just for his amusement, to the point that Balon was on guard with his brother. The thralls managed to add another 20 longships to the fleet. I made sure every ship was seaworthy, Euron said as his smile turned into that of a shark. If they continue, we should have another 20 ships by the time we arrive in King's Landing, giving the Iron Islands 150 ships. Euron said, getting excitement from the Iron Lords. Balon nodded before turning his head. Victorian, how goes in training the men? Victorian Greyjoy, the second younger brother to Balon. He was a large man with power and strength to back it up, with a broad chest and strong arms. His hair was black but flecked with grey, and his face was charred and grim. Victorian was a fierce warrior, being one of the few Ironborn to wear full plate armor at sea, and a capable commander, but was dumb as a stump and sharp as a hammer. Still, Victorian was loyal to his brother Balon and a firm supporter. The soldier prepares every day, my lord. With enough training we should be able to add another 100 men in the coming moons, increasing the Ironborn to more than 20,000 strong. Victorian said in a firm tone, getting some cheers from the other nobles. Balon nodded with a pleased look on his face. Good, good. Balon said as he stood up from his throne. For too long the Ironborn have been bound by weak and petty laws. We were once kings of the sea, where Westeros would tremble when they saw our flags. Balon shouted, getting cheers from everyone in the room. Robert Baratheon's rule is weak, his grip on the Iron Throne is weak, and through his weakness, the Ironborn will rise, for what is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger. Balon shouted, getting louder cheers from the supporting Ironborn nobles. I declare myself King of Rock and Salt of the Iron Islands. We will show Westeros why they must fear the Ironborn. King Greyjoy. To the old way. May Westeros fear the Ironborn once more. Balon gave a cruel smile as he saw his people cheer with pride for the old ways. As his people cheered, Balon glanced out the window, looking to the north. The North had tried to create a petty fleet to protect their home from the Ironborn. Had it not been for the weak law of the King's Peace, Balon would have burned the fleet long ago. Now, as King of the Iron Islands, Balon will burn the Northern Fleet, raid their lands, and have the North live in fear of his name. He had heard that the reason for the North trying to make a fleet to challenge the Ironborn was because of one whelp. Nathan Stark, son of Brandon Stark and heir of the North. Balon was both amused and insulted that the little tyke that should be sucking his mother's tit thought the North could build a fleet to fight the Ironborn. The boy was naive and Balon would enjoy having the boy fear his name once the Ironborn conquered the seas. He would have Ned Stark's head on a pike on his strongest ship, to remind the North what happens when you challenge Ironborn. And should Nathan Stark rise against him, he would place his head next to his uncle. Soon, we will return to the old ways and the drowned god will bless the Ironborn with fortune. We will conquer the seas and have all of Westeros fear us once more. Balon thought with a wicked smile as his men continued to cheer. The war had not started yet, but it was on the horizon. Soon, the Ironborn will rise harder and stronger than ever before. With that Balon excited the chambers with his brothers and other captains in tow. They needed to plan, as 3 fleets needed to be destroyed before the Ironborn could rule the seas.